How dare you come here to feast without money? Zhou Laosan barked furiously. Luo Fan retorted indignantly. Have I not treated you well? I always leave generous tips. Is it truly necessary to expel me for failing to settle the bill once or twice? Zhou Laosan sneered. Once a wealthy young master, now that your father has passed and you lack the protection of the Luo family, I cannot allow you to indulge in my establishment. Daily, rage surged within Luo Fan as he exclaimed, You heartless wretch, return the tips I previously bestowed upon you. Return them to you? Huh, what a dream. Someone throw this brat out. With that, 2 or 3 burly men emerged from the back kitchen, pummeling Luo Fan until a final kick sent him soaring through the air. Young master, you may return when you have wealth again, though I doubt that will ever happen. Ha, Zhou Laosan remarked, retreating behind the counter, not sparing Luo Fan a glance. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Luo Fan forced a bitter smile. A tiger falls from grace, only to be bullied by dogs. Father, why did you have to leave me with so little? Sighing repeatedly as he walked the streets, Luo Fan felt the disdainful gazes of those around him. Indeed, it was only natural I am but a spendthrift in the realm of Lingwu. Martial artists hold an esteemed status. Their cultivation levels categorized as Ling2, Lingjia, Lingshi, Lingshi, Lingwang, Lingzong, Lingzuan, Lingxian, Shengling, and Shenling. Each tier divided into 9 stages, with Shengling being unranked, AS for the elusive Shenling. Its existence remains a mystery to all. The Luo family stands as a prominent clan in Nanka City, with Luo Fan's father and 2 uncles being Lingshi and Lingjia level martial artists and elite status within the city. His 3 elder brothers have all shown remarkable progress in their cultivation, with the path to becoming martial artists within their grasp. Yet, at just 15, Luo Fan possesses no talents beyond his penchant for spending. How he longed to be a martial artist. At 13, he had achieved the 7th level of spiritual energy, only to lose it all in a near-drowning incident. Since then, his cultivation bore no fruit, and regardless of his efforts, he could feel no stirring within his dantian. Thereafter, Luo Fan became the epitome of a spendthrift, lost in a life of indulgence and revelry, a far cry from the promising martial artist he once was. As he walked, Luo Fan found himself unexpectedly at the edge of the city wall, as a scion of a great family. He seldom visited this area, which was home to the city's poorest inhabitants. Rows of dilapidated shanties stood in stark contrast to the grandeur of the Luo estate, with a musty odor lingering in the air, an unpleasant reminder of their destitution. Indeed, a slum. I even see tents. Luo Fan's spirits lifted upon witnessing those worse off than himself. Point one particular tent piqued his curiosity, and as he approached to peer inside, he noted the absence of a bed, merely a blanket spread on the ground, barely large enough for a single person to lie upon. Curiously, despite their poverty, a haphazard stack of over 100 books leaned against the side of the tent. Luo Fan, lifting his robe, entered with the intention of discovering who resided within. Was it a down-and-out scholar, or perhaps a swindler from the martial world? In the corner of the tent sat a man, engrossed in a book, so absorbed that he remained oblivious to Luo Fan's presence. Ah, extraordinary! Haha, how splendid! A 5th-tier spirit master with control attributes has managed to defeat a 7th-tier powerhouse with offensive attributes. This is simply inconceivable, the man exclaimed, slapping his thigh with fervor. The sudden outburst startled Luo Fan, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, knocking over a precarious stack of books in the process. The man turned to look at Luo Fan. Luo Fan's expression froze in shock as the man lowered his book, revealing a disheveled appearance that was somewhat daunting. Goodness, a wild man, Luo Fan murmured to himself. The man's hearing appeared sharp as he retorted, Who is the wild man? Who are you? And what business do you have intruding upon my abode? Abode? Are you quite all right, brother? Luo Fan recalled the man's earlier words and felt intrigued by the mention of a control attribute spirit master. What book were you just reading? The man adopted an air of sagacity, replying, It concerns the duels of advanced warriors. Some claim it to be mere legend. Yet I believe there is no smoke without fire. Such powerful beings must surely exist. Luo Fan nodded and crouched beside the man. I concur. They say high-level warriors are capable of anything. The absence of evidence does not imply non-existence. Oh, you possess knowledge of warriors? The man inquired, turning his gaze. Luo Fan sighed, alas. Had I not run out of funds and lacked a place to entertain myself, I would not have ventured into your tent, nor would I have been reminded of my sorrowful past. To be candid, I once cultivated to the 7th level of spirit energy, and in due time, I could have become a spirit apprentice, but after that near-drowning incident, sigh. You are the 4th young master of the Luo family? The man asked. Luo Fan was taken aback. You know me? The man smiled faintly. Who hasn't heard of the once promising youth from Lingwu City? Then you must be aware of my misfortune. My spirit energy has vanished. Observing Luo Fan's lamentations, the man displayed a hint of disdain. 7th level? Is that worthy of mention? I hardly felt the need to boast about reaching the Spirit Master level in my day. Spirit Master. In Luo Fan's mind, the Spirit Master level represented an absolute powerhouse. Even his father, Luo Lai, was merely at the initial level of Spirit Master, while the elders of the Luo family were at best spirit practitioners. Who in Lingwu City a decade ago was unaware of me? Yet here I am, reduced to this state. And your spirit energy? Luo Fan suddenly felt a kinship with this fallen hero. The man fell silent for a moment. It was consumed by a strange force now. I remain at the spirit practitioner level, and no matter how I train, I am stuck at that stage. Spirit practitioner? That is still commendable. Why do you not venture forth and explore rather than languishing here like a beggar? Bah, bah, bah. Who is a beggar? I am merely in seclusion, contemplating how to regain my strength. Luo Fan shook his head with a smile, utterly disbelieving the man's words. In Lingwu City, a spiritual practitioner held a position of considerable esteem. He could not fathom how such an individual could linger in a tent, engrossed in books all day. Such a person was either a fool or a mere bookworm. Very well, continue your meditation and restore your strength. I shall take my leave, Luo Fan declared, rising to depart. He had no desire to engage further with someone so boastful. He would rather seek out the establishments he had generously patronized in the past for some entertainment and indulgence. The man made no effort to retain him, instead resuming his reading. As Luo Fan reached the entrance of the tent, he suddenly noticed an intriguing black stone hanging from the top. It appeared dark and unremarkable, yet emitted a peculiar sheen, radiating a smooth warmth. Brother, what is this? Might you gift it to me? It would make a splendid ornament, Luo Fan exclaimed, rising on his toes to pluck the stone from its perch. Do not touch it, that cursed thing drained my spiritual energy, the man warned. Instinctively, Luo Fan withdrew his hand, but soon rose on his toes again to retrieve the black stone. Do not jest. Is this triviality truly so precious? After such a lengthy discourse, you cannot part with a mere stone? The man shook his head, saying, believe it or not, it is not a matter of reluctance. I loathe that object to my core. I merely fear it may bring you misfortune. Luo Fan chuckled lightly. Please, spare me the humor. What could it possibly take from me? As he spoke, he fastened the black stone around his wrist. Quite nice indeed. Thank you. At that moment, Luo Fan was suddenly overcome by dizziness, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. The man set his book aside and approached the unconscious Luo Fan, letting out a deep sigh. When Rovan opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying in his own room, puzzled by how he had arrived there. His memories had completely fragmented at the makeshift tent in the slums. With a slight squint, he mused to himself, that man was aware of my identity. The Rovan family is well known throughout the city, so it is likely he was the one who brought me back. Suddenly, an inexplicable dizziness washed over him, and within his hazy consciousness, a blurred object materialized. As the object gradually came into focus, Rovan gasped in astonishment. It was the black stone. How could this be? A hallucination? No, the vividness of this scene could not be mere illusion. There was only one possibility: perception. But perception is a gift possessed solely by martial artists. How could I? At the same time, Rovan sensed a peculiar stirring within him, one that felt strangely familiar. It was spiritual energy. Unsure of how to articulate his feelings at that moment, whether in joy or confusion, he wondered how spiritual energy could manifest. After a year of being devoid of it, he had endeavored daily to no avail. Why did he suddenly experience this sensation today? Could it be the black stone? Rovan threw off the covers and sprang to his feet, performing an act he had not done in a year of cultivation, though he had long been away from the practice. This pursuit that once consumed all his energy was not something he could forget. At that moment, his posture, breath, and consciousness were all in perfect alignment for cultivation. A refreshing current flowed through his body, not blood, but spiritual energy, a sensation he had not forgotten. Ha ha ha, it truly is spiritual energy. I can cultivate again. I can finally cultivate. He maintained this state of cultivation throughout the night, feeling no fatigue. Instead, he allowed the once dormant energy to flow freely within him. As dawn broke, Rovan opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath of stale air, his body stretching and cracking like the sound of popping bones. A layer? Remarkably, after a night of cultivation, he had attained a new layer. He raised his hand to examine the black stone, chuckling, "What a treasure this is, to have created such a miracle for me." Stepping out of his room, Rovan was filled with elation, his first instinct being to share this news with Mor, the only person on this continent who genuinely cared for him. Mor, whose full name was Zhong Mo, was 14 years of age, blossoming into the prime of youth. She was an abandoned infant taken in by Rovan's grandfather, Luo Yunjin, who had showered her with affection as she grew up in the Rovan household. Never once treated as an outsider, he dashed to the back courtyard and arrived at Mor's chamber, inhaling the intoxicating scents of blooming flowers, cosmetics, and the unique fragrance of a young girl's room. Before he could knock, the door swung open, revealing a young girl within. Her exquisite face, pearly white teeth, and rosy lips, complemented by a slender waist and the budding curves of adolescence, epitomized youthful beauty. Sunlight danced upon her complexion, accentuating her flawless skin and captivating watery eyes, as if she were a stunning maiden from a masterful painting. "Brother Rovan, you're looking for me?" Upon seeing Rovan, Zhong Mo revealed a delightful smile. Among the 4 young male descendants of the Luo family, Luo Fan was at that time the most gifted and talented. In Zhong Mo's heart, Luo Fan was akin to a towering brother. During their playful escapades in the forest, Luo Fan had once rescued her from an attack by a ferocious beast. And it was then that Zhang Mo had developed a deep affection for him. However, fate took a cruel turn when Luo Fan, after nearly drowning, lost all his spiritual energy. Although Zhong Mo remained undeterred, clinging to him as always, Luo Fan's subsequent decline only filled her heart with an overwhelming sense of regret. As he gazed at her smiling face, Luo Fan felt his heart race. The words he had intended to speak were momentarily lost in the flutter of emotions, leaving him to simply smile foolishly. "Brother Luo Fan, what are you laughing at? Is there something dirty on Mor?" she inquired, lowering her gaze to check her attire, anxious about her image in Luo Fan's eyes, fearing that he might not like her. "And no, it's just that Mor looks exceptionally beautiful today," Luo Fan stammered. Zhong Mo pouted her tiny lips. "Brother Luo Fan, are you teasing me again? Am I not like this every day? If you continue to jest, I shall ignore you." Rushing to reassure her, Luo Fan replied, No, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" The intrigue danced across Zhong Mo's small face. Her curiosity piqued. Luo Fan stepped closer, nearly overwhelmed by her natural fragrance, and whispered softly in her ear, "I practiced all night last night and have regained a layer of spiritual energy." Zhong Mo's mouth fell agape in disbelief as she gazed at Luo Fan, scarcely able to comprehend the revelation. "Brother Luo Fan, you're not deceiving me, are you?" "Of course not. How could I ever deceive Mor? That's wonderful. Haha. I'm so happy." In a burst of joy, she wrapped her arms around Luo Fan's neck, bouncing with delight. Having grown up together, Luo Fan treated Mor as if she were his own sister. Thus, when she was truly joyous, she would unabashedly embrace him. "Hee, I told you first. I've resolved to live up to your expectations and train diligently every day to regain my former strength. No, Brother Luo Fan must become even stronger. Aspiring to be a spirit disciple, you must make our third uncle proud in spirit," Zhong Mo declared earnestly, gazing up at Luo Fan's face. A warmth enveloped Luo Fan's heart. In this vast land, only Mor genuinely cared for him. During his darkest days of lost spiritual energy, she had been the only one to encourage him, urging him not to succumb to despair. Now, the opportunity for him to repay her had arrived. Luo Fan reflected, "Mor is right. Father, I have been an unfilial son, failing to accomplish anything to your satisfaction in the past 2 years. Though it is late, I will not disappoint you and will strive to become a master like you." After spending a while in Mor's room, the 2 innocent souls shared laughter and joy, their joyous sounds often filling the air. Each morning, Mor would go to pay her respects to her uncle, and Luo Fan would return to his own room. Viewing cultivation not as a task, but as a way of life, he resolved that from this day forth, he would train whenever he was awake, hastening his return to strength. Fourth brother, stop right there. In the courtyard, Luo Fan turned upon hearing a voice and encountered the provocative face of his second brother. Luo Qianchong, what is the matter? Have you disregarded my words? I told you not to speak with him or again. As Luo Qianchong approached, he pushed Luo Fan's head with his hand. Luo Fan instinctively recoiled, responding, I haven't done anything. He hastily explained. Knowing that Luo Qianchong possessed the formidable strength of the 5th level of spiritual energy, far surpassing his own. With a resounding slap, Luo Qianchong pointed at Luo Fan and declared, Are you lying to me? I clearly saw you walking out of Moor's room. The force of the blow knocked Luo Fan to the ground. He thought that if his father were present, Luo Qianchong would not dare to act so brazenly. But now? This bully who thrived on the weak. Luo Fan reminded himself that this was the spirit martial continent, where it was only natural for the strong to oppress the weak. What could he do? He had to endure and strive to cultivate, biding his time for revenge. Thus, he resolved to bear it. I warn you once more. Keep your distance from Moor. You are unworthy. At that moment, the third young master of the Luo family, Luo Yin, entered the estate and, upon witnessing the scene, wore a smile of schadenfreude. Second brother, well done. That scoundrel deserves a lesson. The fourth brother has squandered so much of the Luo family's wealth. Yet he does nothing but indulge himself. Luo Qianchong laughed. Indeed, how could the third uncle have such a son? He gestured towards Luo Fan, continuing, Let me tell you, your father is dead. Today, I, as your elder brother, shall educate you. Luo Fan's heart trembled. He could endure being beaten, but he could not tolerate Luo Qianchong's words about educating him in place of their father. His eyes reddened with fury. Luo Qianchong, you have gone too far. I'll fight you. Luo Fan charged forward, but the disparity in strength was too great. Before Luo Qianchong could react, Luo Yin stepped forward swiftly and delivered a fierce kick to Luo Fan's abdomen. With his own 3rd level of spiritual energy, Luo Yin sent Luo Fan flying several meters away. Crashing to the ground, Luo Fan spat out blood, gasping as he glared at the two. You dare to lay a hand on me, second brother? Are you tired of living? Luo Yin shouted. Damn it, have you no sense of your own worth? If I were you, I wouldn't dare to stay in the Luo family. Luo Qianchong scolded harshly. It seemed that Luo Fan was jolted awake by the kick. Now, what he needed most was composure. He absolutely could not endure this beating in vain. He lowered his head, rose, and without uttering another word, returned to his room. Get lost, you worthless wretch. Do you think you still possess the strength of the 7th level? Wake up. All you can do is endure. Luo Yin continued to vent his frustrations as he watched Luo Fan's retreating figure. The mocking voices of the two echoed in Luo Fan's ears, shattering his dignity and trampling it underfoot. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh, blood dripping down. Just wait, Luo Qianchong. How many times have you beaten me this year? I can cultivate now. One day, I will repay you blow for blow. For the next 2 full days, Luo Fan remained indoors, immersed in intense cultivation. This feeling of training captivated him, allowing him to relive the fervor he had experienced 2 years ago. Lost in the pursuit of strength, with even a glimmer of potential for advancement, how could Luo Fan succumb to the temptations of indulgence? In the span of 2 days, Luo Fan meticulously refined the ethereal energy, consolidating it into a swirling vortex that fervently released the long-suppressed force within his dantian. Following a gradual accumulation, a remarkable transformation ensued. On the morning of the 3rd day, as Luo Fan stepped through the door, he stretched his body vigorously and inhaled deeply the crisp, fresh air. To his astonishment, he had ascended to the 2nd tier. The pace of his progress was astonishing. At this rate, might he not reach the 3rd tier in just 3 more days? A smile graced his lips as he gazed at the sky, feeling an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Although his current strength paled in comparison to his former prowess at the 7th tier, the opportunity to cultivate was a treasure beyond measure, and he had no inclination to quibble over it. Raising his hand, he glanced at the black stone on his wrist, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. It seemed that the man had not been speaking in vain. Everything he had said was indeed true. This was undeniably a stone capable of absorbing spiritual energy. Yet why had it transformed into a tool for cultivation in his possession? Driven by curiosity, Luo Fan resolved to revisit the tent in the slums. He nearly sprinted there. Acutely aware of the changes in his body, his strength had amplified, and he felt remarkably agile. Soon, he arrived at the location of the tent, but to his surprise, it was nowhere to be found. After a thorough search, he finally spotted the tent tucked away behind a row of low houses. Upon entering, he found the man still engrossed in his book. as focused as ever. "Brother, have you moved?" Luo Fan inquired. The man nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the pages. "Yes, it has grown cold, and this place is more sheltered from the wind." Luo Fan chuckled inwardly at the man's resourcefulness. How convenient it was to relocate a tent at will. "By the way, sir, may I inquire your name?" Intrigued by the enigma of the black stone, Luo Fan posed the question. The man cast him a sidelong glance. "What, are you interested in this beggar?" "To be honest, I have awakened spiritual energy within me. Just 2 nights ago, this black stone manifested in my perception," Luo Fan replied, raising his finger to indicate the stone. The man's expression shifted from surprise to anger as he suddenly lunged at Luo Fan, toppling him over and mounting him, his hands gripping Luo Fan's throat as he shouted, "That is my spiritual energy. It must be. Return it to me." The man had assumed that the stone would exacerbate Luo Fan's predicament, but to his shock, it had instead facilitated his cultivation. His immediate reaction was to believe that Luo Fan had appropriated the energy that rightfully belonged to him. Stunned by this abrupt aggression, Luo Fan struggled to pry the man's hands away, but the disparity in their strength rendered him nearly breathless. Desperate, he began to strike the man's robust arms. Realizing that Luo Fan was on the brink of suffocation, the man finally calmed himself and released his grip, retreating to a corner. Luo Fan gasped for breath, finally recovering enough to say, "How was I to know that what you spoke was true? And must you resort to such violence?" With a sigh, the man offered a wry smile, his voice tinged with disappointment. "So be it, such is fate. Since you have utilized my spiritual energy for your cultivation, you are now my apprentice." "Apprentice?" Luo Fan echoed, intrigued. The man raised an eyebrow at Luo Fan and remarked, "What? Are you feeling wronged by becoming my disciple?" "Lingfeng? Lingfeng? Indeed, I am called Lingfeng. If we were to turn back the clock a decade or so, there would be no soul within Nanka City who was unaware of my name." Luo Fan chuckled, "Haha, dear brother Lingfeng, helping others is the essence of joy. Utilizing your spiritual energy for my cultivation does not necessitate my becoming your disciple." Lingfeng furrowed his brow. "Oh, if you choose not to be my disciple, then return my spiritual energy." "Return it? I have never heard of repaying spiritual energy, only money or goods. How does one return spiritual energy?" Luo Fan replied with a hint of playful defiance. "Simply have your dantian extracted, and I shall absorb the spiritual energy," Lingfeng stated, his expression grave, devoid of jest. Luo Fan cleared his throat twice, his previous mirth evaporating. The peculiar demeanor of this man made him ponder whether he might truly face peril. "Very well. I shall become your disciple, but what do you possess that is worth my learning?" Lingfeng smiled faintly, casting aside a tome. With a sudden flourish of his arms, a faint aura of spiritual energy enveloped his form, coiling and swirling around him before coalescing into a compact yet potent vortex before him. Exuding spiritual energy from the body? Luo Fan had heard whispers of this phenomenon. Warriors who reached the realm of spiritualists could project their energy outward for attacks. It was evident that Lingfeng spoke the truth. "Master, teach me, master," Luo Fan exclaimed, his change in tone startling Lingfeng. "Of course, imparting knowledge is no trouble at all. My abilities are sufficient to teach even a spiritualist, yet your own power is insufficient. You must cultivate to the 9th layer of spiritual energy on your own." "Yes, master, but to transcend from a spiritual apprentice to a true warrior requires an ascension pill. With the scant gold I possess, even reaching the 9th layer would not afford me such an expensive item," Luo Fan lamented, a frown adorning his face. Once upon a time, this would have posed no challenge for Luo Fan. His aspiration soared to that of a spiritual apprentice or beyond. However, it was painfully clear that the Luo family would not invest a single coin in his endeavors. A first-tier ascension pill bore a hefty price tag. How could he ever afford it? Lingfeng chuckled, "Simply focus on your cultivation. I, your master, am an alchemist. To me, the ascension pill is merely a low-grade concoction, something only mediocre warriors would treat as precious. For me, it requires but a few hours of effort." In the realm of Lingwu, warriors undoubtedly held a prestigious status. Youngsters relentlessly honed their skills to attain this title, yet a prerequisite for becoming a warrior was to consume an ascension pill after reaching the 9th layer of spiritual energy, a feat achievable solely by an alchemist. This underscored the elevated status they commanded. Luo Fan had certainly heard of this before, and now, his gaze toward Lingfeng brimmed with admiration. An alchemist? However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and the words golden opportunity seemed a distant dream. "But why are you so impoverished?" "Haha, I, Lingfeng, am an alchemist, not a blacksmith. I do not trade my crafted weapons for gold." I disdain alchemists who merely sell pills. Rofan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, as an alchemist, one possesses a distinct personality unless one is a lowly practitioner, confined to forging only inferior potions for mere survival. Well then, now that your spiritual energy has been restored, it is time to commence your cultivation. A martial artist must ascend to the rank of spirit disciple to have the opportunity to choose the attributes of their training. Otherwise, they are nothing. Rofan earnestly replied, Master, I shall strive diligently. At the very least, I wish to earn the respect of the other members of the Luo family. Lingfeng smiled and remarked, such ambition is commendable. In the spirit martial continent, only the strong can discuss the laws of survival, while the weak serve merely as experiments for the strong. Choose one of those spiritual techniques. Spiritual techniques? Aren't they only learnable after becoming a spirit disciple? Rofan inquired, puzzled. Lingfeng explained, those are attribute-based techniques. Even at the spiritual energy stage, there exist techniques, albeit of a lesser caliber. Yet, they can significantly aid a martial artist's foundation. Upon hearing this, Rofan crouched down to sift through the books, discarding any that documented techniques of higher levels. The spiritual techniques are classified into 9 tiers, and even the most basic technique requires a spirit disciple's rank for cultivation. Ultimately, he selected one technique, declaring, this one will do. Lingfeng examined the chosen book, titled Flash, which could greatly enhance one's agility for a brief period, allowing one to assume a phantom-like state, a purely evasive defensive technique. Oh, most martial artists I've seen often select techniques for heavy strikes or fierce assaults. You are an exception, opting for evasion instead. Rofan scratched the back of his head and chuckled. I suppose it's because I'm used to being bullied. If I master this skill, others won't be able to hit me. Lingfeng laughed. Interesting. Remember to incinerate your training materials afterward. And when you come next time, bring a vial of fire sparrow water and a bottle of water wine. Master, do you wish to drink? Lingfeng frowned. Drink? Nonsense. The primary ingredient for refining the ascension Dan used for advancing to spirit disciple is the soul crystal of fire sparrow water. How do you not know this? Rofan sheepishly replied, I'm not an alchemist. And what about the water wine? That's for your own consumption, isn't it? I never would have guessed you were an old drunkard. Lingfeng stood and playfully smacked Rofan on the head. Enough of your prattle. Prepare as instructed. If you keep talking, I'll ruin your dantian. Rofan hurriedly turned to flee, laughing as he called out, Got it, old drunkard. Upon returning to the Luo family, Rofan once again secluded himself, immersing in his training. Only at night would he stealthily sneak into the kitchen for leftover meals. He understood that what he needed most was time. During his cultivation, it was imperative to avoid conflict with Luo Qianchong and the others. Presently, the Luo family was merely a temporary refuge, albeit one he had once called home. Since fate has granted me, Rofan, another chance to become a martial artist, I must seize it. I shall carve my name upon the spirit martial continent and no longer be seen as the prodigal son in others' eyes. Mark my words, Luo Qianchong. The day I repay you for the humiliation you once inflicted upon me is drawing near. As the spiritual energy approached the 3rd layer of his dantian, Rofan slowly opened his eyes and took out the book of spiritual technique Flash, beginning to study its pages meticulously. Studying spiritual techniques diverges from perusing other texts. While absorbing the information regarding cultivation methods, corresponding insights arise within one's perception. When it comes to advanced spiritual techniques, one need not rely on sight but can entirely depend on one's perceptive faculties to grasp the information. Luo Fan nodded thoughtfully as he read. He had essentially mastered the technique of Flash, a feat accomplished with considerable ease, attributable to his innate talent, which enabled him to grasp spiritual techniques with remarkable swiftness. However, at this moment, the defensive effect of Flash lasted only about 3 seconds, and further practice would likely enhance its efficacy. As night turned to day, Luo Fan gently opened his eyes and smiled. With 3 layers of spiritual energy coupled with Flash, he acknowledged that while he could not contend with Luo Qianchong's 5 layers, should he achieve the 4th layer in a few days and extend the duration of Flash, the outcome might be different. Stepping out of his room, he basked in the morning sunlight, feeling a wave of refreshment. Indeed, each day of cultivation brought him a sense of contentment. He gathered a modest handful of coins, a mere dozen or so, intended for purchasing wine and fire sparrow water for Lingfeng. Typically, one could acquire a large jug of ordinary wine for about 1 gold coin, while the exact nature of fire sparrow water remained a mystery. He was aware that alchemical materials commanded a hefty price, and he hoped he could afford it. He also retrieved a change of clothing, wishing to present a more refined appearance to his master. After all, as the fourth young master of the Luo family, he could not afford to appear too uncouth. As he approached the gates of the Luo residence, he spotted Luo Yin approaching with a taunting smile. Old four. I thought you had moved out after not seeing you for a few days. Why are you still lingering here? Luo Fan initially intended to ignore him. However, just then, Zhang Mo emerged from the backyard. Luo Fan mused to himself, Luo Yin, do not blame me for lacking camaraderie in front of him, or I cannot afford to lose face. With a light chuckle, he replied, since when did it become your prerogative to dictate where I reside? Luo Yin was evidently taken aback by Luo Fan's words. He never anticipated that this wastrel, who could only endure beatings before him, would dare to confront him so boldly. Luo Fan, are you seeking death? Do you know to whom you are speaking? Luo Yin exclaimed, pointing at Luo Fan. Luo Fan fixed his gaze on Luo Yin, recalling the heavy kick he had received the previous day, and retorted, I am speaking to you, my tyrannical cousin. Furious, Luo Yin declared, I see you're itching for trouble. Today, I shall teach you a lesson that will leave you begging for mercy. With that, he raised his hand to strike. His fist clenched tightly. As he lunged forward, Luo Fan could distinctly feel the force of the 3 layers of spiritual energy behind the attack. However, possessing the same 3 layers of energy within his dantian, he felt no fear. Instead of dodging, he countered, gathering power in his waist before delivering a fierce blow. At that moment, Zhang Mo rushed over, intending to interject, but upon witnessing Luo Fan's actions, she recalled that he had begun his training. Given his innate talent, he might now be able to stand against Luo Yin. She momentarily suppressed her concerns and refrained from intervening. The two charged at each other from a distance of around 4 or 5 meters, but Luo Yin's mindset shifted. Has this fool lost his mind? Is he truly seeking death? Soon, Luo Yin reconsidered, feeling a tremor in his heart as he sensed the power behind Luo Fan's punch. 3 layers of energy? How could this be? Luo Fan did not afford him a moment to react. Although Luo Yin had lingered at the 3rd layer longer than Luo Fan, the latter had previously reached the 7th layer of energy, giving him a significant edge in experience. Bang! After a single punch, Luo Yin felt a numbing sensation in his arm, followed by a gradual sting of pain radiating from his fist. He raised his hand to inspect it, finding it drenched in blood, while Luo Fan remained unscathed, regarding him with disdain. Luo Fan, you have been training all along. Luo Fan let out a cold laugh. If I had been training continuously, that punch would have sent you to meet the Buddha. Enraged, Luo Yin proclaimed, I will kill you. Having once been the one to trample on the dignity of others, he now found himself unable to bear the humiliation inflicted upon him. In that moment, he summoned all the spiritual energy within him, preparing for a full-force strike. Luo Fan discerned Luo Yin's intentions and murmured, Since you have brought this upon yourself, I shall not hold back. This is for that kick you delivered last time. As Luo Yin's fist struck fiercely, Luo Fan leapt forward, bending his legs mid-air before delivering a powerful kick directly to Luo Yin's face. Let me show you what it feels like to be unable to cultivate. Luo Yin felt a sudden darkness envelop him, followed by a flurry of golden stars. The intense pain rendered him unable to stand for even a second. He staggered twice before collapsing to the ground. Zhang Mo let out a sigh of relief from the sidelines, her focus solely on Luo Fan's performance. As for Luo Yin, in her eyes, he was merely receiving the retribution he deserved for his past humiliations. Luo Fan smiled gently and turned to Zhang Mo, saying, Mo'er, I will no longer allow anyone to bully me. I shall grow stronger, for you. Zhang Mo felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. After 2 years of hearing of Luo Fan's mistreatment at the hands of his cousin, she had been filled with endless disappointment. But today, she finally witnessed her brother rising from the depths of despair. Brother Luo Fan, I am so happy for you. As the two conversed, they nearly forgot about Luo Yin, who lay motionless on the ground, his eyes tightly shut. Were it not for an occasional spasm, one might truly believe him to be deceased. Luo Fan, what are you doing? Luo Qiancheng demanded, stepping forward with a stern tone. Although Luo Fan harbored some trepidation towards Luo Qiancheng due to their considerable disparity in strength, the presence of Mo'er beside him bolstered his resolve. It was Luo Yin who attacked first. Should I simply stand there and be struck? Luo Qiancheng realized that for Luo Fan to have defeated Luo Yin, he must have commenced his training. Yet, wasn't this fellow previously deemed a waste? Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, Luo Fan, have you truly begun to cultivate? Do I need to inform you of my training? Luo Fan retorted defiantly. Turning to Zhang Mo, Luo Qiancheng commanded, Mo'er, Come stand behind your brother Qiancheng. Zhang Yimou did not even glance at Luo Qiancheng. Despite his relentless attempts to curry favor over the past 2 years, she had remained indifferent, which only fueled Luo Qiancheng's animosity towards Luo Fan. Stepping in front of Luo Fan, she opened her arms in a protective gesture and stated, "Brother Qiancheng, your 5th-level spiritual energy should not be used to bully Luo Fan, should it?" Her tone was so devoid of warmth that it was evident she regarded Luo Qiancheng with disdain. At that moment, several servants from the Luo estate gathered around, drawn to the conflict between the two clansmen. With more witnesses present, Luo Qiancheng was determined not to allow Luo Fan to flaunt his prowess in front of him, especially with Zhang Yimou at his side. "Luo Fan, is your only ability to hide behind a woman?" he pointedly remarked, gesturing towards Zhang Yimou, gently pushing Zhang Yimou aside. Luo Fan stepped forward and declared, "Luo Qiancheng, I may not be your equal at present, but if you grant me some time, I will undoubtedly bring you down." Luo Qiancheng laughed heartily, his derision palpable. "Huh, a joke. Time? You don't mean a lifetime, do you? 5 days, after 5 days, I, Luo Fan, will confront you. Do you dare?" Luo Fan's challenge was clearly a provocation, for Luo Qiancheng would never back down from a challenge, and he intended to train furiously in those 5 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yimou was momentarily taken aback. Although Luo Fan had begun training, he was still only at the 3rd level. How could he possibly measure up to Luo Qiancheng in just 5 days? This seemed tantamount to courting disaster. She vigorously shook her head at Luo Fan, but he merely smiled gently, signaling that all was well. Luo Qiancheng, witnessing the silent communication between the two, felt an even greater surge of anger and gritted his teeth. "Very well, I shall grant you 5 days. When the time comes, I will render you permanently crippled. Let us see if you possess the ability." Luo Fan glared fiercely at Luo Qiancheng, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Luo Qiancheng instructed his servants to carry Luo Yin back to her room and dispatch someone to summon a physician. Luo Yin was grievously injured, resembling a puppet at the mercy of others. Imoer turned to Luo Fan and inquired, "Brother Luo Fan, why did you propose a 5-day agreement? You cannot possibly defeat Brother Qiancheng in such a short span." Luo Fan smiled gently and replied, "Do not worry, Imoer. Do you have any plans for today?" "None at all." "What is it?" Imoer asked. With a mischievous grin, Luo Fan said, "I wish to invite you to the Blue Water Merchant Association's branch." Imoer, puzzled, responded, "The Blue Water Merchant Association's branch? Why?" "Indeed. I need to prepare for my advancement to the Spirit Apprentice level by purchasing a vial of fire sparrow water." Upon hearing this, Imoer smiled knowingly, feeling a sense of relief and quiet joy. Opting to purchase fire sparrow water instead of a spirit elevation pill indicated that Luo Fan had likely befriended an alchemist, a connection that would greatly benefit a martial artist's future. She said, "Brother Luo Fan's affairs are my own. I possess some knowledge about the materials for the spirit elevation pill. Perhaps I could assist you in selecting." The two departed from the Luo residence, heading directly to the city center where the Blue Water Branch was located, the largest merchant association in the Lucy Empire, specifically in Nanka City, dedicated to selling items for martial artists and alchemists. The grand structure rivaled even the royal palace, with 2 imposing Kirin statues standing at the entrance, and crimson stone pillars flanking the grand doorway, upon which a blue background with golden characters boldly proclaimed, "Blue Water Merchant Association Branch." Upon entering, a refreshing herbal aroma wafted through the air, more exquisite than the scent of conventional pills, intoxicating in its richness. The Blue Water Branch featured 2 main halls, the main hall and the inner hall. The main hall offered common and in-demand alchemical materials and various weapons, while the inner hall showcased rare materials and finished pills. The atmosphere within was tranquil, resembling a high-end sanctuary rather than a marketplace, where patrons moved quietly, almost as if forgetting the commercial nature of the space. Zhang Yimou approached a row of counters and softly remarked, "Brother Luo Fan, these red vials are fire sparrow water, essential for crafting spirit elevation pill materials. The depth of color and intensity of fragrance can determine the quality of the fire sparrow water." Luo Fan chuckled softly. "How is it that you possess such knowledge about materials? Aren't these items quite expensive?" Imoer beamed, "Brother Luo Fan need only select the finest quality. It greatly aids alchemists in refining the soul crystals from the fire sparrow water. As for the price, this is far more affordable than in the inner hall." Luo Fan nodded in agreement. "That is indeed true. A single spirit elevation pill can cost over 100 gold coins or even more, making the price of fire sparrow water negligible by comparison. In the spirit martial continent, It was customary for a martial artist to consume at least one pill in their lifetime to ascend to the spirit apprentice level. Wealthy heirs would scarcely mind the price. But for the impoverished, aspiring to be a martial artist often necessitated either being an alchemist themselves or having connections to one. Zhong Mo, on her tiptoes, delicately retrieved a small transparent vial, scarcely larger than a fist. This one will do. Its deep red hue, reminiscent of rubies, coupled with its rich and fragrant aroma, surely indicates a high success rate for refinement. Luo Fan took a look, and indeed, the several bottles of fire sparrow water nearby paled in comparison in both color and fragrance. Very well, I shall take this one, he decided. At the entrance of the hall, there was a counter where an elderly man, over 50 years of age, sat to handle the transactions. As the two approached, Luo Fan inquired, "Sir, how much for this bottle of fire sparrow water?" The old man examined the small bottle and chuckled. "You two certainly have an eye for selection. This bottle is likely the finest in the estate, priced at 30 gold coins. 30 gold coins? Luo Fan was taken aback, as he only possessed a mere handful of coins, enough for half a bottle at best, but they surely would not sell half a bottle. Observing Luo Fan's hesitation, Zhang Imo chuckled softly. "Brother Luo Fan, allow me. Consider it a gift from me to you." Before Luo Fan could respond, a figure approached and snatched the small bottle, exclaiming, "Oh, this bottle of fire sparrow water is quite remarkable, since the fourth young master lacks the funds to purchase it. I shall not hesitate." Both Luo Fan and Mo turned to see a young man with a disdainful expression. It was Fei Zhong, and from the Fei family, a powerful clan in the city. In Nanka City, aside from the arrogance of the royal family, the two most prominent families were the Luo and Fei families, which had a generally cordial relationship, though some friction was inevitable. "Fei Zhongan, I selected this first. What right do you have to take it? Are you not aware of the order of precedence?" Luo Fan stated sternly. Fei Zhongan chuckled, shaking his head. "Fourth young master Luo, it is not that I am ignorant of the order, but rather I fail to see the utility of this item for you. Are you in any way related to a martial artist?" Zhang Mo regarded Fei Zhongan with a cold gaze, a wave of disgust rising within her. He had previously attempted to curry favor with her, but had been met with indifference, and in Nanka City, he had provoked Luo Fan on numerous occasions, deepening her disdain for him. "Young Master Fei, while my brother Luo Fan may not currently have use for the fire sparrow water, with your cultivation at the 6th level of Qi, it seems you are still several years away from being able to absorb this spirit-enhancing elixir. Perhaps your purchase is a bit premature?" Upon hearing Zhong Mo's cutting remark, Fei Zhongan appeared quite embarrassed, and the only means to alleviate his discomfort was to take it out on Luo Fan. "Humph, Luo Fan, look at your meager skills, lacking in strength. You resort to sending a woman to fight your battles for you?" Stepping forward, Luo Fan seized the small bottle back, declaring, "Indeed, why should you concern yourself with me? Or do you wish to bite me?" He then passed the fire sparrow water to Zhong Mo Fei Zhong and was momentarily stunned. Had this fellow truly lost his mind to provoke him so openly? "Luo Fan, you seek death," he shouted, and with a surge of energy, he gathered his chi into his arm and launched a powerful punch toward Luo Fan. Luo Fan barely had time to react. It was not until the force of the 6th level chi approached that he felt its overwhelming might, the wind from the punch nearly unbalancing him. Bang! After a dull thud, Luo Fan was astonished to see Fei Zhongan propelled backward as if he had struck a spring, stumbling several steps before regaining his footing. Was it Zhong Mo? Luo Fan noticed that she had positioned herself in front of him, her speed surpassing even that of Fei Zhong's punch. How could she be so swift? Was her strength truly so formidable? The expression on Fei Zhongan's face mirrored his disbelief. He had not anticipated that Zhang Mo would intervene, nor did he expect such a vast disparity in their strengths, resulting in his defeat at the hands of this girl with a single move. Had she not shown mercy, he would likely have sustained injuries. In the past, when Luo Fan faced bullying, Zhong Mo had never stepped in, as she wished to see him endure or retaliate like a man. However, this moment was different. She clearly perceived the lethal intent behind Fei Zhongan's attack, and she would not permit anyone to strike at Luo Fan with such malice. Zhong Mo's cold gaze, imbued with a hint of murderous intent, obscured her previously delicate demeanor. She spoke with an air of quiet authority. "Fei Zhongan, this fire sparrow water belongs to my brother Luo Fan. You are utterly unworthy to contend with him for it." Fei Zhongan was entirely oblivious to Zhong Mo's true power, which is the most daunting situation for a martial artist, indicating a disparity of at least 3 levels. He, already an enviable 6th-tier spirit practitioner among the younger generation, could only surmise that Zhang Mo must be at least at the 9th tier or beyond. He turned to Luo Fan and declared, "Young man, consider this grudge established today. Remember, in Nanka City, do not venture out alone, otherwise I shall leave you searching for your teeth." He was resolute in his threat. Luo Fan merely smiled, retorting, "Master Fei, perhaps you should take care of yourself. It seems it is not I who is receiving a beating today. Just wait. If I do not settle the score with you, I shall not bear the surname Fei." Fei Zhonghan felt a rush of humiliation. He had never endured such indignity and was unwilling to remain in that place for another second, swiftly exiting the merchant association. "I await your return," Luo Fan said with a gentle smile. As Luo Fan turned, he saw Zhong Mo handing a black card to the elderly man at the counter, who looked utterly astonished. "Miss, this is a high-ranking VIP card from the Blue Water Merchant Association." Zhong Mo nodded with a smile. "Sir, I would like to purchase this bottle of fire sparrow water. Please proceed with the transaction." "Certainly, please hold on." The elderly man nodded, still incredulous. Before walking out of the hall towards a small building in the courtyard, presumably the payment area, Luo Fan recognized the type of card, which signified a substantial deposit of gold coins, typically possessed only by high-ranking martial artists or esteemed alchemists. How could Emoer have such a card? Moreover, her recent display of strength left him astounded. "Emoer, how did you?" Zhong Mo chuckled. "Hee, it was a gift from my third uncle. My father?" Luo Fan was perplexed, as he had no recollection of his father bestowing such an extravagant gift upon Emoer. "And your strength?" "Brother Luo Fan, did you not know that Emoer is also training?" "I know, but your power seems excessively formidable." Zhong Mo playfully stuck out her tongue. "All right, Brother Luo Fan. Let's not dwell on this. Hurry and take the fire sparrow water to your alchemist friend." She seemed eager to divert his inquiries. Luo Fan noticed that today Emoer was unlike the girl he had previously known. He had always thought her to be quite ordinary. Yet now she appeared to possess many secrets. Nevertheless, her innocent smile remained unchanged. Nodding resolutely, Luo Fan replied, "Emoer, I will not let you down." After settling the accounts, the elderly gentleman respectfully escorted the two out of the guild. By now, dusk was approaching, and they parted ways, with Zhong Mo returning to the Luo residence. She understood that some alchemists were reluctant to meet indirect acquaintances, and she did not wish to burden Luo Fan. Meanwhile, Luo Fan purchased another bottle of wine and headed straight for the slums by the city walls. Before long, Luo Fan arrived at the tent where Ling Feng was still crouched in the corner, engrossed in a book, as if his life rarely involved other activities. "Master." Ling Feng slowly raised his head, glancing at the wine in Luo Fan's hand, offering a faint smile, which quickly faded as he inquired, "What about the fire sparrow water?" Luo Fan retrieved the fire sparrow water from his sleeve, admiring its color before proclaiming, "Master, this bottle is of exceptional quality. It is said to greatly assist in refining the soul crystal of the fire sparrow." Ling Feng scoffed disdainfully. "Do we really need that? Ling Feng, can extract soul crystals from the most inferior materials. This is merely a waste of gold coins." Luo Fan was taken aback, thinking to himself, "What? Am I mistaken for choosing a high-quality fire sparrow water? This fellow is truly difficult to please." He smiled awkwardly and replied, "Indeed, Master is a person of great skill. However, I believe only high-quality materials befit an esteemed alchemist such as yourself. Also, this is a change of clothes for you. It is certainly better than the ragged attire you currently wear." Ling Feng chuckled softly but ignored the comment. Setting the fire sparrow water aside and tossing the clothes into the corner, instead raising the wine to his lips and taking a hearty gulp. "Ah, it has been ages since I last enjoyed a drink. What a delight." Recalling his 5-day agreement with Luo Qiancheng, Luo Fan broke into a silly grin and leaned closer to Ling Feng. "Hee, Master, I have a request to make." Ling Feng looked at Luo Fan and replied, "Speak. But let me make it clear that the wine is something you, as my disciple, should purchase. No money talks here." Luo Fan chuckled helplessly at the remark. Ling Feng truly was amusing. Even if he were broke, he wouldn't expect his master to foot the bill for a bottle of wine. "Master, I wish to break through 2 levels of spiritual energy within 5 days." Ling Feng tilted his head back and took another sip of wine, shaking his head in response. "That is impossible." "Impossible? But I truly need to enhance my strength within 5 days. Otherwise, I will be trampled by Luo Qiancheng for the rest of my life." Luo Fan's eyes were filled with pleading, and Ling Feng furrowed his brow, clicking his tongue. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Feng continued to shake his head, holding the wine jug without taking a sip. Suddenly, Luo Fan snatched it away. "You old drunkard. If you won't help me, then do not drink. When it comes to drinking, one may choose to abstain, but once the craving is ignited by a single sip, it becomes impossible to resist. Ling Feng stood up, attempting to reclaim the wine, but Luo Fan tilted the jug sideways and warned, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will pour out all the wine. Now, will you help me?" Years ago, Ling Feng was not only a formidable young warrior, but also a notorious wine enthusiast. He could not allow Luo Fan to squander such a precious jug of wine and quickly exclaimed, "No, no, I will help. It's not that there's no way. It's just costly and detrimental to health." Luo Fan paused in surprise. "Oh, costly and detrimental?" Ling Feng sighed in resignation. "Yes, you can cultivate using soul crystals." Relying on soul crystals for cultivation? Indeed, the primary ingredient of the spirit elevation pill is the fire sparrow water soul crystal, a substance with an ephemeral existence that extinguishes upon contact with air. I shall refine the soul crystal from this fire sparrow water, and you must consume it. As long as the soul crystal remains intact, it will facilitate your cultivation. However, the agony endured will be akin to a living death, and there exists a significant risk of the soul crystal vanishing instantaneously, rendering your efforts futile. Luo Fan inquired, "Does that mean that the moment I ingest the soul crystal, it could disappear, necessitating the purchase of another vial of fire sparrow water for the spirit elevation pill? In that case, I would be at a loss for 2 vials." Ling Feng affirmed, "Your calculations are entirely accurate. Moreover, utilizing a soul crystal to enhance one's cultivation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a warrior. Otherwise, it may result in the destruction of one's meridians. The pain you will endure is beyond comprehension. As I have said, it is akin to a living death. It is merely an agreement, and you need not exert yourself to such extremes." After a moment of silence, a flicker of determination crossed Luo Fan's eyes as he clenched his teeth. "Perhaps I am willing to attempt this extravagant method of cultivation." Ling Feng, initially assuming that the prospect of such torment would deter Luo Fan, was taken aback by his response. He paused momentarily before nodding and smiling, a glimmer of admiration evident in his expression. This young man was even more audacious than Ling Feng had been in his youth, daring to seek advancement in such a perilous manner. It was clear that he had not misjudged this disciple. He mused inwardly. "Are you certain you wish to endure such excruciating pain? I must forewarn you that many formidable beings have attempted this method to enhance their strength. Yet the overwhelming majority faltered, squandering their opportunity. Only a select few, endowed with unwavering resolve, achieved success. You must be aware of that sensation, are you not?" Luo Fan, too, was not unafraid of pain. A hint of conflict flitted across his expression, but soon, memories of the tribulations he had faced under Luo Qiancheng's tutelage over the past 2 years resurfaced. He cleared his throat and replied, "Very well. I am willing to give it a try." Ling Feng nodded slowly, stating, "Excellent. Secure the entrance of the tent. I shall refine the soul crystal." Following Ling Feng's instructions, Luo Fan locked the tent flaps and squatted to the side, observing as Ling Feng produced a small cauldron, not for alchemy, but for soul refinement. The fire sparrow water was derived from the blood of a 50-year-old beast, and the process of refining the soul crystal merely involved condensing its spiritual energy into a crystalline form. Fire sparrow blood water? Upon hearing this, Luo Fan felt a wave of nausea, yet he resolved to endure and watched as Ling Feng commenced the refinement. Ling Feng positioned the cauldron before him, channeling a stream of spiritual energy that coursed along his arm to his fingertips. The intricate patterns of visible spiritual energy left Luo Fan in awe. He had only witnessed the prowess of spiritual masters such as his father and uncle, but had never seen their abilities in action. Today, he was privileged to witness the manifestation of a spiritualist energy, which was even more vivid than Ling Feng's previous display. Luo Fan contemplated, "When will I possess the strength to manifest my own spiritual energy? It is a longing I hold dearly. Surely I would stand out among the young warriors of Nanka City." As the energy flowed from his fingertips into the base of the cauldron, a flame erupted spontaneously. Ling Feng swiftly controlled the height of the flame with one hand, while placing the vial of fire sparrow water into the fire with the other. Astonishingly, the small vial began to levitate, swaying gracefully within the flames without exceeding its bounds. Luo Fan was left utterly astounded. Not only had he witnessed a spirit practitioner's manipulation of spiritual energy, but he had also observed the intricate process of a potion master refining a soul crystal. Time seemed to stretch as the temperature inside the tent escalated sharply. In this deep autumn, the heat compelled beads of sweat to form on his brow. As the flames continued to blaze, the fire sparrow water within the vial diminished, its sealed container indicating that it was not evaporating, but rather crystallizing. With a soft pop, the crimson liquid within the vial contracted abruptly. Lingwu clenched his fist tightly, and simultaneously, the fire sparrow water shrank down to a crystal the size of a finger, glimmering in a translucent red hue. Is this the soul crystal? Luo Fan's eyes widened as he gazed at the brilliant red crystal inside the transparent vial. Lingwu exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his forehead, extinguished the flames in the cauldron, and handed the vial to Luo Fan, advising him, "Take it. Remember, the soul crystal is easily extinguished when exposed to air, so consume it immediately upon opening." Luo Fan accepted the fire sparrow water soul crystal, swallowing hard. Feeling even more anxious than before, his sweat pouring down as this was his first encounter with such a spiritual object. Nodding, he turned and dashed out of the tent. He sprinted back to the Luo residence, startling even the servants at the door. How could the fourth young master be in such a hurry? This was a stark contrast to his usual languid and tipsy demeanor. Upon returning to his room, he barely took a breath before sitting cross-legged on the bed, focusing on the vial in his hand and adjusting his rhythm. After a moment of contemplation with closed eyes, he recalled Lingfu's words, "The soul crystal is prone to destruction when exposed to air." He swiftly removed the cap and swallowed the red crystal whole. At first, he felt no discomfort, but soon, a rich surge of spiritual energy erupted in his mouth, causing intense pain to radiate throughout his oral cavity. Though he did not witness the chaos, he could sense that his mouth must be a gruesome sight. The potency of such a small object was astonishing, revealing the strength of the spiritual energy contained within. Luo Fan forced himself to disregard the pain, shutting his eyes tightly as he entered a meditative state. The energy emanating from the soul crystal swirled like a torrent in his mouth before cascading down his throat and into his abdomen. In his dantian, the discomfort intensified. Unlike anything he had ever endured since birth, the once solid crystal now felt slippery against his lips and tongue, stained with blood. Luo Fan realized his mouth was filled with blood, whether from the fire sparrow or himself, he could not tell. One thing was certain, the crystal had not been extinguished. Summoning his willpower, he clenched his mouth shut, fearful that even a whisper of air might cause the crystal to vanish. Simultaneously, the pain in his dantian surged, almost as if it were about to explode. Amidst this agony, the spiritual energy coursed recklessly through his meridians, each passage akin to being sliced by a razor-sharp blade. "No problem, I can endure this." Luo Fan's brows knitted tightly, his expression transforming into a grotesque mask of anguish. The excruciating pain coursing through his veins nearly rendered him faint. At this moment, it was no longer Luo Fan who persevered, but rather a formidable spirit that surged within him. In his perception, the image of the obsidian stone became increasingly vivid. Yet, at that instant, he sensed the pain beginning to morph into numbness. The visage of the black stone grew clearer, but Luo Fan found himself devoid of the strength to raise his wrist and behold the true form of the stone. Instead, his gaze remained fixed in a stupor upon the obsidian, oscillating between clarity and obscurity. Suddenly, a jet of dark crimson blood erupted from his mouth, and Luo Fan felt as though he had been liberated from a long-borne burden. Drawing a deep breath, the world around him plunged into darkness as he collapsed onto the bed. Meanwhile, the black stone adorning his wrist emanated a faint crimson aura, which enveloped Luo Fan in successive layers. The spiritual energy within the room began to converge, flowing gently toward his body, drawn by the radiance of the aura. Luo Fan opened his eyes, breathing faintly, and was astonished to see that the once disheveled room had been transformed into a clean and tidy space. Had someone entered my chamber? With great effort, Luo Fan sat up, only to discover that a blanket had been neatly laid over him, and his body felt surprisingly invigorated, lighter than before. He pushed open the window and inhaled the fresh morning air, only to realize it was morning, though he could not ascertain which day it was. He gently closed his eyes, assessing his cultivation level. Goodness, the fourth layer? Could it truly be effective? More precisely, he was in the latter stages of the fourth layer, nearly touching the edge of the fifth. Recalling the events of that fateful night, he remembered yielding to the pain and ultimately expelling the soul crystal. At that moment, it was likely lost, and his memory had ceased there. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared in the courtyard. Zhang Emo approached, carrying a food tray. Upon seeing Luo Fan perched at the window, she beamed, "Brother Luo Fan, you're awake." Luo Fan hastily opened the door, saying, "Haha, good morning, Mo." Zhang Emo replied, "Oh, is it still morning? Brother Luo Fan, how many mornings has it been?" Luo Fan chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head, Mo. How many days have I slept? Zhang Mo placed the tray on the table, revealing a bowl of porridge and a plate of side dishes. You've been asleep for 4 days. At first, I was quite frightened, but when I saw your breathing steady and your cultivation improving, I felt relieved. I've been force-feeding you these past few days. Luo Fan tenderly brushed Zhong Mo's silky hair and said, Mo, you've worked hard. She pouted playfully. Brother Luo Fan, you're being polite again. For a moment, Luo Fan was taken aback, but then they exchanged smiles, their gazes filled with tenderness and affection. Luo Fan then pondered, for days? That means the 5th day's appointment is upon us. Goodness, I'm still a little short of the 5th layer. I'm still not as proficient as Luo Qianzhou. That fellow must be cultivating as well, likely strengthening his abilities even further. However, he quickly dismissed his despair. The difference of a single minor layer did not necessarily dictate the outcome, but he had little time for such thoughts. At that moment, Luo Qianzhou stormed in with 2 attendants, kicking the door of Luo Fan's room open, and barked, You little rascal, still here indulging in your romantic escapades? Do you know what day it is? Luo Fan replied coolly, How could I forget? We agreed to settle our scores today. Wrong. It is a fight to the death. I want Mo to see who truly deserves to be called a man of the Luo family. To make her realize whether it's worth her while to stand by you. You worthless wretch. Luo Qianzhou pointed at Luo Fan, his gaze momentarily drifting toward Zhang Mo. Zhang Mo shrugged and let out a cold laugh, saying nothing, but turned to cast a gentle glance at Luo Fan, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Witnessing their intimate exchange, Luo Qianzhou furrowed his brows and shouted, Enough. Luo Fan, stop acting like a woman. Luo Fan chuckled softly, Haha, after you. The 2 men then proceeded into the expansive courtyard of the Luo residence. As Luo Fan gazed upon the furious face of Luo Qianzhou, he began to recalibrate his mindset. Although their strengths were closely matched, he still possessed the spiritual technique known as flash. Should Luo Qianzhou miss his strike, the opportunity would arise for Luo Fan to deliver a fatal blow. They stood locked in a gaze, yet their expressions diverged. Luo Qianzhou's visage twisted into a grotesque snarl, as if he were ready to take Luo Fan's life at any moment. While Luo Fan remained remarkably composed, his youthful countenance as tranquil as a still pond. Suddenly, Luo Qianzhou propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, his speed akin to the swiftness of the wind. His fist coiled at his waist, the taut muscles rippling with latent energy. It was only when Luo Qianzhou closed in on him that Luo Fan swiftly sidestepped. However, the velocity of Luo Qianzhou's advance surpassed Luo Fan's expectations. He acutely felt the force of the punch's wind. Realizing that Luo Qianzhou was far more formidable in combat than anticipated, in an instant, Luo Fan was compelled to employ flash earlier than he had intended, for he found no other recourse. The impact of Luo Qianzhou's assault propelled him forward, yet to his astonishment, although his fist connected with Luo Fan, it felt as though it had struck nothing but air. Luo Fan had slightly angled his body, creating the illusion of multiple phantoms in place, a manifestation of flash, an unorthodox technique that granted him remarkable evasion. Luo Qianzhou skidded to a stop, pivoting to launch another punch, yet again striking nothing but emptiness. Meanwhile, Luo Fan's gaze fixated on the exposed chest of Luo Qianzhou, his fist clenched tightly as he struck. At that moment, the effect of flash began to wane. Luo Qianzhou reacted with astonishing speed. Seeing Luo Fan's assault, he calmly raised his arm to block while his other hand aimed for Luo Fan's head. Luo Fan deftly dodged, raising a single fist in defense, while simultaneously leaping with such force that he soared to a height exceeding half a person. The disparity in strength between the 4th and 5th levels was undeniably vast. Inwardly, Luo Fan lamented, Curse be this situation. The 5 seconds of flash have indeed improved from the previous 3, yet it remains insufficient. Luo Qianzhou's defenses are formidable. 5 seconds of flash cannot sufficiently exploit his vulnerabilities. With a fierce shout, Luo Qianzhou swung his fist, a technique of brute force, most effective for those in a position of advantage during combat. Despite Luo Fan crossing his arms above his head in defense, he still felt the overwhelming force of the strike. The 5th level strength behind that blow rendered him defenseless. With a pained cry, Luo Fan stumbled backward, blood spattering from his lips. The disparity of half a level in spiritual energy, compounded by the difference in techniques, ultimately led to his defeat. A sinister smile crept upon Luo Qianzhou's lips as he gritted his teeth, declaring, I promise to render you utterly crippled. Prepare to die. Luo Fan. He advanced, raising his fist once more, the lethal force behind it palpable. Zhong Yimou could not contain herself, exclaiming in alarm. She clenched her small fists. Spiritual energy coursing rapidly through her body, her feet slightly lifted as she prepared to intervene. She would not permit Luo Qiancheng to deliver a killing blow to Luo Fan. At that moment, Luo Fan sensed the light before him dimming, the obsidian stone re-emerging in his vision. Concurrently, the flow of spiritual energy within his body surged like a wild stallion, violently crashing against his meridians. 5th level. Spiritual energy at the 5th level. Luo Fan felt an inexplicable surge as he unexpectedly ascended to the 5th level. Could one truly break through amidst battle? The timing of this breakthrough was nothing short of perfect. His arms seemed to be struck by a powerful force, instantly brimming with spiritual energy. In a flash, this abundant spiritual energy granted him yet another opportunity to unleash his mystical techniques. As Luo Fan was thrust backward into the void, he transformed into an ethereal shadow. Luo Qiancheng, caught off guard, could hardly react. This heavy strike was nearly his utmost effort, yet his eyes shifted from fury to panic. Was this boy employing a spiritual technique? It was utterly bizarre, rendering him unable to land a hit. Luo Qiancheng bellowed, "You deceitful trickster, perish!" In that moment, seemingly losing his patience, he swung his fist with tremendous force, generating a visible gust of wind aimed at the phantom. Luo Fan, secretly elated, noted that 5 seconds had passed, and the afterimage remained. Could it be that with this breakthrough, the spiritual technique had also advanced? Just then, as Luo Qiancheng struck empty air, Luo Fan sprang into action, lightly tapping the ground with his toes before launching a kick toward Luo Qiancheng's chest. Like a cannonball, Luo Qiancheng was propelled backward, yet Luo Fan showed no sign of cessation. His steps were swift as the wind, quickly closing the distance to the retreating Luo Qiancheng. Raising his elbow to deliver a powerful downward strike that connected squarely with Luo Qiancheng's abdomen. With a muffled sound, blood instantly stained the air above Luo Qiancheng. As he crashed to the ground, his eyes bore into Luo Fan with fierce intensity, yet an undeniable fear lurked within him. The peculiarity of Luo Fan's spiritual technique, coupled with his ferocity and strength, rendered him no less formidable than Luo Qiancheng himself. How could this be? How could he have cultivated so rapidly? You deceived me. This was the last remnant of Luo Qiancheng's strength. Beyond his accusations of Luo Fan's unprecedented tactics, he was powerless. Luo Fan approached, regarding Luo Qiancheng with icy detachment. Luo Qiancheng, what you have endured today is far from sufficient. However, I will not stoop to slap you twice, for I find it beneath me. Take care of yourself. With that, Luo Fan took the delicate hand of Zhong Yimou, and their gazes locked. In Zhong Mo's eyes, admiration was palpable, while Luo Fan, now deserving of a smile that was both fierce and gentle, embraced his role as the victor. Exiting the Luo residence, Luo Fan inhaled deeply, savoring the unusually fresh air. As if the humiliations of the past 2 years had culminated in this moment. Gazing at the azure sky, he remarked, "Emor, have I not accompanied you for quite some time?" Zhang Yimou lowered her head slightly, her face adorned with countless grievances, pouting her lips in a nod. Luo Fan caressed Emor's silky hair, saying, "Let us venture out of the city today. It has been too long since we visited the countryside." Zhong Mo's face brightened instantly, her smile almost radiant as she exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful. Brother Luo Fan is taking me to the countryside." Hand in hand, they made their way toward the west city gate of Naotu City. In Zhang Mo's memory, the last time she had walked hand in hand with Brother Luo Fan was 2 years ago. Now, it felt as though she had rediscovered the Luo Fan of that time, a warmth of familiarity blossoming within her. The city gate guard, a man of ordinary stature, recognized Luo Fan as a wayward young master. However, given the Luo family's considerable influence in the city, he displayed a modicum of respect. "Fourth young master, are you leaving the city?" Luo Fan halted momentarily. "Indeed, guard brother, is there a problem?" The guard remarked, "Haha, it's no trouble at all. But if the 4th young master intends to venture out, it would be wise to head towards the North City Gate, the area beyond the West City Gate." Luo Fan couldn't help but chuckle, sensing that the guard was merely concerned for his safety. Beyond the West City Gate lay the Sunset Forest, where one might encounter the occasional beast. However, with his cultivation strength at the 5th level of spiritual energy, a leisurely stroll around the forest posed no real danger. "Thank you for the reminder, dear guard. We shall not stray into the Sunset Forest," Luo Fan replied with a smile, taking Mo's hand as they stepped through the city gate. The guard observed Luo Fan's confident figure departing and thought to himself, "Is this truly the 4th young master of the Luo family? He seems different today." As they reached the outskirts of the city, the two resembled butterflies, reveling in their youthful spirits, chasing and laughing with abandon. Luo Fan's antics brought joy to Zhong Yimou, her smile radiant as she rediscovered a long-lost happiness. Hand in hand, Luo Fan inhaled the fragrant air, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful! The outskirts are so pleasant, with fresh air infused with the scents of earth and flora, devoid of the cacophony of the city, a true oasis of tranquility." With that, Luo Fan reclined on the grass, and Mo Air lay beside him. "Brother Luo Fan, this place is so beautiful," she said. He nodded in agreement. Children of affluent families seldom ventured to the outskirts, and each visit felt like a revelation of beauty. "Indeed, it is beautiful, but in my heart, Mo Air is the most enchanting," he declared. Zhong Yimou felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she placed her delicate hand in his sturdy palm, gently closing her eyes to savor the moment. The sounds of the wind, birds singing, and leaves rustling created a serene atmosphere, and both wished time could stand still in this idyllic moment. Suddenly, Luo Fan's eyes snapped open, and he whispered, "Mo Air, someone is here." Zhong Mo's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she nodded. "Let us remain still. We cannot discern whether it's a person or a beast." However, Luo Fan had a different intuition. His senses indicated that they were indeed being watched. And it was not a beast. Zhong Yimou sprang to her feet, gazing intently at the nearby thicket. She gestured with one hand, channeling her inner spiritual energy, her figure framed by the autumn sunlight, exuding an aura of elegance. Luo Fan also rose, focusing on the bushes, where two crimson points glimmered like rubies even in the daylight, emanating a foreboding light. "Brother Luo Fan, it's a beast," Zhong Yimou exclaimed. No sooner had she spoken than the creature behind the thicket reacted to her words, leaping forth, a gigantic bush rat, nearly the size of a person. Its once pale yellow fur was now filthy, resembling a dark brown, and its crimson eyes gleamed with menace. Saliva dripped from its blood-stained jaws, releasing puffs of vapor. A sight that was utterly repulsive. Luo Fan was momentarily stunned. How could this be a beast? His instincts had clearly indicated the presence of someone nearby. A sense derived from the black stone on his wrist. The grass mouse ranks among the most inferior of the demon beasts. A martial artist, upon advancing a level from the spirit novice stage, unlocks a soul position within their meridians, enabling them to enhance the purity of their internal spiritual energy by devouring beast souls. Yet, the grass mouse is of such a low tier that it lacks even the qualification to be consumed. Luo Fan gazed at the grass mouse, clearly perceiving that although it appeared fierce, it was profoundly fearful of humans, as evidenced by its trembling bristles standing on end. A lowly demon beast. "I shall practice my skills on it," Luo Fan declared, leaping forward towards the grass mouse. Zhong Yimou smiled faintly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Today, Luo Fan had undergone a transformation. A true martial artist should react to demon beasts with the intent to slay, rather than with trepidation. Though the grass mouse seemed clumsy, it was not entirely so. As Luo Fan sprang into action, the creature reacted swiftly, its rotund body rolling across the ground and stirring up clouds of dust in its wake. The dust swirled through the air, momentarily obscuring vision, and as Luo Fan landed, he felt as though he had stepped into a disorienting maze. "This little creature is indeed cunning," he mused. Just then, he felt a sharp pain from behind, as the grass mouse's hefty form collided with him, accompanied by its foul and decaying scent, which churned his stomach. Enduring the ache, Luo Fan delicately tapped the ground with his toes and swiftly pivoted, launching a kick toward the grass mouse's head. The strike landed squarely, sending the grass mouse tumbling backward. Luo Fan did not halt his pursuit. He closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch to the creature's abdomen. Bang! Spiritual energy coalesced around his fist. And with this blow, the grass mouse spewed forth a trickle of pale red blood, collapsing to the ground, its strength depleted. While its forelimbs twitched slightly and its belly heaved faintly, Zhang Yimou bounded over, exclaiming, "Luo Fan, you are amazing. You've slain a demon beast." Luo Fan chuckled, feeling a bit sheepish. If anyone were to be deemed impressive, it would be Mo, whose prowess far surpassed his own, having effortlessly repelled Fei Zhongyan from the Fei family. At that moment, both sensed a disturbance, feeling a fierce wind rush towards them, imbued with a palpable force that nearly unseated them. Luo Fan turned to see a dark figure rapidly approaching, not walking but flying. Flying? What level of strength allows one to soar through the air with such swiftness? The figure drew nearer, and Luo Fan discerned a middle-aged man's face, handsome yet radiating a palpable aura of menace, with a silver skull pendant around his neck that added to his sinister presence. Recalling his earlier perception, Luo Fan realized that indeed, someone was nearby. It must be this dark-clad individual. The man wielded a longsword, its blade dull and gray, with rough textures visible, yet even so, it concealed a sharp edge. Zhong Mo's eyes widened. Although she did not recognize the man's face, it was clear that the chilling longsword was aimed directly at her, and she could sense no discernible power emanating from him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures appeared once more, clad in azure robes. Soaring through the air with the same intent focus on the position occupied by Zhong Mo. Be cautious. Luo Fan discerned their objective and swiftly pulled Zhong Mo aside. Although he was acutely aware that these individuals were leagues above him in strength, his singular aim at that moment was to protect Mo. Yet, Mo maintained a remarkable composure. Her eyes coldly fixated on the first shadow that emerged, exuding a palpable aura of disdain. Demon, should you dare to harm our holy maiden, I shall take your life. One of the azure-clad figures bellowed, raising a gleaming sword and hurling it towards the cloaked figure. The silver blade sliced through the air like a bolt, propelled by an icy gust, as the dark figure brandished a gray sword, parrying the silver strike. The clash resounded with a sharp metallic ring, followed by a deafening boom. The command of the domain master is absolute. Today, I shall sever your domain's energy veins. The cloaked figure sneered, uttering a fierce declaration. The two azure figures launched a coordinated assault, and the trio engaged in a fierce struggle, the air crackling with visible waves of spiritual energy emanating from their confrontation. Zhong Mo surveyed the dust-filled surroundings, where shards of wood lay scattered, remnants of the energy collision. Brother Luo Fan, the spiritual energy here is too intense. We must leave post-haste. Luo Fan, momentarily entranced by the fierce battle, merely nodded in a daze as Zhong Mo tugged him away. Once they distanced themselves from the fray, Luo Fan began to feel the fear that accompanied the thrill of witnessing such formidable combat. The sheer force unleashed was terrifying, capable of producing such tumult. He mused that even his father, at the spirit master level, might struggle to replicate such power. The pair ran tirelessly into NQ City, Luo Fan gasping for breath. That was close, Mo. Are you unharmed? Zhong Mo smiled faintly, though a subtle hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. I am fine, with brother Luo Fan here. How could I be in danger? Luo Fan chuckled, recalling the chilling sword intent aimed directly at Mo. By the way, Mo, those people. Ah, brother Luo Fan. Let us not dwell on that. We should head inside, Zhong Mo interjected cheerfully. Before Luo Fan could finish his thought, they arrived at the entrance of the Luo residence. Luo Fan hesitated for a moment, then said, Mo, you should go inside. After injuring Luo Qianzhong, my uncle will surely make things difficult for me. I want to go in. Zhong Mo was well aware of this reality. Brother Luo Fan, where will you go then? Will you never return to the Luo residence? Luo Fan grinned mischievously. Fear not. How could I let Mo lose track of me? He pointed towards a direction. Find me in that lone tent among the civilian houses beneath the city wall. With that, he turned to leave. Zhong Mo pouted, gazing in that direction, reluctant yet understanding that if Luo Fan returned to the Luo residence, he would undoubtedly face trouble from his uncles. Moreover, his recent purchase of Firebird water indicated he had a plan and was unlikely to find himself in peril. Take care, brother Luo Fan. She silently wished him well in her heart. As he journeyed, Luo Fan's mind remained occupied with the events that transpired in the outskirts of Nanka City. Who were those formidable individuals? Were they truly after Mo? Why was Mo seemingly reluctant to discuss the matter? Upon arriving at the tent, Luo Fan looked up to find that dusk had descended, and he was taken aback by the sight of Ling Feng inside. Clad in the long robe Luo Fan had provided, with a clean face and the scruffy beard shaved away, he had transformed dramatically. If he had previously appeared as a middle-aged man, now he resembled a handsome gentleman in his 30s. Yet, the one constant was his pose, holding a book aloft, now resembling a refined scholar. Ling Feng noticed Luo Fan's expression and inquired, What is the matter? Do I look strange? Luo Fan covered his mouth, chuckling, Haha, no. You look quite dashing. Ling Feng shot him a glance. It seems the Fire Sparrow Soul Crystal has worked. You are quite fortunate. Luo Fan entered the tent and seated himself in a suitable spot. Master, if I buy another bottle of Fire Sparrow water, will my strength increase again? Ling Feng shook his head. No. Each level provides only one opportunity to break through with the Soul Crystal, and the higher the level, the less significant the effect. Nodding in understanding, Luo Fan added, By the way, Master, I am now homeless, so I will be living here from now on. Not happening. I am accustomed to living alone. You should find somewhere else, Ling Feng replied. Just as Luo Fan was about to protest, hurried footsteps were heard from outside the tent. Sensing the presence of multiple individuals, he discerned that they were all quite powerful. Ling Feng's ears perked up, and he too realized the situation. Casting a sharp gaze towards the tent flap, the flap was drawn aside, revealing 3 or 4 men, with Fei Zhongyan of the Fei family leading them. He regarded Luo Fan with a sneer. "So, you were hiding here, brat." Luo Fan rose and remarked, "Young Master Fei, how's your injury?" Fei Zhongyan coughed awkwardly, recalling how he had been repelled by Zhang Mo's strike days prior. Although not severely injured, he still felt discomfort. Frowning, he retorted, "You little bastard. I've come to settle the score today." Luo Fan replied coldly, "Settle the score? It seems you cannot escape your misfortune. Are you here for a one-on-one duel, or?" His gaze shifted to the martial artists beside Fei Zhongyan, each possessing a cultivation level of the 4th or 5th layer of spiritual energy. Fei Zhongyan, with a look of disdain, declared, "Do I need to speak of honor with a wastrel like you? Attack together, incapacitate him." No sooner had he spoken than the 3 martial artists surged forward, only to suddenly collide with an invisible barrier, rebounding painfully. Fei Zhongyan looked up to see a man in a long robe standing protectively in front of Luo Fan. His refined appearance belied any indication of strength. Yet a faint aura of spiritual energy surrounded him, its subtlety masking a formidable power. "Who are you?" Fei Zhongyan demanded. "Do you know who we are in Nanka City?" Slap. Fei Zhongyan felt as if stars were dancing before his eyes, his face burning with pain, as though his skin had been torn asunder. Ling Feng's slap had nearly rendered Fei Zhongyan unsteady. A flicker of disdain crossed Ling Feng's otherwise impassive countenance. He had no desire to hear Fei Zhongyan's words to completion. "You dare to bully my disciple? I grant you this one chance to leave. Speak further, and I shall take your life." Clutching his face, Fei Zhongyan struggled to regain his senses and, with his last ounce of strength, turned and fled. The 3 martial artists on the ground, upon witnessing this, reacted as if confronted by a formidable foe, each emitting terrified cries as they rushed out of the tent. "Wait. You shall pay for this." Fei Zhongyan shouted towards the tent until his voice faded into obscurity. Ling Feng remained undisturbed, seated as he picked up a book and began to read. Luo Fan, still in a daze, stared wide-eyed for quite a while, astonished by the considerable power of a spiritual being who could easily repel several opponents with a mere gesture. At that moment, Ling Feng's stature grew even more imposing in his mind. "Master, that was impressive. It is the first time I have witnessed your prowess." Ling Feng scoffed. "Humph. I have not fought in over a decade. You are the one who forced me to break this rule. Be off now, and do not drag me into your troubles." Luo Fan grinned mischievously. "Hey, didn't I mention? Homeless, I shall stay with you tonight. Leave." "Do you believe I will?" Ling Feng raised his hand to strike. But Luo Fan, quick-witted, had already noticed the empty wine jug nearby, which he had purchased for Ling Feng on a previous occasion. He promptly seized the jug and placed it before Ling Feng. "Would you care for a drink?" Ling Feng was taken aback. It was one thing to remain silent, but upon Luo Fan's words and the enticing aroma wafting from the jug, his appetite stirred, and he began to salivate. "I shall stay here. Tomorrow I will fetch you some wine." Ling Feng pondered for a moment before returning to his corner. "If you snore tonight, you are out." Luo Fan's heart leapt with joy. This old wine enthusiast could not resist the temptation. Ha ha. In the deep of night, Luo Fan did not choose a bed but collapsed into slumber. Despite the loud snores that ensued, Ling Feng had no intention of ridding himself of the boy. However, Ling Feng struggled to find rest. Having incurred enmity with the Fei family that day would undoubtedly provoke retaliation. The Fei family's influence in Nanka City was formidable. And the head, Fei Xin, was a master-level spiritualist. Should they come seeking retribution, it would certainly disrupt his tranquility. Ling Feng rose and kicked the slumbering Luo Fan, who yawned sleepily. "What is it, master? Get up, we are moving." "Moving?" Luo Fan rubbed his eyes vigorously. "The Fei family will likely come tonight. Hurry." As he spoke, Ling Feng began to gather the scattered books, much to Luo Fan's bewilderment, as he stuffed large stacks of them into a ring. "Master, what is this? It's incredible that it can hold so much," Luo Fan exclaimed, pointing at Ling Feng's ring. "This is a storage ring," Ling Feng explained while tidying up. "Unless you wish to store an entire mountain, it should suffice for all your belongings. Could you possibly give me one?" Ling Feng shot Luo Fan a glance of disdain, remaining silent. As Luo Fan marveled at such a treasure, he assisted Ling Feng in tidying up, and soon, a simple residence vanished beneath the city walls. The duo had not ventured far when they heard the sound of footsteps from a group of people, It was indeed rare to encounter so many individuals traversing the night. Concealing himself in a corner, Luo Fan observed that it was the Fei family. Although the light of the night was dim, the silhouette of the leader revealed a middle-aged man. Relying on his somewhat unclear memory, Luo Fan could still ascertain that it was Fei's son, one of the few powerful spirit practitioners in Nanka City. Fortunately, his master had anticipated this. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble. Luo Fan quietly followed Lingfeng, leaving behind this place of turmoil. Fei Zhonghan, upon seeing the area where the tent once stood now empty, scratched his head in confusion. How could this be? It was right here. Father, I was attacked by that strange man right here. Fei Xin stroked his beard and nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. Even in the darkness, his gaze remained sharp and profound. He cannot escape. How could the injury to my son Zhonghan go unpunished? Tomorrow, we shall settle the score with the Luo family. Yes, if we find Luo Fan, we shall certainly locate that strange man. I must avenge the grievances between these two. Fei Zhonghan gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. The autumn wind brushed against his face, and Luo Fan, feeling wide awake, approached the city gate. Master, where are we headed? Lingfeng replied, to the outskirts of the city. It is generally difficult to be discovered there. Luo Fan was at a loss for words, feeling like a rat crossing the street, but he knew it was for the best. If they remained in the city, the Fei family would undoubtedly seek him out. If he returned to the Luo residence, he would certainly have to answer for injuring Luo Qianqiu. Apart from following his master, he truly had nowhere else to go. In the outskirts, Lingfeng found a patch of woods, where an ancient tree, thick enough for 4 people to embrace, provided ample shelter from the wind. Behind it, he set up a tent and declared, "We shall reside here from now on." Luo Fan pouted, despite his misfortunes. He had once been the 4th young master of the Luo family, unlike Lingfeng, who frequently changed residences. However, with matters having come to this, he could only make do, even if he was not entirely satisfied. Upon entering the tent, Lingfeng collapsed into sleep, while Luo Fan felt no fatigue whatsoever. He sat cross-legged, entering a state of meditation. Lingfeng slyly opened his eyes a crack, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded in approval. In the stillness, Luo Fan closed his eyes, attuning to the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him. A refreshing sensation coursed through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian. Meanwhile, the black stone on his wrist continued to resonate, appearing to emanate boundless spiritual energy, which in turn accelerated the internal spiritual fluctuations. The spiritual energy within his dantian began to transcend the 5th level, moving towards the 6th. Luo Fan, like a meditative monk, completely lost himself in the environment, relishing the enveloping and nourishing essence of the spiritual energy. This session of cultivation persisted uninterrupted for 2 entire days, with Lingfeng refraining from disturbance. For a low-tier martial artist who had yet to advance as a spirit apprentice, maintaining such continuous practice was indeed remarkable, even during his previous long sessions. Luo Fan would feel hunger gnawing at him, often sneaking into the Luo residence's kitchen at night for leftover scraps. Luo Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling a surge of strength coursing through his arms, sensing that the spiritual energy within his dantian was approaching the 6th level. Not bad, young man. Lingfeng remarked with a smile. It's quite rare for an aspiring spiritual practitioner to endure 2 days of cultivation. Moreover, with the recent western winds, the spiritual energy from the sunset forest has drifted here, undoubtedly enhancing your progress. Upon seeing the cold cake in Lingfeng's hand, Luo Fan lunged forward like a famished wolf spotting a sheep, snatching it away and stuffing it into his mouth before Lingfeng could react. I'm starving. It's been 2 days, no wonder Lingfeng chuckled, shaking his head. The prodigal son of the Luo family can actually consume my cold cake? Luo Fan felt a bit embarrassed, but took another hearty bite, saying, Master, as long as it aids my cultivation, I care not for what I eat. Lingfeng nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. A warrior must never be swayed by material gain. The only focus should be on cultivation, with a singular goal of becoming stronger. Luo Fan's expression turned solemn. His master's words resonated deeply with him. Indeed, what did it matter if he defeated Luo Qianqiu? For the sake of his father in the heavenly realm, he must grow stronger, proving to him that his son is not a wastrel but a source of pride. For Moer, he must also become strong. One day, he would be her pillar of support. By the way, young man, Lingfeng continued, it's time for you to repay the favor for the wine. You've delayed for 2 days. Luo Fan scratched the back of his head, feigning confusion. Wine? What wine? Stop playing coy and get out of here. Ling Feng retorted. Chuckling, Luo Fan replied, I was just joking, haha. I'll head into the city right away to buy you some wine. Be cautious, don't let the Fei family see you. And remember to buy another bottle of fire sparrow water, as you've already used the last one. Luo Fan recalled his extravagant training last time. If he were to advance to a spiritual practitioner, he would indeed need another bottle of fire sparrow water. Fortunately, Emoer had paid for it. And he still had some funds left. Ling Feng added, when I refine soul crystals, I never concern myself with the quality of materials, just get the cheapest. With that, Ling Feng picked up a book and resumed his usual demeanor. As Luo Fan entered Nanka City, he felt a tinge of unfamiliarity. The place where he had grown up now seemed foreign to him. Instead of immediately purchasing the wine, he headed towards the Luo residence. Perhaps others were not worth his concern, but Zhang Emo was different. He needed to ensure she could find him. Outside the Luo residence stood 7 or 8 martial masters. A sight he had never encountered before. The guards held long weapons, seemingly poised for battle. Luo Fan thought it wiser not to enter through the main gate. If the Luo family intended to hand him over to the Fei family, it would be akin to a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Given the Luo family's current attitude towards him, such a betrayal was not out of the question. Thus, he decided to scale the wall from the back courtyard to reach Emoer's room directly, circumventing the main entrance of the Luo residence. Luo Fan took a longer route to the back, and with his near 6th level prowess, the 3-meter-high wall posed no challenge. With a leap and a grasp of the wall's edge, he vaulted himself into the Luo residence. If it were someone else, attempting to sneak into the courtyard would inevitably attract the attention of the martial artists within. However, Luo Fan, having lived here since childhood, was well acquainted with the safest routes. He took a winding path and arrived at a small garden, the place where Emoer often spent her time. Indeed, under the sunlight sat the young girl amidst the blossoms, her lovely countenance marred by a tinge of melancholy. Emoer. Zhang Emo turned her head upon seeing Luo Fan, momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile and rushing into his embrace. Brother Luo Fan, I missed you. I went to the city wall to look for you yesterday, but I couldn't find that tent. I thought you no longer wanted me. Seeing the tears welling up in Emoer's eyes, Luo Fan felt a pang in his heart. Silly girl, how could that be? Am I not here to see you? Zhang Emo slowly lifted her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her once bright eyes now glistening with moisture. Brother Luo Fan, I don't want to leave you. Luo Fan replied gently, I do not wish to part ways either. Emoer. Come, let us leave together. Zhang Emo nodded vigorously, tightening her grip on Luo Fan's hand. As they conversed, a young man entered the garden. Clad in a white robe, his handsome features exuding a sense of vigor. It was Luo Tianqua, the son of Luo Yangsheng, Luo Fan's uncle. At the age of 19, he had already reached the 2nd-tier spiritual apprentice level and was regarded as the future head of the Luo family. Brother, when did you return? Among the brothers, Luo Tianqua was the eldest and the only one who had not bullied Luo Fan after he lost his spiritual energy. Luo Tianqua replied, I returned after handling matters in Pingsheng yesterday. What are you doing here? The entire city is searching for you, and you dare to come back? Luo Fan bit his lip, unsure of how to respond. Luo Tianqua urged, we must leave quickly. My father and 2nd uncle have decided to expel you from the Luo family, and your 2nd uncle is looking for you, claiming he wishes to seek justice for Qian Chong and Luo Yin. Expelled from the family? But it was Luo Qian Chong and Luo Yin who bullied me first. This news struck Luo Fan like a bolt from the blue, and he hurried to explain. Luo Tianqua shook his head. You are no longer a member of the Luo family. Such matters are inconsequential now. Moreover, the Fei family is also seeking us for someone. Luo Fan pondered for a moment and sighed. It seems that the Luo family can no longer tolerate me. Brother, I hope you will keep the secret of my departure with Emoer. Upon hearing that Zhang Emo would also be leaving, Luo Tianqua hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Very well, let us go. As he watched the two leave through the back gate of the Luo residence, Luo Tianqua narrowed his eyes and murmured, Humph, if they do not leave, they will undoubtedly become a threat in the future. The Luo family is mine. Luo Tianqua was acutely aware of Luo Fan's talents. Having returned and learned that Luo Fan had rapidly cultivated to the 5th level of spiritual energy, he realized that in order to secure his position as the head of the Luo family, Luo Fan must depart. Yet, it was unfortunate that Luo Tianqua had harbored feelings for Zhang Emo since childhood, and now he was reluctantly sacrificing his own desires for the sake of his future status. Luo Fan led Zhang Emo away from the Luo family estate, taking quiet paths along the way. Brother Luo Fan, this time Tianquo brother is acting rather strangely. In what way is he strange? He has always been like this, Luo Fan replied. Found it rather peculiar that he urged us to leave in such haste. In any case, Brother Luo Fan should exercise caution in the future. Luo Fan nodded, feeling a sense of oddity as he listened to. Although his elder brother did not bully him like Luo Qianzhong and Luo Yin, his disdain was evidently palpable. Why today was he so concerned for Luo Fan? Perhaps his words held some truth. Throughout the journey, Luo Fan did not forget to purchase wine for Lingfeng. The price of a bottle of common liquor was quite modest, significantly different from the more expensive Huichia liquor, allowing him to acquire 2 large jugs for a single gold coin. Just as he was about to head to the Blue Water Chamber of Commerce to buy Huichia liquor, a few individuals appeared across the street, led by Fei Zhonghan. What a coincidence, the nemesis appears. Upon seeing Luo Fan, Fei Zhonghan approached him with a fierce demeanor, as if confronting an old adversary. Fei Zhonghan. Haven't you had enough of a beating in the past? Luo Fan retorted coldly. Fei Zhonghan glanced around instinctively, ensuring Lingfeng was not present, which provided him some relief. Luo Fan, today is your unlucky day. This is my senior brother, Chen Huan, a disciple of the Wind God sect. What can do about it? Zhong took a cursory glance at the tall figure behind Fei Zhonghan, clad in a black martial artist uniform, clearly surpassing the strength of a spirit apprentice, with a wind emblem emblazoned on the left side of his chest. Indeed, he was from the Wind God sect. Luo Fan also noticed the emblem. As the foremost sect in the Luxure Empire, the Wind God sect was not to be trifled with. However, the circumstances were different now. Either he strikes first or becomes the target. A silent understanding passed between the two as their gazes locked. Without uttering a single word, Luo Fan summoned his inner energy. His feet propelled forward as he charged at Fei Zhonghan. Caught off guard, Fei Zhonghan was struck heavily in the chest, stumbling backward. Yet, with his 6 levels of spiritual energy, he managed to maintain his footing, leaving deep imprints on the ground as he retaliated. As the two engaged in combat, Chen Huan, the Wind God sect disciple, frowned slightly and murmured, "Arrogant, daring to act in my presence." With a swift movement, he darted behind Luo Fan, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Suddenly, a delicate hand intervened, blocking his strike with surprising force. It was Zhong, her cold gaze fixed upon him. Chen Huan was taken aback. A spirit apprentice? Before he could fully comprehend, Zhong raised her fist, fingers spreading wide in the air, lunging toward Chen Huan's chest. Realizing the danger, Chen Huan instinctively sidestepped, attempting to grasp Zhong's fragile wrist. However, just as he was about to make contact, he felt the overwhelming force of her spiritual energy. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Zhong reached for Chen Huan's neck. "Such ruthless tactics, I cannot let you prevail," Chen Huan declared, drawing a silver sword from his waist that gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, emanating a palpable aura of menace. As the two engaged in a fierce struggle, Luo Fan felt overwhelmed by the powerful assault of Fei Zhonghan. In terms of speed and strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. After all, his opponent had already reached the 6th level of spiritual energy, while he still lagged behind. In battles of such proximity, even a half level of spiritual energy could become the decisive factor. After Fei Zhonghan delivered a heavy kick, he advanced with both fists aimed at Luo Fan. Luo Fan's eyes widened in alarm as he felt a surge of spiritual energy accumulating in his dantian. The energy flowed forth like a gushing spring, rushing towards his arms. Yet he chose not to retaliate. "Die, you squanderer of the Luo family." In a flash, an apparition appeared before Fei Zhonghan. Observing Luo Fan, who seemed both ethereal and corporeal, Fei Zhonghan hesitated to launch an attack, adopting a defensive posture instead. This alone demonstrated that Fei Zhonghan's combat experience vastly surpassed that of Luo Qianzhong. Suddenly, Luo Fan leapt into the air, creating a ghostly illusion that dazzled Fei Zhonghan, rendering him momentarily bewildered and causing his defense to falter. Clearly, this blend of offense and defense was an unexpected tactic for him. With a resounding thud, Luo Fan's fist struck Fei Zhonghan squarely on the face, compounded by the fact that Fei Zhonghan had already received a blow earlier. He now appeared on the brink of collapse. Luo Fan felt a surge of delight. This technique was indeed a precious skill, proving that defense could effectively transform into offense. "This is impossible, it cannot be," Fei Zhonghan muttered to himself, his vision blurred and nearly losing his balance. At that moment, Luo Fan soared once more, this time devoid of the illusion-s effect, revealing his agile form as he executed a side kick aimed at Fei Zhonghan's head. Several martial artists behind Fei Zhonghan stared in shock. Those at the third or fourth level of spiritual energy had no opportunity to intervene in such combat, relegated instead to mere spectators. The solid kick connected with Fei Zhong'an's temple, causing him to stagger back several steps before collapsing like a felled tree, limbs twitching slightly before falling still. Luo Fan had no time to ponder whether Fei Zhong'an was alive or dead. He turned and sprinted towards Zhang Yimou. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted as Luo Fan observed Zhang Yimou and Chun Huan locked in a fierce contest, the intensity of their combat rendering it difficult for him to approach. He felt a pang of anxiety, lamenting the vast disparity in their strengths. Collapse force, Chun Huan shouted, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly at his side. The invisible spiritual energy influenced the air around him, creating ripples akin to water's surface. Zhang Yimou regarded the air currents around his sword with cold indifference, remaining perfectly still, his light green robe swaying gently in the autumn breeze, exuding a faint fragrance. Suddenly, Chun Huan shifted his stance, unleashing a formidable power unique to spiritual apprentices, causing fallen leaves on the ground to swirl about him as his blade glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. A slight arc formed at the corner of Zhong Mo's mouth. A strong offensive attribute. Strong offensive attribute? This was Luo Fan's first encounter with attribute skills. He had only heard of them in passing. In the realm of spiritual warriors, one acquired attribute-infused spiritual energy only after advancing to the level of a spiritual apprentice. Attributes were classified into 5 elements: wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, with the strong offensive attribute being defined as fire, the most prevalent among the continent's strongest warriors. With a single strike, the crisp voice of Imoa rang out, her graceful figure instantly straightening beneath the sunlight, revealing a captivating silhouette. Zhang Yimou drew forth a shoulder strap from her shoulder, a pale green ribbon nearly 2 zhang in length, which danced through the air like a giant emerald python, lunging fiercely toward Chun Huan. Before he could close the distance, he felt a stinging pain akin to being struck by a whip, a long gash appearing on his arm, rendering half of his body immobile. In an instant, the green serpent surged forward, coiling tightly around his neck. A spirit user? Chun Huan could hardly believe that such a slender ribbon could inflict such grievous harm upon him. The only explanation was that this girl was indeed a spirit user, yet her delicate face, barely in her 20s, belied such power. Zhang Yimou swiftly positioned herself before Chun Huan, and as he neared the brink of unconsciousness from the constricting ribbon, she raised a hand and struck toward his chest. The dull thud resonated, yet only Chun Huan knew the extent of the agony coursing through him. Zhang Yimou coldly remarked, "Do you not recognize the attribute of critical strike spirit energy?" Chun Huan stood there in a daze, blood spilling from his mouth and staining his black martial artist garb, the emblem of the wind on his chest becoming soaked. He collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, staring vacantly ahead, devoid of life. Luo Fan stood in shock, grappling with the realization of Imoa's strength. It seemed she was not at all inferior to Ling Feng, barring the absence of manifest spirit energy. Meanwhile, the other martial artists from the Fei family had long since fled in despair, transforming the once bustling street into a desolate expanse, with only a handful of onlookers watching the battle from a distance. Zhang Yimou urged, "Brother Luo Fan, we must flee. These are people from the Wind God sect. If they catch up, we will be in grave danger." Nodding in agreement, Luo Fan grasped Zhong Mo's hand and sprinted towards the city gate, hoping that once they reached the outskirts, they would find relative safety. However, as they neared the gate, a booming voice echoed from behind, "Luo Fan, you little thief, stop. For the death of my son, Zhong'an, I shall take your life today." It was Fei Sin, that old scoundrel. "Run," Luo Fan urged as he spotted Fei Sun and an unfamiliar figure, pulling Zhong Yimou to hasten their escape. He knew that the stranger was a spirit user, recently having slain his son. Being captured would surely mean death. Yet, the unknown figure appeared to possess formidable strength, their crimson robe adorned with intricate patterns exuding an air of nobility. Luo Fan thought to himself that they had indeed encountered serious trouble, and their immediate objective was to reach Lingfeng as swiftly as possible. The guards, witnessing the two darting out of the city like a gust of wind, intended to intercept them but hesitated, merely watching as dark shadows sped away. "Brother Luo Fan, they're getting closer," Imoa glanced back, noting that Fei Sun and the stranger were now less than 100 meters away, threatening to catch up swiftly. Luo Fan glanced toward the forest by the tents, realizing they were still several hundred meters away, making it unlikely they would reach it in time. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "There is no other option. Ahead lies the sunset forest, where the trees are denser, offering better concealment. All right, Mo responded, tightening her grip on Luo Fan's hand. On the main road outside the city, four figures raced ahead, the distance closing rapidly, while a cloud of yellow dust billowed behind them, stirred by their frantic pace. As the arid yellow earth came to an end, it gave way to a stretch of red clay soil. Rovan tightly grasped Zhong Mo's hand and stepped into this muddy terrain. This must be the sunset forest, right? Rovan exclaimed, panting heavily. It should be, Brother Rovan. Let's head into the woods on either side. Zhong Mo pointed towards the dense thicket. The sunset forest spans across two great empires on the spirit martial continent. Vast and boundless, suffused with abundant spiritual energy. Those beneath the level of spirit disciples find it nearly impossible to withstand the spiritual influx here. Even those who attain the spirit disciple rank can only cultivate at the forest periphery. Rovan felt the surge of spiritual energy overwhelming his capacity and said, Emor, I am struggling to breathe. Zhang Mo noticed beads of sweat forming on her cheeks and replied, Brother Rovan, we can't venture further. Our cultivation levels simply cannot withstand the energies of this forest. Turning back, Rovan realized he could no longer see their pursuers, yet he sensed their presence nearby, so close that, were it not for the dense foliage, they would have surely been ensnared like fish on a chopping block. All right, let us find a large tree or a boulder to take shelter. Rovan's breath was becoming increasingly labored, making speech a challenge. Within the thicket, the two struggled to traverse a mere dozen meters before spotting an ancient tree that could be embraced by 5 people. Zhong Mo supported Rovan as he sat beneath the tree, her worried gaze fixed on him as she gently stroked his chest to help him stabilize his breath. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, each step crunching on the brittle, yellowed leaves, producing an unnerving crackling sound. How could they have vanished? I distinctly saw them running this way. An elderly voice, that of Fei Sun, reached their ears. Mo held her breath, yet continued to assist Rovan in calming his breaths. A figure in a crimson robe beside her scoffed, They can't have gone far. I will not allow the murderer of my Fengshen sect disciple to escape my grasp. Elder Shin, that lad killed my son, Zhongyan. He must not be allowed to live. I will ensure they are all killed. Fei Sun's voice was tinged with a near-hysterical fury, his child slain at Rovan's hands. How could he not harbor a deep-seated hatred? Elder Shun, the third elder of the Fengshen sect, Shen Yin, possessed the rank of a fourth-tier spirit master, while not the most formidable within the sect. His status as a third-tier alchemist granted him considerable influence. Shen Yin disregarded Fei Sun's frenzied outburst, stroking his mustache thoughtfully, and squinting, he remarked, impossible. Their strength is such that they can barely linger at the outer edge of the sunset forest. If they ventured deeper, it would be tantamount to seeking death. They must be nearby. As he spoke, Shen Yin abruptly turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on the ancient tree. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, each crunch of the withered leaves piercing Amor's heart like a dagger as she gazed sorrowfully at the nearly unconscious Rovan, tears streaming down her cheeks. Slowly, Shen Yin drew a sword from his waist, pointing it towards the ground as he advanced. The sound of the blade scraping against the earth evoking a chilling sense of dread. Suddenly, a female figure leaped out from behind the tree, shouting, I will not allow you to harm Brother Rovan. The young girl's resolute gaze and her nearly trembling arms exhibited a surge of spiritual energy that even influenced the flow of air around her. Heh, little girl. Did you kill my disciple? Shen Yin gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. At this moment, Fei Sun rushed forward, seeking Luo Fan behind the tree. I will kill you all. A gust of wind swept through, causing all three to struggle to maintain their footing. If it weren't for Zhong Mo leaning against the ancient tree, she might have been blown several meters away. Suddenly, a figure clad in azure emerged from the depths of the forest, propelling itself forward with a fierce momentum, its eyes, shrouded in murderous intent, fixed intently on Fei Sun and Shen Yin. Those who harm my domain as saintess shall perish. Who dares to play tricks? Fei Sun shouted madly at the azure figure. Shen Yin sensed the gravity of the situation and exclaimed, This is bad. It is a formidable opponent, at least at the spirit master level. We must flee. We can seek vengeance on the Luo family another day. Fei Sun seemed to awaken from a trance at these words. How many spirit masters could there be in Nanka City, or even the entire Lushur Empire? He quickly regained his composure, nodded, and both turned to sprint at full speed towards the edge of the forest. As the azure-clad figure landed, it noticed the two fleeing but made no attempt to pursue. Instead, it approached Zhong Mo, knelt on one knee, and clasped its fists. Saintess, you have been frightened. Zhang Imo held back her tears, managing a faint smile. Elder Shi, I am grateful for your timely arrival. Elder Shi reassured her. Do not fear. The great Shi Dahai has always been by your side. The domain lord has instructed that I must remain hidden until your life is in peril. Zhang Imo nodded, acknowledging, I understand. I appreciate your help regarding the appearance of that man in black last time. It is my duty, Saintess. Do not feel indebted, Elder Shi replied. Zhang Imo then turned to Luo Fan, gently tidying the disheveled hair on his handsome face, and smiled softly, feeling a sense of relief. Elder Shi, thank you. I must leave with Brother Luo Fan now. A hint of reluctance crossed Elder Shi's face. Saintess, I have come with an important matter to discuss. The domain lord has commanded me to escort you away from Nanka City. Leave Nanka City? Yes, perhaps even depart from the Lushur Empire. Years ago, the domain lord entrusted you to the Luo family to shield you from the turmoil of war, but now your identity has been revealed to certain individuals. And I must take you away. Must I part from Brother Luo Fan? Elder Shi lowered his head and sighed. Unfortunately, yes. Upon hearing this, tears that had been held back for so long finally fell silently, her beautiful eyes gently closing as two more tears trickled down, her long eyelashes mingling with the tears, painting a picture of profound reluctance within her heart. Elder Shi, Brother Luo Fan has nowhere else to go. We cannot send him back to the Luo family. Imoer knelt on the ground, crying helplessly. She understood that she could not defy her father's wishes, yet she truly did not want to leave Luo Fan. The conflicting emotions and entanglements within her were beyond the comprehension of others. Elder Shi stated, Saintess, it is the domain lord's command, and I am powerless to change it. However, I know that the fourth young master of the Luo family has a friend who originally resided in a tent in the city, but later moved to the outskirts with the fourth young master. A tent? Zhang Imo appeared to recall something, presumably her brother Luo Fan's alchemist friend. Elder Shi, do you recognize the location of the tent? Indeed. Let us proceed at once. I shall carry young Master Luo. With that, Elder Shi hoisted Luo Fan onto his back. Luo Fan's breath had grown faint, and Elder Shi remarked, Saintess, we must hasten our departure from the setting sun forest. Young Master Luo lacks the strength to linger here much longer. Zhang Imo nodded, and the two dashed out of the setting sun forest, making their way toward the tent nestled within the dense woods on the outskirts of the city. Upon seeing the unconscious Luo Fan, Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Imo recounted the events to him, omitting her own whereabouts. She knelt beside Luo Fan, gazing at his handsome visage, her heart heavy with sorrow. Leaning close to his ear, she wept softly, Brother Luo Fan, I must leave this place. You must come find me. Do not inquire of others about my whereabouts. You must focus on your training, grow stronger, and ascend to the realms of Spirit Scholar, Spirit Adept, and Spirit King, or even higher. In due time, you will know where I am waiting for you. At that moment, you will be my pillar of support. After speaking, Zhang Imo slipped a ring onto Luo Fan's finger. His brow furrowed momentarily, and his breathing quickened, only to succumb once more to a state of unconsciousness. Rising to wipe away her tears, she addressed Lingfeng, Sir, I entrust Brother Luo Fan to your care. I am eternally grateful. With that, Zhang Imo knelt before Lingfeng, weeping bitterly. Lingfeng and Elder Shi hurried to support her, with Lingfeng reassuring her, Do not worry, young lady. Luo Fan holds deep feelings for you, and you reciprocate those sentiments. I shall do my utmost to protect him. Zhang Imo smiled through her sorrowful farewell to Lingfeng, but her heart felt as though it were being wrenched apart. She cast one last glance at the slumbering Luo Fan, shedding a final tear before departing the tent and leaving the outskirts of Nanka City. In her heart, she whispered one last plea, Brother Luo Fan, you must grow stronger. I will be waiting for you. Lingfeng watched as Elder Shi and Zhang Imo vanished from sight, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, why is it that those who harbor mutual affection never seem to be together? I once faced the same fate, and so do these young ones. He glanced at Luo Fan and murmured, Young man, you must dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Do not let this young lady's devotion go to waste. The following morning, the autumn breeze seemed to chill even further. Only a few resilient morning birds remained in Nanka City, chirping incessantly on the bare branches stripped of their leaves. No, Imoer. Do not go. Do not leave. With that final cry, Luo Fan bolted upright, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, as if he had slept for an eternity, utterly exhausted. He glanced around, sensing a void in his memory. He could only recall running into the setting sun forest with Imoer, after which everything became a blur. Master, how did I end up here? Lingfeng, still ensconced in the corner with a book, remarked upon Luo Fan's awakening. It was that girl named Zhong who brought you here. She rescued you, and then departed. Although Luo Fan could not recall how he arrived here. The words of Mo Air suddenly echoed in his ears. Brother Luo Fan, you must come find me. You must become stronger. Had Mo Air departed? Had she left Nanka City? No, that was but an illusion. How could Mo Air leave? Ling Feng spoke. It is not an illusion. That girl did not mention where she was going. She simply left. A warmth spread across Luo Fan's cheeks as tears streamed down. He was momentarily at a loss. He had never anticipated a separation from Mo Air, and he was utterly unaware of her whereabouts. Become stronger? Luo Fan contemplated Mo Air's words. It seemed he heard them in a dream, yet they felt so unreal. Become stronger, and in due time, you shall know where Mo Air is. She will patiently await you, Brother Luo Fan. Indeed, I must become stronger. I must become stronger. I will seek Mo Air. I will undoubtedly find her. Ling Feng pressed his lips together, a touch of bitterness in his heart, unsure of what to say. Luo Fan assessed his own meridians and dantian. He had reached the 6th level of spiritual energy. While that was indeed a commendable achievement, it was still a far cry from true strength. Master, I wish to enter the Spirit Hall. Between the Luxor Empire and the Qinyang Empire lies an entity known as the Spirit Hall, which boasts a history of several centuries and has maintained neutrality towards all factions for those centuries. Disciples of the Spirit Hall are scattered throughout the continent, almost all being formidable warriors. In the Lingwu continent, who does not know of the Spirit Hall? It stands proudly in the northeast of the continent, recruiting only the most exceptional talents each year. In the past, Luo Fan would not have been so resolute, yet at this moment, he felt he had no other choice. I must become stronger. I must go to the Spirit Hall. Ling Feng smiled with a hint of approval. It is commendable to have such aspirations. But the Spirit Hall is unlike any other sect. Admission to the Spirit Hall requires passing through numerous assessments. Only truly powerful youths may enter. Luo Fan clenched his fists tightly. I fear not. As long as I can find Mo Air, I will endeavor to do so. Ling Feng nodded. Good. Then from this moment forth, dedicate yourself entirely to your training. Do not allow distractions to cloud your mind. Only by becoming a spirit disciple will you have a chance at entering the Spirit Hall. As he spoke, a glimmer of weariness and melancholy flickered in Ling Feng's gaze, as if reminiscences of the Spirit Hall stirred within him. Master, what troubles you? Luo Fan inquired. Ling Feng pursed his lips and replied, It is nothing. But becoming strong is not an endeavor that can be achieved in a day. One must adjust their mindset and not rush. Otherwise, one risks being harmed by spiritual energy. I understand, Master. With that, Luo Fan lifted his hand to examine the black stone he held, only to discover a silver ring adorning his ring finger, set with a deep red gemstone that gleamed with brilliance and clarity. Luo Fan remained silent. He had seen Mo Air wearing this ring. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled softly to himself. Mo Air, wait for me. In the days that followed, Luo Fan did not leave the outskirts of the city. Ling Feng chose a dense forest nearest to the Sunset Forest for him, a place where the sparse spiritual energy in the air would aid in his cultivation without the risk of being overwhelmed by the forest's potent spiritual energy. The frigid autumn wind caressed his face, and the yellow leaves danced through the air like sharp blades, leaving crimson streaks upon his skin, with a few drops of blood trickling down. Yet, Luo Fan kept his eyes shut, savoring the exhilarating clash of spiritual energy within him and the surrounding atmosphere. As his meridians gradually grew more resilient, and the energy in his dantian began to swell, suddenly, Luo Fan furrowed his brow, his ears twitching slightly, as if some unusual movement had caught his attention. It couldn't be his master. He was inside the tent, engrossed in his reading. Opening his eyes, he felt no discomfort as the sunlight pierced through, and his gaze fixed intently on the tall grass nearby. The wind rustled through the blades, revealing a ferocious beast crouched low, seemingly gnawing on the carcass of some unfortunate animal. Occasionally, it lifted its head to survey its surroundings, its blood-red eyes evoking terror. And thick, sticky blood dripped from the corners of its mouth, exhaling white mist. The moment their gazes locked, the creature's fur bristled, and it glowered at Luo Fan with a menacing glare, emitting a deep, guttural growl, its fangs bared, still smeared with flesh. Luo Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Beast, why not remain in the forest? Instead, you dare come here to challenge me. Rising slowly, he approached the thicket with steady steps. The beast, sensing his intent, transformed its low growl into a roar. It was undeniable that the creature aimed to intimidate its adversary. It possessed intelligence, capable of discerning that Luo Fan was a warrior of comparable prowess. With a gaze increasingly filled with murderous intent, Luo Fan advanced deliberately, murmuring, "Fear not, little beast." Slaying the creature would not only enhance his combat experience, but also present a chance to acquire a beast's soul upon its demise. The beast's soul served as a material for refining spirit elixirs, and could be consumed by warriors to refine their spiritual energy. The longer a beast cultivated, the purer its energy became. In confrontations between warriors of the same level, the purity and intensity of their energy often determined the victor. After several days of training, supplemented by the abundant spiritual energy of the setting sun forest, Luo Fan's strength had surpassed the halfway mark of the 7th layer of energy, and he could sense that the beast before him was merely at the 7th layer. He felt fully confident in facing it. As he approached within a dozen meters, he halted, locking eyes with the beast, which regarded him with a predatory stare, showing no sign of fear. After a moment of intense eye contact, Luo Fan suddenly furrowed his brows, channeling his energy to its utmost limit. His hands gathered nearly all the energy from his dantian. With a swift motion, he leaped forward into the grass, the force of his charge stirring a gust of wind that sent the tall grass tumbling. The beast, taken aback by Luo Fan's sudden advance, hesitated for a moment, but soon revealed its ferocity. It planted its forelegs firmly on the ground and, with a powerful push, launched its sizable body into the air. As its sharp claws lunged toward him, Luo Fan raised his leg and lightly tapped the beast's furry abdomen, propelling himself backward while simultaneously coiling his fist for a strike, poised to deliver a decisive blow at the opportune moment. Yet, the beast, being an exceptionally intelligent creature, discerned Luo Fan's intentions. As it landed, it sprang upward once more, charging directly at his height. With remarkable speed, Luo Fan felt an excruciating pain in his chest as the beast's 5 sharp claws pierced deeply, tearing flesh and fabric alike as it descended. Beast! Luo Fan gritted his teeth and swung his fist, the force of his energy palpable in the air, distorting the very atmosphere between him and the creature. With a resounding thud, he struck despite the agony, catching the beast off guard. The blow landed squarely on its jaw, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones. Luo Fan's eyes brimmed with crimson fury, as if driven to madness. As the creature collapsed, he surged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon its head. Only when utterly exhausted, breathless, and unable to move, did he slump to the ground, gazing at the mangled carcass of the beast and the remnants of its prey. A wave of nausea washing over him. Suddenly, he sensed a tremendous disturbance, a movement from the beasts, singular yet exponentially more formidable than the creature before him. Fear gripped Luo Fan as he turned toward the source of the commotion, where a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the setting sun-drenched forest, gradually revealing a colossal form within his line of sight. Rovan felt the sweat on his body instantly turn cold. This colossal creature was a force he could not comprehend. Its massive form clearly surpassed his own strength by a significant margin. Its appearance was nearly identical to the beast he had just vanquished, yet it was at least 2 or 3 times larger. Rovan swallowed hard, not daring to wipe away the beads of sweat that were about to drip from his brow. He thought to himself, "It seems misfortune is upon me. Just moments ago, he might have had a chance to flee from this behemoth, but now he was utterly exhausted, struggling even to stand. Would Rovan become the morning tea of this beast?" Suddenly, the creature erupted in fury, letting out a deafening roar. Its eyes, once resembling rubies, now shone even brighter, akin to a pool of clear blood. As sunlight glinted off them, the light appeared like a sharp dagger, glistening in its gaze. "My goodness!" Rovan, mustering the last vestiges of his strength, sprang to his feet and turned to flee. Yet, almost simultaneously, he felt a powerful force surging behind him. Turning to look, he saw the beast leap into the air, its shadow engulfing him entirely. Whoosh! Rovan barely had time to register the dark shape that flashed before him, followed by a powerful gust of wind. "Master?" Rovan could hardly believe his eyes. Lingwu had arrived. No doubt about it. His master was indeed here, and it was effective. As Lingwu charged forward, his gaze fixated on the beast, the murderous intent in his eyes momentarily paralyzed the creature. The once menacing giant faltered, its fierce expression twisting in uncertainty. "You, reckless one, have summoned the Blood-Eyed Wolf King." The Blood-Eyed Wolf King? Rovan, observing the creature's grayish-white fur and blood-red eyes, realized this was indeed the beast in question. Lingwu pushed forward with one hand, a translucent yet intricate flow of spiritual energy streaming from his arm to his palm. At the moment of release, the energy shot forth like an arrow towards the Blood-Eyed Wolf King. The beast, possessing a degree of intelligence and recognizing its opponent's formidable strength. Instinctively leaped sideways to evade the attack, letting out a thunderous roar that shook the entire outskirts of the city. Having successfully dodged, the Wolf King swiftly turned to flee, aware that its power was no match for Ling Feng's. But at that very instant, Ling Feng's brows furrowed tightly. He drew forth a broadsword radiating with a white light from his storage ring and, with swift steps through the air, closed the distance to the beast. Gripping the broadsword with both hands, Ling Feng raised it high, the spiraling energy visible along the blade. With a powerful strike aimed at the Wolf King's head, a cascade of blood and brain matter erupted in an instant, resembling a burst of blooming peach blossoms. The acrid scent of blood and decay filled the air, almost making Rovan gag, and several droplets splattered onto him, intensifying his nausea. As Ling Feng landed, he cast an admonishing glance at Rovan. Had I arrived a moment later, you would surely have been devoured by this beast. Rovan awkwardly grinned and asked, Master, what kind of creature is this? The Crimson-Eyed Wolf King, it seems, possesses the formidable strength characteristic of a late-stage spirit disciple with at least 80 years of cultivation. 80 years. Luo Fan couldn't help but marvel. A beast that has cultivated for such a long period, even at the spirit disciple level, would undoubtedly have a solid foundation of power. If Master were to arrive late, it would be a miracle for me to survive. Just as the two were conversing, the corpse of the Crimson-Eyed Wolf King began to stir. Its matted, filthy fur quivered slightly, as if something were writhing within its abdomen. Master, look. Ling Feng turned to gaze in astonishment. What luck! There's a beast soul. A beast soul? The head of the Crimson-Eyed Wolf King was completely shattered, and from the broken neck emanated a faint blue light, with the writhing sensation drawing ever closer to the neck. As the blue light intensified, resembling the color of the sea, a luminous sphere gradually detached from the body of the Crimson-Eyed Wolf King, ascending slowly in the air. Bathed in sunlight, it shimmered with a translucent beauty, utterly enchanting. This is the beast soul. Luo Fan stared in disbelief at the glowing orb. Ling Feng dashed forward, retrieving a small cloth pouch from his storage ring, swiftly placing the orb inside before gently caressing the surface of the pouch. After a moment, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Alas, what a pity. Luo Fan, puzzled, inquired, what is so regrettable? Ling Feng replied, this is actually a 97-year-old beast soul. I had previously underestimated its age. Does that mean this creature cultivated for 97 years? Luo Fan asked. Indeed. A martial artist at the spirit disciple level can consume beast souls with a maximum age of 99 years. This 97-year-old beast soul is already exceptional. But regrettably, its attributes are rather poor. What kind of attributes? Control. Once martial artists ascend to the spirit disciple level, their spiritual energy possesses attributes: wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, which represent speed, critical strike, control, strong attack, and defense, respectively. Among these, strong attack is the most prevalent, followed by critical strike, defense, speed, and finally control. Luo Fan shrugged and chuckled. So you mean this beast's soul, despite its age, has the most inferior attributes? Ling Feng nodded. One could say that. Any attribute other than control can yield powerful individuals. Even if they are not strong attackers, many possess considerable strength. However, those with control attributes find their spiritual energy lacking, rendering both offense and defense feeble. In battle, they may even be defeated before unleashing their spiritual techniques. Luo Fan shook his head. That sounds pathetically weak. What is the point of keeping it? Let us discard it. Ling Feng chuckled darkly. Let us hold on to it for now. What if you turn out to possess control attributes in the future? Luo Fan widened his eyes, speaking earnestly. Master, please don't speak such omens. Ling Feng threw his head back in laughter. I'm merely jesting. Look at how frightened you are. Control attributes are not only weak, but also exceedingly rare. It's not so easy to attain them. Most who ascend to the spirit disciple level and gain control attributes abandon the path of martial arts altogether. Nonetheless, this tier of beast soul can be used as a refining material for spirit pills, aiding you in your ascension to spirit disciple in the future. Luo Fan remarked, Master, the last time I tried to buy fire sparrow water, I encountered Fei Zhong'an and failed to make the purchase. It will surely be difficult to enter the city now. What should we do? With a chuckle, the merchant guild of the Lucy Empire is not solely found in the city of Nankou, my dear apprentice. Once you have cultivated your spiritual energy to the 8th level, We shall proceed to the headquarters of the Lianshui Merchant Guild in Pingcheng to prepare for your ascension to the rank of spiritualist. Pingcheng? A place that has long captivated Luo Fan's imagination, the largest city in the Lucy Empire, its prosperity unmatched by that of Nangqiu. And it is home to a greater number of advanced warriors. Enough with the inquiries. Focus on your training, and do refrain from provoking any demonic beasts. By the way, how many gold coins do you have on you? Upon hearing this, Luo Fan immediately recognized the old drunkard's cravings had resurfaced. 10 gold coins. But that is merely to purchase fire sparrow water. You should try to temper your thirst for alcohol. Humph, look at how miserly you are. It's just a few jugs of wine. I could easily sell a low-tier elixir for over 100 gold coins. Luo Fan rolled his eyes, and then a thought crossed his mind. Master, are alchemists particularly wealthy? Upon seeing Luo Fan's avaricious gaze, Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Not at all. They are all quite impoverished. Now, focus on your training while I return to the tent for a bit of rest. With that, Ling Feng turned to leave, and Luo Fan shook his head in exasperation. What a miser. You never even mentioned teaching me alchemy upon reaching the 7th level of spiritual energy. Luo Fan finally understood the arduous nature of cultivation. The once frequent minor breakthroughs he experienced had vanished entirely. After 3 days of relentless training, his spiritual energy had barely improved. And it wasn't until the 14th day that he painstakingly ascended to the 8th level. Luo Fan recounted his struggles to Ling Feng, who responded with an air of indifference. This is nothing to be surprised about. The path of cultivation invariably grows more arduous with each advancement, and talent plays a significant role as well. Are you implying that my talent is lacking? Luo Fan retorted, a defiant expression on his face. Ling Feng replied, The greatest fear during cultivation is encountering a bottleneck. For a warrior, breaking through such a barrier is a lifelong endeavor, yet not everyone is capable of achieving it. A breakthrough often signifies a period of rapid enhancement, which is why many hope to avoid bottlenecks or encounter them as early as possible. Are you suggesting I have hit a bottleneck? Isn't that a bit premature? Ling Feng chuckled softly. That is of little consequence. It is simply time for you to prepare for your ascension to the rank of spiritual apprentice. What must I do? You will require fire sparrow water soul crystal and a first-tier beast soul. Naturally, if you intend to become a control-type warrior in the future, you will need an additional beast soul. Having said this, Ling Feng covered his mouth, evidently amused by his disciples' reactions. Luo Fan shrugged. Humph. If I am to become a control-type warrior, I shall certainly be one that instills fear. Ling Feng nodded with approval. That's the spirit. Pack up the tent. We are headed to Pingcheng. When we arrive at the Lianshui Merchant Guild, your eyes will be opened to a new world. Luo Fan had only heard of the Lianshui Merchant Guild, the largest in the Lucy Empire, renowned for not only consigning a variety of rare treasures but also for hosting regular auctions for exceedingly rare artifacts. After tidying their simple abode, the two set forth on their journey to Pingcheng. To avoid Nangqiu, they took a winding mountain path, walking for 6 full days before reaching the outskirts of Pingcheng. Throughout the journey, Luo Fan devoted much of his rest time to cultivation. Although his progress at the 8th level was minimal, his strength had nevertheless increased somewhat. Upon reaching the grand gates of Pingcheng, Luo Fan marveled at their magnificence and solemnity. The gray gates towered over 20 meters high, flanked by crimson pillars, with imposing martial artists standing guard on either side. Even the sentinels were cultivators of the 7th tier or above, truly befitting a great city. The bustling sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the laughter of youthful boys and girls filled the air, and Luo Fan felt a long-lost sense of liveliness. He had been living on the outskirts of Nangqiu City for an indeterminate time, almost forgetting the vibrancy of such an atmosphere. The buildings lining the streets and the bluestone pathways were incomparable to those of Nangqiu City. Even the entertainment districts were exuberant. A woman in her 40s waved a handkerchief, unabashedly beckoning patrons to join her in merriment by the roadside. While Luo Fan himself remained unfazed, he couldn't help but glance at Ling Feng, noticing a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Master, do you find those older women appealing? Luo Fan chuckled inwardly, realizing that his master, having been cooped up in a tent for so long, was finally seeing a woman. Ling Feng shot him a fierce glare. Nonsense. I am merely admiring the architectural beauty of Pingcheng. It is truly splendid. Yet, as he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the ladies frolicking on the 2nd floor of the establishment. In the heart of Pingcheng stood a grand edifice, its imposing entrance and 3-story interior drawing the eye. Golden plaques adorned the gilded stone columns, proclaiming the presence of the Blue Water Commerce Guild. In comparison, The blue water branch in Nanka City paled significantly. As Luo Fan and his companion approached, two guards at the entrance took notice. One stepped forward, blocking their path. Halt. Do you even realize where you are? Luo Fan, perplexed, replied, Is this not the Blue Water Commerce Guild? We wish to make a purchase. The guard widened his eyes in disbelief and laughed. Purchase? Huh. The market is to the west of the city. Go there. Furrowing his brow, Luo Fan retorted. I am here to buy fire sparrow water. Fire sparrow water? Do you know its worth? You don't even seem to be worth a gold coin yourself. Looking down at his attire, he realized that after days of cultivation, his once noble robe had become tattered, resembling that of a beggar, and he appeared even less presentable than Lingwu at that moment. Must I wear gold and jewels to buy a simple bottle of fire sparrow water? Step aside. The guard shook his head slightly, feigning ignorance and refusing to budge. Growing impatient, Luo Fan summoned his inner energy, and with a swift movement, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the guard's abdomen. The blow sent the guard stumbling back several steps, crashing into the towering red gates of the Commerce Guild, which swung open upon impact. Assaulting someone. How dare you cause a ruckus at the Blue Water Commerce Guild without considering your own strength? Shouted the second guard as he rushed forward. Undeterred, Luo Fan prepared to retaliate when a woman's voice resonated from within the gates. Who dares to disturb my guild? Are you not afraid of death? As her words lingered in the air, a lavishly dressed woman emerged from the entrance, appearing to be in her 20s. Her captivating azure eyes sparkled with life, framed by elegantly arched brows that accentuated her delicate features. Beneath her charming nose, her lips parted slightly, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Luo Fan, once a young master, could hardly endure the disdainful demeanor of the guards, regardless of the woman's celestial beauty, which stirred no feelings of affection within him. He raised his head and remarked, Humph, it is not I who am causing a disturbance, but rather your merchant association's incompetence. This guard's narrow-mindedness prevents me from entering to purchase fire sparrow water. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing Luo Fan with a maturity and wisdom beyond her years, and then suddenly smiled, a smile as enchanting as a gentle spring breeze. Are you not the fourth young master of the Luo family from Nanching, Luo Fan? Luo Fan was taken aback. Could it be that he had been recognized upon arriving in Pingcheng? Was the Fei family or the Fengshan sect already tracking him down? However, he quickly reconsidered. The Blue Water Merchant Association's avarice was no less than that of other sects, yet they refrained from engaging in conflicts, certainly not seeking out enemies for the Fengshan sect. Noticing Luo Fan's silence, the woman covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Fourth young master, do not misunderstand. My name is Yin Yajin. I am an old acquaintance of Mr. Luo Lai, and I mean no harm. You know my father? Luo Fan felt a sense of relief. In the past, his father had traveled extensively, earning considerable respect among martial artists and becoming a household name in the business world. It was plausible that the beautiful woman before him, Yin Yajin, truly knew his father. Yin Yajin nodded. Indeed, Mr. Luo Lai had significant dealings with our merchant association, and he was present at the last spiritual pill conference. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan grew excited and stepped forward. Sister Yajin, how did my father die? A fleeting shadow of regret crossed Yin Yajin's face. I am afraid I do not know. It is said that after leaving the merchant association, Mr. Luo met his fate on the road back to Nanching. Luo Fan fell into a long silence, exhaling deeply. Sister Yajun, today. Yin Yajun smiled gently, exuding an air of grace. It is of no concern. Mr. Luo Lai often praised your understanding and intelligence. I trust his judgment and thus trust you. It must simply be that these two guards, with their narrow perspectives, do not recognize greatness. As she spoke, Yin Yajun cast a fierce glare at the two guards, who lowered their heads in silence, unable to fathom the intensity of such a charming visage. Luo Fan, disinterested in the guards, stated, Sister Yajun, I wish to buy a bottle of fire sparrow water. Yin Yajun furrowed her brows slightly, gazing at Luo Fan with disbelief. Fire sparrow water? But I heard from Mr. Luo that you. Luo Fan interjected with a smile, Sister Yajun, I am now capable of cultivation. I have come today in search of materials for refining the ascending spiritual pill. Yin Yajun was momentarily stunned. He had progressed to the point of nearly advancing to a spiritual apprentice, demonstrating remarkable determination. Yet, at such a level, he could not possibly be an alchemist. Why would he seek materials for refining the ascending spiritual pill? Her gaze then shifted to the man beside Luo Fan. Lingwu appeared languid, his eyes half closed. Yet the aura of nobility emanating from him was undeniable, marking him as no ordinary individual. Yin Yajun said nothing further. leading Luo Fan and his companion into the Blue Water Merchant Association. Upon entering the Chamber of Commerce, Luo Fan was taken aback. He had anticipated a serene and elegant atmosphere in this seemingly noble establishment, perhaps even more tranquil than the Blue Water branch. To his surprise, it was bustling with activity, bordering on cacophony. Noticing Luo Fan's expression, Yin Yajun chuckled. "Mr. Luo, this is the outer hall of my chamber, primarily selling low-grade elixirs and materials. While the inner hall showcases rare materials and finished elixirs of the 4th tier and above." Luo Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had yet to reach even the 1st tier, thus categorizing himself as one of the low-grade individuals Yin Yajun mentioned. Ling Feng remained silent, casually trailing behind Luo Fan with an unwavering gaze that set him apart from others, deepening Yin Yajun's intrigue regarding this enigmatic man. As they proceeded, Yin Yajun accompanied Luo Fan, drawing the attention of numerous men, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, and a few even exhibiting hostile glances. It was indeed rare to witness such a stunning woman devotedly accompanying a seemingly naive young man. Elder Yin! Elder Yin! Several martial artists and stewards from the chamber greeted Yin Yajun with utmost respect, to which he responded with gracious smiles and nods, displaying remarkable composure. Elder? Luo Fan and Ling Feng exchanged glances, realizing that this young woman held the esteemed title of elder within the chamber, an impressive position for one so youthful. Yin Yajun led them to the materials cabinet, where Luo Fan and Ling Feng exchanged a few whispered words before approaching the wine cabinet. Luo Fan selected a bottle of pale red fire sparrow water, which visibly lacked purity, categorizing it as inferior quality. Yin Yajun, intrigued, inquired, "Mr. Luo, are you perhaps short on gold coins? Why else would you choose such a low-quality item?" Luo Fan smiled without replying. But Yin Yajun's keen intellect soon surmised that the man beside Luo Fan must be a skilled alchemist, possessing remarkable refining techniques. Otherwise, Luo Fan would not have selected such a subpar fire sparrow water. As a part of the Blue Water Chamber, its existence revolved around commerce and profit. In the spirit martial continent, who was unaware of the elevated status of alchemists, Yin Yajun naturally would not underestimate such a low-profile individual. After acquiring the inferior fire sparrow water, a middle-aged man hurried over. Luo Fan asked, "Excuse me, how much for this fire sparrow water?" The middle-aged man replied, "Sir, this bottle is 50 gold coins." 50. Luo Fan exclaimed, incredulous. This was an outrageous price. A bottle of significantly higher quality fire sparrow water in South Chu City was only 30 gold coins. How could it be that in Peng City, gold seemed utterly devalued? Reluctantly, he said, that's rather expensive. Can it be a bit cheaper?" He, being the young master, had never haggled before and felt his face flush with embarrassment. The middle-aged man appeared troubled, but before he could respond, Yin Yajun stepped closer with a smile, saying, "Steward Feng, this bottle is on me. Please give it to this gentleman." "Very well, Elder Yin. I shall record it immediately." With that, the middle-aged man hurried off toward the inner hall. "Yajun, I can't possibly accept this." Although he voiced such sentiments, Luo Fan felt elated within. Realizing he had encountered a benefactor, how delightful it was indeed. Yin Yajun smiled gently and remarked, "The 4th young master is truly too courteous. Throughout my life, I have held few in high regard, and your esteemed father is one of them. Today, purchasing a bottle of fire sparrow water is but a trivial matter." Observing their conversation, Ling Feng could not help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed fortunate in matters of romance. Having bid farewell to a girl surnamed Zhang, he now found himself in the company of a beauty of unparalleled grace. This lad was truly blessed with fortune. At that moment, a man with a grim expression strode into the outer hall, making a beeline for Yin Yajun, pushing aside anyone who crossed his path. With a countenance filled with menace, it was evident that he was no benign character. "Quick, step aside. The young lord of the Wang residence has arrived," murmured the onlookers, their voices tinged with fear as they dared not speak too loudly. "You little wretch, keep your distance from Yajun, or I shall smash your head," the man bellowed, pointing at Luo Fan from afar, and the once boisterous outer hall fell into an abrupt silence. Rovin gazed at the man before him, a stranger with a youthful complexion marred by stubble, a face he had never encountered before. Yet, why did he approach with such venomous words? Having heard the term little beast far too often in Nanka City, Rovin gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. To be insulted from Nanka City all the way to Ping City, I can endure no longer." With that, he stepped forward. But Yin Yajun grasped his hand and shook her head, imploring, "4th young master, Do not provoke him. That man is Ing Bowen, the young lord of the Ping City royal residence. It would be unwise to engage. Royal residence? So what? This fellow is nothing but a mad dog, barking at me. Rovan retorted. Yin Yajin whispered, he is infatuated with me. Although I have no interest in him, I do not wish to incite the royal residence's wrath. For the sake of the Blue Water Merchant Association, I have always treated him with indifference. He is simply throwing a tantrum, and I hope the fourth young master will not stoop to his level. A tantrum? This man appears to be in his 30s. Rovan replied, glancing at Lingwu, who rolled his eyes in response. What are you looking at? In this attire, I look far younger than he does. As Ing Bowen approached and saw Rovan holding Yin Yajin's hand, the very position she had grasped him in moments earlier, his fury erupted. Little beast. How dare you touch Yajun's hand? Damn it, does everyone in Peng City not know that Yajun is mine? With that, Ing Bowen raised his hand to strike. But Yin Yajun swiftly positioned herself in front of Rovan, declaring, Ing Bowen, enough. When have I ever been yours? I expect you to conduct yourself with dignity. He is my guest, and this is the Blue Water Merchant Association. Your unruliness is unwelcome here. Ing Bowen's anger intensified. What? Yajun? You mean to say you were secretly involved with this pretty boy? Are you not afraid of inciting my wrath? Hearing himself referred to as a pretty boy, Rovan peered out from behind Yin Yajun and, with an awkward grin, replied, Mr. Mad Dog. Oh no, I mean, young lord of the city. It seems the Blue Water Merchant Association holds more sway than your royal residence. Surely, it would be of no consequence to direct your ire toward me? At this, many in attendance stifled their laughter. Ing Bowen's domineering demeanor had long irked them, though they had been too afraid to voice their discontent. Yin Yajun, too, wished to laugh, but her position as an elder in the Blue Water Merchant Association restrained her. Ing Bowen, I hope you will abandon your fantasies. We are simply not meant to be. Your impulsiveness will only drive me further away. Ing Bowen retorted, a hero saving a damsel? I see, Yajun. You favor heroes, do you? Very well. Today I shall show you what a man is capable of. I will bring this fellow to his knees. He forcefully shoved Yin Yajun aside, challenging. Any real man would face me directly, not hide behind a woman. Yin Yajun turned to Rovan, shaking her head vigorously. Yet Rovan smiled faintly. Mr. Mad Dog. A duel it shall be. You brash little scoundrel, clear the way. Ing Bowen bellowed, causing the onlookers to instinctively step back in fear. Just then, as Ing Bowen continued to demand space, Rovan surged forward, throwing a punch aimed squarely at Ing Bowen's face. As Ing Bowen felt the rush of wind from a punch near his ear, he abruptly lowered his head and raised his hand to block Luo Fan's strike. At the moment their arms met, Luo Fan experienced a dull ache, instantly recognizing the opponent's formidable strength. A spirit apprentice? Luo Fan swallowed hard, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. How could this be happening? Ing Bowen seized Luo Fan's hand, slowly turning his head, his eyes nearly bulging with fury. Damn it. You dare to launch a sneak attack? Luo Fan raised an eyebrow. You said we were to fight. Can it really be considered a sneak attack? Before Ing Bowen could retort, Luo Fan internally chanted, Flash. Ing Bowen, who had been gripping Luo Fan's arm, suddenly found himself grasping at nothing but a slippery fish. As Luo Fan effortlessly slipped from his grasp, attempting to strike again, he saw Luo Fan transform into a phantom, rendering it impossible to distinguish between the real body and its shadow. Lingwu, observing from the sidelines, showed no inclination to intervene, yawning as he remarked, You little rascal. Always looking for trouble. Handle it yourself this time. Luo Fan seemed to catch this barely audible comment, thinking to himself, Master truly lacks fairness. Luo Fan attempted to launch a series of punches and kicks, but while in the flash state, his defenses were impeccable, yet his attacks proved feeble. Though he landed a few hits on Ing Bowen, they amounted to mere flesh wounds. Seconds passed, and as Luo Fan quickly retreated, the flash state ended. He realized that he was on an entirely different level compared to the spirit apprentice before him. Kid, have you had enough of your flashy moves? Now it's my turn. With that, Ing Bowen charged forward. Luo Fan, unable to evade in time, found himself grasped by the collar as Ing Bowen raised his heavy fist, swinging it violently towards Luo Fan's face. In that instant, the crowd gasped, and even Yin Yajun widened her eyes in terror, covering her face with her hands. Seeing this, Lingwu felt compelled to intervene, determined not to let his disciple be harmed. Before he could make a move, another figure flashed through the throng. Just as Ing Bowen was about to strike, he felt a sudden force against his arm and, upon regaining his composure, discovered that a man in white had firmly grasped his arm. The white-clad youth was strikingly handsome, with long, neatly arranged black hair cascading down to his shoulders, accented by a few silver strands at his temples, enhancing his noble and aloof demeanor. With a cold smirk, the young man remarked, as a prominent young lord. It hardly befits you to bully others at the Blue Water Chamber, does it? Ing Bowen, seemingly incensed further by the man's presence, flung Luo Fan aside, who stumbled like a tossed chick, falling to the ground. Mu Xiaobai, are you seeking death? The young man called Mu Xiaobai laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Ing Bowen. Have you lost your mind? This year we have battled 3 times, and you have fallen at my hands each time. It seems to me that it is you who is courting death now. Ing Bowen stood speechless, as if a bun had lodged in his throat. Gasping for air while glaring at Mu Xiaobai, his fist clenched tightly yet hesitating to strike. Luo Fan rose, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, shot a glance at Ling Feng, and then approached Yan Yajun. Sister Yajun, what is happening? Yan Yajun replied softly, there is a sword edge hall in Peng City, with formidable strength that rivals even the city lord's mansion, leading to inevitable frictions. That Mu Xiaobai is the young master of the sword edge hall. Luo Fan chuckled quietly. Oh, it turns out they are sworn enemies, yet how amusing that they have inadvertently come to my aid. Yan Yajun let out a light laugh and nodded. Fourth young master, you should leave swiftly to avoid any trouble. Oh no, how could I miss such a lively scene? After a prolonged silence, Ing Bowen remarked, have you forgotten how my sister left you bruised and battered last month? Mu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then touched the corner of his mouth, still feeling the remnants of pain, and replied, do not mention that tigress to me. I assure you, were it not for my gentlemanly restraint, I would have taken both you and your sister down. Just as Mu Xiaobai finished speaking, a youthful female voice echoed, Mu Xiaobai, who do you dare to call a tigress? Do you believe I could mar your appearance today? As her words fell, a young girl entered the outer hall of the guild, clad in a long black robe that exuded anything but opulence. A red silk ribbon cinched her waist, bestowing a masculine flair, while the delicate curve of her waist and subtly accentuated bosom radiated an undeniable feminine beauty. Yet, as she lifted her exquisitely refined face, an air of confidence enveloped her. With an expression of lofty disdain, she gazed at Mu Xiaobai, her icy demeanor palpable. Mu Xiaobai could not help but shudder. In terms of strength, the number and rank of martial artists in the Sword Edge Hall had grown to rival that of the city lord's mansion, yet in one-on-one combat, he had faced this girl multiple times without ever claiming victory. Mu Xiaobai pursed his lips, swallowed hard, and said, Ing Kai, as a young lady, why do you dress like a man every day? Has the city lord not taught you how to be a woman? To be virtuous and gentle, where do you even fit in? Ing Kai scoffed, shrugged, and retorted, and what of it? Must a girl not be allowed to be a warrior? After all, I still managed to leave you battered and bruised. Hearing this, Mu Xiaobai coughed several times. As the esteemed young master of the Sword Edge Hall, it was his first time feeling such humiliation in front of others, despite having been bested by Ing Kai on several occasions. Gritting his teeth, he said, Humph. I merely regard you as a girl. Just wait until I return from the Spirit Palace. We shall see who prevails. Ing Kai replied, Oh, how fortuitous. I too am testing for entry into the Spirit Palace this year, so it seems I can continue to give you a thrashing there. You, what of it? Unable to admit defeat? I truly wonder if you are a man. Ing Kai pouted, delivering a piercing remark that struck at Mu Xiaobai's pride. With a fierce glare, Mu Xiaobai shot daggers at Ing Kai. You foul woman, come at me. I, Mu Xiaobai, would rather be beaten to death than endure your humiliation. With that, both assumed fighting stances, Mu Xiaobai drawing his sword from his waist, while Ing Kai appeared utterly dismissive, as if she could handle him barehanded. Standing nearby, Luo Fan could not help but chuckle. This pair of adversaries was rather entertaining. It seemed Ing Kai's prowess surpassed that of Mu Xiaobai. Yet the mention of the Spirit Palace sent a shiver through him, for it was the very place he was destined to go as well. At that moment, several stewards of the Blue Water Guild hurriedly intervened to separate the feuding pair, as it was unacceptable for them to engage in combat within the guild's premises. Yin Yajun approached Luo Fan, holding the Fire Sparrow water. Fourth young master, this is the Fire Sparrow water. You should leave promptly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Who is that woman? She seems rather fierce, Luo Fan inquired. Yin Yajun glanced at Ing Kai and replied, She is Ing Kai, the daughter of Lord Ing Taixing. Since childhood, she has had an antagonistic relationship with young Master Mu, and their bickering has become a familiar sight to us. However, I must apologize for the inconvenience caused to you today. Luo Fan chuckled, Sister Yajun, you are too kind. You have assisted me immensely today, and I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Yin Yajin pursed her lips and said, "Fourth young master, what I have done is merely my duty." Mr. Luo Lai was a distinguished guest of our guild, holding a card that permits transactions at numerous branches of our organization with the lowest discounts. I believe this card should rightfully be inherited by you. My father's card, Luo Fan mused, recalling the card in Mo Air's possession during their visit to the Blue Water branch. Clearly, that card was not a gift from his father. What was her true background? Fourth young master, when you next visit the Blue Water Guild, I will ensure that the specially customized card is presented to you. Luo Fan smiled and said, "Thank you, Sister Yajun. And please, call me Luo Fan. I am no longer merely the fourth young master." Yin Yajun was momentarily taken aback but said nothing further. She handed the fire sparrow water to Luo Fan and escorted them out of the guild. After expressing his gratitude, Luo Fan turned to Ling Feng and said, "Master, let us depart." Ling Feng nodded slightly, remaining silent. Since entering the Blue Water Guild, he had spoken little, aside from the occasional murmurs to himself, indicating his reserved nature. Yin Yajun did not inquire further, watching as the two figures receded. She squinted slightly, thinking to herself, no wonder he is the son of Mr. Luo Lai. His presence and demeanor are not inferior to the previous generation. Surely he will achieve greatness in the future. After Luo Fan's departure, Yin Yajun felt a peculiar sensation, one she had never experienced before, an unsettling blend of anxiety and uncertainty. What was happening to her? She couldn't help but chuckle at herself. I, Yin Yajun, have encountered countless men. How could I feel flustered by a mere young lad? It must be a figment of my imagination. Shaking her head with a smile, she turned and re-entered the guild. After an indeterminate time, Luo Fan once again beheld the city gates of Pengcheng and remarked, "Master, should we stay at an inn tonight?" Remembering Ling Feng's years of living in a tent, he felt a twinge of guilt for bringing him to Pengcheng, only to return afterward. However, Ling Feng replied, "Do you have much time to spare? The day for the Spirit Palace to recruit disciples is merely 2 months away. You would be better off using your funds to purchase more wine." His words suggested that wherever he stayed, he could practice, regarding gold coins. He had more than enough elixirs to sell for accommodation. Ling Feng shot him a glance and retorted, "Do not harbor such intentions. I have made it clear that I will not sell the elixirs I have refined." Old stick in the mud. Luo Fan thought, if you wish to enter the Spirit Palace, do not dally. Only by entering the Twilight Forest in advance can you hope to become a spirit apprentice within this month. Otherwise, you risk being eliminated in the entrance assessment. Observing Ling Feng's stern demeanor, Luo Fan felt an urgent necessity to advance as a spirit apprentice. It seemed that the entrance examination for the Spirit Palace was indeed exceedingly brutal. During their journey back, the two spared no time, reaching the outskirts of Naka City in just 4 days. Despite not practicing, Luo Fan sensed a significant enhancement in his physical condition. His once slender frame now exhibited a certain vigor. The night in the outskirts of Naka City lacked the natural charm of daylight, instead enveloped in a subtle gloom. In the distance, the sunset forest loomed ominously, dark and foreboding. Humanity has always struggled to suppress its fear of the unknown. Thus the darkness of mystery is often met with trepidation. "Master, shall we enter the forest tonight?" Luo Fan ventured, a chill creeping down his spine. He preferred to wait until the sun shone brightly before venturing in. Ling Feng fixed his gaze upon the encroaching darkness. As the night breeze stirred, the withered trees emitted eerie sounds that sent shivers through the air. The spiritual energy in the sunset forest is nearly double at night compared to during the day. To adapt to cultivation here, one must commence at night. Otherwise, the shift from day to night may lead to a backlash of spiritual energy. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Luo Fan inhaled sharply, reluctant to confront the shadowy expanse. "Master, I believe it would be safer to enter during the day." Ling Feng shot him a disapproving glance. "Lamentable. Follow me in." Seeing Luo Fan hesitate, Ling Feng seized him by the collar and strode towards the sunset forest. Luo Fan grimaced, feeling akin to a rabbit ensnared in an eagle's talons. Any attempt to resist would be futile. During the day, the sunset forest was suffused with spiritual energy, sunlight illuminating every inch of the ground, accompanied by the cheerful calls of kingfishers. However, at night, the darkness harbored not only spiritual energy but also a myriad of deathly presences. It was said that many had witnessed dreadful apparitions and heard the cries of demons in the night. Though Luo Fan's cultivation level was theoretically insufficient to withstand the spiritual energy within the sunset forest, he found himself managing the outermost layer, where the pressure from the spiritual energy was palpable, yet not suffocating as it had been before. Ling Feng utilized his perception to locate a suitable spot for Luo Fan. Although within the sunset forest, it was situated at the very periphery, allowing glimpses of the outskirts of Nanka City through the gaps in the trees. This state of spiritual energy was most conducive to Luo Fan's practice. As he began to cultivate, Luo Fan discovered that the sunset forest was not as terrifying as he had envisioned, provided no unforeseen beasts emerged. The area felt not only entirely safe, but the pervasive spiritual energy in the air was remarkably beneficial for his practice. The spiritual energy, hovering just above the 8th tier, steadily increased. As he cultivated, his dantian absorbed all the available energy, filling his entire being with vitality. Time passed slowly. His cultivation in the sunset forest extended from 1 or 2 days without food to 3 consecutive days of practice. With closed eyes, he lost track of the day-night cycle and temperature fluctuations, his focus unbroken save for the occasional small beast that disrupted his meditation, which, sensing its inferiority, would scurry deeper into the forest. Every 3 days, Luo Fan partook of food and water, subsisting solely on the cold pastries and vegetarian dishes prepared by Ling Feng. Yet, he felt no dissatisfaction. In this moment, Luo Fan had matured considerably compared to his former self, having long since shed the airs of a young master. Time passed, and after an indeterminate number of 3-day intervals, Luo Fan awoke suddenly at dawn, his gaze instinctively shifting towards a particular direction. The disturbance he sensed was unmistakably that of human activity. Had someone ventured into the forest? The vitality of the sunset forest was such that ordinary individuals could not enter. Typically, only martial artists of the spirit apprentice level or above would come here to train or hunt beasts, acquiring their souls in exchange for gold coins. Luo Fan glanced around but saw no sign of his master, who was likely engrossed in reading within the tent. The noise grew louder, and although it emanated from a considerable distance, thousands of meters away, Luo Fan could distinctly feel it through the black stone on his wrist. The commotion, though far off, was not deep within the forest. It likely originated from the periphery of the sunset forest. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust accumulated over the past 3 days and proceeded towards the source of the noise. After about 10 minutes, the last vestiges of green before winter vanished from sight, replaced by a landscape of withered branches and decaying leaves. Several dead trees stood sentinel on either side, and ahead lay a patch of yellowed thorns. Luo Fan crouched down slowly, peering inward, where he beheld a beast towering to the height of 2 men, baring its fangs and emitting low growls. Though its roars were not loud, they released a nauseating white vapor that caused the ground to tremble with each utterance. The beast was covered in a light yellow fur, its long mane billowing in the wind, revealing a fearsome countenance. Its claws dug deeply into the earth, and with a slight movement, they stirred the dust and mud around. Opposite the beast stood a man clad in a white robe, wielding a golden slender sword that branched out intricately, resembling a mother and child sword. The man was robust, his black hair cascading to his shoulders, interspersed with several strands of white that danced in the breeze. His tiger-like eyes were wide open, and the heroic spirit between his brows lent him an exceptionally handsome appearance. Upon seeing the white strands of hair, Luo Fan froze. Could it be Mu Xiaobai, the young master of the Sword Edge Hall in Pengcheng? Luo Fan recalled their encounter in Pengcheng a few days prior. Though they had not spoken, the impression Mu Xiaobai left was indelible, particularly the comical look on his face when he was ridiculed by Ing Kai. Yet, the current Mu Xiaobai was different, his eyes blazing with fierce intent, emanating an indescribable arrogance. Red-maned lion, beast, come forth. Today, I shall claim your beast soul and use it to defeat that tomboy Ing Kai. Mu Xiaobai shouted at the beast, his voice imbued with a kind of madness and excitement. Luo Fan could not help but chuckle inwardly. So it was for the sake of acquiring a beast soul. It seemed this fellow was truly agitated by the girls, seeking the souls to enhance his spiritual energy. Luo Fan had already surmised from their previous encounter that Mu Xiaobai was at the spirit apprentice level, and his current endeavor to obtain a beast soul confirmed this. It was evident that after advancing to the spirit apprentice rank, the significance of beast souls could not be underestimated. Just as Mu Xiaobai finished speaking, the beast appeared to grow even more irate, not allowing him a moment's reprieve before it threw back its head and unleashed a furious roar, sending a violent gust of wind towards Luo Fan. The once dense thicket was instantly tossed into disarray by the fierce wind, with some withered branches being swept away entirely, creating what appeared to be a passage for Luo Fan. Following the deafening roar, the beast leaped forward, its massive forearm raised to strike at Mu Xiaobai. the force of the blow distorting the handsome features of the latter. Striving to maintain his composure, Mu Xiaobai felt a flicker of unease as the formidable power of the red-maned lion approached, revealing a hint of anxiety on his previously fierce visage. His eyes glimmered with lethal intent, yet within his heart, he mused, "This creature's strength surpasses my expectations. It seems to be at the late stage of a spirit disciple. Nearly a spirit master. It appears I am destined for a battle of life and death. I must give my all to vanquish that scoundrel." Lifting his golden sword, Mu Xiaobai collided with the lion's massive paw, producing a sharp metallic clang accompanied by visible sparks. In that moment, despite being overwhelmed by the lion's might, his sword remained remarkably resilient. Observing from the sidelines, Luo Fan thought to himself that the golden sword was indeed an extraordinary weapon, its durability evident. A mere ordinary blade would have surely shattered under such pressure from the red-maned lion. Yet, despite the sword's excellence, the disparity in strength was too great. Mu Xiaobai found himself nearly pinned to the ground, one knee sinking into the earth as he struggled to hold his ground. The lion roared fiercely, its enormous paw striking the golden sword repeatedly. Mu Xiaobai's complexion paled, the earlier calmness dissipating, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gritted his teeth. Glaring defiantly at the beast, Luo Fan, witnessing this dire situation, was momentarily taken aback. He feared for Mu Xiaobai's life at the hands of the creature. Frowning, he leaped into action, dashing towards the two, stirring up a cloud of dust beneath his feet. Hearing the commotion, Mu Xiaobai turned to see Luo Fan approaching, scarcely believing that aid had arrived in such a critical moment. "Is it you? Heh, you aided me once before. Now I return the favor." With that, Luo Fan raised his hand and struck towards the lion's face. The red-maned lion, possessing the strength of a late-stage spirit disciple, was caught off guard by Luo Fan's sudden attack. Realizing this, Luo Fan transformed his fist into an open palm just before it reached the lion's face, his fingertips aimed directly at its malevolent eyes. As Luo Fan targeted its eyes, the lion let out a furious roar, leaping into the air, its massive body shaking off thick drool, exuding an ominous aura. Released from the lion's grip, Mu Xiaobai gasped for breath, feeling as if he had lived through 2 lifetimes, relieved to be alive. Luo Fan, perceiving the lion charge towards him, recognized that its formidable power eclipsed any opponent he had previously faced. Gazing into the lion's eyes, filled with malice, he swiftly retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "Dodge." Despite the lion's immense power as it lunged at Luo Fan, it seemed to traverse through the air, completely missing its target. As it turned, uncertainty flickered in its eyes, but it quickly reverted to its ferocious demeanor, baring its fangs and lunging at Luo Fan once more. Once again a miss. Luo Fan found himself oscillating in a state of near emptiness, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between his true self and his phantoms. Mu Xiaobai stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the fact that this individual, whose prowess was beneath that of a spirit disciple and not even deemed a true warrior, wielded such a bizarre spiritual technique that had nearly cost him his life at the hands of the crimson-maned lion. "Mu Xiaobai, what are you waiting for? Do you intend to wait until I am slain before you act?" Luo Fan shouted, sensing that his fleeting state was on the verge of dissipating. Pain surged through Luo Fan's body. Although he had managed to evade the lion's strikes with swift dodges, the forceful gust generated by its immense strength still struck him. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Mu Xiaobai's eyes widened, his grip tightening around the golden sword. With a fierce yell, he propelled himself off the ground, launching towards the crimson-maned lion as if he were a projectile. Whirling thrust, the golden sword sliced through the air with unerring precision, leaving a trail that seemed to tear the very fabric of space. The speed was so great that it caused the skin on his face to ripple. The lioness' attention was wholly fixated on the phantasmal Luo Fan, and by the time it registered Mu Xiaobai's attack, the golden sword was less than half a foot from its massive cranium. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the earth and sending countless grains of sand and stone into the air, obscuring vision with a haze of dust. Yet, amidst the chaos, the unmistakable scent of blood lingered, accompanied by visible streaks of crimson, indicating that Mu Xiaobai had indeed plunged the golden sword deep into the lion's skull. Gasping for air, Luo Fan had narrowly avoided the lion's front paw strike during his fleeting state, but the residual spiritual energy still impacted him significantly, exacerbated by the already dense spiritual aura of the sunset forest, leaving him with a constricting pain in his chest that made breathing laborious. After a moment, as the dust settled and silence enveloped the scene, Mu Xiaobai withdrew his golden sword and gazed at the motionless form of the crimson-maned lion. allowing himself a sigh of relief as he approached Luo Fan. Are you all right? You aren't injured, are you? Luo Fan shook his head. I'm fine. But that creature possessed immense spiritual energy, making it quite difficult to evade. Mu Xiaobai chuckled. You may not seem particularly formidable, yet you possess some extraordinary abilities. What was that spiritual technique? Brushing off the dust from his attire, Luo Fan replied, Oh, it's nothing much. Let us see if there are any beast souls, after all. Isn't that why you came here? With that, both turned their attention to the crimson mane lion. They observed its filthy, matted mane quivering slightly, and soon, a brilliant electric blue orb began to emerge, gradually ascending into the air. Mu Xiaobai couldn't suppress his delight. It's here. Truly, a beast soul. It possesses a critical attribute. Our luck today is remarkable. Luo Fan nodded in agreement. Noting the color was distinct from the light blue control attribute soul he had acquired from the crimson-eyed wolf king, he stepped forward. Using a cloth pouch given to him by Ling Feng to capture the beast soul, it was prudent to collect any beast souls encountered while training in the Sunset Forest, as their value was not to be squandered. Luo Fan handed the beast soul to Mu Xiaobai, saying, Take this. The strength of the beast here is formidable. It would be wise for us to minimize our visits in the future. Mu Xiaobai accepted the beast soul, scrutinizing Luo Fan with curiosity. He pondered how someone lacking spiritual energy could possibly find themselves in the Sunset Forest, a place where even he struggled to withstand the aura for long. However, such thoughts were inconsequential. A beast soul of the spiritual apprentice level was worth several hundred gold coins, and had it not been for Luo Fan's intervention, not only would he have missed out on the soul, but his very life could have been in jeopardy. Expressing gratitude was of utmost importance. Mu Xiaobai retrieved a small pouch from his spatial ring, stating, Brother, had it not been for you today, I would not have acquired this beast soul. This is your reward. Luo Fan chuckled lightly, feeling the pouch's weight, which suggested at least 1,000 gold coins. Although he understood that it was only natural for martial artists to receive compensation for their efforts, he shook his head, saying, I mentioned before that you helped me last time. Consider this my repayment. Mu Xiaobai smiled faintly and did not insist further. Yet he felt a deep respect for Luo Fan. Among martial artists, how many were truly indifferent to wealth? Brother, what is your name? I am determined to cultivate this friendship. Should you find yourself in Ping City, rest assured I, Mu Xiaobai, will not turn a blind eye to your needs. Luo Fan replied, I am Luo Fan. After speaking, he extended his hand, and the two young men clasped hands, a warm current flowing between them, both sharing a gentlemanly smile. Being young, their personalities clicked effortlessly, and they conversed animatedly as they exited the thorny area. It was then that Mu Xiaobai learned that Luo Fan was the fourth young master of the Luo family from Nanshu City. Upon hearing his story, Mu Xiaobai remarked, Luo Fan, I have yet to meet anyone I admire. Your perseverance from being devoid of spiritual energy to your current state is commendable. Luo Fan smiled, saying, You flatter me. Your weapon, however, is truly enviable. What kind of sword is that? Mu Xiaobai replied, It is an Yujin sword, crafted by a master blacksmith of the Qinyang Empire at my father's request. Its size, length, and weight are perfectly suited for me. Luo Fan examined the Yujin sword. While it lacked the luster of gold, it exuded depth and stability, its strength appearing formidable. Indeed, it is an excellent sword. If you do not mind, one day, when you visit my sword edge hall, I would be willing to have a personalized weapon crafted for you. Luo Fan shook his head with a wry smile, saying, I appreciate your kind offer, but my heart is currently set only on Mor. I merely wish to find her soon. Mu Xiaobai sighed. I truly hope you locate Miss Zhong soon. Well then, I shall return to Peng City. Are you certain you wish to remain in this forest? Given your strength, it may be perilous. Luo Fan waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry about me. Should we meet again in the future, let us share a few drinks. Mu Xiaobai laughed heartily. It's a promise. With that, his white figure turned and departed, exuding an effortless grace in the twilight. Luo Fan, regaining his calm demeanor, turned back towards his training area. He was not far from the 9th level and needed to intensify his cultivation. In the early morning, the once fearsome and eerie forest transforms into a heartwarming tapestry of autumn hues. The golden woods are carpeted with fallen leaves that crunch softly beneath one's feet. Dew still clings to the withered branches, only to be swiftly absorbed back into the trees. A few morning birds take flight, chirping merrily as they venture deeper into the verdant expanse that remains lush and vibrant. After a battle that drained his spiritual energy, Luo Fan felt a surge of vitality coursing through him as he resumed his cultivation. He could distinctly sense that he was nearing the 9th layer of spiritual energy. almost brushing the edges of that level. 3 days later, Luo Fan opened his eyes after his meditation, exhaling deeply, yet surprisingly, he did not feel hunger. Instead, he was invigorated, his spiritual energy fully restored and elevated to a new threshold, the 9th layer. At last, he had stepped into the realm of the spirit disciple. Luo Fan inhaled the crisp morning air, a smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with an excitement he had never before experienced. He had drawn closer to becoming a spirit disciple, to the spirit temple, and to Mo air. As he approached the tent, a wave of warmth enveloped him, accompanied by faint sounds. Although the entrance was draped, tendrils of blue smoke curled out. Gently lifting the tent flap, he was met with a blaze of crimson light. Ling Feng stood before a medicinal furnace, one hand deftly manipulating its contents while the other held a book, his focus unwavering. 9th layer? Ling Feng inquired. Luo Fan nodded. Moving closer, his gaze still fixed on the furnace. The furnace, though silver, appeared dull, its surface marred by dark stains that bore witness to countless medicinal concoctions. Wisps of fragrant smoke wafted around, enveloping him in a refreshing aroma rather than an overpowering scent. Master, is this the spirit elevation pill? Luo Fan asked. Ling Feng chuckled. Indeed, your senses are sharp. Once your spiritual energy reaches its peak at the 9th layer, you will rely on this to ascend to the rank of spirit scholar. Master, does reaching the spirit disciple status mean I can enter the spirit temple? Luo Fan queried. Ling Feng replied, not necessarily. Being a spirit disciple is merely the minimum requirement for acceptance into the spirit temple. If fortune smiles upon you with a strong offensive attribute, you should have no trouble. However, if your strengths lie in speed, defense, or control, it becomes more challenging. Such attributes must reach the spirit master level to unleash their full potential, particularly control, which may ultimately be rendered futile. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, an inexplicable tension seized Luo Fan. Though he remained silent, dread gnawed at him as he silently prayed to possess a strong offensive attribute, or at the very least, to avoid the unfortunate control attribute. Observing Luo Fan's silence, Ling Feng reassured him, do not dwell on these concerns. Your focus should be on cultivating to the peak of your spiritual energy. As for the nature of that energy, that is in the hands of fate. With that, Ling Feng set aside his book, his gaze fixed intently on the furnace. His hands danced above it, manipulating the energies that flowed between his palms and the flames, indicating that they had reached a pivotal moment in the alchemical process. As the spiritual energy grew increasingly refined with each passing moment, Rovan refrained from further words, simply observing the transformations within the alchemical furnace. A soul crystal pulsated erratically amidst the flames, occasionally colliding with the walls of the furnace and producing a crisp sound. However, under Ling Feng's control of spiritual energy, the rhythm gradually became more harmonious, slowing down. Additionally, there was a material several times larger than the soul crystal, Beast Soul, gently quivering at the bottom of the furnace, seemingly releasing boundless spiritual energy that enveloped both the flames and the soul crystal, slowly fostering a tendency towards fusion. Enveloped by spiritual energy, the soul crystal became increasingly docile, no longer exhibiting its prior volatility, instead moving in accordance with Ling Feng's hand gestures, circling within the furnace in a rhythmic dance. This repetitive motion continued countless times, the temperature within the tent growing increasingly intense, while the azure smoke emanating from the furnace began to carry a hint of spiritual energy. A byproduct filtered from the soul crystal, while the pure essence merged with the beast soul to form the primordial body of the elixir. Ling Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a heavy breath, and remarked, we have finally passed this phase. Although the spirit elevation pill is considered the lowest tier among elixirs, the fusion of the soul crystal and beast soul is quite challenging. A slight misstep could render all efforts futile. Rovan stroked his chin, pondering, Master, is the spirit elevation pill nearly complete? Ling Feng nodded slightly. We are just a step away from condensing the elixir, gathering all the surrounding spiritual energy and enveloping it around the elixir's surface to complete the process. Master, what are the prerequisites to become an alchemist? Rovan blurted out, yet within his heart, he nurtured the desire to emulate Ling Feng's graceful manipulation of the flames. Marveling at the exquisite process of elixir creation, Ling Feng glanced at Rovan, chuckling softly, you child, attempting to run before you can walk? Do you think becoming an alchemist is something anyone can achieve? Rovan scoffed, humph, as if you were the only one capable in the spirit martial continent. With that, he turned away, lapsing into silence. Ling Feng couldn't help but smile, saying, in truth, being an alchemist is quite straightforward. It involves harmonizing spiritual energy with flames. Allowing one's hands to move with intent, the energy to flow with the hands, and the flames to dance in accordance with the energy. Can I do it? Rovan turned back, his face alight with excitement. Lingfeng rolled his eyes at the boy, whose expression shifted as swiftly as the weather in June. To become an alchemist, one must first attain the level of a spirit disciple. The spiritual energy must be refined. This rules out those with a strong offensive attribute, as overly forceful energy is challenging to control. Conversely, the weakest control attributes are much more delicate, but their frailty makes it difficult to concoct high-tier elixirs. Rovan nodded. So? This means that the attributes of both extremes are most suitable for alchemy. Precisely, Lingfeng affirmed. The ideal attribute for an alchemist is speed. The spiritual energy should be gentle yet firm. A harmonious blend of strength and softness is optimal for the exquisite manipulation of spiritual energy. As they conversed, Lingfeng suddenly raised a hand, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, causing the furnace to tremble slightly. With a single arm motion, he commanded the furnace to sway, the tremors growing more pronounced, producing a series of crackling sounds, while the smoke drifting from around the furnace thickened with increasingly potent spiritual energy. At this moment, Luo Fan was so anxious that he could hardly utter a word, his eyes wide open, fixated on Lingfeng's palm and the elixir within the furnace. The pill had transformed into a lustrous orb, radiating a brilliant sheen, appearing remarkably smooth. This was the essence of true alchemy. Lingfeng's eyes widened as he struck the wall of the furnace with his palm, causing the lid to be propelled upward by an unseen force. In an instant, a crystalline pill was ejected from the furnace. The pill hovered momentarily in the air before descending gracefully into Lingfeng's outstretched hand. Luo Fan's breath quickened as he eagerly seized the long-awaited spirit elevation pill. Although it was somewhat hot to the touch, he found it impossible to part with. His expression a mask of rigid joy. Lingfeng shrugged with a smile, remarking, "If you wish to consume it, you must swiftly cultivate to the 9th level of full spiritual energy." Luo Fan nodded vigorously, an indescribable exhilaration surging within him. In the corner of the tent, Luo Fan discovered a small vial and placed the ascension pill within it. This item was among the most common possessions found in Lingfeng's abode, alongside books. Such was the dwelling of an alchemist. As Luo Fan caressed the vial, he mused, "I am eager to consume it, spirit apprentice. I wonder how much longer I must wait." Lingfeng approached the entrance of the tent, squinting his eyes to gaze into the distance. He gestured forward and stated, "If you wish to swiftly transcend to the 9th layer of spiritual energy, you must venture into the dense forest ahead." Following his direction, Luo Fan recognized the forest. It was where he had parted ways with Mo Air. Since that day, he had no recollection of what transpired after he fell unconscious. "What? Are you afraid?" Lingfeng, noticing Luo Fan's silence, assumed that the traumatic experience of being overwhelmed by spiritual energy had left him apprehensive. Luo Fan shook his head, maintaining a stoic expression. Yet turmoil stirred within him as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us go there." With that, Luo Fan tucked the ascension pill into his sleeve and turned to leave, but Lingfeng interjected, "You possess only this one ascension pill. Will you not place it into a storage ring?" "A storage ring?" Luo Fan was perplexed by Lingfeng's words. Did his master intend to gift him a storage ring? Lingfeng merely smiled, nodding toward Luo Fan's left hand. Lowering his gaze, Luo Fan noticed the ring adorning his left ring finger, the very one Mo Air had bequeathed to him. "Is this a storage ring?" Lingfeng's smile broadened as he affirmed, "It is a storage ring of exquisite craftsmanship. I suspect only noble families would adorn such a beautiful ruby as jewelry." A warmth surged within Luo Fan, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mo Air had entrusted him with her personal storage ring, undoubtedly believing that as a martial artist, he must possess one. Her thoughtfulness touched him deeply. By channeling spiritual energy into the ring, he perceived the space contained within it. Whatever he could visualize was what had been stored inside. Following Lingfeng's guidance, Luo Fan gently closed his eyes and for the first time, learned to utilize the storage ring. Soon, he was enveloped in darkness. Akin to an infinite expanse, he smiled and nodded, placing the ascension pill inside. The swiftness with which Luo Fan used the storage ring astonished Lingfeng. Typically, individuals required at least half a stick of incense to establish a connection with a storage ring, yet this lad had accomplished it with remarkable speed. Lingfeng was struck by an inexplicable intuition, his gaze filled with affection. Observing Luo Fan stride into the depths of the twilight forest, Lingfeng sighed, remarking, The ability to control the perception of spiritual energy is unparalleled. I can only hope this is merely an exception. As Luo Fan ventured deeper into the forest, the experience felt drastically different from his previous visit, where he had nearly lost his life. Now, with the strength of the 9th layer of spiritual energy, he found it remarkably effortless to contend with the spiritual energy permeating the air. His fervent desire to cultivate remained undiminished. He deliberately chose not to linger near the forest's edge, but pressed on until he reached a point of near exhaustion, then paused to survey his surroundings. This shall suffice. I will harness the energies here to aid my ascent. This time, Luo Fan did not intend to return to his tent every 3 days for sustenance. Instead, he stored some provisions in his spatial ring, determined to cultivate his spiritual energy until his dantian was completely full. He vowed not to leave until he could absorb the ascension pills. Finding a tree as thick as 2 men, Luo Fan settled cross-legged beneath it. After several adjustments in his breathing, he felt the connection between the spiritual energy and his dantian. With his eyes gently closed, he entered a state of cultivation. The difference between the 9th and 8th layers of spiritual energy was negligible. The sensation of cultivation aligned closely with the intensity of the energy. This was the moment to forge a warrior's willpower, requiring perseverance at the same level of cultivation for 2 tiers. As he breathed in, the spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, filtering out the waste before being exhaled. This was the essence of cultivation, a motion Luo Fan repeated countless times daily. Never feeling weary, time passed slowly, and as night fell, the temperature in the forest gradually dropped. The creatures of the night ceased their activities. Yet the young man in the woods remained in his meditative posture, utterly still. A light drizzle soaked his garments, droplets splashing against his delicate features. Yet it did nothing to interrupt his practice. He resembled a starving infant, desperately drawing in nourishment, growing stronger step by step, with each cycle of day and night. After 3 repetitions, Luo Fan would open his eyes to consume food and water, before promptly returning to his cultivation. It was not until he sensed a slight rhythm in his dantian, a feeling of being unable to absorb more spiritual energy, only a trickle slowly entering his body, that he realized he was close to filling his dantian. Just as Luo Fan excitedly prepared for the impending ascension to the spirit apprentice level, he heard a gust of wind beside him, not the ordinary kind, but one imbued with an uneven force. He abruptly turned his head to see 2 shadowy figures racing toward him from deep within the forest, accompanied by a powerful presence closing in. The sunset forest was typically deserted. What could bring 2 figures here today? Sensing the formidable strength of the approaching individuals, Luo Fan prudently sought refuge behind a large rock, peering out cautiously. As the figures drew nearer, he discerned that one was a person and the other a beast. The lithe figure of the warrior ahead caught his eye, a woman, her long hair billowing behind her like a silken banner. Clad in a pale green silk robe that shimmered under the sunlight, adorned with a golden hairpiece, her flowing locks framed a strikingly exquisite face. She is stunningly beautiful yet so cold. Luo Fan murmured to himself, captivated. Trailing closely behind her was a massive beast, its silver fur gleaming like satin. With powerful limbs, it galloped with grace, its enormous tail occasionally lifting high or striking the ground, stirring up clouds of dust with each movement. Goodness! It's Beauty and the Beast, Luo Fan exclaimed, momentarily forgetting to restrain his voice, the words escaping in a shout. In a fleeting moment, both the Beauty and the Beast turned their gaze towards the imposing boulder. Rovan suddenly crouched down, yet despite this, the colossal beast halted its advance, glaring furiously at the Beauty. With a menacing snarl, it bared its fangs and unleashed a thunderous roar, releasing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that surged forth like a pillar of wind towards the Beauty. With a swift stomp, the Beauty leaped into the air, soaring to an astonishing height of 2 zhong, deftly evading the oncoming spiritual assault. The energy wave pierced through the air and struck an ancient tree, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent splinters flying in all directions, shattering the wood. After a considerable pause, as silence enveloped the scene, Rovan brushed off the debris and dirt from his head, gradually lifting his gaze. To his astonishment, as his eyes rose above the boulder, he found the Beauty glaring at him with fiery indignation. Luo Fan felt somewhat awkward under the gaze of the enchanting woman before him. Slowly rising to his feet, he wore a silly grin and said, "My dear lady, did I save you?" The lady, however, was too preoccupied to respond, raising her hand to strike him. After all, regardless of her beauty or figure, She was undeniably youthful and could not be regarded as a mere elder sister. Luo Fan stumbled slightly, narrowly evading the impending slap. Wait, why resort to violence? He exclaimed. He took a cursory glance at the lady's strength and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The disparity in their abilities was glaringly evident, rendering him unable to gauge her true prowess. The woman, her face flushed with anger, retorted, "It's all your fault. You've wasted 2 days of my efforts." As she brandished her delicate fist once more, Luo Fan discerned that this was no playful scuffle. A single blow could jeopardize not just his progress in becoming a spirit apprentice, but perhaps even his very life. He swiftly dodged again, pondering why all the beautiful women, aside from Mo Air, seemed to possess a temperamental nature. The same could be said for Inkai from Pingcheng, who was quick to throw punches. He hastily explained, "I saw you being relentlessly pursued by that silver beast and helped drive it away. How can you blame me?" Taking a deep breath, the lady replied, "Help? Is that what you call it? I spent 2 days coaxing that silver hound out of its den just to collect its shed silver fur. Your interference has ruined all my hard work." Luo Fan licked his dry lips, feeling increasingly embarrassed. Yet, he couldn't allow this fierce woman to strike him down. A sudden idea struck him, and he proposed, "How about this? I'll assist you in retrieving it. You help me? With your abilities? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to lure that beast? The silver hound is inherently suspicious. After this encounter, it will never be tempted again." She complained, pouting in discontent. "What level of strength does this hound possess?" Luo Fan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, she answered, "Spirit King. Yes, you could lure it while I collect its fur." Luo Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Are you joking? Why not just tell me to go to my death? What do you need that fur for, anyway?" The lady retorted, "What do you know? The silver hound sheds its fur once every 30 years. And only a handful of strands are usable, those of a specific hardness. The silver fur dissolves upon contact with water, which is known as silver milk. Consuming it can significantly enhance one's spiritual energy, but the fur must be sealed. If exposed to air for 3 to 4 hours, it will inevitably vanish." Sigh. "What is the point of explaining this to you, given your lack of strength?" Luo Fan scoffed. "So what if I'm not a spirit apprentice? If you wait until I advance, I will help you lure that beast." The lady regarded him with skepticism, pondering that her strength fell short of the silver hound's. Even if he could indeed lure it, would they successfully obtain the fur? If this young man could assist her, it might prove beneficial. "Are you serious?" she asked. "If so, I can lure the silver hound while you collect the fur." Luo Fan thumped his chest confidently. A man's word is his bond. "Of course it's true, but are you not concerned I might claim it for myself? Unless you wish to meet a swift demise." The enchanting woman scoffed. "I mean, if I succeed in aiding you so significantly, shouldn't I receive a modicum of compensation?" Luo Fan, intrigued by the prospect of the celestial milk enhancing his cultivation, inquired. The woman coldly replied, "This is your duty. It is to preserve your own life." Luo Fan shrugged, choosing to say no more. For reasons unknown, he sensed that this woman was indeed one to honor her word, so it would be prudent to avoid provoking her further. The woman scrutinized him. Perceiving that Luo Fan's strength had reached the 9th level, nearing full spiritual energy, she nodded, "Very well, I shall await your progress. Once you advance to the spirit disciple stage, assist me in retrieving the silver hound." Luo Fan continued meditating beneath the tree, while the woman maintained her distant vigil. She patiently awaited the outcome of Luo Fan's cultivation, which, though not protracted, required her steadfastness. His breathing remained steady, although he had entered the latter stages of the 9th level, making it increasingly arduous to harness external spiritual energy for cultivation. Luo Fan appeared unfazed, demonstrating an adept control over the gradual influx of energy, skillfully integrating it into his meridians and dantian. After a day had elapsed, Luo Fan gently opened his eyes. A sudden contraction within his dantian signified that no new energy could be absorbed, indicating it was now fully saturated. He exhaled a deep breath, glancing at the woman, who was still in her meditative posture. This fierce woman certainly possesses a remarkable degree of patience. She is truly waiting for me. As he approached her, intending to nudge her shoulder, she abruptly spoke, "Remove your filthy hand." Startled, Luo Fan replied, "Oh, so you are alive. By the way, what is your name?" The woman lifted her gaze to meet his. "What concern is it of yours? Merely help me retrieve the silver hound, and that will spare your life." Luo Fan shook his head, chuckling. "Well, the silver hound possesses the strength of a spirit king. A moment's inattention on your part could cost me my life. Surely, I deserve to know for whom I am undertaking this perilous task?" The woman closed her eyes once more and slightly raised her head. I am called Lanza. Luo Fan murmured to himself. Lanza? A name that evokes notions of slaughter. Quite fitting, indeed. I am Luo Fan. Lanza frowned. Speak another word, and I shall sever your tongue before ending your life. Luo Fan countered. If you do that, who will assist you in retrieving the silver hound? Do you truly believe you can manage alone? The speed of the silver hound rivals your own, and even if you divert its attention, returning to claim it would be a formidable challenge. After a moment of contemplative silence, Lanza stated, hasten to break through to the spirit disciple level. My patience is limited. Luo Fan glanced away, thinking himself fortunate to possess the ascension pill. Otherwise, this fierce woman would undoubtedly take his life. Returning to a secluded spot, Luo Fan sat cross-legged. Retrieving a small vial from his spatial ring, he caressed the bottle's surface with his thumb, a wave of exhilaration surging within him, momentarily forgetting the perilous presence of Lanza nearby. Upon uncorking the vial, a delicate fragrance wafted forth, accompanied by a faint luminescence. As he poured the ascension pill into his palm, it rolled about, smooth and perfect. Taking a deep breath, Luo Fan tossed the pill into his mouth and immediately entered a state of cultivation. The ascending spirit pill melted upon entry, immediately releasing a wave of refreshing sensation that traversed from the mouth through the throat and into the depths of the body. Yet, this refreshing feeling swiftly transformed into an intense chill, as if the meridians and dantian had been abruptly encased in ice. The ascending spirit pill, originally the essence of spiritual energy, was meant to merge with one's own spiritual force, thereby refining the existing energy within and facilitating ascension. However, in that moment, Luo Fan keenly realized that the intensity of his internal energy was vastly inferior to that of the pill, resulting in an unbearable agony. The instantaneous freezing within him compelled Luo Fan to emit a pain groan. Luo Fan, who had previously placed his hands gently upon his legs, suddenly clenched his fists with great force and struck the ground. The pain caused his world to spin. Was this the ascension pill? The tribulations one must endure to advance to the spirit disciple level were far more excruciating than the torment of cultivating with the fire sparrow water soul crystal. With a cough, blood spewed forth, staining the air crimson. Luo Fan took a deep breath, striving to maintain clarity of mind, and with a fierce shout, he compelled himself once more into a state of cultivation. The spiritual energy within him surged like a torrent, akin to untamed wild horses rampaging through his meridians. Each collision against the walls of his meridians inflicted upon Luo Fan a pain worse than death. The metallic tang of blood lingered in the atmosphere. Lanza, with her delicate brows furrowed, opened her enchanting eyes to gaze at Luo Fan, bewildered. How could this be? Consuming the ascension pill was supposed to facilitate a seamless advancement to the spirit disciple level. Why was he suffering so greatly? She rose slowly and approached Luo Fan, scrutinizing him intently. Are you in great pain? She inquired. Luo Fan's visage had contorted into a grimace as he retorted, is it not obvious? Can't you see my current state? Lanza wrinkled her nose in disdain. Humph, ungrateful fool. You deserve every bit of this agony. With that, she turned to walk away. Yet, the thought struck her. If this insufferable man were to perish during his breakthrough, she would be left without assistance. She pivoted back and admonished him. After consuming the ascension pill, your meridians are entirely frozen. You cannot force your cultivation. You must regulate the flow of spiritual energy until your meridians revive and the energy operates normally. Only then will they be at the level of a spirit disciple. Luo Fan finally grasped that Lanza intended to aid him, but the intense pain rendered him speechless. He could only nod in acknowledgement. Following her guidance, he altered his cultivation approach, deliberately slowing his breath, gradually easing the tension, while the flow of spiritual energy within him became less frantic under his control. However, in contrast to the spiritual energy within him, the energy emitted by the ascension pill was far more unruly, exponentially stronger. And Luo Fan felt acutely how feeble his own energy was by comparison. As night descended and the temperature in the forest plummeted, Luo Fan sensed a significant alleviation in his meridians. The once frozen channels and dantian began to respond harmoniously to the cooler air, gradually softening. His breath became more fluid, and the spiritual energy grew increasingly manageable. As the potency of the ascension pill began to meld with his own energy, its strength considerably diminished. Suddenly, Luo Fan detected a peculiar shift within his dantian, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon a dark expanse before him. Clenching his fists tightly, He summoned every ounce of his strength to unleash a forceful surge, and in that instant, the once constricted meridians felt liberated, allowing the flow of spiritual energy to accelerate dramatically. As the energy surged through his meridians, Lo Fan experienced an immediate cessation of pain. His entire body became drenched, his garments noticeably stained with grime. Looking down, he realized this was the residue of impurities expelled from the spiritual energy. Each advancement purged the energy of its impurities, rendering it more refined and potent, marking his ascension to the next level. Spirit disciple, I am now a spirit disciple. With a smile, Luo Fan murmured softly, then reclined backward in a starfish position. After nearly a day of exhausting cultivation following the ingestion of the spirit-nourishing pill, he felt utterly fatigued, reluctant to move. Lying on the ground and gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling stars, he seemed to envision the pure visage of Mo Air, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Mo Air, I did it. I have become a spirit apprentice. In the depths of the sunset forest, amidst the late autumn, the sky was a canvas of countless stars. Had it been spring or the height of summer, the dense foliage would have entirely obscured this picturesque scene. Luo Fan gradually regulated his breathing, relishing the enchanting night. After a while, he sensed a significant recovery in his body. The transition to Spirit Apprentice had markedly accelerated his absorption of spiritual energy. And although he had experienced a moment of weakness upon breaking through, the energy was now abundant. He rose and glanced around, noticing that Lanza remained leaning against a tree, seemingly immersed in profound cultivation. Approaching her, he intended to nudge her awake, but was taken aback by her beauty. My goodness, what a stunning face! During the day, their interactions had been fierce, yet now, in the tranquil depths of night, the moonlight filtered through the barren branches, accentuating the delicate contours of the girl's face, rendering it even more exquisite. Though her features appeared somewhat cold under the moon's glow, they retained an alluring charm. Her eyes were gently closed, with long eyelashes naturally descending, whispering untold stories of allure. Beneath her dainty nose, her lips were soft and rosy, reminiscent of a bloom amidst snow-capped mountains, evoking an irresistible desire to draw closer. Luo Fan swallowed hard, feeling beads of sweat inexplicably form on his forehead in the chilly night air, hastily wiping them away as he softly called out, Lanza. Her eyes fluttered slightly, and she nodded, stating, Earlier, I spared your life. Now I have saved you again. You owe me 2 lives. Her icy tone instantly froze Luo Fan's tender feelings, as she transformed back into the indifferent warrior he had come to know. I never asked you to save me. He retorted, Very well, once I acquire the silver hair, I shall render you powerless. Luo Fan thought to himself that this woman was truly a tempestuous force, her beauty akin to a peach blossom, while her heart harbored the ferocity of a beast. Rolling his eyes, he replied, All right, I owe you 2 lives. You should rest for now. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to retrieve the silver hair. No need, Lanza responded, opening her eyes and rising to survey the distance. The silver hound is least vigilant at night and can be easily lured. Shall we go now? Now? Luo Fan asked, his mouth agape as he glanced towards the encroaching darkness, a flicker of trepidation rising within him. Enough chatter, let's move. Having ascended to the rank of Spirit Apprentice, Luo Fan felt no fear of the spiritual energy within the forest. The previous sense of oppression had dissipated, replaced by a sense of comfort. However, delving deeper into the sunset forest was another matter entirely. Indeed, after approximately half an hour of traversing the darkness, Luo Fan began to pant heavily, his body feeling increasingly drained. Lanza noticed and retrieved a pill from her storage ring, saying, Take this. It will ensure you are not affected by the spiritual energy here for a day. What is it? Luo Fan inquired, accepting the pill. Lansha remarked, The Qi condensation pill allows you to consolidate the spiritual energy surrounding your body without suffering harm from it. Is it truly that remarkable? Luo Fan thoughtlessly swallowed the pill, initially feeling no discernible difference. However, he soon perceived a significant reduction in the impact of the surrounding spiritual energy. Indeed, it was a splendid treasure. Where is the cave of the Silver Hound? Lansha replied, Not far. Beyond the ridge of trees ahead, there lies a series of caverns, the deepest of which is our destination. Luo Fan glanced at the path ahead, which would take at least another hour, and grimaced. Yet, having made a promise, he had no choice but to steel himself and traverse the darkness. By the way, Lansha, what is your level? Lansha did not turn around and stated, 9th tier Spirit Master. Luo Fan could not help but gasp, a 9th tier Spirit Master? That was even stronger than his master. This level surpassed that of his deceased father. How could this young woman possess such power? Despite his doubts, considering Lance's age seemed to be just over 20. He found it hard to believe she could have attained such cultivation. Even with exceptional potential, it was unlikely she could reach such heights. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that whether she was a spirit master or a spirit user, she could easily extinguish his life. His immediate task was to swiftly obtain her silver hair and bid her farewell, distancing himself from danger. After walking for a while, they reached the ridge, one of the few open areas within the Sunset Forest. Located deep within the forest, the grass on the ground was lush and vibrant, reminiscent of spring. The night breeze swept through, resembling a green sea, creating waves of grass. Luo Fan shivered. Although the scene appeared spring-like, the night wind was even colder than outside. And the endless expanse of darkness ahead sent chills down his spine. In Nankou City, the Sunset Forest had seemed a mysterious sanctuary to Luo Fan, and today marked his first venture into its depths. The once firm ground beneath his feet became increasingly soft, indicating that despite the cold, the rich spiritual energy maintained the moisture of the soil, which likely explained why the Sunset Forest remained in perpetual springtime. At the ridge's end was the highest point, descending into a steep incline devoid of the previous flatness, now replaced by a steep earthen slope lacking any grass due to the shade, revealing only soft, muddy ground. Let us go. The Silver Hound Cave lies just below. Lance's voice brimmed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Luo Fan summoned his courage and nodded, following her downwards. In contrast to Lance's seemingly effortless descent, Luo Fan was cautious with every step. The mud underfoot was not only slippery, but also steep, and a moment's inattention could send him tumbling down the 30 to 40-meter slope. Why are you so slow? At this pace, we won't reach the bottom until dawn. Oh, come on. Do you think I possess the strength of a spirit master? If I were to fall here, who would help you collect your silver hair? Lansha, seemingly losing patience, grasped Luo Fan by the collar and with a sudden force, hoisted him down the slope as if he were a mere chick. Luo Fan's eyes widened, and he could barely bring himself to look ahead. The speed felt as though they were plummeting, each second filled with dread. Soon, the two descended the earthen slope, and Robin took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Goodness, you madwoman." Lança paid him no heed and continued her cautious advance, moving slowly as if to avoid alarming the celestial silver hound. As they navigated through the sparse, withered branches of a few trees and walked several paces forward, Robin beheld the cave of the celestial silver hound that Lança had mentioned. However, rather than a single cave, there were three. The surface of the caves was no longer soft earth, but rather hardened by centuries of sediment. At the entrances lay a few dry twigs and weeds, perhaps a form of defense from the beast or a result of the secluded location that seldom felt the caress of the wind, leading to such disarray. The three caves were clearly visible against the backdrop of the forested slope, each emanating a faint silvery aura of spiritual energy, undifferentiated in strength, indicative of the accumulation of spiritual energy from the long-term habitation of the celestial silver hound. Which of these caves is the dwelling of that creature? Robin pondered aloud. Lança shot him an irritated glare and gestured for silence, whispering, "How would I know? We must try them one by one. Now you realize how much you've jeopardized my efforts, don't you?" Robin pressed his lips together. "I've only heard of the cunning rabbit having 3 burrows, but never of the sly hound having 3 dens." Lança shot him a sharp look and said, "You wait here. I'll venture into one of the caves." Robin nodded. "Be cautious." As Lança entered one of the caves, Robin leaned against a withered tree, picking up a dry blade of grass to chew on. He mused about the audacity of this fierce woman, daring to enter the lair of a beast alone at night. After a prolonged silence, an ominous feeling crept over Robin. He glanced around. Apart from the nearby withered branches and decayed foliage, darkness enveloped everything. The night was eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest chirp from autumn insects. Goodness. She has been in there for so long. Could she have already been devoured by the beast? After a while, Lança emerged from the cave, her expression still cautious, clearly indicating that no beast resided within, though the duration of her absence suggested the cave's profundity. Robin waved her over and whispered, "Let me join you. It's too dull out here alone." Though he claimed boredom, he truly felt that being outside the cave was too unnerving. Lança retorted sharply, "Stay still. If you alert the hound, I will strangle you." The fierce look on her face, coupled with her gesture of choking, left Robin at a loss for words, inwardly vowing, "This fierce woman, if I ever have my day, I will certainly give you a good thrashing." Lança re-entered a cave, this time the central one. Robin scoffed under his breath, "Search away. I hope this one is empty too. Were you out?" With that, he leaned against the tree, gazing at the moon, the brightest spot of the night. hoping it would help alleviate his fear. Suddenly, a low murmur echoed through the air, though the sound was soft. It carried an undeniable resonance, almost tearing through the silence, reaching Robin's ears. Robin felt a sudden chill sweat break out across his body, his gaze slowly descending until it leveled off, rendering his expression and form utterly rigid. The celestial silver wolf? Robin regretted his prior, ill-fated words. He should have wished this beast to be in the second cave. What should he do now? The muscular figure of the wolf, its silver fur billowing in the night breeze like soft rippling water, was contrasted starkly by its fierce and menacing countenance, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The blood-red fangs of the celestial silver wolf gleamed ominously against its silvery coat, its enormous eyes, like bronze bells, fixated upon Robin, occasionally emitting a roar that resonated with the promise of impending devastation. Robin was at a loss. Should he flee, risking immediate pursuit by the beast, or remain here, thereby resigning himself to becoming its next meal? With no viable options left, he chose to run. Damn it, death was inevitable either way if it dared to chase him. So be it. With that thought, Robin abruptly turned, sprinting towards an unknown destination with a speed he had never before experienced, pouring every ounce of strength into his legs. Roar! At last, the thunderous roar of the celestial silver wolf echoed behind him, followed by the creature's agile leap as it pursued him, its speed rivaling that of the wind. Robin glanced back, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's really chasing me. Beast, if you devour me, may you suffer greatly." Yet, the wolf remained oblivious to his words, relentless in its pursuit, closing the distance with extraordinary agility. With each powerful stride, it unleashed a surge of spiritual energy towards Robin, who felt a searing pain erupt in his back, followed swiftly by a spurt of blood as he propelled himself forward. As the celestial silver wolf landed, its massive paws slammed into the ground, propelling its body forward once more, this time its formidable forelimb aimed directly at Robin's head. Robin dropped to the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, only to see the enormous paw descending upon him, its shadow growing ever larger in his vision, his eyes filled with primal terror. Raindrop arrows. Suddenly, several azure arrows of spiritual energy manifested in the air, hurtling towards the celestial silver wolf with remarkable speed, illuminating the surrounding space momentarily. Bang! The wolf's body convulsed violently, crashing to the ground before rolling and regaining its feet, blood staining its silver fur as its bristles stood on end, exuding its fury and savagery. Could you have arrived any later? Robin shouted as he caught sight of Lança charging towards the celestial silver wolf. Had she not intervened at that crucial moment, he might have found himself a feast for that monstrous creature. Breathing heavily, Robin struggled to recover from the shock. "Couldn't you find somewhere to hide?" Lança chided, her tone laced with reproach. Though her arrival was timely, she was still at a disadvantage against the celestial silver wolf, given the insurmountable gap between a spirit master and a spirit king. Thus, after her strike, her immediate instinct was to defend, ever ready to flee. The gaze of the silver hound of the sky was filled with crimson fury as it tilted its head skyward and unleashed a terrifying roar, echoing through the entire sunset forest with an eerie resonance. As a beast of the spirit king level, it held dominion in the forest, and today it could scarcely tolerate the provocation from Lança. With each breath, a frosty mist emanated from its mouth and nose, and it lunged ferociously toward Lança. "Why are you standing there? Hurry and retrieve the silver fur." Lança shouted at Rofan before she turned and dashed away. Despite her hurried steps, her anxiety was palpable. Who could remain composed in the presence of such a formidable spirit king beast? Rofan, feeling stiff with apprehension, nodded rigidly and hurriedly made his way toward the cave. He could no longer dwell on the injuries inflicted by the silver hound. He understood that every second counted. The beast might return at any moment, unenticed. The silver fur on the silver hound was ephemeral, lasting merely a few hours. The last shed fur would have surely vanished by now. If it had completed its final shedding after 30 years, Lança would undoubtedly be in peril. Rofan fervently hoped that the creature had just shed a considerable amount of fur. Kicking aside the withered branches and leaves at the cave entrance, Rofan approached the cavern. The interplay of spiritual energy between the cave's interior and exterior rendered the interior dim yet brighter than the depths of night. However, as he ventured deeper, darkness enveloped him. He scavenged for a piece of flint among the stones on the ground, igniting it to produce a faint glow. The cave twisted and turned, permeated with the scent of beastly presence and excrement, and the humid air intensified the stench to an almost unbearable degree, causing Rofan to nearly retch several times. Upon reaching the innermost depths, even with the flickering flame, The light barely illuminated the area around him. He was forced to navigate by touch until he stumbled upon a soft pile of grass, likely the resting place of the beast. Crouching down, he illuminated the grass with the flickering light. Amidst the deep green, he discerned glimmers of silver, albeit faintly, yet distinct enough to identify. 1. 2. The scattered fur required Rofan to collect it strand by strand, placing each in a small vial that had previously contained a spirit-enhancing pill. After securing each strand with a tight lid to prevent exposure to the air, he had amassed several dozen within a short span. Is this sufficient? Rofan rubbed his eyes vigorously. Having stared intently at the silver strands had left his eyes weary and strained. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heat, jolting him into alertness. What other creature could cause such commotion within the cave but the silver hound of the sky? Could it be? Lanza Eslor failed? How could the beast have entered? Rofan sprang to his feet and peered outside the cave. Run, Rofan. The beast is returning. Lanza's anxious voice echoed, accompanied by the beast's heavy panting. Run? Where am I supposed to go? I've walked straight into a trap, and now the creature has come uninvited. Rofan lamented with a touch of exasperation. Hurry. You possess the spirit-resisting pill, which can fend off some spiritual energy. I will attempt to ensnare this beast. Luofan gritted his teeth, resolved to make a dash for it. He swiftly made his way to the midpoint of the cavern, nearly catching sight of the light at the entrance, only to discern the massive form of the celestial silver hound charging towards him. At that moment, within the confines of the not-so-wide cave, Lanza leaped forward, drawing a silver sword from her spatial ring. With a decisive motion, she brought it down, and a deep blue radiance illuminated the darkness. The sword's spiritual energy sliced through the shadows like a crescent blade, aimed directly at the celestial silver hound. The creature, seemingly oblivious to such an assault, continued its reckless charge, fueled by the strength of the Spirit King, unleashing a thunderous roar. The sound reverberated throughout the cavern, causing Luofan to struggle to maintain his footing as the entire cave trembled, with numerous stones tumbling down and striking him painfully. Quickly, we must escape, Lanza shouted, delivering several swift strikes at the celestial silver hound. A convergence of blue spiritual energy coalesced into a larger wave, instantly illuminating the dark cavern as if it were daylight. The celestial silver hound abruptly turned its head, its fierce eyes glaring at Lanza with a murderous intent, preparing to retaliate. In that fleeting moment, Luofan noticed an opening, pushed off the ground with all his might, and leaped forward, breaking free from the entangled fray, thereafter running aimlessly. Upon exiting the cave, Luofan felt another violent tremor. When he glanced back, he saw Lanza rushing towards him, her once charming face now marred with blood, a trickle staining the corner of her mouth. Just as the celestial silver hound burst out of the cave, the entire structure collapsed behind them. Did you retrieve the silver hair? Lanza inquired while running. Luofan nodded vigorously, shaking the small vial in his hand. I got it. Then let us flee. Luofan felt as though they were engaged in an endless flight. No matter how fast they ran, the beast relentlessly pursued them, the gap they had initially created closing in rapidly. The celestial silver hound was now frenzied, disregarding all else in its fervent chase. Under the moonlight, the trio, 2 humans and 1 beast, hurtled through the night, racing towards an uncertain destination. Oh heavens! It's a dead end. There is no way out. Luofan abruptly halted, confronted by the jagged edge of a steep forested slope, beneath which lay a deep abyss of several dozen meters. Lanza glanced back at the beast, panic etched across her features. What shall we do? Am I, Juga Lanza, destined to perish at the hands of this creature? Luofan furrowed his brow tightly, taking a deep breath. There is no alternative. We must jump. As soon as the words left his lips, Lanza felt a powerful grip seize her, and before she could react, they were both plunged into the abyss. The rapid descent incited instinctive struggles, yet the hands that clasped each other remained unyielding. With a resounding thud, they crashed into a pool of water, sending sprays soaring several feet into the air, the droplets reflecting the moonlight like a curtain of pearls. Lansha struggled for a moment before realizing the buoyancy of the water was immense, preventing her from sinking. Gasping for breath, she exclaimed, Are you insane? You want to die and drag me down with you? Luofan shook his head and replied, But we are not dead, are we? Otherwise, that celestial silver wolf would have certainly regarded us as a midnight snack. We are merely drenched like drowned rats. Being a girl, Lansha found it difficult to maintain Luofan's calm demeanor. Her robes were completely soaked, and the thin gauze of her sleeves had become utterly transparent. She furiously pounded the water with her delicate fists, declaring, You've soaked me through. I will kill you. Observing Lance's petulant behavior, Luo Fan sighed in exasperation. A woman is indeed a woman. In times of peril, all prior composure vanishes, and she now resembled a spoiled little girl. Luo Fan regulated his breathing and swam to the shore, suggesting, "Let us dry our clothes first. It is too cold in these mountains, otherwise we shall not endure." With that, Luo Fan began to search for stones around him. The Luo family had once engaged in the flint trade, so he possessed an accurate discernment of flint. In this primeval wilderness, locating a piece of flint proved to be no challenge. Soon, a fire crackled to life, illuminating the quiet night and dispelling the darkness of the abyss. Luo Fan removed his garments and propped a long branch to create a makeshift rack for drying. His bare torso, having been honed through months of rigorous training, revealed well-defined muscles. Though Lansha could not swim, she laboriously paddled to the shore, eventually approaching Luo Fan and requesting, "Turn around." "Why?" he replied. "Is it not common courtesy to respect the differences between men and women? Do you wish for me to watch you undress?" Luo Fan shrugged, rolling his eyes, and turned away. "Hurry up. I still need to warm myself." "Hurry up? You expect me to dry off while still clothed?" Luo Fan sighed again, realizing the impracticality of his request. After all, she was a woman. It was unreasonable to expect her to undress while he watched. Thus, he closed his eyes to meditate. Lansha wore an expression of disdain, casting a glance at Luo Fan. Yet, her perception of him had shifted. His bravery had liberated her from danger. She was surprised by his courage, facing the celestial silver wolf without fear and deciding to leap off the cliff at a critical moment, all of which required tremendous bravery. Picking up a branch, she poked Luo Fan's back and called out, "Hey, what is it?" He replied, "The silver hair?" Luo Fan retrieved a small vial from his spatial ring and handed it back over his shoulder. Lansha opened the cap, examined the contents, and noted the hardness of the effective silver hair, sufficient to concoct 2 portions of celestial milk. She then produced an empty vial from her own spatial ring, filled half of it, and handed the other half back to Luo Fan. "Here, take it. I shall use my own vial." Luo Fan shook his head, sighed, and accepted it, placing it in his spatial ring. After a while, their clothes had dried. Lansha donned her long robe, tying the sash around her graceful figure. "All right, you may turn back now." Luo Fan turned to put on his clothes, feeling the warmth enveloping him. He glanced up at the towering heights and remarked, "How are we to ascend such heights?" Lansha assessed the situation and responded, "It is not impossible, but you must cooperate with me." "And how shall I cooperate?" Lansa pointed towards a moderately high point in the abyss and remarked, in a non-combat state, "I can leap approximately 10 meters. This abyss appears to be over 20 meters deep. If I step on that fallen, horizontal tree, I might be able to jump out with 2 leaps. However, you must hold on to me tightly." Rovan nodded in agreement. That poses no problem. Escaping is beneficial for everyone. Yet, in his heart, he thought that this woman with silver hair should hasten her departure, lest further complications arise. "All right, hold on to me," Lansa urged. Rovan stepped forward and grasped her slender waist, the graceful curve of her form unmistakable. The moment they made contact, he felt a peculiar reaction within himself. Good heavens, aside from her appearance, this woman's figure is truly captivating. "Don't touch recklessly. Who permitted you to lay hands on my body?" Lansa rebuked, though her tone lacked its usual firmness. And in the flickering firelight, Rovan noticed a blush spreading across her fair cheeks. Taken aback, Rovan quickly withdrew his hand. "Then where should I hold? The thigh?" Lansa was nearly in tears from frustration. You're holding onto my outer robe. Holding your clothing? Aren't you worried it might tear?" "Less chatter. Hurry up." Rovan firmly grasped Lansa's long robe, the silk's smoothness indeed remarkable. It seemed she hailed from a noble lineage. At that moment, Lansa leapt into the air. In the fiery red space, the two soared, landing directly on the horizontal, fallen tree at an intermediate height. Lansa's eyes were fixed on the mouth of the abyss. Channeling all her strength into her legs, she made another powerful leap towards the abyss's edge. Just as she was about to cross the precipice, a sudden tearing sound echoed. The girl froze, her snow-white, delicate skin illuminated under the silver moonlight. In Rovan's moment of daze, he felt his body plummeting downward, instinctively exerting force once more, resulting in another tearing sound, revealing not only her proud upper form but also her remarkably elastic long legs. Rovan gazed in astonishment at Lansa, whose inner and outer garments had been pulled down by him, completely losing his grip as he fell. In a critical moment, Lansa turned, leaning down to grasp Rovan's arm. Their hands locking tightly together, the veins on Rovan's forearm prominently visible. Arovan appeared somewhat dazed, his eyes fixated on the most alluring part of Lance's upper body, nearly forgetting that he was suspended in midair. Observing Rovan's gaze, Lance's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. She had never been looked at in such a manner, especially not while lacking her robe. Furthermore, as she leaned down to pull Rovan up, her form naturally hung down. Exposed to his gaze, "You scoundrel, if you continue to stare, I shall let go." Wait, I want to look, I promise," Rovan hurriedly replied. But soon after, he added, "It's impossible not to look. If I don't gaze at you, how will I climb up?" Lança covered her chest with one hand, her face a tapestry of red as she turned away. "You very well. You may only look ahead, and your mind must harbor no impure thoughts." All right. No impure thoughts." Rofan shook his head, internally acknowledging the absence of distracting thoughts, yet feeling as though he was on the verge of bursting. Dismissing such concerns, he resolved to proceed. Grasping Lance's arm tightly, he pushed against the earthen wall with all his might as Lança exerted her full strength to pull him up. They both collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, too fatigued to utter a word. However, as Rofan shifted his gaze around, he was struck by the sight of an endless sea of grass stretching before him, devoid of any discernible path in sight. Luofan inquired, "Where is this place? I can scarcely see the path." Lan Sha, her cheeks flushed, whispered, "You scoundrel, you have torn my clothing. I shall ensure you do not leave here alive." It then dawned upon Luofan that Lan Sha was still unclothed, prompting him to hastily remove his own garment and drape it around her. "Go on, kill me, as you have threatened to do countless times these past few days. Do not touch me." "Very well, I shall not lay a finger on you. You may dress yourself," he replied, rising to survey the surroundings under the moonlight, still at a loss regarding their direction. As Lan Sha managed to adorn herself with Luofan's somewhat tattered robe, she remarked, "This must be the Misty Grass Sea within the Sunset Forest." Misty Grass Sea? Indeed. The Sunset Forest is imbued with rich spiritual energy, and during the night, such natural energy formations often emerge, known as the Misty Grass Sea. Perhaps we are merely a step away from the exit, yet at this moment, it remains shrouded from our view, only to be revealed when daylight disperses the dark energy, allowing sunlight to illuminate our way out. Does that mean we must remain here for the night? Lan Sha shot him a glare. "Do you think I wish to linger with a rogue like you for even a moment longer?" "Humph." Luofan, shaking his head in resignation, muttered, "I have no desire to remain with you for even a second longer." With that, he reclined. "Please, may I have another chi condensation pill?" "There are none left." "I brought only one," Lan Sha replied curtly. Luofan's eyes widened in disbelief. "None? You led me deep into this forest and now inform me there are none? The effects of the chi condensation pill are waning. I could perish here." Lan Sha remained silent, seemingly still annoyed. Luofan gritted his teeth. "Humph. The heart of a woman like you is the most venomous. If death is to be my fate, so be it." With that, he shut his eyes and drifted into slumber. Lan Sha pursed her lips, ignoring him, but quietly retrieved another chi condensation pill from her storage ring and tossed it to Luofan. He caught it and placed it in his mouth, grimacing but saying nothing further. As Luofan slowly succumbed to sleep, Lan Sha found herself restless. She approached him, gazing at his once handsome face now marred by several wounds, feeling a pang of emotion. Regardless of the circumstances, he had saved her life. Having faced death twice, she suddenly perceived his visage as far less displeasing, and as she gazed upon Luofan, she felt her cheeks warm. The night passed in silence. At dawn, the piercing sunlight roused Luofan from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he discovered himself lying on a patch of grass, precisely where he had sought the cave of the celestial silver hound. Looking around, he noticed that Lan Sha was no longer present. He stood frozen for a few seconds, a twinge of reluctance welling up inside him, but such is the path of a warrior, where encounters are fleeting, and some may never meet again. But what of Lan Sha? Would he ever have the chance to see her again? Luofan shook his head with a smile, rising to brush the dirt from his trousers, while his upper garment had been taken by Lan Sha, leaving him to walk bare-chested toward the forest's edge. As the effects of the chi condensation pill gradually faded, Luofan emerged from the depths of the Sunset Forest, no longer fearing the overwhelming spiritual energy in the air. He exhaled deeply. At last, I have made my escape. Luofan felt his spiritual energy had significantly advanced once more. After this harrowing escape, he was nearing the second tier of a spiritual apprentice. Although he had consumed a spirit condensation pill, the abundant spiritual energy from deep within the forest had undeniably contributed to his progress. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed that despite his rising level, the intensity of his spiritual energy was far inferior to before. From a distance, he spotted Ling Feng's modest tent, which filled him with an indescribable warmth, a feeling of returning home. Ling Feng remained composed, engrossed in his reading. Upon seeing Luo Fan enter, a hint of a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Well done, my boy. It seems my spirit elevation pill was not in vain." Luo Fan hurried forward and implored, "Master, please help me assess my spiritual attributes." Ling Feng nodded, grasped Luo Fan's hand, and placed 3 fingers on his pulse. This method was employed to determine the spiritual attributes of martial artists below the spiritual apprentice level. Suddenly, Ling Feng frowned. His expression shifted to one of disbelief as he gradually raised his gaze to meet Luo Fan's eyes, unable to utter a word. "Master, what is it?" Ling Feng inhaled sharply, forcing out a few words. "It is control." Previously, Ling Feng had sensed this possibility, but he had not anticipated it to be true. Control? Luo Fan could scarcely believe his ears. Months of relentless training had been dedicated to becoming powerful, to make his father proud, and to find his beloved Mo heir. Yet, he had received the most disparaging attribute of spiritual energy according to his master. No wonder he had advanced to a spiritual apprentice, yet his energy did not seem to strengthen. This meant ruin for him, especially with only half a month remaining before the assessment at the spiritual hall. He stood up, his earlier joy evaporating, replaced by disappointment. Not being able to enter the spiritual hall may significantly slow my training speed. Am I truly doomed to never see Mo heir again? Luo Fan leaned against the support of the tent, bitterly laughing, then succumbing to tears of despair. Ling Feng felt a pang in his heart. As his disciple, witnessing Luo Fan's distress was naturally painful for him. He rose and patted Luo Fan's shoulder, saying, "My boy, though my strength is not formidable, I have spent half my life studying the path of martial artists. In the coming days, focus solely on your training. As for enhancing your spiritual energy, leave that to me." Luo Fan felt as though he had spotted a beacon in the vast ocean. He turned and asked, "Really?" Ling Feng nodded knowingly. "Do you remember the book I was reading when we first met?" Luo Fan pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes, the one where you excitedly pounded your thigh, saying that control attribute martial artists could defeat even stronger foes." Indeed, a 5th-tier control attribute spiritual master defeated a 7th-tier powerhouse of the offensive attribute. Since it is recorded in the book, I believe it must exist. I shall find a method to cultivate your control attribute spiritual energy. Is it truly feasible? Luo Fan questioned. If you were not a control attribute, perhaps I would never have delved into this field throughout my life. Yet now, I believe that in the spirit martial continent, all things are balanced. Since control attributes exist, there must be a reason for their existence and advantages. Ro Fan nodded vigorously. Determination etched on his face as he gazed at Ling Feng. "Master, I shall heed your counsel. Where shall I cultivate next?" Ling Feng replied, "Now that you have developed your attributes as a spirit disciple, I can truly begin to teach you. Let us dismantle the tent. We are heading to the heart of the forest." The two swiftly packed their makeshift home, and, with a flick of Ling Feng's wrist, stored it within his spatial ring. Setting forth unencumbered, Ling Feng moved with alacrity, his thoughts racing with strategies to fortify a frail, control-type warrior. He resolved to devote his life's research to this endeavor. "Now that I am your master, I will ensure your strength grows." Ling Feng mused inwardly. As the spirit martial continent approached the last vestiges of early winter, the winds began to chill, biting against their skin like daggers. Yet, the sunset forest was a different tale. Under the blazing sun, beads of sweat trickled down Ro Fan's cheeks. He felt warmth even while meditating. This was characteristic of the sunset forest, where, despite being deep into autumn, the midday heat persisted. The duo established their tent in the southern part of the forest center, an area known as the wildlands of the Sunset Forest. This expanse straddled the territories of the Lucy Empire and the Qinyang Empire, and even within the forest, temperatures varied widely. The northern regions burst forth with the vibrancy of spring, while the south lay desolate, devoid of life. The endless yellow earth was littered with long-dead trees and completely desiccated branches. A realm of silence interrupted only by the whispers of the wind and the occasional chirp of birds. After 2 days of cultivation, Ro Fan had made only slight progress. The exhilaration he once felt had dissipated. Discovering his spirit energy attribute as control struck him like a blow, leaving him unable to regain his previous state. Even in his training. Suddenly, laughter reminiscent of a child echoed from the tent, shattering the prolonged silence. "Aha! I knew it would work. Little one. I found the method." Ling Feng nearly bounced out of the tent in exuberance. Ro Fan opened his eyes, hearing Ling Feng's words, and asked, Master, what is it? Can my spirit energy be enhanced? Ling Feng, still smiling, responded, indeed. After comparing the records of control-type spirit energy from dozens of books, I discovered that its later stages are terrifyingly potent. Sadly, many abandon their training due to the arduous journey, and others attempt to strengthen their primary attribute through various techniques and cross-attribute cultivation, yielding astonishing results. Ro Fan's rare smile illuminated his face. That's wonderful, Master. You truly are like a father to me. What shall I do next? Ling Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Follow me, he instructed, turning to enter the tent, with Ro Fan closely trailing behind. Inside the modest tent, books were stacked precariously, filling the space with the scent of parchment. Ro Fan was momentarily taken aback. Just how many books does my master possess? Ling Feng pushed a pile of books aside, clearing a space, and retrieved a large bundle from his spatial ring. Within this is a compilation of techniques I have amassed over half my life. Now, choose one that best suits you. Techniques? Aren't they spirit skills? Ro Fan found himself perplexed by these unfamiliar terms. He had previously only known that martial artists needed to cultivate their levels and spiritual techniques, never having heard of the necessity to also practice certain methods. Ling Feng chuckled. Silly boy, for a martial artist, both methods and spiritual techniques hold equal significance. The method determines the direction of your internal spiritual energy cultivation, while the spiritual techniques represent your external moves. In conjunction with these two, you must also possess a sufficiently powerful beast soul to support you. This is the path to becoming a formidable martial artist. Ro Fan nodded. By the way, Master, what about the beast soul from 97? Ling Feng paused. That has already been refined into a spirit elevation pill. How was I to know that your control attribute was so unfortunate? Ro Fan could not help but stare in disbelief. You actually used the 97 beast soul for alchemy? Master, you are truly extravagant. Seeing Ro Fan's despondent expression, Ling Feng smirked. Hee, I was just joking. Even if I kept the 97 beast soul, I would not use it recklessly. Your spiritual energy is currently too weak to consume a beast soul. If practicing the method proves effective, you can consume souls later. Ro Fan nodded and squatted down to open the package, discovering countless scrolls within. Is this the method? He inquired. Indeed, Ling Feng replied. Once you become a spirit disciple, the spiritual techniques or methods you master will no longer be in book form, but rather scrolls. Go ahead, take a look. Ro Fan unrolled one only to find it completely blank, devoid of any words. There is nothing written here, Master. Ling Feng chuckled. Of course, as a spirit disciple, you must learn to use your spiritual energy to sense, just as you would when activating a storage ring. Feel the cultivation methods and effects contained within. After saying this, Ling Feng selected a method and handed it to Ro Fan. Closing his eyes slightly, Ro Fan manipulated the spiritual energy within him. Sensing the information from the scroll, Wind Profound Technique, a level 1 method, classified as a progressive technique that strengthens and promotes advancement with cultivation and use of spiritual energy. After cultivation, it can enhance a martial artist's speed, allowing for a preemptive strike, suitable for those with speed-oriented spiritual energy. Ling Feng remarked. This Wind Profound technique should suit you best. Ro Fan questioned, Master, why choose a speed-oriented method when my spiritual energy is so weak? Shouldn't I opt for a strong attack? Ling Feng smiled. Rather than attempting to strengthen your weaknesses, it is better to amplify your advantages. Your spiritual energy is too feeble in the early stages of cultivation. Even if you practiced a strong attack method, how potent could you become? It is far wiser to capitalize on your strengths. The advantage of a control attribute lies in utilizing control techniques to restrict your opponent's actions. What you lack is speed. As long as you can control your opponent with a preemptive technique, what is there to fear? Ro Fan's understanding blossomed, indeed. Rather than trying to equalize his spiritual energy strengths and weaknesses, it was wiser to seize the initiative and restrain his opponent with a single move. Master. But I do not know any control techniques, he admitted. Ling Feng frowned. Must you run before you can walk? Be cautious, or you may find your cultivation becomes muddled. The Spirit Hall assessment is merely days away. Focus on cultivating this method to the first level first. Ro Fan scratched the back of his head and nodded sheepishly. Spiritual techniques are merely combat maneuvers that can be learned in a short time, while methods require long-term cultivation and exploration until mastery. Time is of the essence. We must proceed now. Stepping out of the tent, Luo Fan made his way to a distant clearing, where he sat cross-legged upon the dry grass, holding the Wind Profound technique in his hands. Ling Feng said, Let us commence. Grasp the scroll firmly at both ends and begin your cultivation according to the information inscribed upon it. With his eyes tightly shut, Luo Fan sensed lines of text appearing in his mind, detailing the methods of cultivating the wind profound technique, encompassing breath control and perception. These words surged into his consciousness like ethereal energy. As the spiritual energy flowed under the guidance of the technique, it seemed to alter its previous state, with both direction and speed undergoing tangible transformation. Several junctions within his meridians began to experience the flow of energy, seemingly regulated by the technique. At that moment, Luo Fan felt his entire body enveloped by this spiritual energy, a sensation of profound comfort washing over him. He nodded slightly, recognizing that this was indeed the technique's impact on his meridians. Once mastered, it could potentially enhance his speed. Only when Luo Fan entered a deep state of cultivation did Ling Feng nod, albeit with a twinge of anxiety regarding the success of this cross-attribute cultivation method. After all, control attribute warriors had largely abandoned such practice. For Luo Fan, this was merely an experiment. A cold wind swept through, causing the dead branches to sway, their brittle snaps intermingling with the breeze. The desolate land was shrouded in coldness, devoid of any wildlife willing to linger, marking it as an exception within the sunset forest, the only place barren and devoid of greenery throughout the seasons. Frost settled upon Luo Fan's attire, his hair and eyebrows turning white, yet his serene expression remained unchanged. His youthful visage as still as a tranquil well. The air around Luo Fan exhibited a distinct and abnormal shift, although the spiritual energy had not yet manifested externally. A rapid interchange between the energy within and without his body had commenced. This repetitive exchange not only imprinted the wind profound technique deeply within his meridians, but also refined the spiritual energy surrounding him, creating waves of energy that radiated outward. It seemed the moment had arrived. Luo Fan could sense a revolutionary change in his meridians, as the habitual flow of energy and the essence of cultivation had entirely transformed into the characteristics of the wind profound technique. With a fierce shout, Luo Fan unleashed several streams of spiritual energy that dispersed around him, forming powerful currents in the air. Suddenly, Luo Fan's eyes flew open, feeling his body brimming with strength. His fists clenched tightly, resembling a wild bull seeking an outlet for its pent-up energy. Hearing the commotion, Ling Feng hurried out of the tent, and upon witnessing the swirling energy around Luo Fan, he could not help but smile, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Not bad, lad. Your talent is commendable. In just 8 days, you have already grasped the first layer of the wind profound technique. Such progressive techniques typically require speed attribute warriors at least half a month to master." Luo Fan replied, "Master, this technique is truly remarkable. After achieving the first layer, I can feel my meridians have become more resilient than before." Ling Feng chuckled and said, "Indeed, that is the essence of the technique. Not only does it enhance your spiritual energy attributes, but it also fortifies your meridians and overall physique. Now, give it a try. Let me witness your speed." As the words fell, Luo Fan revealed a mischievous smile and abruptly charged at Ling Feng, delivering simultaneous punches with a speed that had doubled compared to before, rivaling even the biting cold winds around them. Just as his fist approached, Ling Feng shifted his weight slightly, turning his foot to the side and evading the attack with a fluid motion. What a clever lad, engaging in an unannounced battle with his master. But it was not over yet. Seeing his first strike miss, Luo Fan swiftly turned and executed a kick, his leg curving slightly before snapping out with a sudden burst, resembling a phantom as he unleashed his assault. What a remarkable speed! Alas, the force is inconsistent. Otherwise, even I would find it challenging to evade. Ling Feng quickly crouched down, allowing Luo Fan's leg to sweep over him. In that fleeting moment, he seized Luo Fan's ankle with a firm grip. With his foot captured, Luo Fan ceased his onslaught and remarked, "Inconsistent force?" Ling Feng nodded. "Indeed, while your speed is impressive, your control over spiritual energy is lacking, resulting in strikes that vary in strength and speed." "What should I do?" Luo Fan inquired. Ling Feng took a deep breath, contemplating, and replied, "There is no rush. With your current strength paired with spiritual techniques, entering the spirit hall should pose no challenge. As for mastering the control of spiritual energy, I shall teach you that in due time." "Can the master also enter the spirit hall?" Luo Fan asked, but Ling Feng remained silent for a moment, offering no answer. "All right, tonight we shall go to the other side of that grassy slope." "Where to?" Luo Fan queried. "Indeed, tonight we will learn spiritual techniques. The cultivation of attribute control techniques requires an exceptionally quiet locale, and that place is most suitable. Learning spiritual techniques? Luo Fan's expression brightened with anticipation, as if unable to contain his eagerness. As he practiced, awaiting the night's arrival, he felt the spiritual energy within him surge once more, this time not merely a fullness in his dantian, but a tangible transformation. He had reached the second tier of spiritual apprentices. This breakthrough was promising for Luo Fan, as learning spiritual techniques at the second tier would be significantly easier than at the first, and his success rate in executing these techniques would also improve. Battling against the night breeze and beneath the silvery moonlight, Luo Fan and Ling Feng traversed the grassy slope, arriving at a shaded area behind it. This place was more vibrant than the desolate lands, where absolute silence was accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water, and the wind was far less fierce than outside. Ling Feng produced a scroll, stating, "Control attribute warriors are indeed scarce, and I have seldom focused on mastering control techniques. This scroll is the most suitable for you." Luo Fan accepted the scroll and began to absorb its contents. Earth Spider Web, a second-tier spiritual technique that, when utilized, allowed the practitioner to project 4 strands of spiritual energy into the ground, which would then erupt before the opponent, binding them for 3 seconds, perfect for control attribute warriors. Only a second-tier technique? And it lasts just 3 seconds? Luo Fan questioned, perceiving it as rather inadequate. Ling Feng explained, spiritual techniques are divided into 9 tiers. While learning them is not difficult, the success rate is a different matter. It is only through usage and continual practice that one can achieve a flawless execution. Regarding the control attribute spirit techniques, their strength is predominantly weak, with most being below level 4. Only rare offensive spirit techniques attain a higher grade. Is there indeed an offensive spirit technique for the control attribute? I had presumed it to be exclusive to the strong attack attribute. Ling Feng chuckled softly. Of course, when a martial artist of the control attribute reaches a high level and masters their unique offensive spirit techniques, it can be a truly terrifying prospect. Remember, in real combat, a mere 3 seconds of restraint is sufficient to defeat a foe stronger than yourself. Luo Fan nodded in agreement, reflecting that while the Earth Spider Web spirit technique may appear unimpressive, mastering a mere 3 seconds in a low-level confrontation could yield a fatal blow, provided he does not encounter an opponent significantly more powerful than himself. As he lifted the scroll, the information flowed into his mind, and upon opening his eyes, he gazed at the moonlit expanse of grass before him, a resolute expression gracing his features. Earth Spiderweb, with arms outstretched, Luo Fan summoned every ounce of strength to unleash a powerful gust of wind, sending the surrounding wild grass tumbling forward like waves in the sea. While he remained steadfast in his position, for visible strands of pale blue spiritual energy surged ahead, burrowing into the ground at a certain distance, leaving behind 4 raised traces on the surface, stretching far into the distance. Suddenly, the spiritual energy erupted from the earth, swirling around a solitary tree before converging inward. 4 strands of energy intertwined, forming a dense web that ensnared the trunk tightly, dissipating only after 3 seconds. Ling Feng could not help but shake his head in awe, pondering the extraordinary talent of this young man. Achieving a level 2 spirit technique typically requires a spirit apprentice to practice dozens of times to attain a mere 60% success rate. Yet he executed it flawlessly on his first attempt. It seems that for a martial artist of the control attribute to rise to prominence, such talent is essential. 3 days later, Ling Feng decided to conclude this session of training in the Sunset Forest, as there were only 4 days remaining until the Spirit Hall commenced its recruitment of disciples. The journey would require 2 days, and the registration along with the explanation of the recruitment standards would also demand time. During these 3 days, not only had Luo Fan improved in his training, but his proficiency with the Earth Spider Web had also grown, achieving a remarkable success rate of only 1 failure out of 10 attempts. Throughout their journey, Ling Feng did not schedule a single rest, as this would serve to fortify Luo Fan's physique. High-intensity training was followed by rigorous physical conditioning, ensuring a genuine enhancement of strength. The Spirit Hall is situated in the northeastern part of the Spirit Martial Continent, at the juncture of the Lucy Empire and the Qinyang Empire. This territory is not subject to any national boundaries but belongs solely to the Spirit Hall. With a legacy spanning hundreds of years, the Spirit Hall refrains from engaging in any disputes, maintaining a position of neutrality. Yet, no force has dared to provoke this great dragon, for disciples of the Spirit Hall are spread across the entire continent. and their true power extends far beyond the hall itself. The nearest city to the Spirit Hall is Peng City, where the recruitment of disciples for the Lucy Empire also takes place. Arriving early ensures that there are no delays in entering the hall and registering. Thus, Luo Fan returned to Peng City for the second time, the most prosperous city in the Lucy Empire. As Ling Feng set up a tent beneath the city wall, Luo Fan, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Master, can't we compromise just this once? I have registered for the Spirit Hall, while everyone else is staying in inns. And here I am with a tent. Won't my future peers find this utterly laughable?" Ling Feng shot him a disdainful glance. "Do you have any money? Then go fetch me a jug of wine." Luo Fan replied, "I have no money." Just then, a figure approached, clad in flowing white robes, adorned with a jeweled silver belt, and carrying a golden slender sword. The autumn breeze tousled his long hair, lending him an air of elegance and nonchalance. It was Mu Xiaobai. "Luo Fan, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Mu Xiaobai, Luo Fan was at a loss for words. He had indeed encountered an acquaintance, a situation he had dreaded. "Xiaobai, I came to register for the Spirit Hall, and tonight I'll be staying in a tent." He could hardly bring himself to utter those words. Yet, Ling Feng interjected on his behalf. "Oh, haha, Luo Fan is here to register for the Spirit Hall, and we shall be residing in this tent." "No way. How could you stay here in such cold weather? Why not stay at our hall? We have plenty of rooms." Luo Fan finally discerned a smug smirk in Ling Feng's eyes and thought to himself, "This old rogue is truly cunning." He jumped at the chance to respond when he noticed the wealthy patron's arrival. Ling Feng feigned contemplation. "Very well, let us stay at your esteemed residence. It will also be convenient for tomorrow's registration at the Spirit Hall." "Excellent." With that, they dismantled the tent and proceeded towards the grand establishment of the Sword Edge Hall. In a hushed tone, Luo Fan leaned towards Ling Feng and quipped, "You are quite devious, old drunkard. Now we have a place to stay. And you've secured your wine as well." Ling Feng chuckled, "Nonsense. I did it for your convenience. Spare me." Sword Edge Hall, renowned as the premier weapon merchant of the Lucy Empire, exuded an air of solemnity and opulence. A blue plaque with golden characters hung above the grand entrance, gleaming in the sunlight, while two crimson stone pillars flanked the doorway, adorned with the mythical Qilin, a guardian creature of great merchants in the spirit martial continent. What a grand sight! Upon entering the estate, Luo Fan felt an inexplicable melancholy wash over him. It reminded him of the grandeur of the Luo family estate during his childhood. Yet now, residing in such a mansion felt like mere accommodation, a thought that filled him with desolation. "My father has gone to the Chunyang Empire to discuss important matters and is not in the estate, so I shall host you both for tonight's dinner," Mu Xiaobai announced. Luo Fan smiled. "Xiaobai, you are too courteous. Simple fare will suffice. And I fear I might impose upon you." "Not at all. We are brothers. It is only right." They exchanged knowing smiles, a bond of understanding between them. Mu Xiaobai arranged for 2 rooms and even sent a jar of wine to Ling Feng, reflecting the hospitality expected from a scion of a prominent family. That night, Luo Fan chose not to practice but instead enjoyed a deep slumber, awakening only at dawn. Early the next morning, Mu Xiaobai knocked on the door. "Luo Fan, rise and shine. We are going to register for the Spirit Hall today. The earlier we arrive, the better our chances of securing a good position." Rubbing his eyes, Luo Fan stepped outside and asked, "Secure a position?" "Indeed. It is always like this. If we are late, we could find ourselves in a queue of over 1,000 people." Luo Fan hurriedly tidied up and stepped out of the Sword Edge Hall alongside Mu Xiaobai. They jogged to a grand plaza in the heart of the city. During Luo Fan's previous visit to Peng City, he had traversed this very square on his way to the Blue Water Chamber of Commerce, which at that time was spacious and accommodating. However, now it was a cacophony of voices, making it nearly impossible to navigate through the throng. Arriving early, they found themselves at the end of a line that was only a few hundred strong. Just then, Mu Xiaobai felt a tap on his shoulder. "Hey, Mu Xiaobai, that's my spot." Turning around, Mu Xiaobai discovered that it was none other than Ying Kai from the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing her, Luo Fan felt an absurd mix of amusement and dread, fearing that this peculiar pair might clash again. Yet, he found Mu Xiaobai's demeanor in front of Ying Kai to be particularly amusing. "Manly woman, how can it be your spot when we are at the end of the line?" Mu Xiaobai retorted. Ying Kai lifted her chin defiantly. "Humph, I was already here. Just stepped away briefly. Who knew you, a petty person, would seize my position?" At that moment, Mu Xiaobai was unfazed by Ying Kai's attitude. Having absorbed the essence of 80 years of beast souls from the Sunset Forest, he was considerably stronger than others of the same level. Despite still being a third-tier spirit apprentice, Manly woman, are you looking for a fight? Inkai was somewhat taken aback. When had Mu Xiaobai grown the audacity to challenge her? I think you're itching for a scuffle, she exclaimed. With that, both prepared to engage. Luo Fan, witnessing the impending confrontation, was at a loss for how to intervene. This was their usual dynamic, and he feared he lacked the power to stop them. Seizing the initiative, Mu Xiaobai stepped back, drawing his fist to his waist, and then launching a powerful strike. Inkai evaded, swiftly lifting her leg to kick at Mu Xiaobai's jaw, the force radiating with a palpable energy. Mu Xiaobai was taken aback by the sheer strength of the kick, which seemed even greater than before. He quickly raised his hands to defend himself. But the force was beyond his expectations, easily pushing his arms aside. The blow sent him staggering back several steps, almost toppling to the ground. You! Inkai burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. After all this time, I thought you had improved, but it seems you remain as weak as ever. How can this be? I have consumed the essence of 80 years of beast souls. How could I still be overpowered by this manly woman? Mu Xiaobai could hardly believe Inkai's strength had increased. What are you two doing? This is the registration area for the spirit hall, and such antics are not permitted. A woman in the crowd stepped forward, appearing to be in her mid-20s, clad in a black martial arts outfit. Though her features were delicate, her expression was severe, commanding authority. Who are you? Mu Xiaobai inquired. I am Ningwei, the steward responsible for this round of disciple recruitment. Upon learning she was a steward of the spirit hall, Mu Xiaobai ceased his protests and returned to the line with a bowed head, while Inkai, too, relinquished her earlier bravado and stood obediently behind him. In the spirit hall, if one speaks of rank, the deacon is subordinate to the elders, the vice master, and the master. However, in a different light, the deacon may very well become the mentor of the disciples, and offending a deacon could lead to dire consequences once one enters the spirit hall. Ningwei shook her head as she observed the two individuals, choosing not to comment further, and proceeded towards the front of the line. Her gaze lingered momentarily upon Luo Fan. How could this similarly youthful lad exude such composure and sophistication? Due to the swift registration process at the spirit hall, it was not long before Luo Fan and his companions reached the end of the line, where a row of long tables awaited. The deacon seated behind the table was in charge of the registration, as the previous registrant departed with a red card in hand. Luo Fan conveyed his name to the deacon before the latter felt his pulse, nodded slightly, and handed him a card as proof of registration, a black card inscribed with the words Black Group, Luo Fan. Stepping away from the line, Luo Fan waited for Mu Xiaobai, who also received a black card, while behind them, Inkai emerged with a blue card. Mu Xiaobai smirked at Inkai, saying, "Thank goodness I'm not in the same group as you, tomboy." Inkai responded with a playful grimace, retorting, "Humph, you should count your blessings, or else I might just eliminate you first. Be cautious, don't run into me during the assessment." Luo Fan chuckled and shook his head. The pair truly were a comical duo. He approached Mu Xiaobai and inquired, "What does this card signify?" Residing in Peng City, Mu Xiaobai possessed some understanding of the registration and assessment process for the spirit hall. He explained, "It indicates our grouping for the assessment. We must defeat the other groups to secure our qualifications for entry." "Is it a competition on the arena?" Luo Fan asked. Mu Xiaobai clarified, "Not quite. The spirit hall devises new assessment methods each year. They evaluate the martial artist's overall capabilities, including combat, survival, and spiritual energy intensity." Luo Fan inhaled quietly. He feared that his spiritual energy intensity might be his weakest attribute. By the afternoon, all registrations had concluded, and the square was bustling with people, all gathered beneath a red pedestal on the west side of the square. Upon the pedestal stood an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a gray robe, exuding an air of gravitas. His expression was serious, and there was not a trace of mirth upon his aged visage. Clearing his throat softly, he stepped forward and addressed the gathered disciples. "I am Shen Zhao, an elder of the outer court of the spirit hall. It brings me great joy to witness so many young individuals registering for the spirit hall. After a morning of enrollment, we have confirmed that 300 young souls have qualified for the assessment. For those who do not meet the qualifications, I urge you to train diligently and reapply next year." It was then that Luo Fan realized the deacon's pulse examination was indeed a test of qualification. Fortunately, his master had urged him to transcend the spirit apprentice level. Otherwise, he would have had no opportunity to participate in the assessment this year. Shen Zhao continued, "Now, allow me to elaborate on the assessment format for entry into the spirit hall. This year, we shall recruit 60 disciples, and the method of assessment will be a treasure hunt competition. A treasure hunt competition? What is this? The Spirit Hall has introduced yet another innovation. As the three words treasure hunt were uttered, a murmur of curiosity rippled through the audience, intrigued by this mode of assessment. Shinjiao continued, explaining that the treasure hunt would be divided into 2 rounds, taking place in the Spirit Hall and the Sunset Forest, respectively. Each round would involve 150 participants, divided into 5 groups of 30. Each group would receive a treasure map, and the first 30 to reach the treasure zone would be inducted as disciples of the Spirit Hall. Luo Fan furrowed his brow and murmured, this means the grouping is entirely inconsequential. The first 30 to arrive at the treasure zone may not even be from the same group. Mu Xiaobai nodded in agreement, remarking, indeed, the solidarity does not equate to efficacy. What truly matters is arriving at the treasure zone first. Luo Fan shook his head, countering, no. There will undoubtedly be confrontations during the hunt. If one recklessly ventures alone against a larger opponent, all efforts will be in vain. I believe unity is essential in the initial stages of this competition. Mu Xiaobai pondered for a moment, conceding, you are correct. Perhaps I was too hasty in my pursuits. Regardless, we must cooperate to reach the end. Luo Fan nodded in affirmation. Shun Zhao then announced, as for the treasures of this contest, they consist of 1,000 spirit pearls, the currency of the hall. The first to locate them will claim ownership. Upon hearing this, only those unfamiliar with the Spirit Hall remained unfazed, while those aware of its currency were left astounded. In the Spirit Hall, all gold coins held no value. The only circulating currency was the Spirit Pearl. To live within the hall, whether for dining, trading, or even cultivating in the training hall, required Spirit Pearls for transactions. Without them, one would be forced to train in areas devoid of spiritual energy, leading to a significant disparity in progress. Observing the audience's reaction, Shun Zhao smiled with pride, declaring, very well, registration ends today. Tomorrow is a day of rest. The day after, all participating disciples shall gather here at dawn. With those words, Shun Zhao descended from the stage, and the warriors gradually dispersed, the square taking a considerable time to return to its usual flow. As Luo Fan stepped out of the square, he felt a piercing gaze upon him, causing him to instinctively draw a sharp breath. The face seemed familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. The young man wore a black martial robe and carried a conspicuous broad blade on his back. His countenance was icy, filled with fury and even animosity, and the expression between his brows brought Luo Fan to a halt, reminiscent of Fei Zhongyan from Nanka City. The man approached Luo Fan with measured steps, and they stood facing one another. The warrior spoke, Luo Fan, I did not expect Nanka City to be unwelcoming to you. Leading you to Pink City. Luo Fan regarded him coolly, asking, are you from the Fei family? The man replied icily, I am Zhongyan's elder brother, Fei Boken. You killed my brother, and think you can simply walk away? Mu Xiaobai, noticing the tense exchange, stepped forward, inquiring, who are you? Looking for trouble? Luo Fan raised a hand to halt Mu Xiaobai, stating, that day, Fei Zhongyan provoked me in the city and attacked alongside disciples of the Wind God sect. Had I not acted, I would have been the one to perish. Fei Boken shouted, silence. I warn you, during this assessment, do your utmost to avoid crossing paths with me, or I shall ensure your demise. Rovan narrowed his eyes slightly as he regarded Fei Boken, quickly sensing the latter's formidable strength, a 4th-tier spiritual apprentice, not to be underestimated. If fortune favors you, and we do not find ourselves in the same arena this time, even if you enter the Spirit Hall, I shall not spare you. Fei Boken's eyes seemed to erupt with veins of fury, his fists clenched tightly. Rovan maintained a stoic expression. He harbored no fondness for the Fei family, and in his view, Fei Zhongyan's demise was merely a consequence of his own actions. In this moment, he felt no remorse. He stated, I am always at your service. I trust you possess the capability to back up your words. As Luo Fan walked along the path, a contemplative silence enveloped him, seemingly lost in thought. Mu Xiaobai inquired, Luo Fan, who exactly is that Fei Boken? Do you harbor any animosity towards the Fei family? Luo Fan nodded slightly. It's a long story. In essence, there exists a delicate relationship between the 2 prominent families of Nanshu City. As for me, I fear I may have exacerbated this relationship by killing his brother, Fei Zhongyan, during a life-and-death battle. Mu Xiaobai remarked, I see. That fellow appears to possess considerable strength. If we encounter him during the treasure competition, he may prove to be a formidable adversary. To Mu Xiaobai, Luo Fan was an essential ally in the treasure competition, thus, any opponent of Luo Fan's was inherently his adversary as well. Luo Fan continued, indeed, I have just assessed his strength. He has already reached the 4th stage of Spirit Apprentice. and I can even sense the potency of his spiritual energy. It is certain that he has consumed a beast soul. Mu Xiaobai responded. It is likely that he possesses the strength of an ancient beast soul. The efficacy of a beast soul is generally comparative among peers of the same level. A spirit apprentice at the 4th stage, endowed with an older beast soul, naturally wields stronger spiritual energy. If the disparity is significant, one could potentially fight across 1 or 2 stages. Mu Xiaobai turned to observe Fei Bokang's retreating figure. Commenting, I noticed that the sword at his back is quite sharp. Having encountered countless weapons at the sword edge hall, I can discern from the hilt that it is a broadsword, which possesses considerable strength. This suggests he may indeed favor a strong offensive attribute. As Luo Fan spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Although his own spiritual energy was of a controlling nature, the training he had undergone with the Wind Mystic technique had instilled in him the confidence to confront an opponent with a strong offensive attribute. Indeed, this treasure competition holds immense significance for our futures, Luo Fan. You must acquire a weapon. Otherwise, facing opponents barehanded would be exceedingly disadvantageous, Mu Xiaobai urged. Ruffling his hair, Luo Fan felt somewhat perplexed regarding weaponry. Having practiced various forms of combat, including swordplay and staff techniques, since childhood in the Luo family, he was uncertain which weapon would best suit his controlling attributes. It seemed he would need to consult his master for guidance. Upon returning to the Sword Edge Hall, Luo Fan made his way directly to Ling Feng's quarters. As he approached, the strong scent of alcohol wafted through the air, signaling that his old master had indulged himself in freely flowing spirits. Pushing the door open, Luo Fan shot Ling Feng a fierce glare. His master was still drinking, holding a jar aloft, while several large wine jars lay strewn about the floor. Good heavens, old drunkard, you are making me look quite foolish. Ling Feng glanced up at him and chuckled. What shame. Is it unfilial for a disciple to let his master enjoy himself? Luo Fan, disinterested in engaging in a debate, stepped closer, stating, Master, do I need a weapon? The opponents in the upcoming palace assessment are quite formidable. Ling Feng took a sip of his drink and nodded slightly. Indeed, without a weapon, your disadvantages will be even more pronounced. However, I am uncertain what weapon would suit a controlling attribute practitioner, Ling Feng remarked. The number of practitioners specializing in control attributes has diminished significantly, resulting in the scarcity of this attribute across the spirit martial continent. However, historical texts recount that there once existed a formidable control attribute spirit master in the Lucy Empire, who wielded a pair of dual blades and even triumphed over the royal experts of the Qinyang Empire. Dual blades? What are they? They're an ancient weapon, renowned for their lightness and swiftness. Though they appear to be short weapons, they can be wielded with an enchanting speed and a peculiar finesse, often delivering lethal strikes when the opponent least expects it. Luo Fan was momentarily taken aback. If a control attribute practitioner employed such a weapon, it surely indicated that he had cultivated speed techniques, for how else could one master such a nimble and agile weapon? This suggested that choosing this path of cultivation, as advised by his master, could potentially alter the disadvantages of the control attribute. Luo Fan nodded slightly. However, he pondered, Master, if I were to use dual blades, would I not be shattered upon contact with a long weapon? Indeed, under normal circumstances, the resilience of long weapons far surpasses that of shorter ones, and Luo Fan naturally harbored such concerns. Ling Feng rummaged through his spatial ring for a considerable time before producing an object the size of his fists. Its exterior shimmered silver with a hint of purple, and its irregular shape made it difficult to discern its nature. Ling Feng explained, This is mystic iron essence, which I obtained from the Songlong mountain range in my earlier days. It is incredibly robust and formidable for weapon crafting. Utilizing it to forge dual blades should ensure unparalleled resilience, even against direct clashes with swords. The Songlong mountain range? Luo Fan's eyes widened at the mention. He had heard tales of this place, known for its enigmatic terrain and teeming with powerful beasts, where even a spirit practitioner would find it arduous to survive. I was merely a 7th-tier spiritist back then, carrying this mystic iron essence to seek out Mu Xiaobai. I hope the Sword Edge Hall possesses a blacksmith capable of forging dual blades, Ling Feng spoke with a tone lacking confidence. In his heart, he believed that not every blacksmith could master such an ancient weapon. Luo Fan sensed the gravity of the situation. Even his family, the Luo clan, had once engaged in the weapon trade, yet they had never encountered mystic iron essence. This seemingly inconspicuous material possessed extraordinary power. indicating that both the forging of dual blades and the utilization of mystic iron essence were far from simple endeavors. However, Master, the treasure competition begins in 2 days. How could a weapon be crafted in just 1 day? A skilled artisan might accomplish the task in a day, but an ordinary blacksmith may require a year, if not more. As twilight descended, taking advantage of the moonlight, Luo Fan approached Mu Xiaobai's chamber and shared the prospect of forging dual blades with him. Mu Xiaobai was equally astonished. Dual blades? In our Sword Edge Hall's decades of existence as the largest weapon shop in Pengcheng, we have never crafted dual blades. I have only heard that, centuries ago, dual blades were essential weapons for assassins. Indeed, Luo Fan affirmed, my master mentioned that this is an ancient weapon. Does the Sword Edge Hall not have a blacksmith capable of crafting them? Mu Xiaobai clicked his tongue, revealing a hint of difficulty. I am well aware of the skills of the 10 or so blacksmiths in our hall, and I suspect none possess the ability to utilize mystic iron essence, let alone forge dual blades. Luo Fan let out a deep sigh, a trace of disappointment unmistakably etched upon his handsome visage. Mu Xiaobai pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Ah, perhaps there is someone who can assist you." Who? Luo Fan inquired. In the western market of Pengcheng, there exists a narrow path leading to a blacksmith shop. The smith is an elderly man with grizzled hair and an eccentric temperament. He frequently acquires fine iron and exclusively forges weapons from it, completely rejecting mundane weaponry. Fine iron? Mu Xiaobai nodded affirmatively, indeed. Your mysterious iron essence is likely of a rare and superior quality among fine iron. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart immediately, Luo Fan urged. Mu Xiaobai chuckled. You are quite eager. Let us go tomorrow morning. By this hour, the old man will surely not entertain any business. However, Luo Fan insisted, no. Time is of the essence. I believe I can devise a way to persuade him to accept this dual-edged commission. Seeing Luo Fan's determination, Mu Xiaobai reluctantly accompanied him to the blacksmith shop that night. He harbored the belief that they would inevitably be dismissed by the eccentric old man. Countless individuals sought the smith's craftsmanship, but he had 2 peculiarities. He only forged weapons of fine iron, and he categorically refused business from those who disturbed his rest. The western market of Pengcheng remained lively even at night, with vendors energetically peddling their wares, and the unextinguished lantern signified that the festivities were far from over. They traversed winding paths until the lights faded from view, ultimately discovering the blacksmith shop along a secluded lane. The shop appeared unremarkable from the outside, an antiquated stone structure with peeling walls that exuded an air of dilapidation. The wooden door had aged considerably, with visible cracks that could almost accommodate a finger, and the door rings were rusted, making it unlikely that a knock would produce much sound. After knocking for what felt like an eternity, a glimmer of light appeared within the courtyard, and the door creaked open. An elderly man clad in a brown velvet robe revealed himself. The garment marred by stains and riddled with holes, making it difficult to fathom that he possessed extraordinary forging talent. His countenance was icy, and though he spoke not a word, his piercing gaze scrutinized the 2 young men intently. Sir, Mu Xiaobai began, but before he could continue, the old man forcefully slammed the door shut, sending a cloud of dust into the air, prompting Mu Xiaobai to cough uncontrollably. You see, I told you it was impossible. This old fellow is quite peculiar, Mu Xiaobai remarked. Luo Fan pursed his lips, retrieving the mysterious iron essence from his storage ring. After a moment's hesitation, he hurled the precious substance towards the door. Bang! Are you mad? You dare to toss such a valuable item? Do you truly believe everyone is a gentleman? Luo Fan's heart raced with anxiety. If this old man truly was a master craftsman, he would surely open the door upon seeing the iron essence. With only a day remaining until the treasure competition, he had no choice but to take this gamble. Indeed. After approximately 10 minutes, the door creaked open once more. The man's expression had shifted from disdain to a more contemplative demeanor. Though he still regarded the 2 young men with a furrowed brow, he addressed Luo Fan. Is this exquisite black iron essence yours? Luo Fan nodded. Yes, esteemed elder. I wish to forge a double-edged sword at any cost. He had already prepared for the final decision if the forging expenses turned out to be exorbitant. He might have to seek assistance from Yin Yajun of the Blue Water Merchant Guild. A double-edged sword? A glimmer of incredulity sparkled in the elder's eyes. He was well aware of the ancient weapon, but why would such a young man desire it? Indeed, esteemed elder, a double-edged sword. I aspire to forge one from the exquisite black iron that can rival blades and swords. The elder inhaled sharply, his gaze filled with skepticism. He regarded the young man and said, Very well, come in. Mu Xiaobai, standing beside them, was taken aback. Inside, this old man has never invited guests in, even for transactions worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. What could possibly be inside? However, just as Mu Xiaobai followed Luo Fan over the threshold, the elder abruptly turned and commanded, "You, wait outside." In terms of status, the elder might not match the young master of the Sword Edge Hall, Mu Xiaobai. Yet, under the elder's imposing gaze, Mu Xiaobai nodded and refrained from entering. The courtyard was chaotic, overrun with weeds and dry leaves, while countless iron tools lay piled in the corners, including a discarded grinding stone. Luo Fan could not help but muse that it resembled the desolation of the sunset forest, suggesting it had not been tended to for decades. Navigating through the narrow courtyard, they reached a small, dimly lit room that exuded an air of mystery. Upon entering, the disordered furnishings seemed to be known only to the elder, who righted a tilted chair from the ground, seated himself, and fixed his gaze on Luo Fan. In the flickering, yellow light, the elder's weathered face told tales of time. Every wrinkle appeared to be a relic, as he was one who never crafted mundane weapons. "Esteemed elder, in Pengcheng, I fear that without your assistance, no one else can aid me." Luo Fan broke the silence. The elder slightly nodded. "Do not speak of Pengcheng. Perhaps throughout the entire Lushi Empire, no one can assist you. If you had not brought the exquisite black iron essence today, I would not have permitted you entry." A smile graced Luo Fan's face. "Do you mean to say?" The elder replied, 30 years ago, I chanced upon a description of the double-edged sword in a book from an old friend. It was described as claw-like in form, mountain-like in strength, and wind-like in swiftness. I attempted to forge one from fine iron upon my return, but while the shape was achievable, the essence eluded me. I believe it must lie within the material. Perhaps today presents an opportunity, but you must tell me how you acquired this exquisite black iron essence." Luo Fan hastily replied, "Thank you, esteemed elder. Whatever compensation you require, I shall endeavor to fulfill. However, this exquisite black iron essence was obtained from a master whose identity I have promised not to disclose." He recalled Ling Feng's style of conduct and decided against revealing his master's information. The elder regarded Luo Fan, then suddenly shook his head and laughed. "Young man, you are quite honorable. I shall take not a single coin for the forging of this double-edged sword. How could I dare to seek compensation for crafting a black iron weapon for you, Guqin?" "Ha!" Luo Fan, in a state of bewilderment, scratched his head. Realizing the eccentric nature of the ancient elder, Guqin was indeed as Mu Xiaobai had described. From the icy demeanor upon entering to the now fervent warmth, it left one feeling utterly perplexed. Guqin reached out, grasping Luo Fan's arm, sliding his hand down from the shoulder to the wrist. With narrowed eyes, he slowly stroked his beard and remarked, "Your spiritual energy may not be robust, yet there is something peculiar about you. Nevertheless, you can still forge a pair of bespoke dual blades. Return to me at this time tomorrow to collect them. Can it truly be accomplished in a single day?" Luo Fan could not help but inquire, struggling to fathom that Ling Feng's words might indeed come to fruition. That Guqin could craft dual blades within a mere 24 hours. Guqin dismissed him with a wave of his hand, clearly exhilarated by the acquisition of the precious Xian time metal. Such a master, even a fleeting touch of rare materials, would likely be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As Luo Fan stepped outside, he spotted Mu Xiaobai still waiting, and he relayed the news of Guqin's promise to forge the dual blades. Together, they returned to the Jianfeng Hall. Luo Fan spent another sleepless night, not out of anxiety for the upcoming treasure competition, but rather in eager anticipation for the dual blades. A longing that was inevitable. Having been exposed to numerous weapons since childhood, this would be the first time he would possess something uniquely his own. The following morning, Luo Fan was jolted from his meditation by an inexplicable sensation. Since he began practicing the Feng Xianju, the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians had been remarkably smooth. However, today was an anomaly. As he aligned his meridians, he discerned that this sensation felt as if a powerful surge of spiritual energy was entering his body, emanating from that black stone. Rovan gazed at the black stone adorning his wrist, a small object he had almost forgotten during his recent period of tranquil cultivation. Yet today, it stirred memories of the sensation he experienced upon reaching the first level of spiritual energy. Clenching his hands tightly, veins protruded from his forearms as he sensed the intensity of the energy within him. Although still feeble due to its controlling nature, he had surprisingly broken through to the third level of spiritual apprentice. How could this be? How could this happen? This place was merely a room in the Sword Edge Hall, its spiritual energy far inferior to that of the Sunset Forest. Yet how could his cultivation speed be so astonishing? Just days had passed since his breakthrough to the second level, and now he had leapt ahead unexpectedly. Unsure whether this was a delightful surprise or a foreboding warning, Rovan resolved to keep this matter from his master. For this breakthrough to the third level held critical significance for the treasure hunt competition the following day. Pushing open the door, sunlight bathed his face, filling him with warmth. A sensation reminiscent of Muir's presence beside him. He shrugged and smiled, thinking, Muir, I am drawing ever closer to you. Wait for me. That evening, Rovan chose not to summon Mushio Bai, opting instead to venture alone to Guchen's forge. He did not wish to keep Mushio Bai waiting outside, for Guchen's temperament would certainly deny him entry. After a few knocks, when the elderly Guchen opened the door, Rovan was taken aback. This time, Guchen's expression had undergone a remarkable transformation, the once icy visage now adorned with a childlike smile and a hint of pride. Aha, lad. You arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have had no one to share this with. Come in, come in. Rovan stood in astonishment, chuckling at the sight of the old man bounding joyfully inside. Entering the small room, Rovan immediately spotted the double-edged blade amidst the clutter. Although he had never seen it before, his gaze could not waver. That must indeed be the double-edged blade. The entire weapon was a deep obsidian hue, intricately carved, resembling two fierce azure dragons facing each other, their forms exuding an aura of ferocity. Measuring over 30 centimeters in length, the blade's tip bore 3 formidable spikes, appearing immensely solid, a testament to the properties of mysterious iron. The front of the blade featured a protruding, fist-like shape, while the back was concave, with a mysterious iron handle horizontally positioned in the center. Guchun exclaimed with excitement. I never imagined I would have the fortune to forge a weapon from mysterious iron in this lifetime. I die without regrets. Upon hearing this, Rovan understood the rarity of the mysterious iron among forging materials, and gratitude for Lingfeng welled up within him. He grasped the double-edged blade, its surface smooth and cool to the touch, yet his heart felt ablaze with fervor. Young man, give it a try. The double-edged blade is an ancient weapon, designed to fit like a glove. Simply insert your hands into the interior grooves and grip the handle tightly. Compared to other weapons, the double-edged blade offers superior grip, making it difficult to be disarmed. Rovan nodded, placing his hands on the concave back of the blade and firmly gripping the handle. Mr. Guchen, you are truly a master craftsman, he remarked. Guchun stroked his beard with hearty laughter. Haha, what craft? I am merely a blacksmith. Artisans capable of forging mysterious iron are as rare as phoenix feathers, and those who can create a double-edged blade are even more exceptional. To possess both talents is to be nothing short of a divine craftsman. Guchun waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough of these pleasantries. This dual blade, known as the Fulong blade, is the only one I have encountered in recorded history. I assure you, a steel spear may not necessarily prevail against it. Luo Fan held the dual blade before him, unable to part with it, his gaze transfixed upon the ancient weapon. Though its dark, unpolished exterior lacked the luster of other swords, it possessed a profound sense of antiquity. Sir, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Guchen turned to a modest table and replied, I have stated before that it is my honor to behold Shintai essence. Your thanks are unnecessary. You may leave now, as I wish to rest. Luo Fan thought to himself that the old man had changed his demeanor once more. Having been amiable moments ago, he now dismissed him outright. Luo Fan respectfully bowed to Guchun before departing the forge and hurried back to the Sword Edge Hall. Upon his return, the first thing Luo Fan did was to visit Ling Feng's chamber. He presented the Fulong blade, exclaiming, Master, there truly is someone within Ping City capable of forging dual blades in a single day. Ling Feng set down his wine cup, and upon seeing the blade, the remnants of his drunkenness vanished. He squinted. The Fulong blade? Luo Fan remarked, Master, your discernment is commendable. You recognized its name immediately. Ling Feng slowly shook his head. How could it possibly be the Fulong blade? After a moment, his serious expression softened, and he chuckled. Ah, so it is that old fellow. A mere touch of the Xiantai essence is enough to grant him a lifetime of fortune. Luo Fan inquired, Do you mean to say you know who crafted this Fulong blade? Ling Feng took a sip of wine and replied, Only that old man, who, disinterested in cultivation and alchemy, has devoted himself entirely to the forging of weapons, is capable of creating the Fulong blade. Do you know him? Ling Feng waved his hand with a smile. It's an old story. You should focus on tomorrow. Those peculiar individuals from the Spirit Hall are surely concocting some new scheme. This beast's soul is entrusted to you. Should you find yourself lacking in strength during the treasure competition, consuming the beast's soul should prove decisive. But master, did you not say my current spiritual energy is insufficient to consume the beast's soul? Ling Feng chuckled. If this assessment takes place in an area rich in spiritual energy, it will assist you in soul consumption. However, remember this. When consuming the beast's soul, maintain absolute tranquility, both in your surroundings and within yourself. A single stray thought could result in a backlash powerful enough to severely injure your meridians. Luo Fan nodded, accepting the beast's soul. However, he felt that this night was not suitable for cultivation. Instead, he needed a good night's rest to recuperate, especially after just breaking through to the third-tier spirit apprentice, which required physical recovery. The next day, Luo Fan and Mu Xiaobai arrived early at the Ping City Square, where a considerable number of martial artists had already gathered, underscoring the significance of the Spirit Hall assessment among them. On the high platform, Elder Xin Zhao and the steward Ningwei of the Spirit Hall were already prepared, and soon, the square became bustling once more. At the outset, Xin Zhao elucidated the assessment method, specifically the grouping for the treasure contest. The competition would unfold simultaneously in the first peak of the Spirit Temple and the Sunsetting Forest, while Luo Fan and Mu Xiaobai, brandishing black cards, would participate in the assessment within the Sunsetting Forest. Xin Zhao stated, I will oversee the assessment at the first peak of the Spirit Temple, while Mr. Fifth will personally judge the proceedings in the Sunsetting Forest. 150 participants will accompany me to the treasure contest area at the first peak, while another 150 will be led by Steward Ningwei to the Sunsetting Forest, and we may commence the evaluation. Upon hearing the name Mr. Fifth, Mu Xiaobai offered a faint smile, remarking, it seems that this time in the Sunsetting Forest, everyone will be striving earnestly. Luo Fan inquired, why is that? Mu Xiaobai replied, Mr. Fifth is the Deputy Lord of the Spirit Temple, Fifth Tianshun. It is said that any disciple praised by him, whether during the assessment or after entering the Spirit Temple, will enjoy favorable treatment, with their training environment invariably superior to others. Luo Fan chuckled, so there are such intricacies. It will be rare to encounter such figures upon entering the Spirit Temple. It appears you were indeed correct. This assessment will be a battle to the death. The group followed Steward Ningwei toward the western city gate of Peng City. These martial artists were the hope of their families, yet only a maximum of 30 could qualify for entry into the Spirit Temple. The Sunsetting Forest spanned two great empires, connecting with several cities in the Lucy Empire, including both Nanka City and Peng City. Exiting through the western city gate and traversing the outskirts along a flat thoroughfare would soon bring them to the Sunsetting Forest. As 150 martial artists entered the forest simultaneously, the entrance became densely packed, foreshadowing the intensity of the imminent conflict. However, in Ningwei's eyes, there was not a trace of anxiety. She understood that the initial elimination rate during the Spirit Temple assessment was the highest. Once these 150 martial artists engaged in their first round of combat, over half would likely be eliminated from the evaluation. Upon entering the forest, Ningwei turned and announced, I will now provide each group with a map indicating the location of the treasures. You 5 groups shall proceed to the 5 designated forest entrances. The treasure contest will officially commence in 2 hours. Any who strike before this time will be disqualified, and those who resort to lethal moves during the assessment will forfeit their opportunity to enter the Spirit Temple. Remember, this is an evaluation. The Spirit Temple has never permitted life and death battles. After her directives, the 5 groups of martial artists grasped the rules of the competition, electing one person to retrieve the map. Subsequently, Ningwei turned and ventured deeper into the forest through another path, where the Deputy Lord of the Spirit Temple, Fifth Tianshun, had already set up a mist formation, unbeknownst to the participating martial artists, allowing him to monitor the entire treasure contest. The Black Group, having obtained their map from Mu Xiaobai, huddled together at the forest entrance. Mu Xiaobai spread the map flat at the center, stating, You would do well to imprint this map in your minds, for the treasure contest has officially begun, and we shall have little time to frequently consult the map. At that moment, a robust figure emerged from the crowd, sporting a stubbled chin. He declared, This map is of no use to us. Yet it seems quite convenient for you. Mu Xiaobai glanced up at the man and inquired, Are you suggesting that you can reach the end and claim the treasure? The man, Wu Ming, raised his chin and scoffed, I, Wu Ming, have endured countless battles. This competition is mine for the taking, along with those 1,000 spirit pearls. Mu Xiaobai let out a cold laugh and retorted, What arrogance! In my view, you'll be out of the competition in just a couple of hours. This map is utterly useless to you. Luo Fan shook his head, noting the discord before the competition had even commenced. It seemed that only the strongest from each group would survive until the end of the treasure hunt. Wu Ming glared, exclaiming, "What did you just say, brat? Do you believe that I—" Before he could finish, Mu Xiaobai abruptly stood, delivering a powerful kick to Wu Ming's chest. As a first-tier spirit apprentice, Wu Ming was no match for Mu Xiaobai's strength and was sent sprawling backward, crashing into a sturdy tree, blood trickling from his mouth. Mu Xiaobai stated, "Individuals like you should leave early, lest you hinder our progress." Wu Ming realized the vast disparity in their strengths and, clutching his chest, fell silent. Regretting his earlier bravado in front of such formidable competitors, Luo Fan silently commended Mu Xiaobai's actions. Recognizing that such decisiveness was necessary to unify their group in the early stages and prevent disarray, he then examined the map and suddenly noticed a discrepancy, exclaiming, "Mu Xiaobai, this map seems incorrect." "Incorrect?" The group chorused in unison. Luo Fan clarified, "No, this is not the map for this area. It depicts a different region of the Sunset Forest." His statement left everyone in a state of shock. For the timing of this revelation was critical. The map being wrong implied that their group would be unable to reach the treasure zone. "How can you just declare it incorrect?" Wu Ming protested, but he quickly fell silent under Mu Xiaobai's piercing gaze. Indeed, it was incorrect. Another individual stepped forward from the crowd, clad in a blue long robe that lent him an air of elegance. His fair and handsome appearance suggested he might be a scholar from a noble family. Yet he was a martial artist of a level beyond mere spirit apprentices. All eyes turned to him as he smiled and nodded at Luo Fan, stating, "What this friend has said is accurate. This map belongs to the southern part of the Sunset Forest, while we currently find ourselves in the north." How deceitful! A single map for such a vast forest, and it's misleading. Someone exclaimed, "Indeed, we should head south at once." With 30 individuals present, the confusion escalated as each voiced their opinion. Luo Fan interjected, "No, we cannot move south so hastily. There are 5 groups participating. If any of them observe our actions, they will grow suspicious, thus increasing our number of adversaries." The young man in blue concurred, "Yes. Let us remain calm and devise a strategy that allows us to approach the treasure area while minimizing our opponents." Luo Fan Dao remarked, "In the setting sun forest, the ethereal sea of grass appears at night. We must traverse by day. Let us wait until dusk and then hasten southward." Mu Xiaobai and the young man in blue nodded in agreement, yet many voices of dissent arose. Although the competition time was not stipulated, if one could discern the flaws in the map, so could the other teams. If they arrived first, what was the point of our waiting around? Indeed, I disagree. Knowing that the treasure lies to the south, why delay our departure? Soon, the clamor of opposition grew louder, and the 30 participants were starkly divided into 2 factions. Mu Xiaobai exclaimed, "What is all this noise? If you wish to leave, no one will stop you." The young man in blue added, "Precisely. Since we are so divided, there is little need to unite in battle. Let us redraw the map and split into 2 groups. Very well, let us part ways." Luo Fan could not help but chuckle at the unfolding drama. This was the nature of the treasure hunt, the very essence of the spirit hall's intent. It appeared that uniting 30 individuals was no simple feat. However, if the black group faced such discord, other teams surely encountered similar challenges. After sketching a new map, the 30 individuals swiftly split into 2 groups, leaving only 8 who chose to wait. In the treasure hunt, time was of the essence. Only by reaching the treasure zone first could one gain entry to the spirit hall, which was precisely the mindset of the remaining 22. Luo Fan stated, "8 is sufficient. A united 8 is far stronger than 30 disunited." The young man in blue agreed. "Indeed, let us forge friendships. I am Duan Mu Su." Luo Fan. Afternoon. The heat was at its peak in the setting sun forest. While winter had arrived outside, the atmosphere here remained oppressively warm. For several hours, the remaining 8 from the black group chose to meditate and cultivate, a rare occurrence in the treasure hunt where every second counted. Their calm demeanor surprised the enigmatic 5th Tianqin amidst the mist. "Ningwei, what are your thoughts on these 8 from the black group, who have begun to cultivate?" 5th Tianqin remained composed. Among the 150 warriors, only these 8 captured his interest. Ningwei pouted and replied, "Mr. 5th, all 5 groups have now fragmented. 38 have been eliminated in 2 encounters, leaving only 10 from the red group advancing north. These 10 are the strongest. Why do you think the 8 from the black group have withdrawn?" 5th Tianqin smiled slightly and squinted. "Ah, you are mistaken. I perceive that these 8 possess strength beyond those 10, particularly the trio clad in black, white, and blue." Ningwei asked, "Are you referring to Luo Fan?" Mushiobai and Duan Musu? Sir, how can you ascertain their strength without them having made a move? 15 Anshin replied, they are merely in their teens. Yet these three exhibit remarkable maturity. One is composed, another resolute, and the last indifferent. Such qualities are invaluable for young warriors. Observing the warriors' performances, Ningwei remarked, Sir, another encounter is unfolding. 15 Anshin responded, this is to be expected. During the Spirit Hall's assessments, a significant number of warriors were eliminated in the initial moments. I suspect those 8 youngsters are about to commence as well. Beyond the mist, tranquility was but an illusion. The entire periphery of the forest was suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder. As time progressed, the encounters among warriors multiplied, each meeting escalating into a life-and-death struggle. Despite the explicit prohibition of lethal techniques within the sacred hall, who among the contenders would hold back when faced with entry? Lo Fan glanced at the sky and remarked, I believe we can set forth now. Duan Musu nodded with a smile. Indeed, we have likely eliminated a considerable number of participants. We should now be regarded as the fresh forces. Mu Xiaobai declared, very well, let us begin our run towards the south. At this moment, I refuse to believe there remains a group of 30. The 8 had concluded their cultivation and simultaneously headed southward, drawing upon his experiences in the Sunset Forest. Lo Fan chose a secluded path. While it may not be the swiftest route, it allowed for the avoidance of confrontations. Occasionally, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed from either side, yet they felt secure. Duan Musu commented, Brother Lo Fan has indeed traversed the Sunset Forest. For this path entirely evades those warriors. Mu Xiaobai mused inwardly. How could it be mere traversal? This fellow had long been entrenched in cultivation here, absorbing the spiritual essence of the Sunset Forest amidst the surrounding tension. Mu Xiaobai held deep admiration for Lo Fan. Enduring such long-term cultivation in this place was something he doubted he could achieve. Emerging from the narrow path, they confronted a thicket of thorns that any group must navigate unless they intended to veer entirely away from the south. Mu Xiaobai stated, it appears we cannot circumvent the path ahead. We shall draw our weapons and slice through the thorns. Duan Musu interjected, that is unwise. We might be paving the way for future entrants and, moreover, expose our presence. Let us endure and proceed cautiously. Lo Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed. This thicket must be traversed carefully. If we cut through the thorns, the warriors behind us could easily surpass us. The group advanced slowly through the thorns, frequently using their hands to clear the obstacles before them, risking cuts to their arms, while the ground was treacherously muddy, making each step laborious. Suddenly, Lo Fan halted, stating, I sense someone ahead of us. Mu Xiaobai's ears perked up, and he nodded. Indeed, but those individuals remained silent. They are likely lying in ambush. Duan Musu scoffed. Humph, it seems they were the first to traverse the thicket, intending to intercept all warriors at the exit to ensure they reach the treasure zone first. Lo Fan chuckled. Ah, these brothers are overly eager. The treasure zone is still a considerable distance away. They begin clearing obstacles far too early. Mu Xiaobai remarked. For those unfamiliar with the Sunset Forest, this thicket is the prime location to eliminate barriers. Engaging us beyond the thorns grants them a distinct advantage. Lo Fan nodded. Then we shall take a detour. After all, this disadvantage could significantly sway the outcome. Duan Musu countered, no need for that. If we encounter them, as long as you assist me in exiting first, I can ensure you the opportunity to strike. Mu Xiaobai retorted, let you exit first? Do you take us for fools? You could sprint southward with all your might, leaving us to face annihilation. How cunning. Duan Musu disregarded this comment and turned to Lo Fan, asking, what say you? Lo Fan pondered for a moment and replied, very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Mu Xiaobai shook his head in resignation. Deep down, he harbored a lack of trust towards Duan Musu. After all, in times like these, one must look out for oneself, lest they face dire consequences. Nevertheless, since Luo Fan had consented, he chose to withhold his objections. After walking for approximately 10 more minutes, the group arrived at the exit of the thorny zone. Having prepared in advance, they frantically scanned their surroundings for any anomalies, quickly spotting some concealed figures through the gaps. Duan Musu announced, prepare yourselves. I will make a break for it from here, but you must divert their attention. Understood, replied Luo Fan. With that, he retrieved the Fulong blade from his storage ring, wielding it deftly in his hands. He sliced through a thorny branch with ease, as if it were mere paper. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures dashed out from the thorny zone, cutting through obstacles with their weapons and clearing a path within mere meters. Indeed, just outside the thorny zone, a figure leapt to the exit, the leader being none other than the previously encountered Fei Boken. Upon seeing Luo Fan, Fei Boken's eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed. Luo Fan! Luo Fan paid him no mind, his feet moving with such speed that it was nearly blinding. The wind profound art propelling him with a swiftness rivaling that of a low-level speed attribute spiritual practitioner. Sanmu, take them down, commanded Fei Boken. Beside him, the warrior Nyo Sanmu, a formidable third-tier spiritual apprentice, revealed a sinister smile as he faced the encroaching group. Sorry, but you all are going down. At that moment, a figure emerged from the thorns, moving at a slower pace yet exuding immense strength. Thud, thud, thud. Each footfall reverberated through the vicinity. And when the others turned their gaze towards this newcomer, it was already too late. A blue figure leapt gracefully into the midst of over 10 people, landing with a tremendous impact that caused several to stumble and fall to the ground. Duan Su remarked, the ones out of the game still do not know their fate. He charged forward with unwavering force, akin to an immovable mountain, generating a terrifying gale despite his seemingly slow speed. Fei Boken's eyes widened. A steadfast attribute? Luo Fan was taken aback. Indeed, the steadfast attribute's spirit energy was formidable, its power evident even in his mere stride. Crash! Duan Su's arms trembled violently as he crossed them before his chest, feeling the air around him begin to solidify, the previously blowing winds falling eerily silent. Fei Boken's heart raced with unease as he observed Duan Su's spiritual technique, although he possessed a certain advantage as an offensive attribute warrior. Duan Su's technique was astonishing, devoid of offensive power yet embodying an unyielding defense that was utterly indomitable, pushing the steadfast attribute to its zenith. The 10 individuals outside the thorny zone had not fully grasped the intensity of Duan Su's defense. Several charged towards him recklessly. Instantly, the once transparent space turned a murky yellow, enveloping Duan Su in a colossal defensive layer. A slight smirk graced Duan Su's lips, his handsome features taking on a chilling demeanor. All right, Luo Fan, Xiao Bai, let the battle commence. Crash! Duan Su thrust his arms forward, rapidly expanding his previously defensive stance. The 3 martial artists charging at him felt as if they had collided with a mountain wall, their bodies racked with pain from the force of the impact, rendering them motionless on the ground. Luo Fan chuckled. Duan has made his move. Xiao Bai, it's time for us to join in the fray. He crossed his dual blades in front of him and sharply drew them apart, producing a clear, resonant sound akin to iron striking iron. With a powerful push off the ground, he surged forward. The martial artists, still mesmerized by Duan Su's spiritual technique, failed to react in time. And Luo Fan swiftly pierced one of them in the right arm, blood gushing forth. Curse it! Even if I cannot stop you, I will still slay you. Fei Boken glared at Luo Fan, drawing a broad blade from his back and charging ahead. Clang! Luo Fan crossed his blades, absorbing the force of the strike, resulting in a jarring metallic clash that echoed in the air. Fei Boken was taken aback. How could these mere pieces of metal withstand the might of his broad blade? He recoiled slightly, then swung his blade again, cutting through the air towards Luo Fan with immense force. Luo Fan recognized that this strike was nearly overwhelming. He leaned back, arching his body, and at the crucial moment when the broad blade was about to cleave him, he thrust his Fu-long blade forward. The distance between the tips of the blades was just enough to accommodate the crossing of swords, effectively locking Fei Boken's blade in place. However, the fierce energy from the impact surged through Luo Fan's arms, causing him intense pain. As Fei Boken exerted force to withdraw his broad blade, he noticed significant scratches along its surface, while the Fu-long blade remained untouched. It was then that he realized the extraordinary resilience of this peculiar weapon. It was ill-suited for such a direct confrontation. He needed to employ a spiritual technique to defeat his opponent swiftly. With a sudden pivot, Fei Boken gripped the hilt of his broad blade tightly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent directed at Luo Fan. Mountain splitter technique. A surge of spiritual energy coursed along the blade, intensifying with each oscillation until the entire blade descended. The energy erupted like a fire dragon from the blade's tip, roaring through the air towards Luo Fan. Recognizing the unstoppable force of this spiritual energy, Luo Fan clenched his teeth, throwing himself to the ground and rolling to one side to narrowly evade the mountain splitter technique. In a swift motion, he sprang back to his feet, raising the Fu-long blade to either side of him. Earth Spiderweb. This was an experiment, though he had utilized the Earth Spiderweb technique multiple times. This was its inaugural application in combat, against a formidable 4th-tier spiritual practitioner while under assault from an opponent's spiritual technique. With arms outstretched, Luo Fan unleashed 4 streams of spiritual energy from within, surging forward. He forcefully flicked his arms again, directing 2 streams of energy to swiftly change course. Racing toward the fiery dragon of the mountain splitter technique, while the remaining 2 streams suddenly embedded into the ground. Boom! The collision of energies erupted in a thunderous roar. Yet the 2 streams were utterly inferior to the might of the mountain splitter technique, and the fire dragon continued its furious assault through the air. 2 streams of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the ground before Fei Boken. He scarcely reacted, feeling as though his entire body was ensnared by an unseen force. Immobilized like an insect caught in a spider's web, utterly devoid of any hope of escape. Bang! Another explosive sound resonated, this time emanating from Luo Fan. He felt as if his chest were being torn apart, assailed by the fiery dragon. Had it not been for the earlier 2 streams of spiritual energy that had neutralized the attack, this blow could have easily eliminated him from the treasure contest. Luo Fan! Luo Fan! Mu Xiao Bai and Duan Mu Su shouted in unison, fully aware that Luo Fan was currently pitted against the strongest opponent among the 10. One with an aggressive attribute, and this strike had the potential to yield the direst consequences. Enduring the excruciating pain, Luo Fan attempted to take a step forward. If he could just move even a single step, he would harness the Wind Mysterious technique to charge at Fei Boken and vanquish the 4th-tier spirit practitioner. Whoosh! Fei Boken could scarcely believe his eyes. He had just sensed that Luo Fan's spiritual energy was of the control type, filling him with elation. Thinking that while his opponent could manipulate him, the disparity in offensive and defensive capabilities was vast. Yet in that moment, Luo Fan's energy exhibited a swiftness akin to a speed attribute, as he closed the distance in mere strides. Luo Fan's gaze was fixed intently on Fei Boken, his lips stained with thick blood, presenting a ghastly visage. However, upon this near-monstrous countenance, a sinister smile suddenly emerged. With both hands raised, he thrust forward. The Fulong blade resembling 2 black dragons, howling forth with an ominous wind. Stab! Fei Boken felt the blades pierce into his shoulders, a chilling aura seeping into his body, reaching the depths of his veins. With a swift turn, Luo Fan yanked the Fulong blade free, sending Fei Boken careening backward, 2 arcs of blood soaring into the air. Collapsing to the ground, Fei Boken inhaled sharply, realizing that he was utterly incapable of retaliation. How could this be? This waste had now become a 3rd-tier spirit practitioner, and he could not discern his attributes, was it control or speed? Just as he attempted to rise, he felt the cold edge of a blade pressed against his throat. Luo Fan, with an expressionless demeanor, shook his head. You are out. Gritting his teeth, Fei Boken spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze fixed upon the ground without uttering another word, yet his mind churned with thoughts of retribution. This matter would not end here, Luo Fan. Await your ill fortune next time. Luo Fan rose and glanced at Mu Xiao Bai and Duan Mu Su, offering a faint smile, to which they responded with smiles of their own. Soon after, personnel from the Spirit Hall carried the injured Fei Boken out of the arena, along with several others who required immediate medical attention. At that moment, only 4 of the 8 remaining participants stood, while 6 of the opposing 10 lay defeated. However, 4, including Yo Sanmu, had recognized their impending defeat and had fled the scene. Once they had exited the thicket area and found a secluded spot, Luo Fan sank to the ground, gasping for breath, then coughed up another mouthful of blood, despite the previous strike being mitigated. The force of a 4th-tier spirit practitioner with an offensive attribute had left Luo Fan acutely aware of the intensifying pain in his wounds. Duan Mu Su retrieved a medicinal pill from her storage ring and said, Luo Fan, consume this spirit-nurturing pill. Mu Xiaobai inquired, you possess a spirit-nurturing pill? Indeed. If the meridian injury is not excessively destructive, it can facilitate recovery within a certain period, although it must be accompanied by cultivation practices, she replied. Luo Fan nodded and placed the pill into his mouth. Soon, a gentle warmth flowed down his throat and into his meridians. He then lightly closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. As Luo Fan engaged in his cultivation, he reflected upon his recent combat missteps. Had he maintained greater composure and initiated his spiritual technique with a swift movement, perhaps he would have avoided injury, such as the consequence of insufficient practical experience. At this juncture, Duan Mu Su ventured ahead to survey the terrain, while Mu Xiaobai and another remaining warrior from the Black Group stood guard beside Luo Fan. Should they encounter an adversary during their training, the outcome could only result in elimination. Upon emerging from the thicket, Duan Mu Su beheld a broad path ahead. By consulting the map, he deduced that they were nearing the treasure zone, although it remained uncertain if they would be among the first 30 permitted entry. The sole means of assurance lay in obstructing incoming challengers, akin to the earlier actions of Fei Bakong and Yo Samu, to secure their eligibility for entrance into the Spirit Palace. He carefully stowed the map and returned to the resting area. Mu Xiaobai inquired, "So, how far have we progressed?" "Pretty boy?" Duan Su retorted, "If we speak of fair skin paired with white attire, you resemble the pretty boy more than I do." Mu Xiaobai scoffed, "Humph. Had it not been for your commendable loyalty in aiding everyone's escape earlier, I would not be so courteous to you." Duan Su smiled, "Likewise. Had you not valiantly driven those individuals away, I certainly would not have initiated conversation with you." Duan Su continued, "We are likely already within the map's confines. Yet we still have some distance to traverse before reaching the treasure zone. Once Luo Fan has recuperated his spiritual energy, we can proceed in that direction." After a while, Luo Fan opened his eyes, feeling significantly rejuvenated, thanks to the efficacy of the spirit-nourishing pill. He expressed his gratitude. "Duanmu, thank you. The effects of this pill are remarkably evident." Duanmu Su replied with a smile, "No need for thanks. The remaining journey is not lengthy. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall provide everyone with spirit-nourishing pills." Mu Xiaobai interjected with a teasing tone, "TCH, I simply forgot to bring mine. Don't act so generous here." Duanmu Su responded, "The Vice Master of the Sword Edge Hall would naturally not lack for low-grade pills. However, if your esteemed hall requires high-grade pills, you may seek me out. My royal family in Ziyue City will not refuse." "The royal family? The Qinyang Empire?" questioned Ming Xiaodao, the remaining warrior. The formidable prowess of the Qinyang Empire's warriors was well known throughout the Spirit Martial continent, and Ziyue City was a prominent city, second only to the imperial capital. It appeared that Duanmu Su indeed had a significant background. Mu Xiaobai pondered, "Indeed, the Sword Edge Hall has had commercial dealings with Ziyue City. The royal family's surname is indeed Duanmu. Could this individual be a trusted confidant of the royal family? Humph. What business do people from the Qinyang Empire have in our Lucy Kingdom? Could it be that you are a spy?" Mu Xiaobai remarked. Duanmu Su shrugged and chuckled, "Haha. You possess quite the sense of humor. If that were the case, why would my royal family dispatch a servant instead of me, the young lord?" Luo Fan couldn't help but smile at the banter. The two were well matched, one being a young lord and the other a vice master, both holding esteemed positions, thus rendering their quarrel inevitable. At that moment, an involuntary shiver coursed through them as a chill breeze swept by, accompanied by visible mist. Soon, the woodland enveloped them in a thick fog, obscuring the path ahead. Luo Fan exclaimed, "It's the Misty Grass Sea." Mu Xiaobai queried, "The Misty Grass Sea? Is that the one you mentioned earlier?" "Indeed. Within the sunsetting forest lies a grassy slope known as the enigmatic Sea of Grasses. When night falls, it induces illusions, rendering any escape impossible. Little did we anticipate that such a phenomenon could also occur within the dense thicket." Duanmu Su glanced around, detecting no immediate threats, and inquired, "Luo Fan, what shall we do?" Luo Fan replied, "There is no choice. Should we encounter the enigmatic Sea of Grasses at night, our only recourse is to await dawn." Mu Xiaobai nodded in agreement. "It matters not. Let us bide our time. Surely, other warriors too may struggle to find their way, allowing us a moment's respite." Duanmu Su nodded, marking her first concurrence with Mu Xiaobai's perspective. As twilight deepened into darkness, the moonlight struggled to pierce the mist, cloaking the entire forest in the haze of the enigmatic Sea of Grasses, rendering even Luo Fan's companions barely visible to one another. Luo Fan instructed his companions to remain still and rest, ensuring that none would stray before dawn. Once all had succumbed to slumber, Luo Fan retrieved a small pouch from his storage ring, glancing about cautiously. Perhaps this was the opportune moment his master had spoken of, to consume the beast's souls contained within the pouch. He contemplated that, given the terrain and the conflicts encountered along the way, it was improbable that any group had managed to evade combat. Thus, they could not possibly be the slowest, coupled with the eliminations. They should have secured a position among the top 30. What remained was the quest for treasures, with 1,000 spirit pearls at stake. Although Luo Fan was uncertain of their precise utility, if, as Mu Xiaobai had mentioned, they were necessary for cultivation or sustenance within the hall, they must be acquired to swiftly enhance his prowess. After all, his deepest desire was not merely to become a disciple within the spirit hall, but to reunite with Zhong Yimou, the one he cherished dearly. The most nebulous mist in the sunsetting forest likely belonged to the fog array where the fifth Tianqin resided. However, under the influence of spiritual energy, even at night, he and Ning Wei could effortlessly observe the performance of the warriors. Ningwei remarked, Master. The number of warriors nearest to the treasure area has dwindled to fewer than 30. Should we not conclude early and arrange a dedicated treasure hunt? The fifth Tianqian waved his hand, closing his eyes. There is no rush. My spirit hall never coerces disciples. Those eliminated relinquish their qualifications. It appears we shall not recruit 60 disciples this year. But the treasures are exceedingly elusive. Should we not organize a competition? Ningwei queried. No need, he replied. I wish to observe the performance of those 4 youths, especially Luo Fan. I am still unfamiliar with his spiritual attributes. If he possesses control, it may be challenging for him to thrive even within the spirit hall. After a moment's reflection, Ningwei added, Yet, Master, I perceive Luo Fan's spiritual energy as one of speed. His prior duel with Fei Bo Kong distinctly showcased his swiftness, a speed that even I, as a disciple, might struggle to match. The fifth Tianqian nodded with a smile. Indeed, but while you see only the surface, I discern the frail and uneven nature of his internal energy. This is my concern. I wish to observe him in combat once more to ascertain the strength of this prospective disciple. However, only 4 groups of warriors remain in the treasure competition, and based on their directions, they may not encounter one another. Among them, 2 groups are traversing the illusory grass sea, making it likely that they will become separated. Even if they arrive first, it is likely to be Luo Fan and his companions. Fifth Tianqian remarked with a chuckle. Are you worried that I might miss Luo Fan's next move? Fear not, for there is still the red group Sinkai. Ningwei replied, in my humble opinion. It seems Luo Fan is quite familiar with the Sunset Forest. They could easily evade all opponents and be the first to acquire the treasure, provided they remain united and do not allow the allure of those 1,000 spirit beads to incite conflict among them. If that is the case, this treasure competition would come to a swift conclusion. As for Inkai, she has been fighting alone from the outset. While it spares her from complications, it also leaves her without allies. Fifth Tianqian slightly opened his eyes and gazed at a distant grassy hill, saying, Rest assured, regardless of who arrives first, a final confrontation is inevitable. This treasure competition has only just begun. Luo Fan unfastened the cloth bag, gazing upon the luminous object within, a 97-year control attribute beast soul. This possession would undoubtedly signify immense strength at the spirit disciple stage, though it may not bolster breakthroughs or enhance physical prowess. Instead, it could refine spiritual energy to its utmost purity, resulting in a notable increase in spiritual intensity. The offensive attribute augments attack strength, while the defensive attribute fortifies resilience. The critical strike attribute significantly elevates the chances of a critical hit, and the speed attribute manifests a marked acceleration. As for the control attribute, due to the scarcity of practitioners, it remains an elusive concept. The devouring of beast souls amplifies the spiritual attribute, which is inherently the domain of alchemists. Yet how this manifests in control attribute warriors has long remained a mystery. The beast soul's influence is primarily evident in battles of equivalent ranks, and with its age reaching 97, it approaches the pinnacle of the spirit disciple level at 99 years. Consequently, not only Luo Fan, but many are unaware of its true potential. He cradled the beast soul in his hands, subsequently closing his eyes to fully immerse himself in its essence. Soon, amidst a void of darkness, a small point of light emerged, gradually advancing towards him, expanding in size. Suddenly, that luminescence surged, obliterating the surrounding darkness, which was entirely consumed by its brilliance. Luo Fan instinctively leaned back, jolted to awareness only upon colliding with a tree trunk, realizing that the beast soul had vanished. It appeared he had absorbed the essence through his perception. Although he felt no pain from the absorption, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. As he became aware of the surrounding light, he noticed that dawn had broken, and the mist before him was dissipating. Cautiously, Luo Fan attempted to regulate his spiritual energy. Experiencing a profound transformation, all the spiritual energy felt exquisitely pure, yet its intensity remained unchanged. Could it be that the control attribute truly could not be enhanced? Shaking his head, he rose to awaken Mu Shoubai and the others. At this moment, he had no time to ponder the substantive improvements the beast soul might have brought to his spiritual energy. Their primary objective was to swiftly enter the treasure zone. Mu Shoubai and Duanmu Su had not been in deep slumber, remaining vigilant against the slightest threat of an ambush. Thus, awakening them was a relatively simple task. However, Meng Xiaodao was blissfully asleep, his cherubic face adorned with drool, roused only after Mu Shoubai and Duanmu Su's persistent prodding. Along the way, Mu Shoubai incessantly grumbled. This fat man is a burden. Sleeping like a dead pig truly hinders our progress. Unfazed, Ming Xiaodao, with his ample physique, nearly felt slightly embarrassed as he trailed behind the trio. Luo Fan took the map from Duan Su and remarked, "It appears we have indeed entered the treasure zone, though I cannot ascertain if we are among the top 30. Duan Su responded, "I believe there should be no issue." Fei Bakong and his group evidently led the way to ambush in the thicket, and having bested them, we should hold the advantage. Moreover, I checked last night. Despite the misty grassland, there were no sounds of disturbance. Luo Fan nodded. That is reassuring. Our goal now is to secure those 1,000 spiritual pearls and divide them equally among the four of us. Mu Shoubai interjected, divide equally? Each of us shall contribute 300, for that rotund fellow is indeed a hindrance. Had it not been for my assistance and that of Duanmu, he would have returned home long ago. Ming Xiaodao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled. Indeed, Brother Xiaobai speaks the truth. You may split it. I am already quite content to have entered the spirit hall, considering I am merely a first-tier spirit disciple. Both Mu Shoubai and Duanmu Su nodded in agreement. Fully aware of the significance of spirit pearls to the disciples of the spirit hall, every little bit they could share was a boon. Luo Fan, however, smiled and reassured him. Those who reach the end are all brothers. Rest assured, it will be divided equally. A warm sensation enveloped Ming Xiaodao's heart. Having grown up in poverty and having trained as a martial artist on his own, he had never experienced such camaraderie. He gazed at Luo Fan with a smile, unable to contain his excitement. As they walked, Luo Fan recognized the scenery before him, soon realizing they had arrived at the nearest dense forest to Nanka City. A sense of nostalgia washed over him, although the Luo family estate in Nanka City had long ceased to be relevant to him. It was the place where he had spent over a decade growing up and where he had secluded himself for cultivation. Upon reaching a grassy slope, Luo Fan involuntarily halted, gently closing his eyes as another scene materialized in his mind. Mu Shoubai inquired, Luo Fan, why have you stopped? Luo Fan snapped back to reality, stammering, in nothing. Just checking the map. The group once again consulted the map, scrutinizing the terrain ahead, while Luo Fan's heart remained restless. His mind filled with memories of that night spent with Lanza in this very spot. Whether it was awakening the Watcher Silver Hound, their nighttime exploration of the cave, or Lance's radiant figure at the edge of the abyss, even their enchanting night amidst the misty grasslands, all evoked an inexplicable melancholy within him. I believe that beyond this grassy slope lies the heart of the treasure area, Mu Shoubai remarked. Duanmu Su lifted his gaze, nodding slightly. I concur. Though the terrain of the Falling Sun Forest is intricate, we must proceed with caution. Mu Shoubai smiled knowingly, appreciating this rare moment of agreement with Duanmu Su, who merely shrugged and chuckled, a rare camaraderie blossoming between them. Mu Shoubai turned to Luo Fan, asking, what do you think? Should we proceed directly or scout for a safer route? Luo Fan, still seemingly lost in thought, examined the grassy slope and replied, I have been here before. Beyond this slope lies the cave of the Watcher Silver Hound, a creature of Spirit King caliber. I suggest we avoid a direct approach. Spirit King? Good heavens. Ming Xiaodao nearly fainted at the mention, his legs trembling. Luo Fan continued, indeed, a Spirit King. According to the map, the treasure location is further off. This slope is not necessarily a required path. Let us attempt to circumvent it. The four opted to bypass the end of the slope, choosing a longer route. After all, if they ventured into the territory of the Watcher Silver Hound, should that creature emerge, even 10 spirit disciples would struggle to escape its wrath. The path they took was unfamiliar to Luo Fan, and he was surprised to find that circumventing the hill revealed a secluded trail, dense with withered trees on either side. The narrow pathway was lush with vibrant grass, teeming with life. Suddenly, Luo Fan came to a halt, and both Mu Shoubai and Duanmu Su followed suit. The three of them simultaneously sensed an unfamiliar disturbance, one that exuded no hint of benevolence. Luo Fan remarked, it seems we are not the first to arrive here. Mu Shoubai nodded in agreement, saying, even at this point, they are attempting an ambush. It appears they have not located the treasure. Duanmu Su smiled. Though they may outnumber us, their strength is not necessarily superior. I will attempt to use my defensive spirit technique to control their assault. You two should wait for the opportune moment. Mu Shoubai commented, that is indeed your sole advantage. Thunderstrike. A woman's voice rang out, and a figure leaped forth from the thicket of withered trees. Before the four could react, a circular wave of spiritual energy surged toward them at great speed, resembling a colossal fire disk, spinning with tremendous force while emanating an overwhelming heat. As it rushed forward, the fire disk continuously ejected sparks. each landing on the dry branches and leaving behind a deep black mark. "I'll handle this," Duanmu shouted. "Danger!" Luo Fan exclaimed, simultaneously pushing Duanmu aside. He could tell that the intensity of the fire disk far surpassed Duanmu's defensive capabilities. Resisting it would undoubtedly result in injury. At the moment he pushed Duanmu away, he felt an intense heat searing at his side, and the air around him warped and distorted. In a flash, Luo Fan's figure transformed into a phantom within a confined space. Though his presence filled the area, it was impossible to discern his true form from the illusions. "You damn witch, you're really going for the kill," Mu Xiaobai shouted upon recognizing the all-too-familiar face. It was Inkai, the martial artist who had reached the treasure area first, accompanied by 4 others, including Niu Sanmu, the previously escaped warriors. Inkai declared, "Examinations are like this. There is only one treasure, and I can only act this way." However, as she spoke, her expression turned to shock. When her signature technique, Thunderstrike, struck Luo Fan, she realized that her former adversaries would have been severely injured and incapacitated by now. Yet Luo Fan moved with ease amidst the flames, unharmed. Luo Fan gritted his teeth. Although he had evaded the direct impact of Thunderstrike, he could not escape the searing heat. In that moment, he distinctly felt his garments singe beyond recognition, and pain coursed through his skin. Simultaneously, Luo Fan was perplexed. This instance of evasion felt different from before. It seemed as though some force was not only repelling the attack but also consuming the power of the fire disk. Was this evasion not merely a skill of avoidance? How could it naturally counterattack? As Thunderstrike surged past him with the swiftness of the wind, it continued forward until it dissipated into nothingness at an unknown distance, leaving a wisp of black smoke rising. Following the flash, the reappearing Luo Fan stood bare-chested, his arms charred, his chest marked with droplets of blood. Yet his face remained eerily calm, exuding a chilling composure. Inkai gazed in astonishment at Luo Fan, the first individual of equal standing capable of withstanding the might of Thunderstrike without faltering. She could scarcely believe that the seemingly invincible Thunderstrike had been neutralized by this man. At that moment, Mu Xiaobai dashed forward, unsheathing his obsidian sword. Moving with such speed that his feet appeared to barely touch the ground, showcasing an overwhelming force that rendered his footwork almost imperceptible. Seeing Mu Xiaobai advance, Inkai felt no hint of trepidation. Their encounters were numerous, and Inkai boasted an unblemished victory record. With a swift motion, she brandished a broad blade, its edge sharper and more formidable than that of Fei Bo Kong's. As she swung the blade, the surrounding air surged, creating a sound reminiscent of the very atmosphere being cleaved apart. "Ha! I have long known your obsidian sword is indomitable. Today, I shall measure its prowess against my fire separation blade." Inkai exhibited no signs of retreat. Instead, she strode confidently toward Mu Xiaobai, gripping the hilt of her sword at her side, each step forward imbued with an indescribable force, characteristic of a fierce assault. Simultaneously, her companions, Niu Sanmu and others, joined the fray. Duanmu, not one to remain idle, retrieved a towering iron rod from his spatial ring and charged into the throng. The rod, entirely silver-black, bore an ancient yet radiant quality, carving deep fissures in the ground as he ran. Meng Xiaodao, true to his name, brandished a steel knife as he sprinted toward his adversary. Despite his plump physique, his speed was astonishing, his innocent visage juxtaposed with an unexpectedly resolute demeanor. Luo Fan swiftly circulated his internal energy, ensuring it flowed through every inch of his meridians, confirming he had sustained no internal injuries. This was attributed to the instantaneous movement, coupled with the backlash effect of his recent maneuver. With both hands gripping the blade, he executed a somersault into the fray. The opponents before him, though all above the spirit apprentice rank, found it nearly impossible to discern Luo Fan's speed at this juncture, as the Fulong blade swung left and right. The first-tier spirit apprentices struggled to defend themselves. The attacks appeared weak in intensity, yet the terrifying velocity and razor-sharpness of the Fulong blade forced them to retreat, leaving them devoid of any counterattack opportunities. Luo Fan's feet pivoted sharply, his body spinning, and in an instant, the blade's keen tip aligned with the arm of an opponent. The thrust struck. For Luo Fan, this battle bore no pressure. With the aid of the Wen Xian art, he had mastered control over his speed, adapting it to his most favorable state. This velocity allowed him to evade contact with long weapons, fully leveraging the advantage of his blade's sharpness to instill fear in his foes. The chaos of battle reached a new crescendo within the setting sun-drenched forest. While the distant mist remained eerily tranquil, the fifth day Chen gently stroked his beard, nodding with a smile. Ningwei observed the ultimate clash with palpable excitement, realizing that this cohort of warriors would soon become her disciples. "Sir," she remarked, "this year's warriors seem to possess greater strength than those of the previous 2 years." On the 5th day, Tiandao remarked with a chuckle, "If you do not witness this scene, how would you discern the disciples' capabilities, and how could you guide them effectively?" Ningwei replied, "You speak the truth, sir. But I fail to comprehend how you can ascertain that Inkai and her companions will undoubtedly discover a shortcut to outpace Luo Fan and his group." With a smile, Tiandao responded, "Although Inkai is a girl, she possesses a plethora of clever ideas and a determination that many male warriors lack. I believe she will be a significant revelation in this treasure-seeking contest." For Tiandao, the palace assessment was not merely a means to determine the disciples for the upcoming year. It was also an opportunity to select formidable individuals for the Spirit Palace. Among these exceptional talents, some might very well become the future successors of the Spirit Palace. Thus, his focus extended beyond mere assessment results to encompass the strength and potential of each warrior. Ningwei nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Indeed, sir, I hold a great fondness for Inkai. However, in your opinion, which of her or Luo Fan is stronger?" Tiandao's expression turned serious as he replied, "I believe Inkai's strength is certainly on par with Mu Xiaobai's. Yet Luo Fan continues to intrigue me. I am no longer concerned with his spiritual energy, but rather with his ultimate performance." "You mean?" Tiandao gently closed his eyes and nodded with a smile. Ningwei furrowed her brow, saying, "But sir, the competition has progressed to this point, and the disciples are utterly exhausted. If they are to continue battling, I'm afraid." Tiandao chuckled. This is precisely the opportunity to test a warrior's potential. If it were to end here, they would merely be deemed competent. It is in adversity that true strength is forged. Although the Spirit Palace cultivates numerous disciples, true strong individuals are rare gems emerging from each assessment. The palace master once remarked that he would gladly trade 100 capable warriors for a single one with potential. Do you grasp the essence of this? Ningwei responded, "You are correct, sir, but if that is the case, what significance does our treasure hold? I fear the Spirit Palace does not truly wish to part with those 1,000 spirit pearls. It is merely a means of attraction." Tiandao explained, "In previous years, we did not hold a treasure-seeking contest. This year, it was set by the palace master to stimulate potential warriors. If none among this batch possess such potential, then, indeed, the treasures should not belong to them. It would be better to encourage the exceptional disciples from the outer academy of the Spirit Palace. But, enough of that. Quickly, arrange for Jiang Wan and the others. It is time for them to take the stage." The battles in the narrow path had escalated to a fierce intensity. Aside from Meng Xiaodao, who was eliminated at the outset, the remaining participants were vying for their final chance. For them, entry into the Spirit Palace was virtually assured. But the critical question remained: who would ultimately seize the 1,000 spirit pearls within the palace? The clash between Duanmu Su and Niu Sanmu had settled into a stalemate. Niu Sanmu's critical strike attributes found no effective openings against Duanmu Su's steadfast defense. As long as Niu Sanmu could not unleash an attack beyond his usual strength, the remaining assaults posed no genuine threat to Duanmu Su's resilience. The defensive stance not only exhibits formidable protection but also incessantly drains the opponent's spiritual energy and stamina, leading to a significant decline in vitality, rendering the adversary incapable of delivering a lethal blow. Facing two martial artists, although Luo Fan's speed advantage diminished, his opponents found it exceedingly challenging to discern flaws in his agile movements. Even with a formidable attacker among them, after narrowly evading a powerful strike, the assailants struggled to unleash their spiritual technique, as few practitioners at this level possessed the opportunity to deploy more than one technique in quick succession. After several exchanges, Luo Fan finally sensed the natural restoration of his spiritual energy, allowing him to execute a swift maneuver. He inexplicably discovered that after absorbing the beast's soul, his recovery rate had nearly doubled without any external assistance. Was this what one referred to as spiritual attributes? As one of the steadfast warriors delivered a heavy blow, Luo Fan abruptly halted, pivoted, and delivered a powerful kick against a desiccated tree trunk, propelling his body in the opposite direction while exclaiming, "Flash!" The warrior was momentarily bewildered by the erratic movement, rendering him unable to find an opportunity to strike. In that fleeting moment, Luo Fan relinquished the remaining seconds of his swift state and leapt forward to initiate an attack. His dual blades flashed before the warrior's eyes, sweeping towards his own arm. Just as the warrior intended to retaliate, he felt a chilling force invade his body, causing his combat effectiveness to plummet, rendering him incapable of action. Ignoring this opponent, Luo Fan once again harnessed his speed to charge at another formidable attacker. The clash between Mu Xiaobai and Ying Kai resembled not merely a contest of spiritual energy, but a fierce battle of weaponry. The ebony sword and broad blade collided countless times, yet both weapons remained unscathed, showcasing their remarkable strength. Ying Kai remarked, "So it turns out you rely on your weapon. Otherwise, I would have subdued you within 2 moves." Mu Xiaobai retorted, "Don't boast too soon. Had it not been for that wretched blade, I would have taught you a lesson by now." He swiftly turned and thrust towards Ying Kai's shoulder. During the skirmish, the martial artists maintained a level of restraint, deliberately avoiding vital areas such as the throat and head. Ying Kai countered with her broad blade, absorbing the strike and declaring, "Humph, my fiery blade can sever flames. Today, I shall cleave your copper sword in 2. Duan Musu's defensive stance was a state technique, embodying pure defense. Observing Niu Sanmu's increasing fatigue and waning will, Duan Musu suddenly concluded his spiritual technique, swiftly rotating his wrist and gripping the silver-black iron rod tightly, launching it sideways with force. The iron rod surged through the air like an unstoppable titan, hurtling towards the longsword in Niu Sanmu's grasp. Having grown accustomed to the stalemate, Niu Sanmu was caught off guard by the sudden strike and could barely manage a defense, raising his sword above his head to parry. With a resounding clang, the long sword was sent flying several meters, embedding itself into a withered tree trunk to a depth of 1/3 of its length. Niu Sanmu stood there empty-handed, staring at his bare palms in disbelief. Duan Musu swung the iron rod with great force, striking Niu Sanmu's back. The latter, now resembling a mere leaf in the wind, lost all semblance of his earlier strength and was sent sprawling to the side. Clutching his chest, Niu Sanmu bore an expression of sheer anger, yet within him there was no trace of resentment. He could hardly fathom how to breach such an impenetrable defense. This Duan Musu was truly formidable. Simultaneously, Luo Fan seized an opportunity amidst the chaos of battle, his swiftness allowing him to pinpoint the vulnerability of the powerful warrior, delivering a decisive thrust that vanquished his opponent. The two exchanged a knowing smile and shifted their gaze towards the only pair still fiercely contesting, Mu Xiaobai and Ying Kai. It was uncertain whether they were enemies or rivals. Mu Xiaobai undoubtedly wished to defeat Ying Kai this time, seeking to redeem past grievances, while Ying Kai would never concede defeat to Mu Xiaobai, as such a loss would tarnish her formidable pride. Both Luo Fan and Duan Musu recognized this dynamic, opting to refrain from interference, choosing instead to observe. Perhaps, if Mu Xiaobai found himself in peril, they might extend their aid, but certainly not at this moment. At that instant, both Luo Fan and Duan Musu sensed a surge of formidable energy surrounding them. They exchanged a wary glance, their eyes brimming with vigilance. Luo Fan furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the approaching force was anything but trivial. There were at least 4 or 5 individuals, each possessing considerable strength. Duan Musu approached Luo Fan and inquired, "Are there more formidable foes?" Luo Fan replied, "It's difficult to say, but they are certainly fixated on us. It appears genuine danger is at hand." Duan Musu remarked, "Our strength is certainly not as robust as before, and our numbers have dwindled. Xiao Dao has been eliminated. And Mu Xiaobai may not be reliable either. Numbers? Perhaps not diminished. We could still muster 4. 4? Both Luo Fan and Duan Musu directed their gaze towards Ying Kai, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Mu Xiaobai. The clash between Mu Xiaobai and Ying Kai was nearly accompanied by a verbal sparring match, with neither side showing an ounce of retreat, whether in their taunts or the fierce exchanges of their weapons. "Hey, manly woman, where are your spirit techniques? Isn't that little firebug supposed to be quite powerful? Unleash it," Mu Xiaobai taunted. "Humph, and what of your awkward combos? Come on," Ying Kai retorted. Both combatants had long since depleted their spiritual energy, leaving no room for the release of spirit techniques. As the battle wore on, their movements grew increasingly sluggish. Even Mu Xiaobai's once proud lethal strike showed no sign of manifestation, rendering his critical hit attributes ineffective. Similarly, Ying Kai's earlier ferocious assaults had devolved into mechanical attacks. Had it not been for the enduring strength of the Fire Division blade, one might hardly recognize her as a powerful offensive warrior. Luo Fan and Duan Musu noted the visible exhaustion of both fighters, exchanging a nod of understanding before rushing into the fray. "Humph, ultimately, you are no match for me. Your allies have arrived," Ying Kai declared, begrudgingly, as she saw Luo Fan and Duan Musu approach. "I require no assistance," Mu Xiaobai asserted. "You underestimate me." Luo Fan, Duan Mu. "Do not interfere. I intend to settle this matter with this manly woman today." Luo Fan and Duanmu Su found themselves in a perplexing situation, caught in the midst of a treasure competition with personal grievances weighing heavily on their minds. Unexpectedly, Luo Fan and Duanmu Su were not allies of Mu Xiaobai. Instead, they each darted towards opposite directions, simultaneously intervening behind Mu Xiaobai and Ing Kai, seizing the two weary individuals. "What are you doing?" Ing Kai exclaimed. "Let me go. I want to engage her in a life-and-death battle." Mu Xiaobai also protested loudly, his face a mask of defiance. Luo Fan, however, paid no heed to their protests, hoisting Ing Kai and sprinting into the dense forest, expending almost all of his recovered strength in this moment, racing to avoid detection by that formidable force. Duanmu Su mirrored his actions, nearly carrying Mu Xiaobai as they both plunged into the thicket, taking a decidedly erratic route rather than a straightforward path. "What are you doing, Duanmu? Be careful, or I'll hit you." Ing Kai, cradled in Luo Fan's arms, felt her earlier combat fervor dissipate almost instantaneously. After all, she was a girl who had never been embraced like this by a man. Just moments ago, her face had burned with fury, but now a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Hey, what are you doing? Put me down." The words lacked any trace of anger, instead embodying a sense of embarrassment. Lowering her gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. If the fight had continued, she would have surely remained steadfast, yet now, enveloped in a man's embrace, an unfamiliar force rendered her almost powerless. Luo Fan's gaze remained fixed ahead. "I'm not doing anything. We're being targeted. Duanmu and I sense that those few individuals possess considerable strength. You have no choice but to join us." "Why should I?" Ing Kai retorted. "Because I'm holding you right now, and if you dare resist, I can't guarantee my grip will remain gentle." Ing Kai's face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck. You rogue. Rogue or not, we must first acquire those 1,000 spirit beads. Not only will they grant us access to the spirit palace, but they also serve as a testament to our strength." Upon hearing this, Ing Kai raised her head to meet the gaze of a strikingly handsome face, marked by a resolute charm that captivated young women. His long hair billowed behind him as he ran, embodying the allure of a youthful warrior. Noticing the stains of blood and the darkness on Luo Fan's attire made Ing Kai's cheeks feel warm, and she regretted her earlier aggressive actions which had clearly exceeded the bounds of sparring. "Wow, you're actually blushing." Luo Fan instinctively glanced down at Ing Kai, unable to believe that this so-called tomboy Mu Xiaobai's words could turn as rosy as a girl. "What are you saying? Who's blushing? Be careful, or I'll kill you with one strike." Ing Kai pouted, wishing to find a hole to hide in. Luo Fan shook his head in resignation. "Kill me? Why are women always like this?" After an indeterminate duration of running, their distance covered unknown, Luo Fan and Duanmu Su finally came to a halt amidst a thicket of shrubbery, reaching a height that was nearly waist-high. The two chose a narrow gap to slip through, gently setting down Mu Xiaobai and Ing Kai. Duanmu Su, drenched in sweat, remarked, "Xiaobai, I can't shake the feeling that you're heavier than a knife. You've nearly worn me out." Mu Xiaobai retorted, "That's the spirit technique, 1,000 gene weight. It's meant to crush you." "Enough of this," Luo Fan declared. "Ing Kai, Xiaobai, cease your hostilities. We must unite against a common foe." Mu Xiaobai fell silent for a moment before responding. "What say you, tomboy?" Previously, Duanmu Su had alluded to a certain power while speaking behind his back, and Mu Xiaobai, ever the strategist, recognized the necessity of mending fences with Ing Kai. Ing Kai glanced at Luo Fan, who offered a reassuring smile and a nod of encouragement, prompting her to pout. "All right." The softness of her voice sent a shiver down Mu Xiaobai's spine. He had never witnessed such gentleness from her before. What enchantment had Luo Fan cast upon her to soften her demeanor? Luo Fan continued, "Based on my perception, I estimate that our adversaries number at least 5. And their strength surpasses any we have previously encountered, with none below the 3rd tier of spiritual practitioners." The group fell silent, taken aback. Luo Fan and Ing Kai were both 3rd-tier practitioners, while Mu Xiaobai and Duanmu Su were merely 2nd-tier. Although Mu Xiaobai's 80 years of beast soul could enhance his lethality, the current depletion of spiritual energy rendered him less formidable. Ing Kai remarked, "If this is indeed the case, our opponents are quite fearsome. However, we seem to be in a rather weakened state, even if we join forces. What will it matter if we encounter them?" Luo Fan turned to Duanmu Su, who wore a proud smile, and began rummaging through his spatial ring. Mu Xiaobai shook his head in resignation. "Here we go again." Duanmu Su retrieved 3 spirit restoration pills, consuming one himself and handing the other 2 to Luo Fan and Ing Kai. Though these pills may not restore energy as effectively as the Qi recovery pills, They can simultaneously nourish our meridians. If we can hold out for 2 hours, we should recover significantly. Mu Xiaobai interjected, "Wait, what about me?" Duanmu Su feigned innocence. "Oh, young master, you want one too?" Duanmu, stop teasing him. "It will be troublesome if our foes find us," Luo Fan interjected, sensing the brewing argument. Duanmu Su tossed one pill to Mu Xiaobai, who responded, "Rest assured, I shall return it upon our return." The four of them practiced amidst the thicket for over an hour, rapidly recovering their energy in the rich aura of the sunset forest. Luo Fan's injuries also improved. The burns inflicted by the thunderstrike healed swiftly under the influence of the spirit restoration pill. They were clearly headed this way. Where have those brats gone? One of their pursuers scoffed. "They won't escape. There are only a few of them left. If we can defeat them before they acquire the treasure, those 1,000 spirit pearls will be ours." It seems that after these 2 months, we shall be able to enter the advanced training chamber. Let us enjoy the treatment afforded to inner courtyard disciples. Listening to the conversation from outside the thicket, Luo Fan furrowed his brow. Realizing that their final adversaries were indeed senior disciples from the hall, it appeared an arduous battle was inevitable. Mu Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes, exchanging a glance with Luo Fan that seemed to inquire whether it was time to strike. In a situation where the weak faced the strong, ambushing from the shadows could prove to be a prudent strategy. Rovan gently shook his head, glancing at Duanmu Su and Inkai, indicating that the two had not fully recovered. As the footsteps of the others faded into the distance, Mu Xiaobai remarked, "Rovan, that was an excellent opportunity to strike." Rovan replied, "Not necessarily. Those individuals are evidently disciples of the Spirit Palace. Their footsteps reveal a certain rhythm, a sign of their tacit understanding. We have not been together long enough to develop such synergy, and impulsiveness may not yield favorable outcomes." Mu Xiaobai questioned, "Are we to continue dragging this out?" Rovan responded, "Not at all. Their audacity to ambush us here indicates they possess a certain level of confidence. We are unfamiliar with this terrain. It is prudent to remain close to the treasure area. If we find ourselves outmatched, making a swift attempt to seize the valuables is also a viable strategy." Duanmu Su opened her eyes slightly and nodded. "That makes sense. Many Spirit Palace disciples rely on formations to secure victory, and we stand little chance against their strategies. It would be wiser to seize the opportunity to grab the treasure, provided someone can withstand their onslaught." Rovan stated, "As long as the terrain is advantageous for us, that is sufficient. Our aim is the treasure, while their objective is to defeat us. Therefore, this open area beyond the thicket is not suitable. According to the map, the treasure site is not far from us, and it lies deeper within." Duanmu Su inquired, "Are you suggesting we seek a lush thicket in the depths?" Rovan nodded, "Precisely. The dense forest in the depths will not be barren. The trees there are lush. If we need to flee, we must have adequate cover." "Flee," Duanmu Su echoed. Rovan chuckled, "If we cannot win, we snatch. If we cannot snatch, we escape." Mu Xiaobai rolled his eyes and added, "It's all about diversion, really. So foolish." Soon, Inkai concluded her meditation. Although not entirely restored to peak condition, she was ready for combat. The four departed from the thicket, continuing towards the location of the treasure, skillfully avoiding all main paths and opting for the desolate woods along the sides. Before long, at the end of the path, they emerged from the barren forest. Rovan checked the map and said that hillside ahead should be it. Mu Xiaobai asked, "Will we be discovered if we go that way?" Rovan replied, "We have reached the final stretch. Let us sprint forward, but we must not separate." "Understood." They dashed up the hillside at full speed, and the view ahead instantly became intricate, obscured by dense foliage, rendering distant sights nearly impossible. The tangled branches and leaves intertwined so thoroughly that, from a higher vantage point, the sky was scarcely visible. "This place is ideal. Our adversaries have yet to appear. Let us proceed towards the treasure," Rovan declared, moving towards the final stretch indicated on the map, with the others following closely behind. On the 5th day, Chen smiled broadly, evidently pleased with the performance of these disciples. This year's treasure competition was inherently a greater test of a warrior's abilities compared to the usual entrance trials. Now that the four had reached the final stretch, even if only one succeeded, it would represent the Spirit Palace's most significant achievement this year. Ningwei remarked, "Master, Jiang Wan and the others have also reached the 19th cave." On the 5th day, Chen shook his head, remarking that the training of the disciples within the palace must be intensified. It was unacceptable that the enemy was so near, yet they remained oblivious. Ningwei could not help but chuckle, noting that Luo Fan and his companions were rather clever, hiding amidst the thickets to cultivate. Although there were some fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air, the sunset forest was inherently rich in such energy, making it understandable that Jiang Wan and the others had not detected them. Qin continued, those boys wish to use firearms. But among the 19 treasure caves in the 19th den, only one contains a spirit pearl. It is impossible for them to evade this conflict. Relying solely on clever tricks in the treasure competition is insufficient. Luo Fan climbed to the highest point of the slope and gazed downward. Despite the steep incline, the four of them could descend with the strength of spiritual practitioners. However, what lay below puzzled them. The scene below contrasted sharply with that above, a lush expanse of trees above, while below lay a barren expanse of yellow earth, resembling a naturally formed pit. High on all sides and low in the center. Mu Xiaobai declared, "This is the 19th den." The 19th den? Luo Fan was evidently unfamiliar with the name, having never been here nor heard of it. Mu Xiaobai elaborated. "I once heard my father mention that within the sunset forest lies a place known as the 19th den, composed of 19 artificial caves, each narrow enough for only one person to pass through. As for who created them, that is beyond inquiry. I counted, and indeed there are 19 such caves." Duan Musu inhaled deeply and said, "I have also heard of this. So this is the 19th Denver. It seems rather perilous." Luo Fan replied, "No matter how dangerous, we must procure the treasures. We have arrived at our final destination, and there is no choice but to proceed. Otherwise, these people will surely consider us easy targets." He turned to Ing Kai, asking, "Is this slope manageable?" This was not merely a matter of strength, much like the incident with Lan Sha. Even a 9th-tier spiritualist could reveal inherent weaknesses of women, namely, panic and fear, at critical moments. Ing Kai glanced at the steep slope, swallowed hard, and noticed that her once fair face was now smeared with dirt. She forced a smile, looking at Luo Fan, and said, "And no problem, if you go down. I will too." Mu Xiaobai shot her a disapproving look, wondering what had come over her. Was this still the same girl who constantly sought to challenge him? At the top of the steep slope, there were no stones or branches to grip or step on. Luo Fan leapt down, and at that moment, he recalled the night he had plunged into the abyss. Anxiety mingled with warmth. Immediately afterward, Mu Xiaobai and Duan Musu also jumped down the slope, utilizing their bodies and control over spiritual energy to firmly grasp a protruding dead tree at the midpoint of the incline before leaping down again. Ing Kai, summoning her courage, looked at Mu Xiaobai, her indomitable spirit urging her to leap like a man. However, at the apex of her jump, her feet found no purchase against the slope, and her body fell downwards. Both Luo Fan and Duan Musu tensed, watching Ing Kai, only for her to land directly upon the unturned Mu Xiaobai, both crashing heavily onto the yellow earth below. Mu Xiaobai had nearly become a mat for Ing Kai, his entire body sprawled on the ground, his mouth filled with yellow earth. "Damn it, you tomboy, what are you doing? Are you settling personal scores?" Ing Kai, realizing she was unscathed, rose and brushed off the dirt, saying, "Thank you. Let this be a reason for me to dislike you a little less." "You, spit." Mu Xiaobai attempted to retort, but the mixture of dirt and saliva in his mouth made him vomit in disgust. At that moment, Luo Fan furrowed his brows in concern. "Something is amiss. It seems we have walked into a lion's den." Just then, 5 figures leaped simultaneously down the steep slope, landing steadily on the ground, clearly more familiar with the surroundings. "Junior brothers and sisters, after searching for so long, we have finally met." The 4 individuals, gathered closely together, were apprehensive about a sudden attack from their adversaries. Mu Xiaobai inquired, "Where exactly is this treasure hidden?" Duan Musu responded with a cold smirk. "What treasure are you speaking of? It seems we cannot escape this confrontation." Luo Fan remarked, 19 caverns, how clever of the spirit palace to devise this, especially to counteract individuals with our exceptional intellect. This fellow never misses an opportunity to boast about himself." Duan Musu replied, "Then let us abandon any thoughts of retreat and engage in battle." Simultaneously, the 4 drew their weapons, facing the 5 opponents without a hint of fear. Leading the 5 was Jiang Wan, the most promising disciple from the Spirit Palace's outer court, whose strength had reached the 5th level of Spirit Apprentice, ranking 7th on the outer court's Spirit Martial leaderboard. In his hand was a long sword that compelled other disciples to steer clear. Jiang Wan unsheathed the sword from his back. Its blade was broader than that of ordinary swords, reflecting a blinding light under the sun, surrounded by a faint, visible aura of spiritual energy. "Junior brothers, if you are willing to concede without a fight, we can certainly refrain from combat," Jiang Wan said, stroking the blade with a smile. Luo Fan glanced at his companions and replied, "Oh, such a favorable offer. What price must we pay, senior brother? Jiang Wan answered. No price at all. Those 1,000 spirit pearls were never meant for you, so you owe nothing. However, what you gain is freedom from serious injury, a most advantageous deal. Luo Fan nodded. That sounds appealing, but senior brother, what if we wish to acquire the spirit pearls? Jiang Wan laughed heartily. That's quite simple. We shall beat you soundly, and you will no longer harbor such lofty aspirations. Luo Fan smirked. It seems we ought to rephrase our question. Senior brother, how can we obtain the spirit pearls? Jiang Wan discerned Luo Fan's intent. Initially, he thought these youngsters were naive and inexperienced, asking amusing questions. Yet, it became evident that they had no intention of yielding, leading him to underestimate them. Well, that's straightforward. Just defeat us, your seniors. As he spoke, Jiang Wan's smile vanished. Replaced by a menacing expression, his eyes fixed on Luo Fan, unmistakably a threat. Luo Fan took a deep breath and declared, Then I shall take on the task of teaching you a lesson. With that, he positioned his hands before his chest, the Fulong blade clashing with a sharp sound, and then swiftly propelled himself forward as if traversing through space. Seeing Luo Fan take the initiative, Jiang Wan furrowed his brow and coldly commanded, Form the formation, and let these youngsters witness the might of the Spirit Palace. Upon his command, the five scattered outward in unison, drawing their gleaming weapons under the sunlight, executing movements that were peculiarly synchronized, entirely deviating from conventional techniques. Luo Fan could not ascertain if this was indeed a technique of the Spirit Palace, but he was certain of one thing. These five exhibited an exceptional level of coordination, suggesting they had trained together extensively. He decisively halted, wary of making a reckless move, while Mu Shoubai and the others closely followed suit, poised to strike at any moment. Before them, five individuals wielded their swords with an increasingly frenetic rhythm, striking the ground every third blow. As their speed intensified, their movements resembled a desperate dance of sword tips gliding across the earth, each sound resonating with an almost oppressive weight. It's a formation, Mu Shoubai mused. Aware of the existence of formations and the fact that disciples of the Spirit Palace often devised unique arrays that were not only unconventional, but also possessed remarkable lethality. Luo Fan furrowed his brow, observing the five with narrowed eyes, allowing him to discern their actions more clearly. Their movements were dizzying, not merely a result of swift elemental energy, but rather a culmination of their collective efforts to perfect the formation's techniques, achieving a speed that far surpassed mere elemental prowess. This formation is astonishingly swift. I believe we must act soon, Inkai remarked, gripping her fire-splitting blade tightly while pivoting its edge, her eyes fixed on the rapid transitions of the five. Luo Fan's gaze was locked onto the blade in Jiang Wan's hand, a flicker of light sparking across his brow as he exclaimed, I fear it may be too late. They are striking first. As his words fell, 5 beams of sword light surged forth simultaneously. Instinctively, Luo Fan and his companions formed a tight circle, preparing to confront their foes from all sides. This reaction was born of instinct, an exquisite form of defense, making it challenging for even 5 or more adversaries to breach anyone's side. In an instant, Jiang Wan and her comrades completely encircled Luo Fan's group, launching external assaults while the sounds of clashing weapons filled the air. Despite their best efforts in the protective formation, Luo Fan and his companions soon felt an overwhelming pressure. They were engaged in a 4-on-4 challenge, with one adversary perpetually shifting positions to launch attacks. This onslaught bore no discernible pattern. As each member of the quartet defended against an opponent, another would suddenly appear, and a single misstep could lead to elimination, thereby intensifying the burden on the remaining 3. Luo Fan noted this dynamic, warning that Jiang Wan is free to attack. Everyone be cautious not to let sudden strikes disrupt our formations. This is becoming untenable. His attacking power exceeds that of these 4. At that moment, Duan Musu found herself facing 2 adversaries. Even with the protection of elemental energy, she struggled to withstand their onslaught. As Luo Fan swiftly wielded the Fulong blade, he sought to identify any vulnerabilities among the 5 opponents, convinced that no matter how tight the offense or defense, a weak point must exist. Once discovered, it could turn the tide of battle. Luo Fan, Mu Shoubai interjected, have you noticed that whenever Jiang Wan targets someone, the original attacker morphs into a supportive role, and they dare not unleash elemental techniques in close combat? Luo Fan smirked, you mean that the moment a primary attacker transitions to support is when they are most vulnerable? Precisely. That is the moment of shifting from offense to defense. If we can seize that opportunity, we can ensure that scoundrel is sent packing. All right, this strike will be entrusted to Inkai. Inkai nodded. for she faced a third-tier elemental practitioner specializing in brute force. In this regard, she felt not only equal but potentially advantageous, unless Jiang Wan positioned herself behind that warrior. Otherwise, the battle would likely not be in that man's favor. The speed at which Jiang Wan shifted positions grew increasingly rapid, leaving everyone with the impression of battling twice their number. Yet, at this very moment, Luo Fan and his companions focused intently on the instant Jiang Wan made his appearance. "Inkai, attack now," Luo Fan shouted, without a moment's hesitation. Inkai heeded his call, stepping forward boldly and disregarding Jiang Wan's assault, raising his fire-splitting blade to deliver a powerful strike. Luo Fan, nearly reaching the pinnacle of his speed, swiftly exchanged positions with Duan Musu, closing in on Inkai's original spot, managing to face two opponents, including the formidable Jiang Wan. Through sheer advantage of speed. What an arrogant young man, daring to confront two at once. He is courting death, Jiang Wan bellowed, brandishing his long sword and thrusting it fiercely towards Luo Fan. In response, Luo Fan sidestepped, bringing his dual blades forward to meet the strike, resulting in a resounding clash as the Fulong blade firmly parried the longsword. Now, it was a one-on-one confrontation. Jiang Wan glanced back and saw that Inkai had delivered a crushing blow, sending his opponent's sword flying and positioning the fire-splitting blade against his neck. "Senior brother, you are eliminated." Witnessing Luo Fan's triumphant demeanor further darkened Jiang Wan's expression. "Do you think this means you will win? Don't dream. At least you won't be as arrogant as before," Luo Fan retorted, transitioning from defense to offense with such swiftness that it caught Jiang Wan off guard. Jiang Wan, observing his previously advantageous position wane, thought to himself that these youngsters' strength was indeed formidable. It seemed this year would see the emergence of several prodigies in the Spirit Palace. Although they still held an advantage in the 4-on-4 scenario, it had devolved into a protracted battle, merely wasting time. Despite Jiang Wan's desire to break the stalemate, Luo Fan's attacks, though lacking in intensity, were rendered perplexing by their speed. How could a warrior with such a speed attribute possess such weak spiritual energy? Each strike was somewhat insipid. Nevertheless, the formidable weapon compelled Jiang Wan to take it seriously. Both its strength and sharpness far surpassed the longsword he wielded. Conventionally, a long weapon should dominate in close combat with a short one, yet this oddly shaped claw exhibited extraordinary strength. Each collision sent a strong shockwave through his hands. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, the cumulative effect began to induce a subtle pain, with significant enhancements to his mental attributes. Luo Fan's rate of spiritual energy recovery was notably accelerated. This not only enabled him to unleash his spiritual techniques rapidly for a second round, but also provided a considerable boost to his stamina. His relentless assaults could extend far beyond his opponent's expectations, ensuring that if this continued, he could surely wear down his adversary. As the two engaged in a war of attrition, Mu Xiaobai was the first to show signs of change, delivering a decisive blow after 3 consecutive confrontations. Although his opponent, still mindful of his senior brother's reputation, continued to resist, the steel blade bore the marks of extensive damage, and the intensity of their attacks had significantly diminished. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Jiang Wan contemplated the possibility of changing adversaries, deciding to eliminate the young man with the critical strike ability first. Before returning to confront this opponent, he feigned a counterattack, and at the moment Luo Fan lunged forward to strike, Jiang Wan abruptly withdrew and darted to the side. As Mu Xiaobai sought to corner his opponent, he suddenly sensed a formidable force approaching him. Turning swiftly, he realized that Jiang Wan had closed the distance. "Young man, let me show you what a critical strike truly is." Jiang Wan's deadly blow was renowned for its potency, having once delivered a remarkable 10 consecutive hits during a competition, swiftly defeating a 6th-tier spiritual apprentice in an instant. This extraordinary prowess was why the critical strike attribute earned the moniker of Miraculous Warrior, often achieving impossible victories against higher-tier opponents. Mu Xiaobai retorted coldly, "Arrogant fool, today I shall teach you a lesson." "Xiaobai, no," Luo Fan shouted. Aware that despite Mu Xiaobai's outward appearance as a 5th-tier apprentice, his high critical strike potential could rival a 6th-tier powerhouse, Mu Xiaobai thrust his obsidian sword forward, while Jiang Wan's long sword descended with such speed and force that it seemed nearly insurmountable. With a resounding clash, the two blades met. Mu Xiaobai was taken aback as his obsidian sword was forcefully pressed down by Jiang Wan's silver blade, not gradually, but instantaneously, numbing his hands. Panic surged within Mu Xiaobai as he realized Jiang Wan's lethal strike was even more terrifying than a powerful assault, with the blade perilously close to his forehead. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his spiritual energy into his hands. Seeing Mu Xiaobai's intent to exhaust his energy for a final gamble, Luo Fan recognized the peril in such a strategy. Even if he managed a lucky critical strike, it would not compare to Jiang Wan's prowess. He leapt forward, his dual blades aimed at Jiang Wan. The spikes of the Fulong blade locked onto Jiang Wan's longsword, and with a powerful thrust, he forced it aside, catching Jiang Wan off guard as he had concentrated his attack on Mu Xiaobai. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Fan delivered a swift kick to Jiang Wan's abdomen, following up with another thrust of the Fulong blade. Jiang Wan, clutching his midsection, found no respite as the relentless assault resumed. However, as one of the most esteemed disciples of the Outer Academy, Jiang Wan was now incensed. How could he tolerate being ambushed by a mere apprentice who had yet to enter the hall? With a furious shout, he swung his long sword with all his might towards the Fulong blade. Luo Fan, sensing the imminent danger, quickly evaded the strike. Should he have failed to dodge, it would have surely resulted in another lethal blow. Realizing the threat Jiang Wan posed if he pressed too closely to his comrades, Luo Fan swiftly retreated to his safe distance. Come, let us engage in one-on-one combat. Allow me to witness your critical strike ability. With that proclamation, Luo Fan leapt onto a sturdy tree branch and propelled himself forward, sprinting several meters ahead. You know not your own limits. Jiang Wan gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, pursued him at full speed. Luo Fan did not exert his full speed. After all, he had to manage the distance between himself and Jiang Wan. In order to ensure that Ing Kai and the others could secure the treasure, he was left with no choice but to divert Jiang Wan's attention, as otherwise he would pose the greatest threat. Gradually, Luo Fan discerned Jiang Wan's prowess. Although he practiced the Wind Profound art, which enhanced his agility and attack speed in close combat, it could not significantly increase his running speed over long distances. The advantage of Jiang Wan, a fifth-tier spiritual apprentice, soon became apparent. Luo Fan regretted having previously restrained his speed. He was unaware that the Wind Profound art could not substantially augment his running velocity. Yet, it was too late for regret. There was no escaping now. Only confrontation awaited him. The disparity between the third tier and fifth tier was immense. And even crossing tiers in battle rarely yielded success against two-tier differences. At this moment, the comparison of strength placed Luo Fan at a distinct disadvantage. Conversely, Jiang Wan felt a sense of liberation from restraint. During the prior chaos, few had unleashed their spiritual techniques, as doing so could injure allies, and in close quarters, one could easily be harmed. However, the circumstances had changed. Jiang Wan was finally able to showcase his true abilities. Luo Fan glanced back and noticed Jiang Wan was merely a dozen meters away. At this pace, he would be unable to evade a direct strike from his opponent. Suddenly, he halted, pivoted sharply, and lunged forward with his dual blades. Jiang Wan, unperturbed, smiled slyly, a smile infused with a hint of malice. Having been repeatedly suppressed by Luo Fan, he had long lost his former composure. Now, he had but one goal, to defeat Luo Fan, without concern for the consequences. Come forth, you ignorant wretch. With that, Jiang Wan sprang into action, his toes appearing to glide effortlessly upon the air. His sword emitted a fierce gleam, aimed directly at Luo Fan's eyes. Fury of the Hawk. Luo Fan beheld two beams of sword light hurtling towards him, sharp as an eagle's gaze, the force condensing the spiritual energy in the air, powerful and relentless. The sword light in his vision expanded, instilling a sense of dread within him. A sudden flash. Luo Fan chose not to evade. For a simple reason, Jiang Wan's strike not only promised a devastating critical hit but also embodied the extraordinary speed of a sixth-tier spiritual apprentice. By the time Luo Fan processed the attack, the opportunity to dodge had vanished. He witnessed the two beams, akin to eagle's eyes, entwining with his shadowy form. Luo Fan struggled to evade Jiang Wan's onslaught, and within the fleeting moment of evasion, the spiritual energy began to rebound against the fury of the hawk. This state resumed, and Luo Fan deduced it was likely a result of the enhancement of his mental attributes. It appeared that for attribute controllers, mental prowess was paramount. Jiang Wan was indeed taken aback by the sudden spiritual technique. He had never encountered such an oddity, one that could render an individual into a shadowy state immune to attacks. Frowning, he refrained from recklessly attacking and instead assumed a defensive posture, awaiting the conclusion of Luo Fan's fleeting state. Luo Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Jiang Wan was indeed a seasoned expert who had undergone numerous real combat experiences. At that moment, she refrained from recklessly attacking, instead choosing to remain calm and adopt a defensive stance. Consequently, he found himself unable to discern any weaknesses in Jiang Wan, making it impossible to exploit a fleeting opportunity for a counterattack. 5 seconds swiftly elapsed, and Luo Fan felt the sting of his initial failure to utilize the fleeting moment effectively. Although he had successfully defended against her spiritual technique, he had failed to seize the opportunity to exploit his opponent's vulnerabilities. Jiang Wan smirked disdainfully and declared, "It's my turn now." She surged forward, sword in hand. And Luo Fan, even before he could deploy his earth web, sensed the overwhelming force approaching, prompting him to raise his Fulong blade in defense. As their weapons clashed, Luo Fan felt a jolt of pain reverberate through his arms. It was yet another lethal strike, indicating that he had fully provoked Jiang Wan's critical hit potential. Further combat would undoubtedly be more arduous. However, Jiang Wan was not one to let go of the chance to deliver a fatal blow. She swiftly followed up with another strike, and Luo Fan exerted all his strength, locking the long sword with his dual blades. Yet, with her other hand transformed into a fist, she struck fiercely at Luo Fan's chest. The impact was palpable, sending a shock of pain coursing through Luo Fan's body, accompanied by a wave of dizziness and nausea that nearly incapacitated him. He sank to one knee, one hand pressed against the ground for support. As a trickle of viscous blood dripped from his mouth, his breathing had grown exceedingly labored. Simultaneously, he felt as though the spiritual energy within his meridians had been momentarily disrupted, becoming challenging to control, and even its normal flow was in disarray. However, an even stranger sensation soon emerged. It felt as if some force was guiding the spiritual energy, drawing it towards a single point within his meridians, which then began to flow smoothly, transforming the pain into a refreshing relief akin to the arrival of spring after a harsh winter. Jiang Wan approached, her head slightly raised as she looked down at Luo Fan, a cold smile gracing her lips. "So, how does it feel, junior brother? Today is merely a prelude. Once you enter the Spirit Hall, a grand feast awaits you." Jiang Wan was imparting the harsh truth of the Spirit Hall's rules, survival of the fittest. Luo Fan gradually lifted his head, a terrifying smile emerging amidst his previously grotesque expression, his bloodied visage lending an eerie quality to his grin. In that moment, Jiang Wan instinctively took a step back. "Senior brother, it seems this appetizer is rather unimpressive. Perhaps it is time to reveal my true strength." With those words, Luo Fan seemed to be infused with a surge of power, rising abruptly and leaping back 10 meters. For a moment, Jiang Wan was left bewildered, staring at Luo Fan in disbelief. How could he, struck in a vital area by her lethal blow, still stand and regain his fighting spirit? Earth web. Indeed, Luo Fan had refrained from using the earth web for 2 reasons. First, the proximity was too close. The earth web was not advantageous in close combat, thriving instead at a distance where it could gather strength for a powerful strike. Secondly, he had intended to gauge the disparity in their strengths through that fleeting moment, which revealed not only Jiang Wan's exceptionally steady combat mindset but also the significant tier difference between them. At that moment, Luo Fan felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, realizing that the powerful suppression had caused his meridians to expand reflexively. With the advantage of his mental attributes, his spiritual energy was replenishing at an astonishing rate. This sensation culminated in a single outcome. The spiritual energy in Luo Fan's Dantian was at full capacity, allowing him to break through to the 4th tier of spiritual apprentices. In battles that cross tiers, especially at lower levels, the probability of victory when surpassing 2 tiers was nearly non-existent. However, the disadvantage of being at the 1st tier could be entirely mitigated by the earth spider web. Amidst her astonishment, Jiang Wan suddenly became aware of 4 strands of spiritual energy that had emerged from nowhere, ensnaring her like roots. And any struggle would only tighten her bonds further. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Luo Fan's eyes as he charged forward, wielding his dual blades like 2 ferocious black dragons, the sound of the wind reminiscent of a dragon's roar, instilling fear in Jiang Wan's heart. Clang! The sharp spikes tightly clamped around her longsword, and as Luo Fan exerted himself to lift his hand, the sword was flung a great distance, embedding itself halfway into a tree trunk. Just as the earth spider web dissipated, Jiang Wan prepared for a final desperate effort, only to be met with an unbearable pain in her chest. It was Luo Fan, delivering a heavy punch that, while not as lethal as Jiang Wan's strike, contained the full force of his being. "Senior brother, I, Luo Fan, always return the favor in kind, including this punch." Wiping the blood from her lips, Jiang Wan felt a chill at her neck, realizing that Luo Fan had placed the Fulong blade there. "Moreover, senior brother, you have already been eliminated." Jiang Wan looked at Luo Fan, a sense of unexplainable dread filling her heart. This young warrior, yet to enter the spirit hall, could potentially become a formidable opponent in the future, or perhaps, by then, she would hardly be his match. Rising quietly, Jiang Wan managed a wry smile. 1,000 spirit pearls should suffice for you. Luo Fan raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face, responding, I appreciate it, senior brother. Jiang Wan nodded. Spare me the hollow words. If anyone troubles you in the outer courtyard in the future, remember to seek me out, Jiang Wan. Thank you. Jiang Wan offered a faint smile of regret before turning to leave the treasure area. My judgment was not mistaken. I do not care what type of spiritual energy Luo Fan possesses. He is a man of warrior spirit. Fifth Tianqian observed the duel between Luo Fan and Jiang Wan with unwavering focus, feeling as if he were the true victor of this treasure contest. Lingwu remarked, Sir, Mu Xiaobai and the others have also concluded their battles. This batch of new disciples has emerged victorious. They may pose a potential threat in the outer courtyard. Fifth Tianqian laughed heartily, stroking his beard. Indeed, they will surely become a source of concern for Xinjiao. But within the spirit hall, what I desire is precisely this kind of unsettling factor. This is the essence of a true warrior. Returning to the base of the lust slope, Mu Xiaobai and the others were already seated there, their faces equally dirty, each bearing wounds that were still bleeding. However, as martial artists, they remained indifferent to such matters. Upon seeing Luo Fan approach, Mu Xiaobai hastily rose, his eyes brimming with concern, and inquired, Luo Fan, are you all right? That formidable martial artist was quite powerful. Luo Fan responded with a faint smile. I am well. Fortunately, it was not a life and death battle. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Duanmu Su held a small token and remarked, after our extensive search, this is what we sought. He then handed the token to Luo Fan. Upon receiving it, Luo Fan examined the stone token, which was a delicate azure piece. Less than half the size of a hand, yet as thin as paper. Its surface was meticulously polished, and it bore the exquisite inscription Spirit Pearl card above, with the slightly smaller words 1,000 Spirit Pearls inscribed below. Spirit Pearl card? Is this the currency of the Spirit Hall? Luo Fan inquired. Mu Xiaobai explained. Spirit Pearls resemble pearls, and the Spirit Pearl card facilitates their storage, preventing any accidental loss. To utilize them, we must exchange for Spirit Pearls at the Spirit Hall. Nodding in understanding, Luo Fan felt as though the Spirit Hall represented a different realm altogether, complete with its own rules, space, and even currency, suggesting that the days ahead would starkly contrast with the past. At that moment, several figures descended into the dusty hollow, approaching slowly. Leading them was an elderly man. His hair and beard white, yet his complexion rosy, devoid of wrinkles. Following him were Ningwu, whom Luo Fan and the others had encountered prior to the treasure hunt, along with several martial artists from the Spirit Hall bringing up the rear. The old man was clad in a light-colored robe, which, paired with his pure white hair and beard, gave him an ethereal appearance, reminiscent of an immortal. Luo Fan and his companions exchanged glances, and immediately recognized this distinguished figure as Mr. Wu, the vice master of the Spirit Hall, due to his unique aura. Ningwu greeted them warmly. Welcome to the Spirit Hall. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Ningwei's smile, Mu Xiaobai recalled that he had likely left a poor impression during the registration process, making him momentarily at a loss for words. Ningwu continued with a smile, entering the Spirit Hall marks a new beginning. We shall gather at the square in Pink City tomorrow morning, where I will introduce you to your future training in life, as well as assist you in exchanging for Spirit Pearls. Luo Fan and his companions shared a smile, although their qualifications for entering the hall had long been established. Acquiring the 1,000 Spirit Pearls was no small feat, achieved through considerable effort. Mr. Wu chuckled. Your performances were commendable. This time, the Spirit Hall is admitting 60 disciples. The treasure hunt in the first mountain of the hall concluded a day ago, and although 30 disciples were accepted, they did not obtain any treasures. Despite only 24 martial artists being recruited from the Sunset Forest, I am pleased, for you have secured the treasures. You are the true victors. Luo Fan humbly replied, Mr. Wu, you flatter us. We merely had good fortune. Mr. Wu approached Luo Fan and remarked, Luo Fan, your strength is immeasurable. Upon hearing this, not only Luo Fan but everyone else was taken aback. Mr. Wu, known for his stern demeanor within the Spirit Hall, was not only smiling today but had openly praised a young martial artist, an unprecedented occurrence. Rofan, perplexed, was unaware that 5th Tianqian had been closely monitoring the treasure competition and had placed particular emphasis on him. 5th Tianqian instructed, return and change into proper attire. The spirit palace does not accept disciples who are poorly dressed. Rofan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile without uttering a word. Fifth Tianqian approached Ningwei and whispered, "Child, you shall reside in Pink City today. After bringing them into the palace, arrange accommodations for them and issue Rofan a cultivation permit." Upon hearing this, Ningwei paused momentarily before responding, "Yes, sir." As they retraced their steps back to Pink City, night had fallen. The group entered the city appearing rather out of place, their clothing soiled and marred with bloodstains. Rofan, particularly, was bare-chested, had it not been for Ningwei's presence. Their distinguished status would surely have made them reluctant to pass through the city gates. Mu Xiaobai and Ing Kai seemed to have shed the earlier tension. Although not quite friendly, the explosive encounters that marked their meetings had ceased. Furthermore, Duanmu Su appeared to have integrated into the group, his demeanor reminiscent of an old friend. Mu Xiaobai extended his hospitality, and since they were to visit the Spirit Palace the following day, he arranged for Ningwei and Duanmu Su to stay at the Sword Edge Hall that very night. After cleansing themselves and donning fresh garments, they finally exhibited the poise of martial artists, just as the hall's master, Mu Dai, returned to the hall and hosted a banquet to honor the Spirit Palace's steward, Ningwei, and her two companions. In Pink City, Sword Edge Hall was known for its opulence, and this so-called simple meal was nothing short of extravagant. With a plethora of dishes and a large vat of fine wine, all exuding wealth. Seated at the head of the table, Mu Dai donned a resplendent light-colored silk robe, intricately embroidered with gold threads, his sword-like brows radiating authority. "As for my son entering the Spirit Palace, I have no words of gratitude. It is said that those within the Spirit Palace are exceptional beings, and offering gold and silks would render Sword Edge Hall rather mundane. This banquet serves as a request for the steward to rigorously guide my son in the future." Ningwei smiled and nodded gracefully, exuding an air of elegance devoid of any worldly concerns. Disciples of the Spirit Palace are treated equally. Whether they become formidable martial artists depends solely on their talent and diligence. "Drink? Are you not going to call me?" As these words were spoken, a figure staggered through the door, reeking of alcohol. Rofan frowned. Who else could it be but Lingfeng? His master, once touched by liquor, was bound to bring embarrassment. To Rofan's surprise, it was Ningwei who reacted most strongly, her eyes widening in disbelief as she covered her mouth with her hands. "Elderling?" This exclamation left those present somewhat bewildered. How could this inebriated man be an elder? Among them, only Mu Xiaobai had met Lingfeng. Aware only that he was Rofan's friend and oblivious to their master-disciple relationship. Yet, Ningwei's remark caught him off guard as well. Lingfeng squinted, furrowing his brow as he regarded Ningwei, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. Gradually, his gaze widened, as if he had suddenly sobered. "Elder Ling, how did you come to be here?" Ningwei stepped forward and inquired, bowing respectfully, clearly showing her deep admiration for Lingfeng. Lingfeng appeared somewhat awkward and replied, "Ah, it's you. What was your name again?" "Ningwei?" "Yes, Elder, it's heartwarming that you still remember me after all these years." Lingfeng responded, "Of course. You are the most beautiful female disciple of the Spirit Hall." With a light chuckle, she continued, "I am now a steward, Elderling. Please return to the Spirit Hall with me. The Hall Master has been inquiring about your whereabouts." Lingfeng inhaled sharply, pausing in silence before saying, "Well, very well." Luo Fan stared wide-eyed, unable to suppress a stiff chuckle, thinking, is my master truly an elder of the Spirit Hall? After the meal, instead of retreating to his room to cultivate, Luo Fan followed Lingfeng closely. Lingfeng turned and asked, "Why are you following me?" Luo Fan replied, "You are my master. Who else should I follow?" "Master, how did you become an elder? Please enlighten me." Lingfeng, growing impatient, retorted, "Don't think that just because you have broken through to a fourth-tier spirit apprentice, you can challenge me. Remember, I am a spirit user." "Indeed. I find it puzzling as well. How could a spirit user be an elder of the Spirit Hall? Don't they consider strength when selecting elders?" Lingfeng raised his hand as if to strike, but Luo Fan, with a playful grin, quickly dodged, accustomed to being brazen before Lingfeng. He followed him into his chamber, grinning, "Come on, tell me. Do you truly wish to know?" Lingfeng seated himself at the table, his expression softening slightly. Luo Fan nodded and asked, "Master, does your spirit energy being drained relate to this object?" He pointed to the black stone on his wrist. Lingfeng, for the first time, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and nodded, "Indeed, but this is merely a consequence." Lingfeng took a deep breath. His youthful visage now tinged with a sense of weariness, as though myriad stories were hidden within his deep and melancholic eyes. "I remember entering the Spirit Hall at the age of 15, just like you. Back then, the strongest in the spirit hall were merely spirit users. Within 2 months, I defeated the top-ranked fighter on the spirit martial list, gaining considerable fame and becoming rather arrogant. It was during that time that I pledged my life to the woman I loved most, the one and only Tang Bian, my master in the spirit hall. Luo Fan remained silent, drawn into Ling Feng's narrative, suddenly realizing that this old drunkard he had always perceived as a mere eccentric had once basked in glory. A true warrior who had experienced both triumph and failure. Little did I know that Bian was the pulse maiden of a powerful faction in the Qinyang Empire. That was when the nightmare began, marked by relentless pursuits against me, the forceful abduction of Bian, and my near demise in the Qinyang Empire, from which I stumbled upon this black stone pulse maiden. Luo Fan had never encountered this term before, but he surmised it must signify an identity of great importance to that faction. Ling Feng sighed deeply. A pulse maiden is a woman whose spirit energy closely resembles that of the original creator of the faction. She may not possess formidable strength, yet within the faction, she enjoys privileges akin to those of a ruler. Though devoid of actual power, her status is supreme, serving as a vessel for the faction's faith. I comprehend that the faith of this faction is entirely vested in this woman. Though she may possess only a layer of spiritual energy, it closely resembles that of the original leader of their power. Ah, this is the essence of the Pulse Maiden. In the spirit martial continent, every sect has a Pulse Maiden, a tradition that has endured for millennia. When a sect selects a Pulse Maiden, they conduct a ceremony to bind her with the sect's lifeblood. Female warriors embody in energy, allowing for the finest integration with the natural spiritual essence. However, should this connection sever, the entire sect's disciples will lose their source of spiritual support. Luo Fan inquired. The lifeblood of the sect serves as a means for disciples to cultivate with the aid of spiritual energy, akin to the sunset forest? Ling Feng affirmed, indeed. While it may not rival the potency found deep within the wilderness, it is far more conducive to a warrior's training. Thus, the lifeblood is crucial for a sect's existence. Should the Pulse Maiden lose her virtue or perish, it heralds the most dreadful omen for the sect, indicating its impending doom. Now, perhaps you grasp the depth of animosity harbored by that faction against me? Luo Fan couldn't help but chuckle. You truly are ruthless. To fall in love with their Pulse Maiden is tantamount to indirectly annihilating their sect. Ling Feng shook his head in response. Bai Yin did not wish to become the Pulse Maiden, which is why she secretly fled to the Spirit Hall to become a steward. I regret bringing her away from the Spirit Hall, declaring that we would traverse the renowned mountains and rivers together, when in truth, I only brought her harm. Luo Fan felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that his master harbored such a poignant story. Though Ling Feng did not elaborate on Tang Bai Yin, Luo Fan surmised that the woman who could captivate the once mighty Ling Feng must have been extraordinary. Is she still alive? Master? Luo Fan questioned, surprised at his own choice of words, yet they seemed fitting. Ling Feng replied, shaking his head, I do not know. I witnessed Bai Yin being taken away. Perhaps she remains there as the Pulse Maiden, or perhaps. The room fell into a contemplative silence, and Luo Fan sighed, asking, then what is the situation with the elders of the Spirit Hall? Ling Feng smiled. I attained the strength of a late-stage spirit practitioner in my teenage years. Unlike other warriors, my path involved not just cultivation but also a passion for studying various texts related to martial arts. Although my power has yet to reach its pinnacle, my profound understanding of martial cultivation granted me the privilege of being an elder in the Spirit Hall. Luo Fan nodded in understanding. I see. Master, how wonderful that you will accompany me to the Spirit Hall tomorrow. I would truly find it difficult to part ways otherwise. Ling Feng regarded Luo Fan with a knowing glance. Do not presume that entering the Spirit Hall allows you to maintain your previous ways. While you may learn a few esoteric insights from me, it pales in comparison to the accelerated training within the hall. The Spirit Hall has its own rules. I will certainly reside in the inner courtyard. If you wish to have me teach you new knowledge daily, you must promptly pass the inner courtyard assessment. The inner courtyard assessment? Luo Fan pondered, surprised to learn that the Spirit Hall was a place of continuous evaluation. Indeed, every disciple aspiring to enter the inner courtyard must undergo an assessment. Only upon gaining entry can one truly be deemed a formidable presence within the Spirit Hall. Ling Feng remarked, very well, if there is anything, inquire with that girl Ningwei tomorrow. Do not trouble me further. Allow me a moment of tranquility. Luo Fan, sticking out his tongue, understood that his curiosity had stirred Ling Feng's memories, so he refrained from saying more and turned to leave the room, glancing back one last time. Master, do rest early. This seemed to be the first time Luo Fan spoke to his master with genuine concern. Perhaps because Ling Feng had altered his previous impressions that day. His master had a past filled with glory, loss, and love, all of which warranted his respect. At dawn the following day, several individuals, including Ling Feng, arrived at the square in Peng City, awaiting the gathering of other martial artists. Only about 20 individuals assembled this time, yet they were all future powerhouses of the Rushi Empire, eliciting envious and admiring gazes from those around them. Ying Kai was the last to arrive. Having donned a striking new outfit, she shed her long robe for a sleek black martial attire, adorned with purple at the cuffs, collar, and belt. The slightly oversized garments billowed in the wind, exuding both elegance and charm. Goodness, what has gotten into this tomboy today? Dressed like a female warrior. Has she undergone a transformation? Mu Xiaobai shrugged with a chuckle, his habitual teasing of Ying Kai evident. Luo Fan shook his head in resignation. The two were indeed arch-rivals, with friendliness between them seemingly a parallel line. All right, everyone is here. We shall depart for the Spirit Palace, Ningwei announced with palpable pride. A pride now shared by the 20 or so martial artists. Beyond the northern gate of Peng City, the grass had turned a desolate yellow, and the branches appeared withered. A carpet of yellow leaves signifying the imminent arrival of winter. Not far away, two enormous avian beasts lay crouched, their heads resembling those of eagles. Their sharp gaze and formidable beaks bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a giant eagle, though their bodies appeared somewhat clumsy. With a plump form covered in a mix of brown and white feathers, reminiscent of intricate patterns. Master of Beast, Mu Xiaobai shouted, drawing his obsidian sword. While the other disciples assumed defensive stances, the size of the two creatures enough to instill fear. Ningwei chuckled softly, pressing down on Mu Xiaobai's arm. These are our mounts for the journey to the Spirit Palace. Mounts? The group echoed in unison. Ningwei explained. The Spirit Palace is located atop the towering cloud peak in the northeastern part of the Spirit Martial Continent. Without flying beasts, would we not need several months to reach it? The group then realized that these were the flying beasts raised by the Spirit Palace, specifically for the use of stewards and disciples on errands, and they felt a sense of relief. Mu Xiaobai sheathed his sword, saying, "Ah, so they are our own kind. I nearly acted rashly." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Even Ying Kai had to concede that the irritating Mu Xiaobai had his charming moments. The flying beasts could carry 15 individuals at a time, allowing the disciples to split into two groups. Once everyone was seated upon the broad backs of the birds, the creatures rose to their feet and soared into the sky. Due to the novelty of their experience aboard the flying beast, many individuals found themselves struggling with discomfort, dizziness, and fear. However, Ling Feng observed that Luo Fan exhibited no signs of distress and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He was diligently studying the characteristics of attribute-controlling warriors, particularly the remarkable physical prowess and mastery of spiritual energy that distinguished them. The journey through the sky continued for nearly an entire day, and by the following dawn, the flying beast gradually descended onto a high peak that seemed to pierce the clouds. Along the way, numerous warriors opted to sleep or engage in conversation to stave off nausea, while Luo Fan devoted the entire day to cultivation. When it came to diligence, none could rival him. After all, for him, cultivation represented a precious opportunity, one he cherished deeply. As they disembarked from the flying beast, Ying Kai felt dizzy and nearly stumbled, but Luo Fan was there to steady her. They exchanged smiles, and Ying Kai expressed her gratitude. Luo Fan shook his head, replying, "There is no need for formality. We shall be fellow disciples from now on." Nearby, Mu Xiaobai rolled his eyes, silently mimicking their exchange, thinking to himself that there was certainly something peculiar about the two. The towering Yungong Peak stretched seamlessly towards the Songlong mountain range, considered the most serene locale among its many summits. Here, the season seemed perpetually spring-like, as the outside chill transformed into a comforting warmth upon entering. As Luo Fan surveyed his surroundings, he was greeted by a tranquil landscape adorned with vibrant flowers, lush greenery, and ancient trees that had stood for millennia, all of which uplifted his spirits. In comparison to the sunset forest, this place exuded an even greater beauty. Once they descended completely, the two flying beasts took flight, heading towards a location beneath the mountains where they would be cared for, the Spirit Hall Beast Zone. After trekking for approximately 20 more minutes uphill, they arrived at a grand mountain gate, which, devoid of ostentatious decorations, emanated an air of tranquility and elegance. Luo Fan marveled that such a place existed within the Spirit Martial Continent, where one could cultivate amidst the lush mountains and flowing waters, a truly delightful prospect. Upon entering the mountain gate, Ningwei announced, "We are now within the Spirit Hall. This is the outer courtyard, where you will train and learn in the future." Should you achieve a breakthrough in strength, you will have the opportunity to participate in the inner courtyard assessments and become an inner disciple. The warriors felt greatly inspired. The ultimate objective of entering the spirit hall was to gain admission to the inner courtyard, for only then could one truly be considered a disciple of the spirit hall. The outer courtyard, in essence, was home to those deemed lacking in potential or to new initiates. The inner and outer courtyards of the spirit hall possessed strikingly different aesthetics. From an exterior perspective, it resembled an elegant abode, but upon entering, one was met with solemnity and grandeur. The stone houses were neatly arranged, and the ground was adorned with exotic flora on either side, while a broad stone pathway ran through the center, showcasing an orderly and symmetrical layout. As they traversed the main path, Lingwu pointed to a 3-story building nearby, saying, "This will be your dormitory. On the first day in the spirit hall, there are no training or study tasks. You will rest here. Tomorrow, I will instruct you on how to navigate life within the spirit hall and cultivate your spiritual energy." The group nodded in agreement as they entered the dormitory, where a few junior attendants were responsible for assigning rooms. Each disciple of the spirit hall enjoyed their own private chamber. Although devoid of opulent furnishings, the environment was quite pleasant. Lingwu then turned to Ling Feng and remarked, "Elder Ling, let us proceed to the inner courtyard." Ling Feng nodded and gazed at Luo Fan, internally encouraging him, "Young man, strive hard. I believe you shall soon become a disciple of the inner court." The journey from the outer court to the inner court also required the use of flying beasts. Though these were a more agile breed known as the soaring eagle, capable of carrying 5 passengers at once. Although both the inner and outer courts belonged to the spirit hall, they were not situated in the same location, necessitating at least a half-hour flight on the soaring eagle to bridge the distance. Ling Feng remarked, "Young lady, truth be told, I would be content residing in the outer court." Lingwu giggled, covering her mouth. "Elder, this is not my suggestion. It originates from Elder Fan." Ling Feng sighed. "I knew it was that old rascal, always making things difficult for me. Life in the outer court is comfortable, while the inner court is rife with rules that do not suit me." Lingwu shook her head with a smile, despite Ling Feng's status as an elder. His relatively youthful age and carefree demeanor rendered him somewhat endearing. Upon entering the inner court, the two did not linger at the disciples' dormitory but ventured deeper into the administrative district of the spirit hall, where the hall master, elders, and stewards resided. Lingwu escorted Ling Feng to a room that he had occupied over a decade ago, and at that moment, memory seemed to flood back, leaving Ling Feng momentarily stunned. "Ah, so you still remember to return?" A familiar voice emerged from behind. Ling Feng's expression grew solemn. He inhaled deeply and turned to bow respectfully. "Master." Tianqin gazed at him, tears welling in his eyes. Once the pride of his teachings, Ling Feng had now fallen to such a state, stirring an indescribable sadness within the master. "Now that you have returned, make this your home. In the spirit hall, one need not fear making mistakes. Rather, it is the lack of courage to bear the consequences that one should dread." Ling Feng could not suppress his tears, nodding fervently. "Master, I have wronged you. I have caused you worry." Tianqin replied, "Since our last parting, you have matured considerably. You are already a teacher, are you not?" Ling Feng inquired, "Master, you are aware?" Tianqin chuckled softly that young Luo Fan possesses quite an unusual skill. I was pondering whether a master of great repute had instructed him, as I could not discern his spiritual attributes. Upon hearing news of you in Pink City, I realized that his master must be you. Ling Feng chuckled awkwardly, "Master. How is the hall master? His health is robust, though he is reluctant to meet you. You likely understand the reasons behind that." Ling Feng sighed and nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Fan entered his chamber and collapsed onto the bed. To him, the place of residence mattered little. What truly signified was his admission into the spirit hall, which ensured his path of cultivation and brought him one step closer to reuniting with Mor. His room was situated on the 2nd floor, flanked by Mu Shoubai and Ing Kai, while Ming Xiaodao and Duanmu Su resided on the 1st floor. Luo Fan, Duanmu, and the others are downstairs. "Let's take a stroll around the outer courtyard to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings," Mu Shoubai suggested as he knocked and entered. "Very well. Tomorrow marks the official commencement of our training doubtless. Such leisure will be scarce thereafter," Luo Fan replied, rising to follow Mu Shoubai downstairs. The outer courtyard of the spirit hall was meticulously structured, with main pathways branching into orderly side lanes, making navigation effortless and eliminating the risk of losing one's way. Parallel to the main road flowed a serene river, the very source of the cascading waterfall atop soaring Cloud Peak. Unlike the torrential grandeur below the summit, the waters here were tranquil and placid. At a fork in the road, Luo Fan noticed a vaguely familiar structure to the right, the most opulent low-rise building amidst the stone edifices. Between vermilion lacquered pillars hung a blue plaque adorned with gilded characters, Mega Trading House. The Mega Trading House? A commercial enterprise within the Spirit Hall? Luo Fan remarked in surprise. Mu Xiaobai explained, the Mega Trading House is the foremost mercantile power of the Qinyang Empire, rivaled only by the Blue Water Trading House of the Lucy Empire, both titans of commerce across the Spirit Martial Continent. Who would have imagined they extended their reach even into the Spirit Hall? Meng Xiaodao hesitated. Perhaps we should leave. I doubt new disciples are permitted entry. Having grown up in poverty, he instinctively shied away from affluent establishments. Duanmu Su chuckled. Nonsense. Since when does the Spirit Hall bar its own disciples? Luo Fan nodded in agreement, and the group proceeded toward the entrance. Halt. Are you new disciples? Unaware of the rules here? A haughty martial guard intercepted them with an air of disdain. Rules? Luo Fan smiled faintly. Do enlighten us, brother. Being barred at the entrance stirred memories of his encounter at the Blue Water Trading House in Pink City. Guards here were just as overbearing. Silence is mandatory within the premises. Haggling is forbidden. Transactions are conducted in spirit pearls. Even mere entry requires a fee of 5 spirit pearls, the guard recited, his expression laced with contempt. To him, novice disciples were unlikely to possess such wealth. Mu Xiaobai bristled. What? 5 spirit pearls just to enter? Is this a trading house or a den of thieves? Crossing his arms, the guard retorted, if you can't afford it, take your business to the Eastern Market, tailored for penniless disciples like yourselves. No fee required. Mu Xiaobai seized the guard by the collar. What did you say? Seems your post has dulled your senses. Have you forgotten the taste of a beating? The guard paled. Accustomed to meek newcomers, he now found himself facing wolves rather than sheep. Luo Fan intervened. Enough, Xiaobai. We only just arrived. Best not provoke trouble. The hour grows late. Let us dine instead. Duanmu Su nodded slowly, sensing that it was prudent to avoid trouble upon entering the Spirit Hall, for there was ample time ahead to navigate any complications. Just as they were about to depart, a group approached, unmistakably disciples of the Spirit Hall, who entered the trading association without hindrance, the martial artist not even demanding an entrance fee. The martial artist greeted, Masterly has arrived. The leader of the group, a young man brimming with arrogance, hardly acknowledged this martial artist as he strode into the trading association, followed by others who strutted with an air of superiority, their faces adorned with an irksome pride. Luo Fan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the Spirit Hall had its own hierarchy, and the new disciples were clearly relegated to the lowest tier. The dining hall of the Spirit Hall consisted of a row of square stone buildings, aligning with the overall architecture of the hall, though these single-story structures were rare among the otherwise low-rise buildings. Upon entering, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, stirring hunger within them. How fragrant! The most famished among them was Kai, a girl of noble birth as the city lord's daughter, accustomed to a constant supply of meals and snacks at home. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the serving area. Mu Xiaobai shook his head, remarking, what a disgrace. A woman ought to exercise some decorum. On the first day of their entry into the hall, new disciples were exempt from using spirit pearls for their meals, though they dined separately from the senior disciples in a designated area. As Luo Fan and the others filled their plates and approached a table, Duanmu Su remarked, if the food is like this, we need not worry about our sustenance in the future. Meng Xiaodao, having filled his plate to the brim, was naturally unreserved, as his ample frame and hearty appetite, coupled with this free lunch, prompted him to devour his meal voraciously. Indeed, it's delicious, he exclaimed between bites. As they ate, a few individuals from the senior disciples' dining area rose and made their way toward them, their haughty demeanor indicating they were seeking trouble. Listen up, new disciples. This is Senior Brother Duan Yunxiong from the outer court. Tomorrow, your supervising master will explain the rules of the Spirit Hall, but today, Senior Brother Duan will enlighten us on the unwritten rules. The speaker, Yang Shan, had spent 4 years cultivating in the outer court yet remained at the second tier of spirit practitioners. Despite his lackluster strength, he was adept at navigating social dynamics, often serving as a follower of the outer court's stronger practitioners, earning himself a rather poor reputation. What do you mean by unwritten rules? Duanmu Su inquired. Luo Fan cast a sidelong glance at Yang Shan, dismissively retorting, just posturing, relying on being a senior disciple to impose rules on newcomers? Not my concern. Mu Xiaobai nodded in agreement, saying, astute observation. Typically, new disciples were inexperienced young martial artists, and witnessing this scenario left them utterly intimidated, none daring to speak up, instead waiting quietly like timid lambs for their senior brother's admonishment. Duan Yuncheng wore a serious expression, his gaze sweeping casually over the crowd. As new disciples of the Spirit Palace, it is imperative that you adhere to the rules set forth for you. It is quite simple. You will be expected to perform certain tasks for your senior brothers, and each month, you shall receive a stipend of 50 spirit pearls. Remember, each of you must surrender 5 spirit pearls. This way, your senior brothers can ensure your protection from any potential bullying. Luo Fan shrugged dismissively. So it's a protection fee, Duanmu Su chuckled lightly. Indeed, it seems that way. In the Spirit Palace, spirit pearls equate to currency. Just as there are ruffians outside who demand protection fees, here we have senior brothers who do the same. Their voices rose slightly, prompting Yangshan to bellow. Who dares to chat while the senior brother is speaking? Which fool is ignorant enough to interrupt? The crowd fell silent, clearly intimidated by the senior brother's imposing presence. At that moment, a figure stepped forward from the throng, asking, "Senior brother, what if we refuse to pay this protection fee?" Everyone was taken aback. The previously bustling cafeteria fell eerily quiet. Even some of the senior disciples who were dining looked dumbfounded. Was there truly a reckless newcomer among them? Among the older disciples was Jiang Wan, who remained silent while eating, inwardly delighted. He had long suspected that Luo Fan and his companions would not meekly accept the role of sheep within the Spirit Palace. And it seemed that suspicion was about to be confirmed. Duan Yuncheng held considerable notoriety in the outer courtyard, boasting the strength of a 5th-tier spirit disciple and leveraging his connections to act quite arrogantly. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, Jiang Wan did not believe him a match for Luo Fan, especially with the formidable Mu Xiaobai and others by his side. Duan Yuncheng stood there, almost frozen. Having collected protection fees from new disciples for 2 consecutive years without encountering anyone bold enough to retort, this scene felt like a slap to his face, causing heat to rise within him. "I have never encountered such audacious new disciples," he said, his smile betraying an undercurrent of fury. Luo Fan responded, "Senior brother, we are newcomers with only 50 spirit pearls each month. Must we also surrender 5 and starve in the process?" Luo Fan displayed no fear, and as he spoke, Mu Xiaobai, Duan Musu, and Ding Kai all rose to stand beside him. Even Ming Xiaodao, though momentarily troubled, decided to side with Luo Fan. Luo Fan assessed Duan Yuncheng's strength, recognizing him as a 5th-tier spirit disciple, but after the treasure competition, he felt confident in his control over his elemental energy. Duan Yuncheng remarked, "It appears you are unwilling to pay this fee that would benefit you." He advanced toward Luo Fan, an unmistakable threat, yet it seemed ineffective. Luo Fan turned his head slightly and said, "Thank you, but we humble ones are not worthy of such fortune." Duan Yuncheng could no longer tolerate this disrespect. In his eyes, new disciples were expected to pay spirit pearls as protection fees and even offer gifts to curry favor with senior brothers. Yet this particular junior brother had humiliated him before the entire cafeteria. "Are you tired of living?" he exclaimed, seizing Luo Fan's arm. Ro Fan abruptly hurled the half-eaten bun at Duan Yuncheng's face, exclaiming, "It seems there's no need to feign modesty any longer." The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Not only the new disciples but even the seasoned ones rarely dared to throw food at Duan Yuncheng, who held considerable prestige in the outer academy. Today, however, he had met his match. Duan Yuncheng seized Ro Fan, raising his fist to strike. Discipline was the only recourse for a disobedient junior. Just as Ro Fan attempted to evade, the punch was already upon him, propelled by sheer speed. The blow landed squarely on Ro Fan's cheek, causing his eyes to widen with fury, almost bursting with bloodshot intensity. With a swift turn, he broke free from Duan Yuncheng's grasp and aimed a kick at his neck. Duan Yuncheng, known for his quickness, effortlessly dodged and countered with a sidestep. "Humph, so you too possess speed. It appears your spiritual energy still has much to improve." The two became entangled in a fierce scuffle. Simultaneously, Duan Musu and Mu Xiaobai joined the fray, while Ling Kai had already chased Yangshan around the cafeteria. Even Ming Xiaodao, though hesitant to strike his senior, had flung his empty food tray, leaving the nearby old disciples looking rather greasy. "Cease at once." A commanding voice resonated, silencing the chaos. The combatants turned to see an elderly man in a gray robe entering the scene. His black and white hair neatly secured with a headband, Elder Shenjiao from the outer academy. Shenjiao glared at the rowdy disciples, admonishing, "Do you not realize this is the spirit hall? Are you not afraid of repercussions for your brazen actions?" The disciples lowered their heads. Shenjiao was notorious for his unwavering strictness, and none dared to appeal to him on personal grounds. Everything was strictly official. New disciples may lack understanding, But surely the seasoned ones are aware of the spirit hall's regulations? Those who instigated the disturbance stepped forward. His words held the weight of authority in the outer academy. Who would dare defy him? One by one, the combatants emerged, forming a line. Xinjiao scrutinized them, noting that most of the new disciples were unfamiliar faces, likely selected from the Sunset Forest. His gaze lingered on Duan Yuncheng, and he shot him a fierce glare. I will remember each of you. For 1 week. There shall be no fighting. Should any infractions occur, a month of confinement awaits. His stern tone sent shivers down the spines of those present. Typically, the Spirit Hall refrained from intervening in disputes, supporting non-lethal encounters as a means of motivating disciples to hone their skills. Yet now, Xinjiao's decree left no room for interpretation. All fighting was strictly forbidden. Moreover, confinement was a grave punishment. The Spirit Hall possessed a dedicated confinement chamber where one was required to maintain cleanliness daily, devoid of any spiritual energy to aid cultivation, serving as a punishment that exhausted rather than refined one's abilities. Upon concluding, Xinjiao cast a severe glance over every disciple, including those who had not participated in the brawl, leaving them all feeling a chill. This was the undeniable power wielded by the elder of the outer academy. Luo Fan contemplated that he must exercise caution around the old man in the spirit hall. Even a mere glance from him could instill fear in these individuals. It was only after Shun Zhao departed that the disciples gradually relaxed, as though they had just survived the apocalypse, yet their appetite had vanished. Duan Yucheng strode over to Luo Fan and remarked fiercely, "Kid, it seems fortune has favored you today. However, do not become complacent. The days ahead are long, and I shall not allow you to live too comfortably in the spirit hall." Luo Fan reciprocated with a fierce gaze, replying, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. But I will not be paying you that funeral fee. Oh no, I mean protection fee." Duan Yuncheng nodded vigorously, stating, "Remember your words. I shall seek you out again." With that, he departed the dining hall with his entourage. With Xinjiao's warning, no one dared to make a move. Everyone understood that while one could offend anyone in the outer court, Elder Shin was a man of his word, someone to be reckoned with. After leaving the dining hall, Luo Fan and his companions lost interest in further exploration and returned to their dormitories to rest. Luo Fan casually tidied his room and realized that his belongings were even simpler than the room's furnishings, leaving little to arrange. After a few knocks on the door, he opened it to find Inkai entering with an unusually bright smile, holding a stack of soft blankets. The sheen of the fabric revealed it to be silk. "Inkai, this." Luo Fan began. Inkai smiled. "I knew you wouldn't have any bedding, although it's not as cold here as outside. You still need a blanket, right?" As she spoke, she handed the blanket to Luo Fan. He was taken aback and quickly responded, "If you give this to me, what will you use? Are you suggesting that you?" Inkai pouted at his words. "Why are you all so cheeky? I have more." With that, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she hurriedly stuffed the blanket into Luo Fan's arms and turned to leave. Luo Fan stared at the door, then glanced at the pink satin blanket in his hands, murmuring to himself, "What does this mean?" Luo Fan arranged the bedding and lay upon it, enveloped in a sense of warmth and security that he had not felt in a long time. It was as though he had returned to his own room in the Luo residence, a comfort he had dearly missed. A smile graced Luo Fan's lips as he reflected on his journey since leaving the Luo estate. Whether residing in a tent, wandering through the Sunset Forest, or occupying a guest room at the Sword Edge Hall, none of those places had truly belonged to him. Yet, this dormitory within the Spirit Hall was, at least for the moment, entirely his own. Having been at the Spirit Hall for less than a day, Luo Fan had no intention of stirring up trouble. Even when the martial artist from the Mijia Merchant Guild regarded him with disdain, he chose to remain composed. However, that sentiment evaporated during his recent visit to the dining hall. The rationale was straightforward. The Merchant Guild was not a realm he frequented, and even if there were friction, it would not create significant issues for him. Conversely, if any disciples within the Spirit Hall harbored intentions to bully him, the only resolution would be through the force of his fists. Otherwise, the harassment would only escalate. Luo Fan chuckled softly to himself, muttering, "It seems there is no place devoid of strife. This place is no exception." At that moment, Meng Xiaodao knocked before entering, holding a note. "Luo Fan, this is from Elder Ling. It appears quite mysterious." Accepting the note, Luo Fan smiled. "Master?" "Indeed, he is quite enigmatic." Meng Xiaodao returned the smile and departed. Upon opening the note, Luo Fan discovered it was indeed a message from Lingfeng. "Youngster, an opportunity is rare. Tomorrow, sneak out of the inner courtyard and meet me by the Spirit Sparrow Lake in the evening." His master had managed to sneak away. What could be so important? Luo Fan pondered, but decided to refrain from speculation. If it was his master's request, there must be a reason behind it. The nature of the matter would be revealed tomorrow night. As afternoon approached, the group chose not to return to the dining hall but instead exchanged a few words in the lounge before retreating to their respective rooms. Some opted for meditation, while Luo Fan continued to rest. He understood that future cultivation within the spirit hall would occur in areas rich with spiritual energy, and he needed to be well rested to achieve greater progress during that time. After lying there for a while, finding it too early to sleep, Luo Fan stepped outside his room, only to encounter Kai, who was about to knock on his door. They exchanged a knowing smile, as if sharing an unspoken understanding. "What brings you here, Kai?" A peculiar feeling stirred within Luo Fan as he observed Kai, who was holding a considerable amount of food. Her clumsy demeanor reminded him of Mo Air, and despite her silence, a wave of warmth washed over him. "I didn't eat much this evening, so I brought plenty of snacks," Kai said, entering the room and placing a collection of pastries and candied fruits upon the table. "Why haven't you lit the lamp?" Luo Fan then realized he had been lying there without paying attention to the light. Watching Kai light the lamp, he couldn't help but smile. In the dim glow, she appeared different from the Kai he had seen in Pink City in the Sunset Forest. As the light illuminated her face, he noticed that Kai had not completely tied her hair up. It cascaded down her back, framing her delicate visage, enhancing her ethereal beauty. In that moment, she resembled a refined lady, exquisite and gentle. "Are you not going to eat?" Luo Fan inquired, savoring the snacks. Kai smiled gently and said, "I have already eaten. You may have yours. I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow we will seek out Master Ningwu together." With that, Kai turned and exited the room. Luo Fan nodded, a sense of joy welling within him. Ever since Mo departed, it seemed no one had shown him such concern. The following morning, Ningwu arrived at the dormitory entrance, and as she stepped into the spirit hall, the disciples, having risen early, stood at the dormitory door, greeting the dawn. Approaching the group, Ningwu declared, "Very well. I trust you all rested well yesterday. Today marks the commencement of your official lives as disciples of the Spirit Hall. I expect you to hold yourselves to the standards befitting a disciple and refrain from committing any grievous errors." Her words were clearly directed at Luo Fan and the others, who exchanged embarrassed glances. Ningwu continued, "Effective today, you may enter the training hall within the Spirit Hall for your cultivation. In the outer hall, where the spiritual energy is rather feeble, no spirit pearls are required. However, in the inner hall, a fee of 5 spirit pearls is required for each day of cultivation." Luo Fan interjected, "5 spirit pearls? We receive only 50 spirit pearls each month, which barely covers 10 days of training." Ningwu replied, "Indeed. The inner hall contains training rooms designated for solitary cultivation, each requiring 30 spirit pearls per day. In the days to come, spirit pearls will become your sole means of sustenance. Once they are exhausted, even meals will be beyond your reach." Duamusu inquired, "Master, is there no way to acquire additional spirit pearls?" Ningwu chuckled softly. "Of course there are means, and this is indeed a matter of great concern for the disciples. Within the Spirit Hall, aside from the distribution of spirit pearls, there are 2 additional ways to earn them. First, by assisting in the upkeep of the Spirit Hall's grounds and organizing documents, you will receive 3 spirit pearls each day. Additionally, by standing guard at various checkpoints in the outer hall, you may earn 2 spirit pearls daily." Upon hearing this, those like Ming Xiaodao, who hailed from humble beginnings, felt a glimmer of hope. They would certainly be willing to undertake such tasks to earn spirit pearls, for they represented the currency for their sustenance. Conversely, individuals like Luo Fan, Duanmusu, Mu Xiaobai, and Kai would not consider squandering their time on such menial labor, not only due to their noble status or former grandeur, but also because they harbored loftier aspirations for cultivation, refusing to waste time on trivial matters. Mu Xiaobai remarked, "Surely, Master, these tasks seem rather trivial. Is there truly no alternative?" Ningwu replied, "There is indeed a second method, one that the Spirit Hall does not interfere with. The outer hall features a trading area for disciples, where you can buy and sell freely. You may engage in commerce to earn spirit pearls. Moreover, there exists the Spirit Marshal rankings. Any competition registered with the hall carries a deposit of at least 20 spirit pearls, with the loser obliged to pay the winner 20 spirit pearls." This statement elicited a chuckle from Mu Xiaobai, who said, "It seems I shall have to participate in those competitions more frequently. It appears to be a quicker way to earn." Luo Fan then asked, "Master Ningwu, what exactly is the Spirit Marshal rankings?" Ningwei explained, "It is a leaderboard of the strongest within the Spirit Hall, established in both the inner and outer halls. The top 10 will receive an additional 50 Spirit Pearls each month, and the first place will be granted free access to the inner training hall, serving as one of the Spirit Hall's incentives for its disciples." Luo Fan nodded in understanding. It seemed that in the days to come, he would indeed have to follow Mu Xiaobai's advice and contend for a position on the Spirit Martial rankings, even if not for the hollow prestige of ranking. It was prudent to consider future cultivation. However, the top contenders on the Outer Academy's Spirit Martial rankings were undoubtedly formidable, and without the courage to enhance one's strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to break into the top 10. Ningwei remarked, "If you have no further questions, I shall now escort you to the training hall. As new disciples, you are permitted to train only in the outer hall today. You must first register before entering the training hall, and by tomorrow, you may exchange Spirit Pearls to access the inner hall." The group of over 20 individuals made their way towards the training hall, which was a mere 10-minute walk from their dormitory. Upon reaching a vast courtyard, Ningwei came to a halt. Luo Fan surveyed the compound, which was several times larger than the Luo residence, and the 3-story pavilion within exuded an air of solemnity. The azure stone structure was devoid of superfluous ornamentation, simple yet not shabby. Ningwei distributed a small pouch to each person, containing 50 Spirit Pearls. Additionally, she exchanged the 1,000 Spirit Pearls earned from the treasure hunt for 5 cards, each worth 200 Spirit Pearls, which she handed to Luo Fan, Duan Musu, Mu Xiaobai, Kai, and Ming Xiaodao. Although Ming Xiaodao had not participated in the treasure hunt, Luo Fan decided to honor the commitment. "Very well. This is your allocation of Spirit Pearls for the month. Should you find this insufficient, you might consider working for the Spirit Hall to earn a wage or challenge the Spirit Martial rankings. However, it is advisable to wait until you are stronger to avoid unforeseen injuries." As Luo Fan held the pouch, he extracted a Spirit Pearl, which was crafted from natural crystal, pure and translucent without a hint of impurity, inscribed with the word Spirit Hall in a frosted style. A martial master approached, and after a brief exchange with Ningwei, they proceeded into the training hall. At the entrance of the training hall, a steward was stationed to register each disciple entering, requiring them to provide their names, which would be checked upon each subsequent visit. The regulations within the Spirit Hall were exceedingly strict, even more so than in other sections. The training hall was a space where the hall master and elders introduced external spiritual energy, regulating it to a gentler state for disciples' cultivation, making it a realm that was absolutely off-limits to outsiders. After registering, Ningwei announced, "You may now enter. I will arrange for you to access the Spirit Technique Pavilion in 1 week. I hope you make the most of these 7 days." With that, she departed, and the disciples proceeded through the second door into the training hall. Upon entering, Luo Fan was taken aback. This was no training hall, but rather a bustling marketplace. Although the first floor was vast, it could hardly accommodate the sheer number of disciples, especially since it was a place for free cultivation. Surely, the inner hall would not be so crowded. While referred to as a training hall, it was not solely a space for cultivation. Groups of people engaged in lively conversation, and some even flirted playfully. Only a small fraction of individuals appeared to be earnestly cultivating, though in such an environment, it was likely that effective training was elusive. Luo Fan was fortunate to find a modest space to sit, crossing his legs and maintaining less than half a meter of distance from the nearby cultivator. Seated beside him, a fellow disciple offered Luo Fan a warm smile, the only friendly visage he had encountered since entering the training hall. The others wore expressions of disdain. In the Spirit Hall, one's standing was dictated not only by strength but also by seniority, making it exceedingly difficult for a newcomer to earn respect. Luo Fan reciprocated the smile and commenced his training. However, the atmosphere in the hall was tumultuous, and it took him a considerable time to attain a state of focus. He mused to himself that once he had ample Spirit Pearls, he would never again endure training in this outer hall, which resembled a bustling marketplace. Suddenly, the cacophony ceased abruptly. Luo Fan slowly opened his eyes to find that everyone had fallen silent, and a group of over 10 individuals positioned near the outer hall's entrance had risen, parting to form a pathway. A young man approached the entrance. Though clad in the same disciple attire, his demeanor was strikingly distinct. He strode into the outer hall, nearly oblivious to his surroundings, heading directly toward the second-floor entrance with an air of arrogance and authority that deterred all from approaching him. Luo Fan felt a sense of familiarity with this individual, and after a moment's contemplation, he recalled that this was the same martial artist who had boldly entered the Mi Jia Chamber of Commerce and was not deterred by the martial masters, frequently addressing someone as lordly. Ah, Li Bubi is flaunting again, Luo Fan thought. He was startled to realize that the one speaking was the disciple training beside him. Who is this Li Bubi? He inquired. The disciple replied, he is the top of the outer courtyard, a spirit disciple, at the 7th level, I believe. After this year's assessment, he'll likely be heading to the inner courtyard to face some harsh challenges. 7th level and still facing challenges? Luo Fan queried. The disciple chuckled, your lack of disciple garb betrays your status as a newcomer. In the inner courtyard. Even those at the 8th level are merely on par with new disciples. The disparity in strength between the two courtyards is vast. True power resides only in the inner courtyard. I see. So, you're well informed about the inner courtyard? Luo Fan asked. The disciple shook his head, of course. I am an inner courtyard disciple. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lingwu. Luo Fan extended his hand in greeting. Ah, so you are a senior from the inner courtyard. How is it that you find yourself training here? Lingwu grinned, alas. I have exhausted my spirit pearls for the month. There is no choice but to settle for the free training hall in the outer courtyard. Luo Fan nodded in understanding. I see. I will be able to enter the inner hall for training tomorrow. Otherwise, I could lend you some spirit pearls to avoid delaying your training. Lingwu chuckled. You might as well keep your spirit pearls. What would I do with your meager amount? Luo Fan replied, no worries. I won 200 spirit pearls in the treasure competition, totaling 250 this month, which should suffice. Lingwu shot him a sideways glance. You truly are naive. I've spent over 700 spirit pearls this month. Luo Fan swallowed hard, realizing the disparity in their statuses. How do you manage to accumulate so many spirit pearls? Is training in the inner courtyard more expensive? Training? How many spirit pearls could that possibly consume? Lingwu laughed. I'm probably the one who spends the most in the entire spirit hall each month. Really? Why is that? Luo Fan asked, intrigued. Lingwu hesitated. You'll find out in due time. The monthly allowance is hardly sufficient for even the most trivial purchases. Li Bubi entered the inner hall on the 2nd floor. Amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, behind him followed a group of individuals, exuding an air of false authority, their expressions haughty and disdainful, which was quite irksome. Luo Fan sighed. Possessing the strength of a 7th-tier cultivator would ensure a steady supply of spirit pearls, rendering cultivation a cost-free endeavor. As evening approached, the cultivation hall would soon close its doors, permitting only those disciples who had expended spirit pearls and received special permission from the outer court to practice throughout the night. Others would be ushered out by the stewards. After leaving the cultivation hall, Luo Fan and his companions headed to the dining hall for a meal. The cost of the food was modest. Gone were the extravagant days of their first arrival, and now everyone consumed only what they could afford. A meal would typically cost 1 spirit pearl, yet even so, the monthly expenditure would amount to around 30 spirit pearls, leaving little for cultivation. Fortunately, Luo Fan and his friends were in a better position, bolstered by the 200 spirit pearls acquired from the treasure competition, which should sustain their cultivation for a month or two. This was indeed a testament to the immense value of the treasures obtained from that contest. After dinner, Luo Fan chose not to return to the dormitory with Mu Xiubai and the others, expressing his intention to take a stroll. It was only when he reached the main road that he retrieved a note from his master, which indicated a meeting by the Spirit Sparrow Lake that evening. Casting a glance around, Luo Fan noticed a dense cluster of trees to the west of the outer court, beneath which lay a vast expanse of water. That must be the place. Luo Fan almost sprinted over. Having spent most of his time with his master, he found himself feeling a twinge of nostalgia after their separation. He had thought he would not see his master before entering the inner courtyard, yet today, fate allowed their meeting. As he stepped off the stone path and onto the earthy trail at the foot of the small grove, he noticed the soil was soft and moist, a result of the ever-spring-like atmosphere within the spirit temple. Emerging from the grove, a vast lake came into view, its surface reflecting the moonlight, which danced and shimmered as the water flowed, only to restore itself moments later. Occasionally, the water would reveal a full moon, while at other times, it appeared as countless silvery scales floating freely. How beautiful! This was the most breathtaking place Luo Fan had ever encountered. He inhaled deeply, relishing the refreshing scent that wafted through the air, invigorating his spirit. However, Lingfeng did not appear. Luo Fan sat by the lake, waiting patiently. An entire hour passed without a sign of his master. Could it be that he could not come? Time slipped away, and Luo Fan rested his chin on his hand, gazing vacantly at the lake. Occasionally, he would look up at the full moon, or absent-mindedly run his fingers through his hair, though his expression remained calm. His heart was a whirlwind of thoughts. In moments of tranquility, one is most prone to reminisce, and Luo Fan was no exception. He found himself thinking of Moer, wishing she were by his side. He looked up at the night sky, the full moon reminiscent of her face, so clear, so pure. Suddenly, a stone was tossed into the water, splashing playfully and creating ripples that shattered the serene stillness. It had been too long since he had skipped stones, and he managed only 8 skips. Hearing Ling Feng's voice, Luo Fan turned abruptly. "Master, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long." Ling Feng replied with a huff. "Do you think it was easy for me to come? That old man Fan in the inner courtyard is quite obstinate, refusing to let me out to the outer courtyard. I had to sneak away, and it's not a short distance. I've been walking the mountain path since this afternoon." Observing the patches of mud on Ling Feng's face, Luo Fan could not help but chuckle. "Master, you look like a beggar. Enough chit-chat, follow me." Ling Feng commanded, his tone mysterious, prompting Luo Fan to hasten after him. After about 7 or 8 minutes, they reached the outer courtyard's wall. To Luo Fan's surprise, there stood a small wooden cabin. "Master, where are we?" he inquired. Ling Feng smiled. "Didn't he expect this, did you? This was my dormitory when I was young. Back then, all the disciples of the Spirit Temple were housed in stone buildings, which I found chaotic and bothersome. I preferred this serene spot and built myself a wooden cabin. Initially, my master forbade me from staying here, lecturing me on the rules of the Spirit Temple, but I paid him no mind and continued living here until I topped the Spirit Martial rankings." Luo Fan was momentarily taken aback. To be at the top of the Spirit Martial rankings was a remarkable achievement. Had it been before, he might have dismissed Ling Feng's words as boasting, but now he firmly believed in his master's past prowess. "Master, no wonder you love camping. It seems you developed that habit back then," Luo Fan teased. Ling Feng retorted, "What do you know? I simply love reading, wherever it is peaceful. That is where I shall be. Otherwise, how would you be where you are today? Mastering attribute spiritual energy to triumph across levels?" As I stepped into the quaint wooden cabin, I found it remarkable that, despite the years of abandonment and the pervasive humidity, there was no trace of mildew. Instead, the air was imbued with the fragrant aroma of timber. Ling Feng approached, running his fingers over the bookshelf and the furniture of your, and chuckled. "Ah, it still evokes that familiar feeling." Luo Fan flicked on the light and inquired, "Master, why has this house remained unspoiled by mold after so many years of disuse?" Ling Feng replied, "I constructed this abode from camphor wood, which possesses natural anti-corrosive and moisture-resistant properties. Thus, it remains intact. If you delve deeper into your studies, you will understand. I am not a mere bookworm. By the way, Master, what is the purpose of your summons?" Luo Fan asked. Ling Feng continued, "Do you recall when you practiced the wind profound technique? I mentioned your unsteady force and insufficient finesse in manipulating spiritual energy?" Luo Fan pondered for a moment and exclaimed, "Ah, you wish to teach me how to control spiritual energy?" Ling Feng nodded, "Precisely. Mastering the technique to perfection and unleashing the full potential of spiritual skills relies on impeccable control of spiritual energy. Perfection? Can one truly differentiate the strength of the same skill?" Luo Fan questioned, perplexed. "Naturally," Ling Feng affirmed. "Whether executing each strike of a technique or gathering energy for a powerful blow, there exists a critical point of energy manipulation. If you can harness it precisely, your strike or skill will reach its utmost potency. Any deviation will yield vastly different results." Luo Fan responded, "I see. It is about channeling spiritual energy entirely to where it ought to be, striking decisively to subdue the enemy." "Exactly. Now, let us commence." The two settled cross-legged before one another, eyes gently closed. Ling Feng instructed, with our hands aligned. "Although you have yet to reach the level of a spiritual practitioner and cannot project your energy externally, I can sense the speed and frequency of your spiritual energy. I will guide it. You merely need to feel and refrain from making any alterations." "Understood." Luo Fan began his usual practice, allowing the spiritual energy to flow within him according to the wind profound technique, cyclically surging from the meridians to the dantian, and then returning anew to the meridians. Each cycle seemed akin to a filtration process, purifying the energy further, while a minute, imperceptible residue remained in the dantian. This was the essence of pure spiritual energy. When the dantian brimmed with this essence, it signified the moment of breakthrough. At this juncture, Luo Fan deeply sensed his energy had progressed to half the level of a fourth-tier spiritual apprentice. Ever since the wind profound technique altered his cultivation approach, his progress had accelerated remarkably, affirming Ling Feng's decision to guide him toward this transformation. As the energy coursed through his palms, Luo Fan frowned slightly. This was his first experience relinquishing control of his spiritual energy to another. While the manipulation was generally consistent, he could perceive subtle variations. Initially, these changes were not discomforting. But as time elapsed, Luo Fan felt the entire flow of energy shifting. Master, I feel somewhat unaccustomed? Indeed. Gradually acclimatize yourself. All your flows will transform into a gentle and intricate cadence, which shall not impede the pace of your cultivation. This is the essence of control. When you master the art of governing your own cultivation, you will likewise command the release of spiritual energy, a skill of paramount importance for warriors at the stage of spiritual practitioners. Luo Fan clenched his teeth and nodded, saying, Master, I am striving to cultivate in accordance with your guidance. Lingfeng replied, Very well. You must remember, among 100 warriors, there may not be a single individual who truly comprehends the manipulation of spiritual energy, and only those who genuinely grasp this concept stand a chance of becoming formidable. This is precisely why the number of strong individuals is perpetually scarce. Time passed, and the discomfort that had plagued Luo Fan gradually dissipated. His breathing became effortless, and his cultivation returned to a normal state. Yet, he felt that his spiritual energy was no longer as proactive as before, instead being gently guided by his own will. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Feng's hand had long since departed from his own. Ling Feng nodded and smiled, secretly pondering, I never anticipated that this lad possesses a talent for alchemy. Upon hearing the melodious call of a kingfisher outside, Luo Fan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, concluding his meditative state and opening his eyes. To his astonishment, he realized he had been cultivating alone, without the assistance of his master. Ling Feng was nearby, engaged in some task, with two small piles of materials before him, one resembling withered leaves and the other appearing to be roots of some plant. Beside them lay a bag that occasionally quivered, and Luo Fan immediately recognized it as a beast's soul. Master, what is this? Luo Fan inquired, touching the substance akin to dried leaves. Ling Feng responded, Qinglong grass. I am organizing my materials. Please wait a moment. Luo Fan glanced at the sky outside and remarked, Master, I should head to the cultivation hall. Ling Feng looked up at Luo Fan and retorted, Nonsense. If what I teach you is inferior to what you would gain at the cultivation hall, would I have gone through the trouble of sneaking out here? Realizing he had misspoken, Luo Fan stuck out his tongue. His master seldom ventured to the outer courtyard, and if he returned, it might be quite some time before they met again. Haha, yes, I shall heed your words. Ling Feng meticulously arranged each material, nodded, and then retrieved the alchemical furnace from his spatial ring, placing it on the ground. With a flick of his hand, he turned it over, clenched his fist, extended two fingers, and with a gentle shake of his arm, a stream of white spiritual energy shot forth from his fingertips. When this energy made contact with the base of the furnace, it trembled slightly, as though a solid object had been thrown inside, and a flame erupted forth. Luo Fan swallowed hard, exclaiming, Master, impressive. Ling Feng, displaying impatience, gazed at him and said, Stop the idle chatter. I am here to assess your control over spiritual energy. Luo Fan asked, Assess? How do we do that? I am not an alchemist. Why are you igniting the flame? Ling Feng replied, While not all warriors can wield fire, once you learn to control the flame, your mastery of spiritual energy will reach an acceptable level. Luo Fan peered into the furnace, observing the flames, and said, You want me to control this? Are you jesting? I cannot even refine pills. Ling Feng shot him a glance and said, Do as I instruct. Direct your fingers towards the flame and close your eyes, fully immersing yourself in the perception of its presence. Although Luo Fan harbored doubts, he complied, closing his eyes and pointing his fingers at the flame. The surrounding darkness made him chuckle. Master, there is nothing here. Ling Feng replied, Do not rush. No one is born a genius. Mastery takes time. Despite his words, Ling Feng sensed that Luo Fan possessed an exceptionally high comprehension as a martial artist. Coupled with his considerable mental attributes, if he were truly suited for alchemy, he would undoubtedly perceive the flame within half an hour. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed Luo Fan's face as he exclaimed, Wow, it's fire. Master, I see it. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, That was remarkably swift. It took me nearly 2 hours to achieve this level of perception, and he managed it in just 2 minutes. Clearing his throat, he continued, Now, focus on your fingers. When your fingers and the flame coexist within your perception, use them to guide it. Watching Luo Fan, Ling Feng reflected on the disparity between geniuses and ordinary individuals in the martial world. For the talented, alchemy was merely a step away, while for the mediocre, it remained an unattainable dream. Luo Fan's brow glistened with sweat. Whether from the heat of the flames or the intense focus required was unclear, but at that moment, he was completely absorbed in his perception. It's moving. Don't stop. Continue to manipulate it until it shifts in rhythm with your movements. After several repetitions, Luo Fan beamed. Master, I feel the flame as if it were part of my own body. I can make it move with my mind, even without my fingers. Lingfeng smiled with satisfaction. Good. Now open your eyes and relinquish your perception. Control the real flame solely with your spirit. As Luo Fan opened his eyes, he was astounded to find that the flame's form in reality mirrored exactly the direction and intensity he had controlled in his perception. He could hardly believe that he was truly commanding the flames. Focusing his mental energy entirely in his hands, the initial difficulties faded away, even without the perception. He could direct the flames to follow his thoughts, manipulating their intensity at will. Lingfeng gazed intently at the flames, silently admiring the finesse with which Luo Fan controlled them. After a night of practicing energy manipulation, combined with mere minutes of connection with the flames, Luo Fan had reached the level of an alchemist, truly a terrifying talent. Before you lie 3 items: Qinglong grass, bitter vine tendril, and a pouch containing a beast soul of no rank. You should recognize them by their appearance. Place the beast soul into the alchemical furnace. In his focused state, Luo Fan did not hesitate to follow his master's instructions. He retrieved a beast soul from the pouch, a luminescent orb the size of his palm. Being of no rank meant it belonged to a spirit apprentice-level beast. Thus, it was colorless and entirely transparent. As he placed the beast soul into the furnace, Lingfeng instructed, concentrate on the beast soul and use the destructive flames to scorch it until the soul begins to melt. Luo Fan meticulously controlled the spiritual energy within his body, fearful that even the slightest deviation in the flame, be it too strong or too weak, would disrupt the entire rhythm of the burning process. Soon, the beast soul began to morph, its originally spherical form twisting into a new shape. He said, Master, it should be like this. Lingfeng replied, both the Qinglong grass and bitter vine tendrils must be introduced simultaneously, integrating them completely into the beast soul using your mental energy. They must not be exposed to the flames, lest they turn to ashes. Luo Fan hardly blinked, his focus unwavering as he observed the flames. As the Qinglong grass and bitter vine tendrils ignited in an instant, he felt his heart race, and he promptly directed the beast soul to rise and embrace the two materials. In that moment of convergence, the beast soul acted as a protective membrane, enveloping the grass and tendrils completely, shielding them from the scorching fire. This intricate process continued for 3 hours, during which Luo Fan remained transfixed, seemingly lost in the mastery of his spiritual energy. For a warrior, the ability to manipulate spiritual energy freely and use it to control other elements was an exhilarating experience. Just as he began to feel fatigued, his eyes widened in astonishment. The beast soul within the cauldron had shrunk to half the size of his fist, while the other two materials had melted due to the intense heat, transforming the entire beast soul into an opaque azure hue. With this change in color, the beast soul began to shrink dramatically, quickly reducing to the size of a medicinal pill. Luo Fan, no fool, immediately realized that his master was not merely testing his control over spiritual energy, but was teaching him the art of alchemy. Master, you are guiding me to concoct a medicinal pill. Lingfeng shrugged and smiled, his demeanor relaxed at that moment. Young one, do you remember when I mentioned that the work of an alchemist is quite simple? It involves harmonizing spiritual energy with fire, allowing your hand to move with intention, your energy to flow with your hand, and the flames to dance with your energy. You have achieved this. You are now a first-tier alchemist. Just as Luo Fan reveled in his excitement, a sudden whoosh echoed as a blue medicinal pill shot up from the bottom of the cauldron. The pill was formed. Luo Fan tightly grasped the still-warm elixir, unable to contain his elation. Master, I have become an alchemist. Lingfeng settled onto a nearby wooden bed, leaning against the headboard, and remarked, have you ever encountered an alchemist who, after successfully refining a potion, remains oblivious to what they have created? As he spoke, he let out a lazy yawn. Luo Fan chuckled and asked, so, what kind of elixir is this? Lingfeng rolled his eyes and replied, it's a recovery pill, a first-tier elixir, the most commonly used potion by warriors during combat. Oh, I see. Lingfeng, nearly leaping off the bed in exasperation, exclaimed, what do you mean by I see? Your task for the next few days is to produce this continuously. You must refine a pill every 2 hours until you complete your assignment. Luo Fan could only stare in disbelief. What? Every 2 hours? Are you joking? It took me 5 or 6 hours to create this one, and it's already afternoon. As he spoke, he rubbed his stomach, feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. Since yesterday afternoon, he had only consumed a few bites of the snacks and preserves brought by Kai. Ling Feng looked at Luo Fan and couldn't help but chuckle. You are truly a cultivation fanatic, oblivious to hunger during your training. And now you're starving after refining just one recovery pill? With that, Ling Feng retrieved a bundle from his spatial ring and tossed it to Luo Fan. Upon opening it, he found steaming buns and roasted chicken. Delighted, he immediately tore off a chicken leg and devoured it heartily. Hurry up and eat. My words are commands. Once you finish, continue your practice. I shall take a short nap, Ling Feng said, turning away to lie down, saying no more. Luo Fan grimaced, thinking how ruthless his master was. 2 hours? That's barely enough time to adjust my spiritual energy to its optimal state. After satisfying his hunger, Luo Fan resumed his alchemical work. Although the first recovery pill took him half a day to refine, the second one showed significant improvement. His control over the spiritual energy and the flames had become more harmonious, and his familiarity with the steps and materials had grown proficient. Consequently, although the time was only reduced by about half an hour, the process proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Ling Feng had prepared enough materials for a dozen pills, ample for Luo Fan to practice for a while. After 5 attempts, Luo Fan successfully refined 3 pills and failed twice, the failures primarily due to oversight of minor details, resulting in the flames going out of control and consuming the materials. However, the time taken for the last successful pill had diminished to less than 3 hours. The prolonged practice had transformed Luo Fan's initial astonishment into gradual adaptation, even a burgeoning fondness for the process. As an alchemist, the most cherished state is undoubtedly to sit before the alchemical furnace, skillfully condensing various materials into the essence of spiritual energy, that is, the elixir. Ling Feng, with one eye slightly open, discreetly observed Luo Fan, nodding in approval. Indeed, his talent was extraordinary. Such rapid progress was clearly beyond even his own capabilities as a gifted alchemist. To his astonishment, he had anticipated that Luo Fan would awaken him and proclaim that he had perfected the art of refining a pill in merely 2 hours. However, this was not the case. Luo Fan appeared to be striving for an even swifter pace in alchemy. Throughout this endeavor, not only had his familiarity with the essence of the pills deepened, but his mastery over spiritual energy had also ascended to a new realm. Luo Fan remained oblivious to the beads of sweat cascading down his brow, directing his undivided focus toward the alchemical furnace. The flames transformed into the soul hue in his world, while the furnace became his only companion. With a swift motion, Luo Fan caught the leaping chi recovery pill, inhaling deeply as he allowed his body to settle momentarily. This marked the successful creation of his 13th spiritual energy pill, achieving an impressive success rate within just 1.5 hours. Ling Feng could not help but bite his lip, pondering that this feat was utterly inconceivable. His utmost expectation for Luo Fan had been 2 hours, a reflection of his own speed. Yet this young man had managed to refine a pill in 1.5 hours? At this juncture, Luo Fan truly paused, for the materials before him had been exhausted, leaving nothing left to refine. Ling Feng rose and remarked, "Haha, quite impressive. You are beginning to embody the essence of an alchemist." As he spoke, he felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Wasn't this stating the obvious? Luo Fan's abilities had undoubtedly surpassed his own at that time. Master, does this mean I can now be considered an alchemist? Luo Fan inquired. To temper any potential arrogance that Luo Fan might harbor, Ling Feng replied, "One could say so, albeit with much room for improvement. The crafting of second-tier pills presents a significantly greater challenge." As he spoke, Ling Feng felt an urge to slap himself. If this was barely an achievement, then he was hardly worthy of consideration himself. Luo Fan nodded. "Master, how long has it been?" "Ah, 3 days. Do not concern yourself with time. Once you enter the spirit hall, time becomes irrelevant. Each day will be consumed by your cultivation or alchemical pursuits, allowing you to utilize time at your discretion." "Master, can these chi recovery pills be sold within the spirit hall? I certainly do not require so many for my battles. And since my spiritual attributes have significantly improved after devouring beast souls, my usual recovery of spiritual energy has accelerated dramatically." Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, realizing the reason behind Luo Fan's ability to sustain such prolonged sessions of alchemy without fatigue. It was indeed due to the enhancement of his spiritual attributes. Clearly, the control of a warrior's spiritual attributes was of utmost importance. Yes, you may sell them to the Mijia Merchant Association or at the free trade market. Each chi recovery pill could fetch around 30 spiritual pearls. 30? Luo Fan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. A single pill was worth 30 spiritual pearls? If he could refine one every 1.5 hours, then in a 6-hour day of alchemy, That would amount to 120 spiritual pearls. Wouldn't that translate to over 3,000 spiritual pearls in a month? Luo Fan finally comprehended the enigmatic nature of Lingwu. He must indeed be an alchemist. It made sense, then, why he would not value a few hundred spirit pearls. So it was. Ling Feng nodded slightly. My role is merely to guide you into the realm of alchemy. As for your subsequent advancement, that is solely dependent on your own efforts. Although I never sell my elixirs, in the past, I was a prominent figure in the alchemical world. My earnings surpassing even those of the Jia Merchant Association at their peak. This further solidified Luo Fan's conviction. It seemed imperative to dedicate a portion of his time to alchemy, not only for the sake of honing his skills but also as a pathway to wealth. Haha. Ling Feng remarked. Stop grinning foolishly. How is your Feng Xianju progressing? Luo Fan responded. Master, I feel I can now use it freely. I just wonder when I will be able to advance to the second tier of the technique. Ling Feng replied. There is no need to rush. You will advance when the time is right. Your current spiritual energy should facilitate breakthroughs in your techniques in the use of spiritual skills. Luo Fan nodded. It appears that being an alchemist not only brings in substantial wealth, but also enhances one's strength. Ling Feng smiled and shook his head. Nothing is absolute. A warrior's power is determined by potential and will, while an alchemist's success hinges on mindset. Some alchemists may amass wealth rapidly, while others may squander their fortunes overnight. Luo Fan inquired. So that means a failed alchemical attempt can result in losing everything? Ling Feng explained. When you concoct your first qi recovery pill, you will feel a sense of delight and intrigue. However, by the second, you may find it tedious or even tiresome. The reason is simple. Your elixirs have yet to convert into gold. Once they do, you will find yourself addicted, such as the allure of alchemy. Indeed, it resembles gambling. Where success and failure hang by a thread, profit means gain, while failure incurs losses of material costs. Haha. Do you know that the materials for a high-grade elixir are worth millions of gold coins? A single failure could lead to utter ruin. Therefore, it relies heavily on one's mindset. Without sufficient confidence, one should refrain from mass-producing elixirs, especially when dealing with precious materials. Of course, the low-grade elixirs you are concocting do not fall into that category. Luo Fan nodded, seemingly grasping the underlying principle. Master, is this why you have always refrained from selling elixirs? Ling Feng nodded with a smile. Precisely. My resolve is not so steadfast. Should I ever earn a fortune? It would not be long before I find myself bereft of it. What grade of elixir is considered precious? Ling Feng replied. Ha. Alchemists are classified into 9 tiers. And elixirs are similarly categorized from 1 to 9. Tier 3 and above elixirs can fetch a considerable price outside the spirit hall, while within, they are valued at over 200 spirit pearls. Naturally, the requirements for costs and refinement difficulty are more stringent, and as for elixirs of higher tiers, they cannot merely be evaluated in monetary terms. Luo Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Oh, Tier 3. That seems distant. I currently only have access to Tier 1 elixirs. Ling Feng cleared his throat. I happen to possess 3 formulas. 2 are for Tier 1 elixirs. Once you successfully produce those, you may attempt the refinement of a Tier 2 elixir. It must be acknowledged that with Luo Fan's remarkable talent in alchemy, this night could rival that of an average alchemist practice over several months. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, he would already be capable of concocting second-tier elixirs. Luo Fan exclaimed, Oh, is it really that simple? Alchemy seems a tad too easy. Don't be so presumptuous, young man. Do you think all elixirs are as straightforward as the qi recovery pill? Ling Feng replied, his face darkened, yet he felt a flicker of admiration. After all, who does not appreciate a clever student? Senior Ling. At that moment, voices echoed from outside the dwelling. Ling Feng grimaced and said, Darn it, it's those stewards from the inner courtyard. If they spot me, they'll surely report to the elders there. I must take my leave. Hurry back and sell your elixirs to acquire a proper alchemy furnace and train diligently. Before Luo Fan could respond, Ling Feng hastily grabbed the alchemy furnace and scrambled out through the back window, resembling a rat fleeing a cat, his movements quite comical. Luo Fan couldn't help but chuckle. His master's demeanor was only somewhat mature when teaching, yet otherwise, he acted like an exuberant child. Several stewards entered the room, and, upon seeing only Luo Fan, one middle-aged steward, appearing even older than Ling Feng, inquired, Whose disciple are you, and what brings you here? Luo Fan paused momentarily before hastily replying, I was sleepwalking. Upon exiting the wooden cabin, Luo Fan felt no fatigue from 2 days of alchemy practice. In fact, he felt quite invigorated. This was likely due to his master's teachings on energy manipulation. He sensed that his inner energy was nearing the 5th tier. Could alchemy also enhance one's energy? It seemed plausible. Although it progressed slower than direct cultivation, the energy flowed during the alchemical process, closely resembling cultivation, albeit at a diminished pace. Thinking of the few chi recovery pills in his storage ring, he resolved to visit the Mijia Commerce Association to ascertain the market situation before heading to the Eastern market to compare prices on both sides. Although entry into the Commerce Association required 5 spirit pearls, with elixirs in hand, Luo Fan regarded the modest cost as trivial. As he approached the entrance of the Commerce Association, a guard approached and stated, "The entrance fee is 5 spirit pearls." Not wishing to create friction with the association, Luo Fan readily counted out 5 spirit pearls from his pouch. Just as he was about to hand them over, the guard's expression suddenly turned grave, and he stood at attention, exclaiming, "Elder Yin." Luo Fan, holding the 5 spirit pearls, turned his head and was taken aback. The Elder Yin mentioned by the guard was none other than Yin Yajun. Yin Yajun nodded and smiled warmly at Luo Fan, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze, warming his heart. This smile seemed uniquely hers, just the right measure, neither excessive nor lacking. "Sister Yajun?" Luo Fan could hardly believe his eyes. To encounter Yin Yajun here was astonishing. Yin Yajun chuckled softly, "Ah, 4th young master, it has been a while." Luo Fan replied with a smile, "Sister Yajun. Did I not ask you to call me Luo Fan?" "Oh, yes, Luo Fan. You appear to have grown quite a bit." Luo Fan grinned sheepishly, warmth flooding through him as he said, "Sister Yajun, weren't you at the Blue Water Commerce Association? What brings you to the Mijia Commerce Association?" Yin Yajun explained, "It is as follows. The Mijia Chamber of Commerce has maintained a cooperative relationship with the Lanshui Chamber of Commerce for several decades. Hence, Mr. Baijian, the vice president of Mijia, has invited me to manage the affairs of the Lingdian within the chamber, where profits will also be shared." Luo Fan nodded. "I see. So Sister Yajun has come today to audit the accounts?" Yin Yajun shook her head with a smile, her enchanting visage nearly causing the guard to falter. "No, ever since our last parting, you have not visited the Lanshui chamber. I came this time upon hearing that you have entered the Lingdian, specifically to find you." "To find me?" Yin Yajun replied. "Haha, let us converse inside." With that, she turned to the guard and inquired, "Were you just attempting to collect the spirit pearls from him?" Luo Fan hastily interjected, "No, I offered it voluntarily. There is no need in the future. His presence is equivalent to mine," Yin Yajun remarked, and proceeded inward. The two entered the chamber, followed closely by the stewards and martial artists, while the guard dared not request any further spirit pearls, fearing the ire of this esteemed young lady. They did not proceed to the main hall, but took a narrow path leading into the inner sanctum of the chamber. At the end of the path stood a red wooden door, leading to the administrative area of the chamber. Seated at a table, Yin Yajun produced a golden card and handed it to Luo Fan, saying, "Luo Fan, I mentioned previously that I would create a card exclusively for you. Here it is. Regardless of whether it is the Lanshui or Mijia chamber, this is the highest level VIP card. Not only will you enjoy the lowest discounts and highest profits in transactions, but you will also be respected by all stewards." Luo Fan accepted the card, marveling at the pure gold card inscribed with the words VIP card, and in the lower right corner, the name Luo Fan. "Wow, this is incredible. To receive VIP treatment in the largest chamber of commerce on the Lingwu continent is something I had never even dared to dream of." The sole reason for this privilege dawned upon him, his father's prior connection with the chamber. He began to ponder, what status did his father hold on the continent? Rofan carefully tucked away the card and inquired, "Sister Yajun, may I pose a question to you?" Yajun, observing the youthful Rofan speaking with the demeanor of an adult, couldn't help but smile. "Go ahead," she replied. "What kind of relationship does my father have with your guild?" This question had lingered in Rofan's mind for quite some time, but only today did he muster the courage to voice it. He had always perceived his father as a kind and loving parent, unaware of his external persona. Upon hearing his inquiry, Yajun's smile faded, and a hint of regret graced her delicate and beautiful visage as she responded, "Mr. Luolai was once a distinguished guest of our guild. Though I have had little personal interaction with him, I know that despite being a 4th-level alchemist, he is a humble man, never arrogant, and in business, he is accommodating and avoids disputes, truly a gentleman." A 4th-level alchemist? Rofan was aware of his father's prowess at the spirit master level, but had not realized he was also a 4th-level alchemist, a rarity in the entire Lushur Empire. Indeed. Yajun continued, Mr. Luolai is not only respected in the Blue Water Guild, but also held in high esteem within the Mijia Guild and even the Imperial Court. Countless individuals aspire to be his disciples, and many seek to establish connections with him. Rofan's expression grew somber as determination etched across his youthful face. It seemed likely that his father's demise was orchestrated by nefarious individuals coveting wealth and elixirs. If I ever encounter those villains, I shall ensure they meet a gruesome end. Seeing the expression on Rofan's face, Yajin felt a pang of sympathy. Rofan, if Mr. Luolai were to know how exceptional his child has become, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. As she spoke, she gently patted Rofan on the shoulder. Rofan nodded. I understand, Sister Yajin. By the way, may I inquire about the specific privileges that come with this VIP card? Yajin explained. Within the Spirit Hall, and at all branches of the Blue Water Guild or Mijia Guild, you will receive a 20% discount on purchases and be exempt from all transaction fees when selling. Furthermore, whenever you enter the guild with the card, an elder will personally accompany you. Regardless of whether your transactions succeed or fail, your VIP status remains unaffected. Rofan's mouth fell open in astonishment. Such privileges were akin to being treated like royalty. He envisioned himself entering the guild, with an elder, adorned in a sycophantic smile, attending to him with refreshments and delicacies. And he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. The elder, Sister Yajin, aren't you the elder? Rofan laughed. Yes, Yajin replied, if you enter the guild, I will personally accompany you. Rofan was about to say something, but was momentarily taken aback by Yajin's words. She too realized she may have misspoken, and instinctively pressed her hand to her cheek, feeling a warmth radiate to her palm, a delicate blush blooming on her fair face. Both were momentarily at a loss for words, particularly Yajin, who bit her lip in contemplation, wondering how she could have uttered such remarks in front of a young boy. Despite her extensive social experience, Rofan grinned, wanting to laugh but knowing it was inappropriate at that moment, and said, Sister Yajin, I think. Yin Yajin sensed a flush on her face and inquired anxiously. Luofan replied, I meant to say that I wish to sell a few recuperative pills. Do you know their price? Yin Yajin was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Pills? Hee, have you become an alchemist? Luofan smiled and nodded. I have just begun my studies. Yin Yajin was quite astonished. This young man's perseverance and cultivation had already earned her admiration, and now he had taken up alchemy. What manner of young man was Luofan, truly? Just wait a moment, she said, turning to open the door to her chamber. Tang Steward, please check the purchasing price for recuperative pills. I need the highest price available. Before long, there was a knock at the door, and a plump middle-aged man entered. Though his appearance was somewhat bulky, his demeanor was exceedingly serious, indicating that he was a diligent individual. This was indeed Tang Steward from the Mijia Commercial Association. Elder Yan. Recuperative pills are classified as first-grade pills, with a purchasing price set between 25 to 35 spirit pearls each. If the quantity is under 10, the standard price is generally 25 spirit pearls each. Yin Yajin pondered for a moment and said, Tang Steward, this is Mr. Luofan, the esteemed guest of the Blue Water Association. I have just handed him the VIP card, and from now on, whenever Mr. Luo sells pills or other items, regardless of quantity, they will all be purchased at the highest price. Tang Steward nodded respectfully. Understood, Elder Yin. In places like the Mijia or Blue Water Associations, rank dictated everything. Elder Yan's words were to be obeyed without question, and Tang Steward promptly complied. Luofan possessed 9 recuperative pills, having kept 2 for emergencies. He then instructed Tang Steward to procure materials according to the pill refining method provided by Lingfeng. Given that the price was set at the lowest rate of 80, it was likely that even the disciple trading market could not compete with this price. The efficiency of such a large commercial association was remarkable. Within half an hour, Tang Steward returned, panting, carrying several bags of alchemical materials. Mr. Luofan, you have sold the pills for 245 spirit pearls, and the materials, 3 of each type. Total 145 spirit pearls. Your VIP card contains 100 spirit pearls, and you may exchange them at any time in the front hall of our association. Luofan mused that the materials were quite inexpensive. 9 portions cost only 145 spirit pearls, which included 3 portions of second-grade pills. Meanwhile, the price of the finished pills had multiplied several times. Truly, alchemy was a lucrative profession. He accepted the card and said, Thank you, Tang Steward. I shall undoubtedly trouble you in the future. Tang Steward bowed. You are too kind, Mr. Luo. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Having concluded their business, Luo Fan and Yin Yajin stepped out of the association, only to realize that night had fallen, and the outer courtyard appeared particularly tranquil. All right. Luo Fan, I return here quarterly to audit the accounts. You may seek me out if needed, and for urgent matters, you can also reach me through Tank Steward. With this card in your possession, our business is concluded. I must return to Blue Water. Luo Fan replied, Sister Yajun, I am truly grateful to you. I owe you 2 favors now. Yin Yajun squinted her eyes and chuckled. There's no rush to repay. Now that you've entered the Spirit Hall, put forth your utmost effort. I believe this is what Mr. Luo Lai wishes to see. Luo Fan escorted Yin Yajun to the entrance of the Spirit Hall, where the serene night enveloped them in silence, leaving them both somewhat reticent, perhaps out of respect for the tranquility of the late hour. Or perhaps each was lost in their own thoughts. It was only when he saw Yin Yajin ascend onto the flying beast of the Spirit Hall that Luo Fan turned to return to his dormitory, feeling quite uplifted as he contemplated the training session at the cultivation hall the following day, envisioning the abundance of spiritual pearls that would allow him to indulge in the finest training. In the lobby of the dormitory building, Mu Xiaobai, Duanmu Su, and Ying Kai remained seated at the table, their expressions clouded with confusion beneath the flickering candlelight. Ying Kai propped her chin on her hand, her head swaying gently from side to side, her gaze fixed intently on the dancing flame, as if attempting to capture its every movement. Mu Xiaobai remarked, Tomboy, could you stop swaying? You're making my head spin. Ying Kai shot him a sidelong glance, but said nothing, continuing to observe the flickering light. Duanmu Su sighed. It's been 4 days. That rascal Luo Fan has vanished without a trace. What if something truly happened? At these words, Ying Kai's expression turned grave, her lips pouting, a look she had worn frequently in recent days. Mu Xiaobai reassured her, today, Little Knife checked in, and there has been no activity from Duan Yuncheng's side. Besides, Luo Fan triumphed over Jiang Wan in the treasure contest. He wouldn't be captured by that fellow. Duanmu Su countered, that is not certain. We're new disciples, who knows whom we might have offended. The senior disciples are numerous and powerful, and Luo Fan's disappearance coincided with the night. Ying Kai widened her eyes at the two. Could something truly have happened? She exclaimed, No, no, no. Mu Xiaobai snapped back at her, stop with the ominous talk. If that rascal isn't back by tomorrow, I'll seek out Master Ningwei. Should someone have taken Luo Fan, I swear I will slay them all. As they spoke, the door swung open. Who is so fierce, and who are we slaying? Mu Xiaobai turned to see Luo Fan standing there. What the hell? You actually remembered to come back. Have you forgotten that we're in this together? Leaving your brothers behind to frolic with that senior sister? He said, dashing forward to deliver a playful punch to Luo Fan's shoulder. Luo Fan deftly evaded, laughing. You're hitting me right after I return? And you call this brotherhood? Just then, Duanmu Su rushed over, seizing Luo Fan. And you calling us brothers? Vanishing for 4 days without a word. Xiaobai, give him a beating. The two engaged in a playful scuffle, but Ying Kai hurried to intervene, pushing them apart. You two are ridiculous. Luo Fan just got back, and you don't even ask what happened before you start fighting. Where's the sense in that? Mu Xiaobai crossed his arms defiantly. TCH, I know you like Luo Fan. No need to be so obvious about it. Ying Kai retorted, you're talking nonsense. Are you itching for a fight? As she spoke, her hand reached toward her spatial ring, knowing that once the fire blade was unleashed, Mu Xiaobai would stand no chance. Duanmu Su watched in amusement, unable to contain his laughter, yet refraining from stopping the playful banter. Mu Xiaobai remarked, Duanmu, you are quite mischievous. Standing by and observing without uttering a word, when just a moment ago we were aligned. Luo Fan interjected, enough of the banter. I spent the last 4 days wandering through the Spirit Hall, dozing by the Spirit Sparrow Lake. What about you all? Anything noteworthy happen? At this point, Duanmu Su's expression turned solemn, revealing a hint of displeasure as he replied, everything is fine, except for that Duan Yuncheng. He is truly a despicable character. Luo Fan approached the table and took a sip of tea, inquiring, what do you mean? Did he trouble you over funeral expenses? Mu Xiaobai replied, not exactly. With Elder Shin's words, he dares not act recklessly during this time. However, that scoundrel is utterly shameless. Most of the new disciples have already paid their protection fees, while only a few of us have not. Every time we reach the 2nd floor, he sends a few senior brothers to block the entrance, following us from the moment we enter until we begin our training. Luo Fan asked, do you know what his actual strength is? Mu Xiaobai responded, he is a 5th-tier spirit disciple, ranked 7th on the External Academy's Spirit Martial rankings. His attribute is speed, astonishingly swift, faster than you. Luo Fan chuckled softly, thinking to himself, faster than me? That was in the past. If I were to employ my control attributes with the wind mystical technique and spiritual energy manipulation now, I might not necessarily be outmatched. It seems that breaking into the top 10 of the External Academy's Spirit Martial rankings is not an insurmountable challenge. Luo Fan continued. There are many of them, but there is a saying, to catch the thief, one must first capture the leader. Duan Musu remarked, are you suggesting we defeat Duan Yuchong? While that is a valid point, we could challenge him directly through the Spirit Martial rankings to claim his 7th position, but he possesses 5th-tier strength, while we are only at the 3rd tier. Moreover, it is said that he is affiliated with Li Bubi, the first of the External Academy? That 7th-tier spirit disciple? Luo Fan inquired. Duan Musu replied, you know of him? It is said he did not even register for this year's Internal Academy assessment. Perhaps he relishes his position as the top of the External Academy, preferring to be a head among chickens rather than a tail among phoenixes. Luo Fan shook his head. I don't believe that's the case. Firstly, with his strength, he would likely be humiliated in the Internal Academy. Additionally, such a delay in his training would be detrimental. Although he may not enjoy the same level of training in the External Academy, he can conserve spiritual pearls, amassing a considerable amount to unleash his potential once he enters the Internal Academy. In Kai, seemingly grasping the concept, nodded in understanding. But how many spiritual pearls are required to enter the Internal Academy? Women's concerns often differ from those of men, causing Duan Musu to almost burst into laughter. In Kai, could you refrain from asking such trivial questions? Luo Fan chuckled. The strength of those in the top 10 of the Spirit Martial rankings is roughly that of 5th-tier spirit disciples. I believe with diligent effort, we still have hope. That is crucial. As for Duan Yuchong, in 2 days, Elder Shin's restrictions will be lifted, and I believe we will gain further insight then. As he spoke, a peculiar glint flickered in Luo Fan's eyes. Perhaps he was more eager to test his own strength at this moment, and for that purpose, Duan Yuchong would serve as the perfect gauge. Having spent several days in the hall, Ningwu also distributed disciple attire to the new disciples. Luo Fan's garment, now impeccably clean and fragrant thanks to Inkai's efforts, lay on his bed. Upon picking it up and recognizing her handiwork, he smiled, feeling a warm surge within. After a night of rest, Luo Fan and a few companions made their way towards the training hall, driven by a singular ambition. He no longer concerned himself with the consumption of spirit pearls. His focus was solely on cultivating within the inner sanctum of the 2nd floor or in a private training chamber. As they traversed the bustling 1st floor, Meng Xiaodao chose to linger, preferring to conserve his spirit pearls, though he could not articulate the reason. The son of a poor family found joy in witnessing his wealth gradually accumulate. Upon reaching the entrance of the 2nd floor, they discovered the door firmly locked, with a small indentation on it, precisely the size of a spirit pearl. One by one, they deposited their pearls into the groove, each waiting for their turn to enter. Should they wish to cultivate through the night, they would require the approval of the steward and an additional deposit of spirit pearls. As Luo Fan stepped inside, he immediately recognized the scene described by Mu Xiaobai. No sooner had he entered than a few disciples approached him, and not far off, he spotted the irksome face of Duan Yuchong. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Luo Fan's voice, though not loud, was sufficiently audible to those nearby. In Kai, Mu Xiaobai, and Duan Musu had refrained from conflict with the opposing faction in light of Xin Zhao's orders. However, Luo Fan showed no inclination to endure their presence. Kid, who are you referring to? One disciple challenged, advancing towards Luo Fan. With a cold smirk, Luo Fan replied. Elder Shin stated that no one should engage in combat within 7 days. Have you forgotten? Do not rush. There is still a day left. You. What do you mean? The disciple stammered. If you have the ability, then follow me. He beckoned to Mu Xiaobai, Duan Mu, and Ing Kai. As Luo Fan turned towards the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, home to the private training chambers, the disciple hesitated, unsure whether to follow. The cost of spirit pearls required for the 3rd floor training rooms was certainly beyond their means. Observing this exchange, Duan Yuchong narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, Kid, I thought you had been subdued after a few days' absence, but it seems you remain as audacious as ever. It appears I shall have to teach you a lesson after one more day. Luo Fan did not ascend to the 3rd floor. Instead, he sought a vacant spot not far from the staircase and settled down. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaobai and the others began their meditation. Although the support of the spirit pearl would have allowed Luo Fan to enter the 3rd floor training chamber, the timing was not right. The foremost priority was to secure a place on the 2nd floor of the training hall. Upon noticing that Luo Fan and his companions had not ventured to the 3rd floor, a few disciples approached to disrupt them, only to be halted by Duan Yuncheng, who declared, "Let it be. This kid is blissfully unaware of his own limitations. I shall deal with him myself in a day." Duan Musu observed the disciples retreating and remarked with a smile, "Luo Fan, you are openly provoking him. While we are unafraid, we must remain vigilant for his retribution in a day." Luo Fan shrugged with a light chuckle, responding, "A day hence? Some matters must be resolved. Otherwise, this fellow will hinder our future cultivation." Mu Xiaobai nodded in agreement, stating, "Now that Luo Fan has returned, I need not worry about those scheming individuals. If it comes to it, we shall confront them. Did we not defeat Jiang Wan as well? What say you, manly woman?" Ing Kai shot a glance at Mu Xiaobai and retorted, "Did you truly defeat Jiang Wan? Pfft, I fear nothing from a defeated opponent like you. Have you ever encountered a timid warrior of the offensive attribute? I shall strike at Duan Yuncheng with the same ferocity I would use against you." Mu Xiaobai shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at Ing Kai, but chose not to respond further. Duan Musu interjected, "I have inquired and discovered that certain areas within this training hall belong to specific individuals. For instance, 5 training rooms on the 3rd floor are claimed by Li Bu Bai and his associates, while Duan Yuncheng occupies a space on the 2nd floor. And Jiang Wan also possesses a portion of training space. As for others, it is first come, first served." Mu Xiaobai remarked, "The 3rd floor consumes spirit pearls excessively, rendering it unsuitable for us. I managed to rank within the top 50 of the spirit martial rankings and earned 30 spirit pearls, which is not insurmountable. It appears we can train here monthly after all." Luo Fan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must secure a place for our cultivation here. Otherwise, our progress will lag increasingly." Duan Musu continued, "I too have participated in the spirit martial rankings twice. I had anticipated earning a wealth of spirit pearls through individual battles, only to discover that each individual may only compete 3 times per month and can only challenge those ranked higher. Once you have reached 3 matches, you cannot even be challenged." Luo Fan chuckled. "In the outer courtyard's spirit martial rankings, one must break into the top 10 to enjoy the bounty of 50 spirit pearls. I believe we can achieve that." Duan Musu and Mu Xiaobai exchanged glances, pondering what Luo Fan had been up to these past few days to possess such confidence. The group fell silent, entering a state of cultivation. The energy on the 2nd floor was denser than that on the 1st, offering a more profound enhancement effect. And unlike the chaos of the 1st floor, it was more conducive to training. However, for Luo Fan, the spiritual energy here resembled that found just outside the Sunset Forest. Still not the optimal condition. He mused inwardly that resolving the issue with Duan Yuncheng would necessitate his ascension to the 3rd floor for training, as the energy here was rapidly becoming insufficient for his cultivation needs. With closed eyes, time flew by. For someone like Luo Fan, accustomed to prolonged training, a single day merely marked the commencement of his journey. As each disciple departed, Luo Fan seemed still ensnared in his meditative state. Mu Xiaobai, wary of disturbing him, chose to leave silently, with only Ing Kai remaining to continue her cultivation. Soon, a steward approached, stating, "You too. Your training time has concluded. It is time to vacate the cultivation hall." Luo Fan slowly opened his eyes and inquired, "Is it not permissible to continue cultivating with more spirit pearls?" The steward replied, "You appear unfamiliar. Are you new disciples? Fresh disciples may only cultivate overnight after a period of 6 months." Upon noticing the waste tokens of the 2, which served as identification for the disciples of the spirit hall, the steward's recognition sparked when he saw the name Luo Fan. Recently, Ningwei had specifically instructed that Luo Fan was a disciple favored by the 5th master, granted special privileges. "Ah, it is you, Luo Fan. You may continue your cultivation. But remember to invest more spirit pearls. Otherwise, the spiritual energy will not resonate with your waste token, depriving you of its benefits." "What about me?" Ing Kai interjected. "Regrettably, you cannot. You must wait 6 months before being permitted to cultivate continuously," the steward replied. "That is unreasonable. I do not feel unwell. Why must I cease?" Ing Kai insisted, struggling against her fatigue, clearly having reached her limit with the spiritual energy here, yet she lingered to accompany Luo Fan. The steward shook his head resolutely, stating, "No, Luo Fan is a disciple entrusted to continue by Ningwei. You must leave." Ultimately, Ing Kai had no choice but to depart the cultivation hall. At this moment, only 7 or 8 disciples occupied the 2nd level, including Duan Yuncheng. However, Luo Fan felt no trepidation, reassured by Elder Shen's words. Instead of remaining on the 2nd level, Luo Fan decided to ascend to the 3rd level to explore further. Upon reaching the entrance of the third-level cultivation hall, he counted out 50 spirit pearls, wincing at the expense. Despite possessing some spirit pearls, spending 50 at once felt rather extravagant. Although he initially intended to seek a tranquil place to refine pills, the sensation of nearing a breakthrough as a fifth-tier spiritual apprentice compelled him to stay. Achieving such a breakthrough would provide him with a significant advantage against Duan Yuncheng. The layout of the third-level cultivation hall contrasted starkly with the first two levels. The spacious training area transformed into a series of narrow corridors, flanked by individual cultivation rooms. Luo Fan estimated there were 10 rooms in total. And as he passed each door, he noticed the names displayed on them, presumably the names of those currently cultivating within. Among those names was Lingwu. It appeared that this inner courtyard disciple had also come to train here, suggesting that the cultivation halls were accessible to both inner and outer courtyard disciples, intensifying the competition. When he paused at a door marked with the name Li Bubai, he was momentarily taken aback, noting that the individual was a 7th-tier spiritual apprentice. The stronger the practitioner, the more they cultivated through the night. If he failed to keep pace, the gap between them would only widen. Upon reaching a vacant cultivation room in the corner, Luo Fan pushed the door open. This was the only unoccupied room available, indicating that cultivating on the third level required not only sufficient spirit pearls but also a stroke of luck, as the 10 cultivation rooms were shared with inner courtyard disciples, making them quite scarce. Luo Fan placed 50 spirit beads into the groove on the door, causing the stone door to open automatically. The previously dark space gradually illuminated. Upon entering the training chamber, Luo Fan was enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy, reminiscent of the location of the treasure competition, albeit gentler and more conducive to cultivation. After a few minutes, he entered a state of cultivation optimal for his progress. As the spiritual energy in the chamber reached an ideal level for enhancement, the energy flowed rhythmically within the space, and with each intake into his body, he felt as though he were drawing nourishment from nature itself, until a faint pulsation began in his dantian. A subtle smile graced Luo Fan's lips. He was on the verge of reaching the 5th tier. The illumination of the training room emanated naturally from the spiritual energy itself, which fully assisted in cultivation whenever one entered that state. Thus, the light sensation dissipated. Once a martial artist concluded their training, the room would naturally brighten again. At this moment, the interior remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through a ventilation shaft, casting the silhouette of a young man in meditation. Above that outline, wisps of spiritual energy rose gently, resembling ethereal smoke. Luo Fan had nearly quelled all distracting thoughts, reveling in the embrace of the spiritual energy. At this instant, his surroundings were enveloped in silence, and his perception was engulfed in complete darkness. Time seemed to lose its meaning until he suddenly felt a chill behind him, causing him to shudder involuntarily, followed by a peculiar sensation. However, this feeling quickly faded, and the darkness no longer felt absolute. Amidst the previously pure blackness, faint points of light began to materialize, so diminutive that their nature remained indiscernible, akin to distant glimmers. Luo Fan furrowed his brow slightly, concentrating fully on his perception as those tiny points gradually approached, slowly enlarging. He gazed at the indistinct lights, feeling an urgency as he struggled to discern their true form, no matter how he focused. The luminous entities in the darkness became increasingly clear, resembling either characters or symbols. Yet the lingering vagueness prevented Luo Fan from grasping their meaning. Suddenly, one of the lights surged towards him explosively, akin to ice shattering upon a lake's surface. Imbued with boundless force, instinctively, Luo Fan recoiled and opened his eyes, breaking free from his meditative state. He gasped for breath, as if having endured an intense battle. Beads of sweat cascading down his shoulders. What was that? Although he ultimately failed to discern the details, Luo Fan was certain that the characters or symbols were conveying some message. However, upon closing his eyes again, darkness enveloped his perception once more. Wiping the sweat from his brow and steadying his breath, he prepared to re-enter his cultivation, only to sense a newfound power manifesting within his hands. 5th tier. As a 5th-tier spirit disciple, he had undoubtedly attained a level of strength among the senior disciples, and though he had yet to challenge the spirit martial rankings, he was confident that such prowess would suffice for establishing himself within the outer academy. The recent breakthrough unfolded remarkably smoothly, almost as if it were a natural progression, and even transpired more swiftly than anticipated, likely due to the influence of the training chamber's supplementary exercises. After a moment of calm reflection, Luo Fan resolved to resume his cultivation. After all, This was a high-consumption training environment where time was of the essence. Yet, the elusive luminous entity continued to perplex him. As he pondered why such text-like, graphic phenomena had manifested within his perception. In the subsequent cultivation session, tranquility prevailed once more. Luo Fan suppressed any distracting thoughts, channeling all his willpower into the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, that luminous entity intruded upon his awareness once again. As it expanded and clarified through the same process as before, Luo Fan remained utterly vigilant, striving to discern the content within that luminous form. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all his perceptions into a singular point. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable force surging towards him. Another vision of shattering ice materialized. Yet this time Luo Fan did not break his meditative state. He allowed the chilling shards to collide with him. Concurrently, he confirmed one crucial insight. Once the luminous forms became clear, the irregularly curved shapes represented a form of ancient script, exhaling a breath of stagnant energy. He also sensed the depletion of spiritual energy within the training chamber, signaling the conclusion of a night of cultivation. Upon exiting the training chamber and arriving at the second-floor training hall, he found Mu Xiaobai and the others already present. Inkai rushed over upon spotting Luo Fan. Luo Fan, I was worried when I didn't see you earlier. Did you ascend to the third floor last night? Luo Fan nodded. I felt on the verge of breaking through to the 5th rank of spiritual apprentice, so I opted for the stronger training chamber on the 3rd floor. 5th rank? Mu Xiaobai and Duanmu Su exchanged glances, astonished at his rapid progression. They had only just managed to break through to the 3rd rank and felt quite satisfied. Yet here he was, already at the 5th. Luo Fan chuckled. Let us continue our training. We must not squander a single day within the Spirit Palace. Mu Xiaobai replied. Indeed, regardless of the encounter with Duan Yunchong, we shall focus on our cultivation. Noticing the wrinkled collar of Duanmu Su's attire, as if he had just been in a scuffle, Luo Fan inquired, Duanmu, what happened to your clothes? Inkai interjected. Duanmu almost came to blows with Duan Yunchong. But fortunately, Mu Xiaobai intervened. Duanmu Su huffed, humph, regardless of his strength. Tomorrow I shall test the mettle of this outer courtyard expert. Luo Fan smiled. There's no need for that. I'm heading to the Spirit Martial rankings now to challenge Duan Yunchong first. No? Inkai asked, concern etched on her face. Yes. I want to afford him the chance to confront me tomorrow. Not only do I intend to claim the spiritual pearl in his position, but I also demand his assurance that he will no longer provoke us. With that declaration, Luo Fan exited the training hall. In the distance, Duan Yunchong observed Luo Fan's departure, letting out a soft chuckle. This fellow seems somewhat perceptive today, though it is too late. Tomorrow, I shall show them how a new disciple ought to conduct themselves. The Spirit Palace's inner and outer courtyards both housed an administration office for the Spirit Martial rankings, with the outer courtyard's office situated in a 2-story low building not far from the training hall. The exterior of the modest building is unadorned, featuring a small courtyard enclosed by stone walls, devoid of any extravagant embellishments. Above the entrance hangs a plaque inscribed with the 3 characters Lingwu Bang. The Lingwu Bang comprises 50 warriors, primarily referring to the inner courtyard's rankings, as that is where the adept practitioners of the Spirit Hall reside. The outer courtyard merely serves to encourage disciples to aspire towards the inner ranks. Thus, the last few names on the list are merely second-tier spiritual apprentices. As Luo Fan entered the modest structure, he found the first floor dedicated to handling applications for challenges on the Lingwu Bang and exchanging winning spirit pearls, attended by a dedicated steward. Luo Fan noticed a warrior, approximately 30 years of age, seated behind a desk, engrossed in reviewing some documents. Sir, I wish to register for a challenge on the Lingwu Bang, he announced. The steward looked up and inquired, are you a new disciple? In that case, you must begin by challenging from the last 10 positions. Only after a victory may you challenge without restriction. Luo Fan was taken aback. The last 10? Such a limitation? The Lingwu Bang allows for 3 challenges each month. This certainly seemed a waste of one opportunity. He examined the rankings. The first position was undeniably held by the unassailable Li Bubi, followed by Jiang Wan in 7th place, and Duan Yuchong at 9th. Furthermore, Inkai, Mu Xiaobai, and Duanmu Su occupied spots between 30 and 40, likely due to recent challenges. At the 41st position, Luo Fan's eyes landed on Yang Shan's name, prompting a smile. Since he could not contend with Duan Yunchong, he decided to practice against this subordinate instead. Sir, I challenge Yang Shan. In the Spirit Hall, the term Lingwu Bang is both sensitive and inescapable, regardless of one's activities, be it cultivation, dining, or negotiating with higher-ups in the hall should a challenger arise for the Lingwu bang. One must immediately set aside their current tasks and report to the management office for the steward's arrangements for a duel. After a brief wait, Yang Shan approached with a scowl, accompanied by a few companions. Taking advantage of Duan Yuncheng's reputation in the outer courtyard, he had gathered a few lackeys to bolster his presence. However, in his heart, Yang Shan felt far from confident. Having had no prior experience with challenges, he recalled only a singular contest arranged by Duan Yuncheng a year ago, intended merely for appearances, with no real hope of contending for a position within the top 40. Unfamiliar with Luo Fan's name, Yang Shan had formed a strong impression of Luo Fan from their previous confrontations. Not recognizing him, he thought, "This audacious lad dares to challenge me? I must intimidate him with my standing in the outer courtyard and compel him to concede before the duel." Yet, upon seeing Luo Fan, Yang Shan was taken aback. It was him, the very person from the cafeteria incident that had left a lasting impression, though he had not known his name until now. "It's you? You little brat. Are you so idle that you challenge me?" Yang Shan bellowed as he approached Luo Fan. With a dismissive sound, Luo Fan turned away from Yang Shan and addressed the steward. "Sir, please arrange for the duel." The steward nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. You two wait here while I complete the registration and escort you to the Lingwu Bang Arena." Yang Shan felt a pent-up frustration within him, one for which he had no outlet. After years in the outer courtyard, he had never endured such humiliation. Who was unaware that, despite his lack of strength, he had a powerful backer? Today's challenge marked the most suffocating moment of his recent years. He declared, "Come on, kid, how strong can a new disciple be? My years of experience in the spirit hall alone could extinguish you." Luo Fan, however, was indifferent to his bravado, simply waiting for the steward. Soon, the steward completed the registration and led the two of them toward the plaza on the eastern side of the outer courtyard. Although this was not the largest plaza of the outer courtyard, it was the most likely to be filled with spectators, for it was here that the Spirit Martial Rankings arena had been set up. Once a challenge was registered at the Spirit Martial Rankings, news would spread rapidly. Recently, there had been few competitions, so this news quickly attracted a multitude of onlookers, both new and old disciples rushing toward the scene. The steward announced, "All right. You may ascend the stage." Luo Fan promptly leaped onto the arena, gesturing for Yang Shan to join him. Yet, at that moment, Yang Shan lacked his earlier confidence. Luo Fan's nonchalance instilled a sense of trepidation within him. At that moment, Duan Yuncheng also approached the arena. Unaware of why Yang Shan was about to compete, he quickly grasped the situation upon seeing Luo Fan on stage. As a new disciple, Luo Fan could not directly challenge him. Thus, challenging Yang Shan was undoubtedly a provocation directed at himself. Nevertheless, he felt no concern in the outer courtyard. The power of a fifth-tier spiritual apprentice was still capable of intimidating opponents. "Kid, are you out of your mind? What skill is it to challenge Yang Shan?" Duan Yuncheng shouted at Luo Fan. Luo Fan recognized that he was attempting to protect Yang Shan, urging him to forfeit the challenge. Yet, Luo Fan had no intention of backing down. "Haha, senior brother, do not fret. I am a man of integrity. Once he is down, you will be next." Luo Fan's disdainful expression was etched into the hearts of every disciple present. A new disciple daring to challenge Duan Yuncheng was indeed unexpected. At this moment, Luo Fan aimed to ensure that everyone would remember his name, to make it known that there was a new disciple in the outer courtyard who was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Duan Yuncheng nearly spat blood in rage, regardless of how grandiose Luo Fan's claims were. Speaking to him in front of so many disciples was akin to slapping his face. He thought to himself, "What an arrogant fellow. After today, I will make you regret it." Meanwhile, the most relaxed individuals in the crowd were Ing Kai and his companions, who were aware that Luo Fan had already broken through to the fifth tier of spiritual apprentices. Not only was Yang Shan insignificant, but even Duan Yuncheng posed no threat. Luo Fan had previously defeated Jiang Wan as a fourth-tier spiritual apprentice during the treasure hunt. Today, he would not fear Duan Yuncheng. Yang Shan looked at Duan Yuncheng, his expression one of profound grievance. He felt as though he was a victim of collateral damage in this scenario. Duan Yuncheng, however, shot him a glare and commanded, "Get up there." Yang Shan protested, "Brother, let us not go through with this. I surrender. Whatever grievances we have, I'll wait for you to help me resolve them." As he spoke, his legs began to tremble, prompting laughter from the onlookers. In the outer courtyard, those who despised Yang Shan far outnumbered Duan Yuncheng. His reliance on his backer to bully the weak had long since caused resentment towards such a tyrant cloaked in authority. Duan Yucheng exclaimed fiercely. Do not bring shame upon us. I command you to ascend. His words were delivered slowly, each syllable piercing like a needle into Yang Shan. Yang Shan's expression was on the verge of tears. However, he dared not disobey Duan Yucheng and reluctantly made his way onto the arena. Luo Fan clasped his fists and said with a chuckle, "Oh, brother, please." Yang Shan glared at Luo Fan. Damn it. Today I will teach you a lesson and show you how to behave as a new disciple. However, his tone was noticeably feeble, rendering his threats somewhat laughable. Luo Fan burst into laughter. Haha, I think it would be better if I taught you how to be a senior brother instead. With that, Luo Fan lunged forward, extending one hand towards Yang Shan's neck. Despite being weaker, Yang Shan was a martial artist and would not be easily subdued. He swiftly sidestepped and bent low, attempting to trip Luo Fan with a leg sweep. Observing this, Luo Fan leaped, clearing Yang Shan's leg, and immediately pivoted while raising his right arm, creating a gust of wind with his punch. As Yang Shan felt the rush of wind, his long hair was swept back, revealing a face etched with fear. He quickly realized that the strength he faced was no ordinary new disciple's. Thud. He felt a jolt on the side of his face, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed onto the stage. When he regained his footing, he was greeted by a dazzling display of golden stars. His vision a chaotic swirl of light, and his legs felt unsteady, as if he were intoxicated. Luo Fan shook his head, reflecting that he had anticipated Yang Shan's lack of strength but had not expected him to be so easily defeated. The steward nodded, jotting down notes in his ledger, then looked up at Luo Fan and declared, "Well done. Luo Fan wins this match, ascending to the 41st position on the Spirit Martial ranking." While Yang Shan is removed from the list, the crowd erupted in cheers, reveling in the sight of the once arrogant figure being bested. Luo Fan glanced at Duan Yucheng, his smile gradually fading into a cold demeanor. Meanwhile, Duan Yucheng narrowed his eyes, as if contemplating something. According to the rules of the Spirit Martial ranking, each disciple is permitted only 3 challenges per month, with a limit of 1 challenge per day. Following a challenge, there is a protection period of 1 day during which they cannot be challenged again, except for those who have been removed from the ranking. Thus, even if Duan Yucheng wished to challenge Luo Fan today, it was not permissible. As Luo Fan descended from the stage, he turned to Duan Yucheng and said, "Brother, do not be anxious. We shall duel tomorrow." Duan Yucheng raised his chin defiantly. "I await your arrival, and then I will teach you the price of arrogance." Luo Fan scoffed dismissively and made his way towards Mu Xiaobai and the others, while Duan Yucheng hastily sent someone to assist the still-dazed Yang Shan. Duan Yucheng lingered only briefly, feeling as though he had lost face over the years. He simply hoped that time would pass swiftly, for come tomorrow, in both the Spirit Martial ranking and daily affairs, he would ensure Luo Fan faced significant challenges. As Yang Shan trailed behind, the scene became rather comical. He was left dazed by a single punch from a new disciple, now nearly leaning against another disciple as they made their way outside. Mu Xiaobai remarked, Today's challenge is rather unremarkable. It pales in comparison to Ying Kai's encounter with that scoundrel. On the arena, that rogue constantly attempted to flirt, only to be thoroughly beaten by Ying Kai." Duan Mu Su chuckled. "Today seems to be merely an introduction, as Yang Shan truly lacks any real strength." Ying Kai approached Luo Fan, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead with a silk handkerchief. "How are you feeling? Do you need to take a break?" Mu Xiaobai, feigning nausea, quickly interjected, "Duan Mu, we should leave. I feel like I might be sick." Duan Mu Su agreed. "I can no longer endure this. Let us head to the training hall." Luo Fan responded with a smile. "Haha, I have trained all night. I shall return to rest." "Ying Kai, you may proceed to the training hall with them," Ying Kai replied, "or I could accompany you back and brew you a cup of tea to quench your thirst." Luo Fan shook his head. "No need. I can manage on my own. Do not delay your training." With that, he turned and departed. Ying Kai pouted slightly, reluctantly following Mu Xiaobai toward the training hall. As Luo Fan walked along the main path, he suddenly realized that a night of training had left him invigorated and full of energy, not feeling the slightest pang of hunger. Instead of returning directly to his dormitory, he meandered along the main road. The outer courtyard of the Spirit Temple was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers along the sides of the path, refreshing his senses, while a gentle breeze added to the overall pleasantness. Upon reaching a small bridge, he grasped the railing, savoring the caress of the air. It dawned on him that he had never been here before. His few days at the Spirit Temple had been consumed by alchemy and training, leaving little time to appreciate the scenery. Crossing the bridge, he found a seldom-trodden narrow path, though it branched off from the main road. It was overshadowed by the nearby dormitories, dining hall, and training hall, resulting in few paying attention to it. After walking for about 10 minutes, the narrow path seemed to reach its end, opening up to a grassy field devoid of any paved stones. The expanse of grass was not particularly large, and in the distance, a high wall could be seen, behind which appeared a quaint wooden cabin reminiscent of the one Lingwu once resided in. Yet it seemed even more tranquil and distinct. As Luo Fan approached the cabin, a powerful fragrance enveloped him, reminiscent of a floral scent he had never encountered before. The flora surrounding the cabin was unlike that outside. Their colors and shapes were peculiar and likely rare varieties, thriving in this secluded spot. The wooden structure appeared larger than Ling Feng's dwelling, possibly containing 2 or 3 rooms. Luo Fan speculated whether anyone inhabited it, fearing it might have once been a sanctuary for someone who cherished solitude. Pushing the door open, he was taken aback by the sight within. It resembled Ling Feng's tent. The interior of the cabin was warm, attributed to a fireplace situated in the center. He marveled at the audacity of whoever dared to light a fire in a wooden cabin. Surrounding the fire were countless books, while the bookshelf in the corner stood conspicuously empty. Luo Fan chuckled and shook his head. With a bookshelf available, why choose to place them on the ground? Could it truly be the master's doing? Luo Fan found himself once again in Ling Feng's tent. The sight of towering stacks of books and scattered volumes was reminiscent of his master's habits, though the quantity here far exceeded that of Ling Feng's collection. Upon noticing an additional room within, he ventured inside, only to discover an even greater disarray. Books were haphazardly piled into a small mountain, accompanied by occasional squeaks, as if mice were gnawing at the pages. Suddenly, with a crash, the mountain of books collapsed, revealing a figure emerging from the debris. The person appeared to be in his 80s or 90s, with disheveled white hair and a face adorned with a sparse number of wrinkles, yet his complexion was surprisingly vibrant. An undeniable aura of intimidation emanated from the elderly man, rendering Luo Fan hesitant to take another step forward. The old man fixed his gaze on Luo Fan, silent yet more imposing than any words could convey. "Esteemed sir, I am Luo Fan, a new disciple from the Outer Academy. I stumbled upon this place by chance." And after a prolonged exchange of glances, Luo Fan awkwardly began to speak, but before he could finish, the elder shot him a sharp glare and then bent down once more, disappearing into the sea of books. Luo Fan grimaced. The old man was indeed peculiar, choosing silence over speech. He glanced down at the books, and certain titles caught his attention, many of which he had previously encountered in Ling Feng's library, tales and introductions concerning martial artists. What connection did the old man have to these texts? Why did he have such an affinity for them? "Sir, may I borrow one to peruse?" After a brief pause, the elder finally responded, "They are all false. If you wish to read, then read." Luo Fan chuckled softly, recognizing the eccentricity of the old man. He crouched beside the mound of books and began to read. Although not an avid reader, Luo Fan, having grown up in the Grand Luo residence, did not shy away from literature. He preferred skimming titles rather than reading each book in its entirety, focusing instead on those that piqued his interest. He had already seen too many texts detailing battles of high-ranking martial artists, which did not captivate him. After a prolonged search, he finally halted, holding a book titled Heart Control Techniques, drawn in by the mention of controlling attribute beast souls in the table of contents. Was this not the very knowledge he sought? Having practiced martial arts for some time, Luo Fan had acquired considerable understanding of his own spiritual energy and techniques, yet the concept of beast souls remained an enigma. A mere superficial understanding of spiritual attributes was insufficient. Perhaps this book contained the insights he yearned for. As he diligently absorbed each passage, a revelation struck him upon reading the section on the levels of beast souls. He realized that for martial artists specializing in control attributes, the minutiae of power were of paramount importance. However, as he continued to peruse, he found that the text abruptly ceased, giving way to blank pages. Upon closing his eyes and entering a meditative state, Luo Fan perceived words emerging on a blank sheet of paper. Indeed, it became evident that certain high-level spiritual techniques or martial arts were not conveyed through conventional text, but rather through perception. To his surprise, this seemingly ordinary book was no exception. Among martial artists, the 5 elemental attributes are wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to speed, critical strikes, control, offense, and defense. Although the control attribute boasts a history of remarkable masters, it has sadly diminished into the weakest attribute in contemporary times. This decline is not due to a genuine frailty, but rather the arduous training and formidable challenges faced by practitioners of the control attribute. Furthermore, the advanced attributes, holy light, sealing, corrosion, and freezing can only be comprehended after one becomes a spiritual master, adding to the difficulties encountered by those pursuing the control attribute. Luo Fan furrowed his brows tightly, anxious not to overlook a single word. For control attribute practitioners, the manifestation of beast souls is not as overt as in other attributes, instead being categorized into active and passive uses. The passive aspect accelerates spiritual energy recovery and enhances perception due to the growth of mental attributes, while the active use involves augmenting spiritual energy through perception, achieving an effect of offense through defense. Suddenly, Luo Fan's eyes widened in revelation. An offense through defense? What could this mean? He had only known that control attribute techniques typically focused on binding opponents with spiritual energy before delivering a powerful strike. But he was oblivious to the concept of offense through defense. Then, a memory struck him from the day of the treasure competition, while unleashing a flash. It seemed that some force had rebounded against his opponent's technique. Could that force have been an attack? Indeed, it must have been. If the rebound resulted in harm to his opponent, it could not have stemmed from his own spiritual technique, but rather from the opponent's close-range attack. Although his control attribute's spiritual energy was not particularly strong, if he could simultaneously generate an attack while defending or controlling, it would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. The question remained, how could he consistently achieve offense through defense? As Luo Fan contemplated the methods described in the book, he gradually realized that this was not merely an ordinary text, but rather a guide specifically designed for practitioners of the control attribute, or perhaps a true martial technique. While external techniques focus on refining one's energy, internal techniques aim to cultivate one's attributes for more profound effects. This particular technique taught martial artists how to better harness their own attributes, proving to be significantly more practical in comparison. Following the guidance within the book, Luo Fan began to circulate his spiritual energy. When the words control heart acupoint appeared in his perception, he was momentarily taken aback. The text indicated that this was a unique acupoint for practitioners of the control attribute, and only by activating it could one achieve the desired effect of offense through defense. The location of this acupoint was peculiar, seemingly situated within the meridians, yet each attempt to locate it felt as though it resided beneath the dantian. Could it possibly be a mobile acupoint? After numerous attempts, Luo Fan finally pinpointed the control heart acupoint. As anticipated, it was not a fixed point. Rather, it was a dynamic acupoint formed by the beast soul entering the practitioner's meridians. This acupoint shifted with the flow of spiritual energy, thus requiring an exceptionally adept control over the meridians for a practitioner to master it. As the years of the beast soul increase, the heart-controlling acupoint within the body becomes increasingly pronounced, and its intensity intensifies. In other words, the higher the years of the beast soul, the more evident the offensive capabilities intertwined with defense become, resulting in a more formidable attack. Luo Fan exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his lips. So this is the heart-controlling acupoint. Only by mastering one's heart can one more effectively control the beast soul, enabling simultaneous control of the opponent while launching an attack. Truly remarkable, an exquisite technique. Cautiously, Luo Fan turned his head, attempting to locate the eccentric old man amidst the towering piles of books, curious to uncover the identity of this peculiar figure. Suddenly, Luo Fan was taken aback, then chuckled softly, for a sound of snoring emanated from the stack of books. Gently, he nudged the pile, causing dozens of volumes to topple, revealing the slumbering elder. Not wishing to disturb the old man's peaceful dreams, Luo Fan quietly rose and departed, mindful to take with him the tome on heart control. As he reached the door, he heard the elder's voice. Leaving so soon? I didn't tell you to read for nothing, ah? You want a spirit pearl? Luo Fan inquired, primarily because nearly everything within the spirit palace, aside from walking and sleeping, required a spirit pearl, which he had grown accustomed to over time. The elder yawned lazily and replied, a spirit pearl? That trinket holds little value to me. You've made quite a mess here. Do you expect to leave without tidying up? Tidy up? Luo Fan chuckled, realizing the daunting task ahead. Glancing around, he noted the empty shelves and the thousands of books strewn across the floor. It was no simple endeavor. The elder glanced at him and said, put all the books back on the shelves, clean the outer room, sweep the floor, and don't forget to pull the weeds in front of the door and clear the cobwebs in the corners. Luo Fan nearly fainted for merely reading one book. He faced such an arduous recompense. The room was in such disarray that it resembled a wasteland. Would it truly take a month to restore order as the elder suggested? But I only read one book, he protested. The elder chuckled softly and remarked, "Indeed, but it is precisely what you require. Do you know my spiritual energy attribute?" Luo Fan couldn't help but scrutinize the elder from head to toe. Aside from his white hair and youthful visage, he appeared no different from a disheveled old man. The elder replied, controlling attributes spiritual energy, a fifth-tier spiritual apprentice, and your cultivation technique is based on speed. Am I correct? If so, do not waste time. Hurry and clean up. I have a penchant for cleanliness and cannot abide such disorder. Luo Fan swallowed hard, thinking to himself, you fancy cleanliness? This place resembles a garbage dump, however. The elder's immediate disclosure of his attributes, level, and techniques indicated his profound expertise, even if he were not a high-level warrior. He certainly possessed a deep understanding of martial arts akin to that of a master. Gazing down at the heart control technique in his hands, Luo Fan pondered that since he had learned from this individual, he ought to reciprocate with service. Though reluctant, he bent down and began to gather the scattered books, placing them back onto the shelves. Observing Luo Fan diligently organizing the volumes and tidying up the outer room, the elder nodded with a smile, intriguing. This here's disciple possesses some merit. After Luo Fan tidied up the books, swept the floor, and even pulled the weeds at the entrance, he was drenched in sweat. Standing before the small wooden house, he wiped his brow and gazed at the myriad stars in the night sky. Panting, he remarked, "It would be better to receive a few hundred spirit pearls. Anything is preferable to this exhausting labor." Born into a wealthy family, despite his immense determination to cultivate, Luo Fan still loathed menial tasks akin to household chores. Adjusting his collar, he entered the wooden house, intending to greet the elderly man before taking his leave, only to discover that the once tidy room was now empty. The old man had vanished without a trace, closing the door firmly behind him. Luo Fan stepped out of the small wooden house, aware that the elder was an extraordinary individual. Possibly a peculiar hermit accustomed to nocturnal activities, or perhaps a resident from outside the spirit hall who had gone unnoticed for years. Rather than returning to his dormitory for rest, Luo Fan, recalling his previous experience in the training room, decided to consider cultivation as a form of relaxation, deeming sleep every 2 or 3 days sufficient. Reflecting on the 50 spirit pearls spent, he clicked his tongue in contemplation, realizing he must also refine pills at appropriate times. Otherwise, although his cultivation speed had increased, he would soon run out of spirit pearls. The night passed in silence, and the fulfillment derived from his cultivation alleviated the fatigue from cleaning the elder's room. Upon exiting the training room, he happened to see someone entering the opposite training room, none other than Li Bubi, the foremost expert of the outer court. Li Bubi scrutinized Luo Fan with a gaze that was not unfamiliar, but rather one of intent appraisal. A slight smile graced his lips as he entered the training room, and the two subsequently retreated into their respective single training chambers. Furrowing his brow, Luo Fan pondered why Li Bubi was observing him so intently. At that moment, he noticed the stone door of Li Bubi's training room prominently displayed the words, Li Bubi, 8th-stage spirit disciple. Indeed, a formidable presence. Although Luo Fan had never battled an 8th-stage spirit disciple, he could surmise that such strength was formidable, teetering on the edge of becoming a spirit master, with devastating offensive capabilities. Upon reaching the second floor of the training hall, Luo Fan observed that, for some unknown reason, there were remarkably few practitioners present. Typically, the area would be bustling with people at this hour. Just then, a steward approached him directly, stating, Luo Fan, proceed to the Spirit Martial Rankings Management Office for your match arrangements. Match? Is it against Duan Yuchong? Luo Fan inquired. The steward nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Do not waste time. The management office has already registered you. Hurry to check in. Luo Fan chuckled softly, realizing he had almost forgotten about this matter, yet he was grateful for the reminder. Upon arriving at the Spirit Martial Rankings Management Office, he found Duan Yuchong and several subordinates awaiting him, including Yang Shan, whom Luo Fan had bested the previous day. Despite appearing relatively unscathed, Yang Shan seemed dazed, perhaps still reeling from the earlier encounter. As Luo Fan passed in front of Duan Yuchong, the latter gritted his teeth and declared, You brat, I told you I would teach you a lesson today. Just wait. Luo Fan met his gaze with a light chuckle before approaching the steward at the management office to complete the challenge registration. When several individuals arrived at the eastern square of the courtyard, they found it already teeming with spectators. The gathering was not merely due to the prowess of the two contenders, but rather the anticipation surrounding this contest between senior and junior disciples, rendering the earlier match between Luo Fan and Yang Shan as mere child's play. although Duan Yuchong may not be the most formidable disciple of the outer courtyard. His influence was undeniable. With Li Bubi's backing, few dared to challenge him, leaving behind a lingering resentment, an anger that was felt but unspoken. The trio of Mu Xiubai received the news and hastened to the scene, acutely aware of Luo Fan's recent advancements in strength, yet still burdened by trepidation. As they passed, Luo Fan noticed the subtly anxious expression on Inkai's face, and he offered a gentle smile while shaking his head, proclaiming, "Once this match concludes, I shall be the ninth. You must strive hard." Duan Yunchong leaped onto the stage, turning to Luo Fan with an imperious demeanor. "Come up." Ignoring him, Luo Fan ascended the platform at a measured pace, embodying the grace of a refined warrior, his countenance adorned with an enigmatic smile. "I request your guidance, senior brother," Luo Fan said with clasped hands. Duan Yunchong retorted, "You little rascal, should you lose to me today, you will owe me double the protection fee. Otherwise, I shall have the pleasure of knocking your teeth out daily." Luo Fan chuckled softly, whispering, "Then I shall ensure you cannot rise again, to prevent you from wreaking havoc on others henceforth." This remark was nearly inaudible to all but the two, yet it sent a chill down Duan Yunchong's spine, piercing the most vulnerable corners of his spirit with an eerie resonance. As Duan Yunchong remained momentarily stunned, Luo Fan's gentle smile vanished abruptly. He stomped his foot firmly on the ground, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Luo Fan transformed his palms into fists, his gaze fixated intently on Duan Yunchong's chest, channeling all his strength into his upper body. The motion of his waist propelled his arms, and his fist surged through the air like an unrestrained intruder. Duan Yunchong's eyes widened as Luo Fan's figure loomed larger. Just as he contemplated evasion, he realized it was already too late, leaving him with no choice but to absorb the blow if he wished to retaliate, as any attempt to dodge would likely result in a disastrous defensive misstep. With a sudden thrust, Duan Yunchong raised both arms above his head. At that instant, Luo Fan reached him, and their fists collided with a resounding thud, prompting many female disciples in the audience to shield their eyes. This was undeniably a clash of life and death. With neither combatant holding back, this confrontation among disciples epitomized sheer ferocity. As spectators braced for a display of raw power, Luo Fan's fist seemed to tremble slightly, slipping through the space between Duan Yunchong's fists, landing precisely on his chest. Stunned by the impact, Duan Yunchong realized that had Luo Fan's spiritual energy been more potent, this strike could have decisively determined the outcome. Gritting his teeth, Duan Yunchong declared, "Quick indeed, but I shall show you a speed surpassing yours." With that, he propelled himself off the ground, his body soaring into the air. As he descended, he inverted, his feet above him while his fist charged straight at Luo Fan. Reverse wind fist. In that moment, Duan Yunchong's fists became a blur, almost indistinguishable in their swiftness, truly a remarkable velocity. Let me introduce you to the essence of speed attribute spirit techniques. Luo Fan instinctively raised his arm in defense, quickly realizing that Duan Yunchong was not only swift but also possessed considerable strength. This speed attribute technique was entirely suited for close combat, showcasing Duan Yunchong's advantages in both speed and power. In a flash, the audience erupted in gasps of astonishment, and even Duan Yunchong, who was fiercely attacking, seemed momentarily stunned. Luo Fan's body shifted with a velocity that surpassed even the speed of his own punches. He appeared as a multitude of figures, almost devoid of a single presence, resembling mere reflections in a mirror. A terrifying smile curled at the corners of Luo Fan's lips. "Duan Yunchong, I shall dazzle you to your demise." At that instant, Luo Fan manipulated the control point within him, feeling his spirit energy surge with fervor. Not only did the energy within him react, but the external spirit energy surrounding him also responded, creating distinct waves of energy around his phantom-like form. Duan Yunchong felt a numbing sensation in his hands, swiftly followed by a sharp pain, as if each strike landed upon razor blades. The faster he moved, the more intense the pain became. His speed rendered him unable to halt, for the technique had yet to be fully unleashed. He felt as though his hands were ensnared in a multitude of blades, accompanied by a faint metallic scent of blood. Luo Fan noticed droplets of blood spattering across his face and declared, "It is time to conclude this." In that moment, Duan Yunchong was engulfed by an indescribable fear. It seemed as if Luo Fan had never launched an attack throughout this duel, yet his hands ached unbearably. A terror so profound it was almost unbelievable. Luo Fan abruptly ceased his rapid movements, and Duan Yunchong plummeted to the ground like a free-falling object. Only then realizing his hands were drenched in blood, Luo Fan lightly placed the tip of his foot upon Duan Yunchong's neck, stating, "Brother, I concede. At that moment, Yangshan and a few others hurriedly rushed to lift Duan Yicheng away, guiding him to the medical hall within the spirit temple, which was undoubtedly the best place for him at that time. Luo Fan discerned that once he adeptly controlled his spirit energy, the flash state served as a remarkable blend of defense and offense. However, this technique was primarily effective in close quarters. Should his opponent utilize long-range spirit techniques, the flash state would merely mitigate some of the technique's potency. As Luo Fan descended from the arena, the expressions of the observing disciples had transformed entirely. Initially, they admired his audacity in challenging a formidable senior, yet now they regarded him with a palpable sense of fear, pondering whether he was, in fact, a monster. A new disciple had remarkably ascended to the top 10 of the spirit martial rankings within less than 2 weeks of entering the spirit temple, a goal that many disciples dared not even dream of for years. Although Mu Xiaobai, Duan Mu Su, and Ning Kai had anticipated this outcome, they were still taken aback. Luo Fan's astonishing speed far exceeded their expectations. His earlier victory over Jiang Wan and today's triumph over Duan Yicheng left him almost unscathed. Duan MSDO remarked, "What kind of spiritual energy attribute does this individual possess? It is truly remarkable." Mshibi responded, "Control. My father often mentioned that it is the least desirable attribute, yet I find myself beginning to question his judgment." Du NMS chuckled. Perhaps everything concerning Lu Fn is destined to be different. In the Outer Academy, the top 10 disciples inevitably received favors from others, a means of seeking protections. And Lu Fn was no exception. Following the conclusion of the recent competition, several new and senior disciples approached him with overtures of goodwill, which left Lu Fn feeling quite overwhelmed. To evade their attentions, he spent the entire day in the training hall. The third-floor training rooms were crowded, forcing Lu Fn to make do on the second floor. However, he soon calculated that his supply of spiritual pearls would undoubtedly be insufficient with such usage, indicating that he would need to find time to practice alchemy. The next morning, in I was waiting for the disciples at the base of the dormitory. This marked the first day after a week in the Spirit Hall and was also the day designated for visiting the Spirit Technique Pavilion. Within the Spirit Hall, both new and old disciples were permitted entry to the Spirit Technique Pavilion only once a month, and they could master at most one spiritual technique. However, this did not imply that all disciples could acquire a technique each month. Some low-level techniques were priced at merely a few hundred spiritual pearls. Yet any rare technique could require thousands or even tens of thousands of pearls, leaving most disciples with only the opportunity to peruse the names of these techniques. The Spirit Technique Pavilion was situated beyond a dense forest adjacent to the Lingwu Lake, deep within the Outer Academy and in closest proximity to the Inner Academy. It stood as the sole Spirit Technique Pavilion within the entire Spirit Hall, thus it was heavily guarded even in the Outer Academy. A long path led to the pavilion, requiring about half an hour to traverse from the grove, with makeshift wooden pavilions at intervals along the way, where stewards were stationed to oversee passage. Without a disciple's badge from the Spirit Hall, entry was strictly prohibited. Lu Fn observed the stewards, sensing their formidable power, indicating that they were at least of the spiritualist level or higher. The Spirit Technique Pavilion itself was a serene stone structure, appearing quite grand up close, yet entirely concealed from view amidst the grove or from outside, illustrating the Spirit Hall's regard for this location. Elder SHNGO awaited at the entrance of the pavilion, as each new batch of disciples required a senior elder to lead them in. Additionally, another steward and some disciples arrived early. These disciples were those who had participated in the entrance examination at the first peak of the Spirit Hall. And their master was Steward CHNHO, who was regarded as the most promising candidate for entry into the Inner Hall among the Outer Academy stewards. Stewards were divided into two categories, those responsible for guiding disciples and those managing daily affairs within the hall. The stewards who were permitted to escort disciples possessed considerable strength and held a higher status, with CHNHO being a standout among the Outer Academy stewards. Upon seeing NWI, CHNHO remarked, "You are late." However, NWI offered no further exchange, approaching Elder SHNGO, stating, "Elder, everyone has arrived." CHNHO felt a flush of embarrassment. It was common knowledge among the stewards that he had once harbored affection for NWI, yet she remained an aloof beauty. Rumor had it that her heart belonged to a steward from the Inner Academy's alchemy hall. The vast distance between the Inner and Outer Academies meant that CHNHO had never had the chance to meet him, perhaps serving as one of his motivations to strive for entry into the Inner Academy. The two teams of disciples entered the Spirit Technique Pavilion side by side. Hao whispered, Ningwei, I have heard that this year your disciple has become quite a phenomenon, defeating Yuncheng just yesterday. Ningwei smiled faintly, aware that Li Bubi and Duan Yuncheng were Hao's prized pupils, and that Duan Yuncheng had participated in the treasure-seeking competition at the Spirit Temple's first peak. Luo Fan's victory over Duan Yuncheng certainly astonished many. Indeed, Luo Fan is a disciple personally endorsed by Master Wu. His discernment is undoubtedly impeccable, Ningwei remarked. Hao scoffed, however. I noticed that this disciple registered under the control attribute of spiritual energy, which is rather unusual. Yet, the prospects for one with such an attribute are limited. What a pity. Ningwei replied, Elder Qin, you worry too much. I have faith in Master S's judgment. Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment, choosing to remain silent. The fact that his esteemed disciple was bested by Luo Fan left him rather humiliated, especially since Luo Fan had defeated Duan Yuncheng with minimal injury. He resolved to pay closer attention to this disciple, Luo Fan. Upon seeing Zhao enter, some of the stewards ceased their obstruction and allowed passage. The Spirit Technique Pavilion was divided into 3 sections, the left wing for outer courtyard disciples, the central pavilion exclusively for inner courtyard disciples, and the far right reserved for the top 10 of the Spirit Marshal rankings, senior stewards, elders, and the Temple Master. Even the Temple Master had to pay spirit pearls to study the techniques, a tradition upheld for centuries. Upon entering the left wing, they encountered a vast hall, astonishingly devoid of any spirit techniques, save for 2 doors ahead and a staircase leading to the 2nd floor in the corner. Zhao addressed the 2 stewards. You may explain to the disciples the methods and limitations of acquiring spirit techniques, but bear in mind the time limit is 2 hours. Should any disciple fail to match a spirit technique or lack sufficient spirit pearls, they must exit promptly to avoid being harmed by the spiritual energy. Understood. Ningwei and Hao replied respectfully. With that, Zhao exited the pavilion, and Ningwei led her disciples to one of the doors, instructing, form an orderly line and proceed through the door one by one. Remember, once you enter this door, you will be in the spirit technique space. And you must keep your eyes tightly shut, relying solely on your senses to perceive the spirit techniques within. Senses? We are not alchemists, Duan Musu queried. Ningwei explained, the spirit technique space within the pavilion will induce a strong sensory awareness. As long as you clear your minds of distractions, you will be able to sense the techniques. However, regardless of whether you find a suitable technique, you must exit swiftly. The spiritual energy within the space is highly corrosive. Even masters cannot withstand it for long, or they risk injury to their meridians. Thus, each person is allotted no more than 3 minutes to search for techniques. Upon hearing this, the disciples displayed expressions of trepidation. If even masters struggled, what hope did these new disciples have? One by one, they nodded in understanding. All right, proceed. Ningwei instructed, as Hao's disciples also began to enter the spirit technique space. For these newcomers, the spirit technique space was an entirely unfamiliar domain, one they had not encountered before, and after Ningwei's introduction, they felt an added fear of the corrosive spiritual energy within. However, in the presence of spiritual techniques, the consciousness of martial artists inevitably becomes fragile. Soon, a disciple was forcibly taken away by Ningwei, clearly appearing dazed. Although not severely injured, their meridians had sustained damage. Before long, Mu Xiaobai emerged from the spiritual technique space, his face contorted with anger, exclaiming, "What is going on?" The selected spiritual techniques are all priced at over 500 spiritual pearls. How can one afford that? Are we expected to starve? Ningwei had grown weary of such complaints. In truth, only inner courtyard disciples possessed the means to purchase spiritual techniques, and only the elite could afford to choose their desired techniques. Duan Musu remarked, 500 spiritual pearls? What can our pearls even buy? Mu Xiaobai shook his head, saying, I opted for a second-tier spiritual technique, priced at 150 spiritual pearls. It seems I won't have funds to attend the training hall for the next 2 weeks. Ing Kai stifled a laugh, saying, Serves you right. Why choose something unsuitable? Do you think you have an endless supply of money at home? You might as well save enough for the next purchase. Mu Xiaobai rolled his eyes and replied, You could have mentioned that earlier. With that, he headed towards the 2nd floor, designated for the cultivation of spiritual techniques, accessible only to those who had selected and could afford their chosen techniques. Before long, Duan Musu and Ing Kai also exited the spiritual technique space. Duan Musu appeared relatively satisfied, having seemingly selected a steadfast spiritual technique suitable for himself, while Ing Kai had not made a choice. As women are naturally reluctant to spend money, particularly their own, For Ing Kai, she preferred to see her collection of spiritual pearls grow ever larger. Upon reaching Luo Fan, Ningwei stepped forward and whispered, "Luo Fan, wait a moment, come with me." Uncertain of what was unfolding, Luo Fan followed Ningwei out of the pavilion. Finding themselves alone, Ningwei stated, "Luo Fan, the spiritual technique space in the outer courtyard does not offer control attribute techniques." "What?" Luo Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Ningwei explained, "Due to the rarity of control attribute martial artists and techniques, the spiritual hall has designated them exclusively to the inner courtyard technique pavilion." Luo Fan glanced at the central pavilion, which was reserved solely for inner courtyard disciples, and asked, "Master, can I enter?" Ningwei nodded, "Yes, I will take you inside." The rationale behind her decision was twofold. First, the outer courtyard spiritual technique pavilion indeed lacked control attribute techniques, and Luo Fan was her disciple. Second, it was with the tacit approval of Deputy Hall Master 5th Tianqian, as Luo Fan possessed a cultivation certificate, an entitlement only bestowed upon elders and above, representing a unique privilege. Upon reaching the central pavilion, Ningwei retrieved Luo Fan's cultivation certificate from her spatial ring and presented it to the managing steward, saying, "Hello. This is the cultivation certificate for the new outer courtyard disciple, Luo Fan." The steward examined the certificate, then looked at Luo Fan with a mixture of surprise and respect. Before nodding and saying, "You may enter." Inside the pavilion, the environment closely mirrored that of the outer courtyard's spiritual technique pavilion, featuring 2 doors at the front, indicating another spiritual technique space. However, the techniques available here were undoubtedly of a higher caliber. In the hall, several disciples whom Luo Fan had never encountered were present. Likely the skilled practitioners of the spiritual hall, namely inner courtyard disciples, though their attire was similar to his. They wore a small round badge emblazoned with the character for spirit on their chests. Luo Fan could not help but ponder. It appears that the inner disciples are the true embodiment of the spirit palace, while those of the outer court hold no standing at all. Ningwei handed a token to Luo Fan, saying, "Luo Fan, this token is for you. It will grant you unfettered access in the outer court. However, remember not to linger. The spiritual energy here is far more potent than that in the previous space. I only permit you to enter for 2 minutes." Luo Fan accepted the token, nodding in acknowledgement. It was a leather token inscribed with the words "cultivation token," with his name etched in one corner. As the preceding inner disciple exited the spirit technique space, he opened the door. A wave of icy air rushed in, chilling him to the bone, accompanied by a fierce wind that swept towards him. This dark space felt like an entirely different realm from the spirit palace. Soon, Luo Fan realized this was merely an illusion, an encroachment of spiritual energy. He promptly closed his eyes and advanced, relying on his senses. When the darkness before him transformed into a vivid perception, he beheld 15 spirit techniques floating towards him. The scrolls hovered gracefully in the space, exuding an aura of mystery. As Luo Fan unrolled the first scroll, he discovered it could only be partially opened, sufficient to glimpse the name and description of the spirit technique, but no further. He understood that only upon selecting a technique and submitting the spirit pearl would he be able to view the subsequent cultivation methods. Control Chi, Lock Yuan, Golden Cicada Escape. Luo Fan shook his head repeatedly, observing the scrolls detailing basic control of spiritual energy and some emergency-level techniques for momentarily restraining opponents to facilitate escape. None seemed applicable to his needs. These techniques merely illustrated the frailty of controlling attribute-based spiritual energy, rather than being true spirit techniques. They resembled inconsequential skills or mere escape tactics. Having mastered the Earth spiderweb, he felt that unless he encountered a significantly more powerful control technique, he would have little use for abilities aimed at absolute control over his adversaries. Thus, these techniques were of no value to him. It was not until he grasped a scroll inscribed with the words Dark Spike that he paused. Dark Spike, a 4th-level spirit technique that continuously emits spiritual energy to bind the opponent while simultaneously launching an increasingly potent energy attack through the conduit of that energy. Suitable for the rank of spirit practitioner. Luo Fan nodded slightly, although it could only be cultivated after reaching the rank of spirit practitioner. This was precisely the technique he sought. This must be the rare offensive technique his master had spoken of. Indeed, the Spirit Palace's technique pavilion was extraordinary, housing such a treasure. However, upon glancing at the price beside Dark Spike, Luo Fan could not help but swallow hard. 1,200 spirit pearls. My heavens. 1,200 spirit pearls. Even if he dedicated himself to the spirit martial rankings, it seemed unlikely he could amass such a sum swiftly. Who could afford this? Yet upon reflection, excluding costs, he realized that through alchemy, he could quickly gather enough spirit pearls. It appeared that he would need to set aside 1,200 spirit pearls for this technique before advancing to the rank of spirit practitioner. Calculating the time, Lo Fan was reluctant to linger. Just as he prepared to leave the spirit technique space, he found himself momentarily stunned. In his perception, all the spirit techniques vanished in an instant, replaced by the indistinct luminescent forms he had seen during his recent practice, along with those peculiar glyphs and symbols. Luo Fan had nearly forgotten everything, his attention entirely captivated by the text before him. There was an inexplicable enchantment. Whenever these characters appeared, Luo Fan found himself drawn in. His every ounce of energy consumed by them. He gazed intently at each stroke of the text. Though unfamiliar, they bore an uncanny familiarity, even evoking a sense of warmth. Suddenly, Luo Fan felt the characters shatter into fragments, dissolving into a void, and in that instant, his perception vanished, restoring clarity to his sight. Luo Fan, what are you doing? You've been in there for a full 5 minutes. Ningwei exclaimed anxiously. Luo Fan, as if awakening from a deep slumber, glanced around. Then at Ningwei, bewildered by the sudden shift in reality. Noticing Luo Fan's vacant stare, Ningwei's concern deepened. She feared he might have sustained injuries to his meridians in the spiritual technique space. It was well known that the Inner Academy's spiritual technique chamber possessed a potent eroding ability, allowing even the most adept inner disciples to endure its trials for only about 3 minutes. Luo Fan, look at me. Are you all right? Ningwei continued, gently brushing her hand across Luo Fan's forehead, the incessant beads of cold sweat alarming her. Luo Fan regained his composure and replied, Master Ningwei, I'm fine. I was just lost in thought. Lost in thought? Ningwei shook her head. This is hardly a place for daydreaming. Have you made your selection of techniques? Luo Fan chuckled lightly. I did choose, but they are far too expensive for my means. That's all right, Ningwei reassured him. You can always return to the spiritual technique hall. Once you enter the Inner Academy, the spirit pearls will become more abundant. You can purchase them then. Her words reflected her unwavering confidence in Luo Fan. Unlike other disciples, she would not typically concern herself with their prospects of entering the Inner Academy after all. Out of thousands in the Outer Academy, only a mere handful made the transition each year. However, Luo Fan was different. Not only had he showcased exceptional prowess in the treasure competition, but he had also received the endorsement of the 5th Tianshan. Remarkably, within just over a week in the Spirit Hall, he had ascended to the top 10 of the Outer Academy's Spirit Martial rankings, an unprecedented achievement. In the Spirit Hall, even the most gifted disciples progressed gradually, yet Luo Fan had achieved remarkable breakthroughs in a remarkably short span. Despite his spirit energy being deemed the weakest in terms of control, this had certainly caught Ningwei's attention. In the days that followed, Luo Fan immersed himself in the training hall, often on the 2nd floor, yet whenever a practice room on the 3rd floor became available, he would seize the opportunity. Although the expenses were considerable, the results of his training multiplied. After more than half a month, with only a handful of spirit pearls remaining, Luo Fan resolved to find a suitable place to focus on alchemy, not just to replenish his spirit pearls, but also to practice his alchemical skills. During this time, Mu Xiubai, Duanmu Su, and Ing Kai seemed to have found their rhythm within the Spirit Hall. Both Mu Xiubai and Duanmu Su simultaneously broke through to the 4th tier of spiritual apprentices, while Ing Kai was on the verge of reaching the 5th tier. They had little time for leisure, dedicating their days almost entirely to the spirit martial rankings and their training. Remarkably, for new disciples had emerged in the top 30 of the Outer Academy's spirit martial rankings, including Luo Fan among the top 10, prompting the senior disciples to regard these newcomers with newfound respect. At this moment, Luo Fan's sensations approached that of a 6th-tier spirit disciple. He understood that there was no need to rush his cultivation. The closer one drew to the point of breakthrough, the more susceptible one became to impatience. Thus, alchemy served as a perfect remedy for such restlessness. However, despite having prepared all the necessary materials, Luo Fan lacked a crucial alchemical furnace. While the materials were indispensable for the alchemical process, the furnace itself was the foundation upon which the entire endeavor relied. Luo Fan resolved to pay another visit to the Mijia Merchant Guild, where acquiring a furnace should pose no significant challenge. The Mijia Merchant Guild was renowned as the largest trading company in the spirit martial continent, offering nearly every item a martial artist might require. Upon entering the guild, Luo Fan was no longer hindered by guards, thanks to the esteemed VIP card that even the elders regarded with respect. His previous visit had been a hurried excursion into the back hall with Yan Yajun. But this time marked Luo Fan's inaugural leisurely exploration of the guild's exhibition hall. The guild was not overly crowded, populated primarily by unfamiliar inner courtyard disciples, and it exuded a tranquil atmosphere. Even the haggling between disciples and guild staff was conducted in hushed tones. As Luo Fan entered, Steward Tang promptly approached to accompany him, an indication of the privileges afforded to a VIP. However, disappointment soon washed over Luo Fan, for the guild's selection of furnaces consisted almost entirely of high-end models. Whether gold, silver, or bronze, each furnace bore a hefty price tag. Luo Fan grimaced as he calculated his minimum discount. Even the lowest quality bronze furnace, when paired with the steepest discount, would still amount to 300 spirit pearls, an expense he could not afford. After contemplating his options, Luo Fan decided it best to leave, wanting to avoid putting Steward Tang in a difficult position. The courtyard was not limited to this merchant guild. There existed a trading area where disciples engaged in their own transactions, likely offering lower prices. This trading zone lay at the easternmost edge of the outer courtyard, approximately a 10-minute walk from the guild. As he neared his destination, the cacophony of voices reached his ears, undoubtedly heralding the lively atmosphere of the trading area. In stark contrast to the Mijia Merchant Guild, the outer courtyard's trading zone was characterized by a more casual environment, where disciples freely haggled and occasionally clashed over coveted items. The scene resembled a bustling marketplace. At that moment, the trading area was particularly animated, with two disciples embroiled in a fierce altercation over a strengthening pill, while a crowd of onlookers gathered around. Unexpectedly, the stall owner lounged in a rattan chair, nonchalantly crossing his legs, as if waiting for the duel to conclude before deciding the victor's fate. As Luo Fan approached the stall, he couldn't help but smile upon recognizing the proprietor. It was Lingwu. Reaching the stall, Luo Fan remarked, "The customers are brawling, yet the stall owner remains so relaxed." Lingwu, fiddling with a small vial of pills, looked up and grinned. Luo Fan, my dear brother, what brings you here today? You've become quite the sensation. I hear you've made it to the top 10 of the Spirit Marshal rankings." Luo Fan replied, "Senior brother, you jest. It's merely the outer courtyard Spirit Marshal rankings, hardly comparable to your status as an inner courtyard disciple." Lingwu beamed with pride. As an inner courtyard disciple, he embodied the true essence of the Spirit Hall, a status that filled him with considerable pride. I'm accustomed to the daily brawls here. I simply collect the spirit pearls and let them sort it out." Luo Fan shook his head and chuckled, finding the role of a stall owner in this trading area quite leisurely, even amidst the occasional brawl. Lingwu inquired, "By the way, junior brother, are you here today to purchase elixirs?" Luo Fan surveyed the area, noting that there were few stalls selling elixirs, apart from the largest one. It was clear from the lack of patrons that the goods there were rather expensive. He asked, "Senior brother, why is it that such a large stall has so few customers?" Lingwu glanced over with disdain and replied, "That stall belongs to the disciples of the inner courtyard's Spirit Elixir Hall. They have an exclusive space here, and their prices are steep, which is why few people buy from them." Luo Fan mused, "The Spirit Elixir Hall? Is that the place dedicated to the study of alchemy?" Lingwu nodded, "Indeed. But those individuals lack insight. After several years of cultivation, they still only sell low-grade elixirs, with their most impressive offering being a mere third-tier elixir." Luo Fan asked, "Third-tier elixirs? How many spirit pearls do they cost?" Lingwu explained, "There are no fixed prices in the hall, but based on the prices from the Mijia Commerce Association, they would typically sell for about 300 spirit pearls. Therefore, in the trading area, they would be a bit cheaper, by about 10 to 20 spirit pearls." Luo Fan nodded, contemplating that, given this information, the trading area was indeed more affordable. However, possessing a VIP card made the Commerce Association a more suitable choice for purchasing elixirs. He inquired, "Senior brother, do you happen to have a cauldron?" Lingwu was momentarily taken aback. "Are you an alchemist?" Alchemists are the most esteemed profession in the Spirit Martial continent, commanding great respect even from high-ranking warriors. A high-level alchemist is undoubtedly a coveted figure among sects and royal families. Lingwu, a third-tier alchemist, dedicated himself to researching auxiliary elixirs. Besides knowing the methods for crafting some common elixirs, he also possessed a collection of ancient formulas. This was the reason why, despite his mere second-tier spiritual apprentice status, he had entered the inner courtyard and looked down upon other disciples. However, upon discovering that this new disciple from the outer courtyard was also an alchemist, he promptly adjusted his demeanor and became serious. Luo Fan was surprised by Lingwu's swift change in attitude and said, I just want to practice a bit. You are the truly skilled alchemist, senior brother. Lingwu scrutinized Luo Fan once more. Apart from the youth's handsome appearance, he found no other remarkable traits. He commented, I heard you control attribute spiritual energy? Luo Fan nodded. Lingwu remarked, that indeed suits the role of an alchemist. Although I have heard that individuals with such attributes tend to remain at the 4th tier without progressing, I believe it would be a waste of time for you. Luo Fan smiled. It's just that elixirs are quite expensive. Being able to refine some myself would be more economical. Lingwu retrieved a wooden box from beneath the stall, stating, well, that reasoning does hold some merit. If you possess talent, refining some 1st-tier elixirs should not pose a problem. Luo Fan smiled and crouched down, presuming that the cauldron must be within this box. Lingwu explained, cauldrons are categorized into 3 grades, gold, silver, and bronze. Among gold, only black gold and earth gold can be used as cauldrons. Among silver, only azure dragon silver and orchid silver. And among bronze, there are fire copper, red copper, and yellow copper. Which type would you prefer, junior brother? Observing Lingwu's business demeanor, Luo Fan couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, senior brother, do you possess all these treasures? Lingwu shot him a glance and replied, the value of gold is immeasurable. As for silver, there is likely only one piece in the Mi-Jia Chamber of Commerce, known as the 6 Harmony Silver Cauldron, priced at 10,000 spirit pearls. Do you think I could sell it even if I owned it? Luo Fan stifled a laugh and said, I was just joking. Allow me to see your treasures. With an air of mystery, Lingwu opened the box, angling the lid outward to shield its contents from prying eyes. It was evident that these items were indeed precious to Lingwu, a master alchemist. Only 2? Luo Fan inquired, glancing down to discover that the box contained merely 2 cauldrons, both appearing rather worn. Lingwu, maintaining his enigmatic demeanor, whispered, keep your voice down. Are 2 not enough? Let me tell you, one is a fire copper cauldron, and the other is a red copper cauldron, both of which can undoubtedly ensure you reach the level of a 4th-tier alchemist, of course, excluding your control attribute talent. Luo Fan awkwardly scratched the back of his head, pondering why he was constantly criticized for his weak spiritual energy. How many spirit pearls would that require? He asked. Lingwu contemplated for a moment before responding. Since we are brothers, I'll give you a discount, 200 spirit pearls. Luo Fan inhaled sharply, reflecting on Lingwu's camaraderie. Despite their brief acquaintance, this price was remarkably low. Similar cauldrons of the same quality in the Mi-Jia chamber would typically be priced near 500 spirit pearls, even without a discount. Senior brother, this price is undeniably reasonable, but Luo Fan began. Lingwu interjected, lack of spirit pearls? Luo Fan nodded sheepishly. Lingwu frowned and suggested, in that case, take this. He then retrieved a cauldron from his storage ring, which appeared even more worn than the ones in the box, yet it seemed intact. Likely a brass cauldron. As Luo Fan accepted the cauldron and ran his fingers over its rough surface, marked by years of alchemical use, he remarked, this. Lingwu waved his hand dismissively, saying, I've always wanted to replace this cauldron, but couldn't bring myself to part with it. Since you need it, take it. And I'll just exchange it for this one. He indicated a cauldron in the box. Is it free of charge? That won't do. This is all I have. Luo Fan replied, offering a handful of spirit pearls. Don't jest, take it. As an alchemist, I hardly care about such a trivial amount of spirit pearls, Lingwu insisted. With a grateful smile, Luo Fan responded, thank you, senior brother. Just call me by my name from now on. I find those titles rather bothersome, Lingwu said. Luo Fan nodded in agreement. At that moment, the 2 individuals at Lingwu's stall seemed to have had enough. Both bore bruises, and one had a bloody corner of his mouth, but the victor was evident, as one had bowed his head in defeat. Lingwu sold a strengthening pill to the winner, receiving 120 spirit pearls in return, and turned to Luo Fan, saying, did you see that? I only refined 1 pill, yet they resort to fighting over it, while I can calmly earn 120 spirit pearls. Isn't the strengthening pill a 2nd-tier elixir? Can it really fetch such a high price? Luo Fan inquired. The secondary pill formula that Ling Feng provided to Luo Fan was the strengthening pill. Luo Fan possessed a certain understanding of this particular elixir. It could significantly augment a warrior's physical power within a short span, achieving a formidable balance of offense and defense. Lingwu remarked that it was being sold for 150 spirit pearls at the Mi-Jia Merchant Association. Luo Fan mused internally about the disparity, while an ordinary disciple earned a mere 50 spirit pearls a month. A pill master could command a sum as substantial as 150. After wandering through the trading area without finding anything of interest, Luo Fan bid farewell to Lingwu and departed. He wasted no time and made his way directly towards Spirit Sparrow Lake, beyond which lay the quaint wooden cabin where Ling Feng had once resided, in stark contrast to the earlier bustling trading zone. The vicinity of the cabin exuded a serene tranquility, rendering it an ideal locale for alchemical pursuits, perhaps one of the reasons his master had chosen to bring him here. Upon entering the cabin and securely closing the door, Luo Fan recalled that pill refining necessitated a sealed environment, regardless of how stifling it felt. One must refrain from opening windows or doors before the completion of the pill, for such actions would disrupt the flow of spiritual energy, thereby jeopardizing the entire alchemical process. Setting the cauldron in place, Luo Fan ignited the fire using a flint stone. He was reminded that had he achieved the Spirit Master level, he could have summoned the flames directly through spiritual energy, akin to his master. As he gazed at the flickering flames within the cauldron, a wave of exhilaration surged through him. Since his last alchemical endeavor, he had nearly forgotten the thrill of the craft, yet at this moment, that sensation returned in full force. Ling Feng had entrusted him with 3 additional formulas: the first-level bone-strengthening pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, and the second-level strengthening pill. He first gathered the 6 required materials and formulas for the 2 first-level pills, preparing to commence his alchemical work. As the spiritual energy began to interact with the flames, Luo Fan recognized that he had genuinely entered the state of pill refining. After a prolonged period of practice, he had become adept at finding this rhythm, an essential quality for any proficient alchemist. Taking a deep breath, Luo Fan fixed his gaze upon the flames and introduced the first material. The night breeze whispered through the dense forest, the rustling of branches and leaves creating a soft symphony as a few nightingales, disturbed from their dreams by the wind, hastily sought refuge elsewhere. The once bustling outer courtyard now lay tranquil, devoid of the daytime clamor, save for the solitary warriors who persisted in their training within the hall. Yet, the small wooden cabin remained fervently warm, the air around it reaching the sweltering temperatures of summer. Over 3 days of relentless alchemical work, Luo Fan allowed himself only a single rest, dedicating the remainder of his time to monitoring the cauldron and studying the refining methods. He successfully produced 5 pills from 6 attempts at the first-level concoction, a commendable success rate, yet his mind was preoccupied with the reasons behind his one failure. After making further adjustments, he retrieved the formula for the second-level strengthening pill. This was the sole second-level formula bestowed upon him by Ling Feng. Luo Fan meticulously examined the materials, determined to successfully refine all 3 components. The ingredients were categorized into 4 types: wolf fong, ghost bamboo, dewdrop flower, and the soul of a spirit master-level beast. Observing these materials, Luo Fan noted that the ingredients for the second-tier elixir were considerably more expensive than those for the first tier, with beast souls comprising the largest portion. He contemplated that if he ever had the opportunity to venture into the wild, he must hunt more magical beasts, otherwise, the cost of beast souls would significantly diminish the overall profit. As the flames in the furnace reached the requisite intensity under Luo Fan's control, he introduced the first ingredient for the strengthening pill, the ethereal bamboo. The reason for placing the ethereal bamboo first was that the strengthening pill required fresh ethereal bamboo to be added to the cauldron, which, due to its high moisture content, necessitated prolonged refinement in the fire. Concurrently, Luo Fan had to meticulously manage the process to ensure that the ethereal bamboo was perfectly refined without being reduced to ash, demanding a delicate touch in his manipulation. First, second, and third-tier elixirs could be safeguarded through the control of flames, but fourth-tier elixirs and above required the infusion of spiritual energy for protection. Thus, without advancing to become a spiritual practitioner, it was utterly impossible to ascend to the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist. After approximately 10 minutes, when Luo Fan observed that the ethereal bamboo had sufficiently dried, he proceeded to add the second ingredient, the beast soul. In a short while, the beast soul began to reshape under the intense heat, enveloping the dried ethereal bamboo within, thereby ensuring that it would not be incinerated. Next came the wolf fong. Although exceedingly hard, it was not difficult to refine within the furnace, turning it to ash in mere minutes. For spirit fire is not ordinary fire. When all the steps unfolded seamlessly, Luo Fan allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Indeed, the second-tier elixir posed no challenge for him. However, at that moment, the flames within the furnace suddenly surged uncontrollably, leaping over a meter high. Luo Fan stumbled backward, striving to maintain his composure, yet finding it difficult to withstand such an unexpected occurrence. After the flames erupted, they extinguished, leaving the original state of the furnace utterly obliterated. Reduced to a heap of pitch-black ashes, Luo Fan was rendered speechless, bewildered by what had transpired. He had followed the recipe precisely. Why had this happened? He refrained from hastily attempting a second refinement and instead pondered calmly over the preceding steps, contemplating where the error had occurred. After a considerable time, Luo Fan exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief, and then raised his hand to examine the black stone on his wrist. It must be this little object. Just moments earlier, while manipulating the flames, it had seemed to pulse, disrupting his entire meridian and causing his actions to go awry. Alchemy is an exceedingly intricate process, and even the slightest disturbance can lead to catastrophic failure. Luo Fan raised his hand, scrutinizing the black stone. He had only sensed its movement before, but this time it had genuinely stirred, an unprecedented occurrence. To prevent such an incident from reoccurring, Luo Fan attempted to remove the black stone during the alchemical process. But at the moment he was about to take it off, he suddenly felt dizzy, swiftly being pulled into a realm of perception by a force beyond his control. Before him, darkness enveloped him, an abyss from which it seemed impossible to escape. For Luo Fan, this passive experience of perception was terrifying. In that moment, glimmers of light began to materialize within the void, these luminous entities aligning neatly as they gradually approached him. Once again, these enigmatic symbols appeared before Luo Fan. Within the span of a month, he had encountered these textual figures thrice. Their true nature eluded him, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could it be the black stone? Each time this luminous entity manifested in his perception, it seemed to be linked to this mysterious stone. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Luo Fan had experienced an abundance of unusual sensations associated with this stone. He remained uncertain whether these feelings were benevolent or malevolent. Yet he was inexorably drawn to it by a force akin to magic, never once considering discarding it. As the luminous entities surged towards him once more, Luo Fan had grown accustomed to this sensation after 2 prior encounters. Fear had given way to unwavering focus on the symbols, though he could not decipher them. It felt as if they were being etched into his very heart. Gradually, he opened his eyes, breaking free from the trance, while the black stone on his wrist lay still. Surely, this day would not present such sensations again. Luo Fan steadied his breath and resumed his alchemical pursuits. He understood that the black stone perhaps harbored secrets yet to be unveiled, but he chose to set aside those thoughts. The pressing task at hand was the art of alchemy. This indicated that Luo Fan's alchemical process was sound, and he once again followed the prescribed method outlined in the formula. The process unfolded over approximately 4 hours, during which Luo Fan devoted himself entirely to observing the cauldron and its contents, executing each movement with exquisite precision. When a white elixir emerged from the cauldron, he reached out to capture it, exhaling a sigh of relief. He gazed at the smooth surface of the strengthening pill, a smile gracing his lips. The texture and feel of a second-tier pill were markedly more refined and velvety than that of a first-tier one, a quality inherently linked to the alchemist's prowess. For the same pill, the varying degrees of smoothness and efficacy could differ significantly depending on the alchemist's skill. After a brief respite, Luo Fan embarked on the creation of a second pill. Upon exiting the wooden cabin, Luo Fan felt as though he had stepped into a new realm. The conclusion of his alchemical work restored a refreshing coolness to the air, allowing his taut spirit a moment of respite. Over the course of 2 days, he successfully produced 5 first-tier pills and 2 strengthening pills, with the sole failure of the latter not attributable to his own shortcomings. Luo Fan sensed that with a few more such practices, he might soon attempt crafting third-tier pills. The first order of business upon leaving the cabin was to head towards the Mega Merchant Association, for some of the pills were temporarily useless to him, and exchanging them for spiritual pearls was of greater importance. Upon reaching the Mega Merchant Association, he encountered none other than Lingwu emerging from within. What could this fellow, who usually lingered in the trading district, be doing here? Luo Fan? What brings you here? Lingwu inquired upon spotting him. Luo Fan deemed it prudent to withhold mention of his VIP card, uncertain whether such information might lead to complications. He replied, just here to purchase some materials. Lingwu nodded and responded, I see. I'm here for the same reason. Although the materials in the trading district are cheaper, I prefer not to buy from those disciples of the Spirit Pill Hall. Upon observing Lingwu's expression, Luo Fan discerned that he must have had conflicts with the disciples of the Spirit Pill Hall. He inquired, do you have grievances with those individuals? Lingwu scoffed dismissively, replying, I have no interest in squabbling with those who consider themselves superior. I merely disdain those lacking in strength yet boastful in demeanor. Having recently joined the Spirit Pavilion, Luo Fan was not well acquainted with the Spirit Pill Hall. He remarked, I suppose your alchemical prowess surpasses that of the spirit pill disciples. Lingwu smirked, naturally. Apart from senior brother Shijun, whose third-grade pills are of higher quality than mine, the others, humph, I hardly regard them. Luo Fan nodded, recognizing that there were indeed individuals within the spirit pill hall worthy of Linwu's admiration. However, alchemists tend to prioritize the level of their alchemical skills over the martial prowess of others. An alchemist of Linwu's caliber would likely perceive even a spirit master as nothing more than a mere brute. By the way, what recipe did you purchase today? Lingwu asked. Luo Fan replied, oh, a strengthening pill. Lingwu was taken aback and replied, a second-grade pill? You are a second-grade alchemist? Luo Fan scratched his head, confessing that he was unaware of the criteria defining an alchemist's rank, having merely begun refining second-grade pills and never considering himself a second-grade alchemist. I suppose so, he conceded. Linwu's gaze towards Luo Fan now carried a measure of respect. By the way, you would be better off purchasing materials in the trading area. You have no issues with them, and prices there are likely lower. Luo Fan nodded appreciatively. Thank you. I shall take a look. He mused that while the prices might be cheaper for Lingwu, he possessed a VIP card, which would grant him even greater discounts at the Mijia Chamber of Commerce. Especially for beast souls, the chamber sold them for 40 spirit pearls, while the trading area only charged 30 spirit pearls, allowing for considerable savings on bulk purchases. Do those disciples also sell beast souls? Wouldn't that significantly lower their alchemical costs? Luo Fan queried. Lingwu chuckled. You still misunderstand the spirit pill hall. It is the most unique hall within the inner academy. Respect is afforded to all, regardless of strength. They have a dedicated team responsible for hunting demonic beasts to acquire beast souls, reserving some for third-grade alchemists and selling the rest in the trading area. Luo Fan nodded in understanding, so only third-grade alchemists enjoy such privileges. But where do they hunt? Can they leave the spirit pavilion? Lingwu waved his hand dismissively. How could that be possible? The spirit pill hall may not possess high strength, yet they can access the first mountain of the outer academy, which, while within the pavilion, is home to numerous demonic beasts. It is quite economical to train or hunt there, costing only 30 spirit pearls. The first mountain? Luo Fan inquired. Indeed, just over there. Lingwu indicated towards the southeast. However, it's somewhat distant, and with my mere second-tier spirit apprentice strength, I certainly cannot enter. Otherwise, I would give it a try. After a casual exchange, Lingwu took his leave. Alchemists seldom indulge in prolonged conversations, as their foremost priority post-purchase is to find a secluded place to refine pills. Luo Fan then entered the Mijia Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he entered the gate of the Mijia Chamber of Commerce, Steward Tang hurried over. And each time Luo Fan beheld his corpulent figure in motion, he could hardly suppress a chuckle. The abundance of flesh seemed to quiver incessantly. Yet, being a steward, Luo Fan managed to stifle his amusement. Mr. Luo, welcome. How may I assist you today? Luo Fan smiled and replied, Steward Tang. There's no need for such formality every time. I wish to sell a few elixirs and procure some materials. Steward Tang nodded. Very well. I shall attend to it immediately. As he took the vial of elixirs from Luo Fan, he paused, and Luo Fan inquired, by the way, Steward, may I ask how much the spirit beast souls from my last purchase cost each? Steward Tang responded, in the chamber. The selling price for spirit beast souls is 40 spirit pearls, but I can offer you the lowest price of 30 spirit pearls. Luo Fan was taken aback. So, are you saying that the materials I purchased last time were nearly all priced like the beast souls? Steward Tang explained, materials for first-tier elixirs are generally not very valuable. The expensive components are indeed the beast souls and the labor of the alchemists. Other materials may only cost a few spirit pearls. My goodness, Luo Fan mused, realizing that his previous procurement was rather extravagant. He suddenly felt a kinship with Lingwu, as if he were a businessman calculating his expenses. However, it is common for alchemists, who are often merchants, to be meticulous about costs and profits, as their goal is not to use the elixirs but to exchange them for currency. After about 10 minutes, Steward Tang emerged from the back hall, jogging once more to Luo Fan's side. Mr. Luo, 5 first-tier elixirs total 175 spirit pearls, and the acquisition price for second-tier elixirs is 120 spirit pearls, totaling 240 spirit pearls. Your card now has an additional 415 spirit pearls. Luo Fan accepted the card, feeling a sense of comfort. He was wealthy now, with 415 spirit pearls, his first substantial amount. However, despite his newfound wealth, he resolved to find a means to acquire beast souls rather than purchasing them extravagantly. After securing the card, Luo Fan exchanged for 200 Spirit Pearl cards in the front hall. These cards could be used to redeem Spirit Pearls for direct consumption at various locations in the outer courtyard, though the Chamber's VIP card was merely for saving purposes. He then purchased several materials costing dozens of Spirit Pearls, approximately 10 in total. However, none of these materials included beast souls. Luo Fan decided to obtain beast souls through another method, venturing to the only outdoor training site in the outer courtyard, the first-level mountain. The Spirit Hall comprises 4 levels of mountains, each serving as distinct outdoor training locations, with only the first-level mountain situated in the outer courtyard. The remaining 3 are in the inner courtyard. Although these sites are within the Spirit Hall, they maintain their natural essence, inhabited by various magical and ferocious beasts. The entrance to the first-level mountain lies in the southeast of the Spirit Hall, making it the least frequented area, thus appearing desolate and forlorn. It is also the only location unaltered by the hall's modified spiritual energy, as it is entirely infused with wild spiritual energy. During the treasure competition, this area was designated as an assessment location. However, on that day, the elders of the hall had already driven away the magical beasts and set up a spiritual energy array, ensuring that no beast would enter the disciples' vicinity for several days. Yet, ordinarily, the area remains unpredictable, with magical beasts potentially appearing at any moment. The outer courtyard of the Spirit Temple was indeed vast, and it took Luo Fan nearly half a day to reach the entrance. He mused to himself, what a long journey. It's one thing to come for the beast's soul, but if it were merely for cultivation, it hardly seems worth the effort. At the entrance of the first mountain stood a grand stone gate, beside which lay a stone pavilion. The steward within the pavilion was responsible for overseeing the visitors. Only disciples bearing a letter of recommendation from their master were permitted entry. As Luo Fan approached, the steward stepped out from the pavilion and inquired, "Wait a moment. Where's your letter?" Luo Fan said, "Greetings, I am a disciple of Master Ningwu. I am uncertain about what further correspondence is required to enter here." The attendant perused the roster in hand and inspected Luo Fan's name tag, stating, "That will not suffice. You are a new disciple and may only enter the mountain after 6 months." Luo Fan replied, 6 months? What a jest, dear attendant. Are there specific requirements of strength to enter the mountain? The attendant furrowed his brow and responded, "One must be at least a 5th-tier spirit apprentice. However, new disciples are forbidden from entering. Even old disciples require a letter of approval from their master." Luo Fan clicked his tongue, lacking a letter. He doubted this fellow would permit him entry even if he had one. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a mischievous grin appeared on his face. He retrieved the cultivation certificate given to him by Ningwu from his spatial ring. This document, issued by the esteemed 5th master, should hold validity. Luo Fan presented the certificate to the attendant, saying, "Sir, please take a look at this. Am I permitted to enter?" The attendant examined the certificate, then looked back at Luo Fan, pondering the peculiarity of the situation. Such a circumstance had never occurred before. Not even the old disciples from the outer court had possessed a cultivation certificate. However, the reverse side of this leather certificate bore the number 5, clearly indicating it was personally issued by 5th Tianqin, and it was indeed authentic. The attendant dared not refuse entry. He handed the certificate back to Luo Fan and said, "Very well, pay 30 spirit pearls, and you may proceed. But remember to exercise caution should any unforeseen events arise. No one will come to your aid." Luo Fan smiled faintly, produced 30 spirit pearls, and handed them to the attendant, saying, "Thank you." He felt a surge of confidence. For being a 5th-tier spirit apprentice allowed him entry, ensuring his survival within. With his nearing 6th-tier spirit apprentice prowess, he believed he would be safe. Moreover, 2 days of alchemical refinement also served as a form of cultivation. Luo Fan was aware his spiritual energy had surpassed the halfway mark of the 5th tier. Upon entering the first mountain, a sudden chill enveloped him. The climate here was entirely wild, starkly contrasting the perennial spring of the Spirit Hall. And he immediately sensed the onset of winter. Luo Fan surveyed his surroundings. The verdant hues of the sunset forest and Spirit Hall were replaced by desolation, with only a few barren trees and yellow dry grass strewn across the ground. Though the first mountain was but a solitary peak, it was among the prominent summits of the Spirit Hall, one of the lofty peaks of the Young Cloud Peak. After approximately 20 minutes of trekking, Luo Fan had genuinely entered the mountain. The chirping of birds around him differed from that outside. They were evidently not ordinary birds, but rather a unique breed of spirit beasts native to this vibrant wilderness. Remaining vigilant, Luo Fan was aware that this was his first venture into the mountain, and he was not well acquainted with the habits of the local spirit beasts. Thus, disturbing any formidable creatures would be ill-advised. Continuing onward, he arrived at the mouth of a valley, which appeared even more tranquil than the exterior, although equally barren. The sound of the wind had been replaced by the gentle murmur of flowing water. As he stepped into the valley, he spotted a small stream. Feeling parched, he leaned down and took several hearty gulps. At that moment, a sudden commotion echoed nearby. Luo Fan quickly lifted his head, not having time to wipe the water from his face, and saw a gray, furry creature approaching him from a distance. It was a spirit beast. It is a wild wolf demon beast that thrives amidst the towering mountains. Luo Fan was unsure whether to feel exhilarated or astonished, for this creature had appeared so unexpectedly. However, encountering demon beasts in such a locale was not an uncommon occurrence. He slowly rose, withdrawing the Fulong blade from his spatial ring. "Come forth, beast. You are precisely what I seek." Noticing that the wild wolf did not immediately attack, Luo Fan felt a sense of ease wash over him, even allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. He assessed the wolf's strength. It was merely a second-tier spiritual apprentice, which certainly placed it in peril. Before the wolf could make its move, Luo Fan surged forward with a swift leap, crashing the dual blades before him, producing a sharp, piercing sound that echoed throughout the valley. The wild wolf bared its fangs, and as Luo Fan charged, it leaped into the air, its powerful forelimbs raised, its eyes glowing with a menacing green glare fixed upon him. Most of the other animals in the mountains had fallen prey to the demon beasts, leaving these creatures with little sustenance, surviving solely on stored spiritual energy. The sight of a human was a rare opportunity, igniting their predatory instincts. Yet, the wolf's expression quickly shifted as it registered the formidable presence of a fifth-tier spiritual apprentice before it. The disparity in power was overwhelming. As its claws made contact with the Fulong blade, a resounding crack echoed, and the wolf's sharp talons shattered instantly. Luo Fan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. In this moment, he appeared every bit the predator, while the wolf seemed nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Realizing its predicament, the wolf turned to flee. Demon beasts possess a degree of intelligence, and upon encountering a more powerful adversary, their instinct is to escape rather than engage in a futile battle. Luo Fan, swift as the wind, quickly closed the gap. Just as he was about to unleash his lethal strike, he recalled that the wolf was an exception among demon beasts. Though proud and fierce, it was a social creature. Would following it lead him to its lair? Luo Fan chuckled to himself. Surely, there would be a multitude of wild wolf demon beasts within, and as mere second-tier spiritual apprentices, he could dispatch them with ease. Furthermore, not all demon beasts yield beast souls, and the more beasts he encountered, the greater his opportunities. He resolved to maintain a distance and accompany the creature home. Upon exiting the valley, a chilling wind greeted him, yet the fervor coursing through his veins rendered him impervious to the cold. His gaze remained fixed on the wild wolf, while his heart surged with anticipation. For him, this was not merely a demon beast, it was a source of beast souls for his alchemical pursuits. On the hillside, man and beast raced with fervor, the demon beast darting like a startled deer, desperately fleeing for its life, while the human pursued with relentless vigor. After a brief chase, the wolf leaped from a small cliff on the slope, with Luo Fan hot on its heels. Below lay a small gorge, approximately 4 to 5 meters deep. The walls adorned with a series of interconnected caves. "Ah, this must be it, my little darlings." Indeed, the wolf howled triumphantly at the mouth of one cave, its voice reverberating through the gorge, echoing repeatedly in the air. Soon, from the depths of several caves, glimmers of green light appeared, as hungry wild wolves emerged. Perceiving a sumptuous feast, one that had come directly to them, Luo Fan finally comprehended that demonic beasts are indeed demonic beasts. The creature's earlier display of desperation while fleeing was merely a ruse, crafted to lure him into their trap and render him their prey. How cunning. With a chuckle, Luo Fan remarked, "So you deliberately brought me here. Since you desire a collective slaughter, let it commence." In that moment, he envisioned the spirits of the beasts arrayed before him, their spiritual energy surging within them like boiling blood. As the dual blades intersected, a chilling sound resonated through the air, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Luo Fan's greedy gaze. Amidst the crimson light, a wild wolf fell lifelessly to the ground, only for another to pounce at him, its chest ruthlessly cleaved open by the Fulong blade, as if it were mere plaything, flung aside in wrath. In that instant, the small valley became saturated with the sin of blood, while the once pale blue of Luo Fan's spiritual garments became stained crimson. Wiping the blood from his cheek with a flick of his sleeve, he appeared more like a grim reaper, come to claim the lives of these wild wolves. Yet, He soon realized that the situation was not so straightforward. If the wolves approached one by one, he could dispatch them with ease. However, these pack creatures preferred to overwhelm their prey collectively. Before long, he found himself encircled by a throng of wolves, their green eyes fixed upon him, brimming with greed and fury. A sinister smile crept across Luo Fan's bloodied visage as he mused, "Very well, let us all perish together." In a flash, as the wolves lunged toward him, he bellowed, and in an instant, his form transformed into an apparition. Activating his control point once more, his body moved with incredible speed, while the surrounding spiritual energy began to assail the wolves with ferocity. In that moment, the air was filled with anguished howls, the once ferocious expressions of the wolves morphing into sheer terror, their cries now low and mournful. Within the valley, Luo Fan maneuvered like a meat grinder, evading within a confined space, while blood from the wolves splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding rocks and cliffs with viscous remnants. After 5 seconds, few wolves remained, and those that survived fled like lost souls, no longer daring to confront him. Luo Fan took a deep breath, intending to wipe the blood from his face, only to discover that his sleeve was soaked through with wolf blood. Scattered across the ground were nearly 20 wolf carcasses, some still gasping for breath before succumbing to death, while ethereal beast souls began to materialize above their remains. Luo Fan counted and found a total of 8 beast souls. This was a significant boon, saving him countless spirit pearls. He carefully stored each soul in a cloth bag, using his spiritual energy to sense their age. Any soul over 70 years was meticulously preserved. These souls could serve as nourishment for spiritual practitioners, potentially fetching a higher price. Previously, Luo Fan had learned that the 80-year-old beast soul acquired by Mushio Bai was worth hundreds of gold coins, translating to a substantial value in spirit pearls. Thus, using these souls for alchemical purposes would indeed be an extravagant indulgence. Generally speaking, beast souls of the spirit disciple level can be devoured if they are over 70 years old, while alchemy only utilizes beast souls aged below 70. However, the consumption of a 97-year-old beast soul, as experienced by Luo Fan, is indeed a rarity among rarities. Luo Fan ventured deeper into the cave, observing the damp and foul surroundings, a result of the wild wolves' prolonged habitation. The cave was devoid of adult wolves, but a few wolf cubs remained. Amidst the grass, several cubs trembled as they gazed at Luo Fan, inhaling the familiar scent of their kin's blood. Their eyes seemed to brim with a plea for mercy. Luo Fan gently patted their foreheads, reflecting that one should not be utterly ruthless. After depleting this mountain of its wild wolves, there would be none left. It was best for these little creatures to grow up slowly. Upon exiting the valley, Luo Fan realized that he had been engaged in battle with the wild wolves for nearly half the day. Feeling uncomfortable in his damp and sticky attire, he made his way to the nearby stream, glancing around to ensure no one was present. He chuckled to himself, pondering how anyone could be found in such a desolate wilderness. Without hesitation, he stripped down completely, washing both himself and his clothes in the cool water. Afterward, feeling considerably refreshed despite the chill of the mountain, he sought out flint and dry twigs to kindle a fire, providing warmth and drying his garments. Yet, as Luo Fan leisurely sat by the fire, whistling, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps crunching on the brittle leaves. He turned his gaze towards the source of the noise, not out of fear of a ferocious beast, but rather due to the unmistakably human cadence of the steps, especially concerning, as he was still unclothed. To his astonishment, the footsteps belonged not just to any human, but to a young maiden, clad in a flowing white garment. Her slender waist was cinched with a pink ribbon, and her hair danced lightly in the breeze, adorned with a pink hair tie that lent her an air of the charming neighborhood girl. Upon noticing Luo Fan's state of undress, the maiden halted abruptly, her eyes instinctively darting downward. Quickly covering her eyes with her hands, she shouted, "Rogue." Luo Fan was taken aback but promptly grabbed his nearly dried clothes to cover himself, retorting, "What the heck? Who's the rogue here? How is it that a young lady is wandering about in these wild mountains?" The maiden raised her sleeve to shield her face, exclaiming, "Who says a lady cannot be here? You should put on your clothes immediately." Luo Fan shook his head, replying, "Turn around, and I'll change. Otherwise, how can I be sure you won't peek?" The maiden turned her back, declaring, "Peek? How shameless can you be? Who will want to look at you?" Luo Fan scoffed, leisurely donning his attire and resuming his seat by the fire to warm himself. After a considerable wait, the maiden inquired, "Are you done yet?" Luo Fan stifled a laugh, remaining silent as he focused on the flames, thinking to himself, "You call me a rogue? Just wait. I won't respond to you, and when I turn back, I'll declare that you're the rogue. After a while, the maiden, growing impatient, cautiously turned her head, attempting to catch a glimpse of whether Luo Fan had finished dressing. Do not look back. It is not yet finished. I suppose you wish to sneak a glance, do you? And you dare call me a rogue. With that, Luo Fan casually leaned against the trunk of a tree by the fire. The young woman retorted, You pervert. I've called for you numerous times, yet you remain unresponsive. Who knows if you have even dressed properly? It takes you ages to put on a mere outfit. Silence enveloped the air for quite some time, until the young woman seemed to realize that Luo Fan was teasing her. She abruptly turned around, only to find him fast asleep against the tree. Pouting in indignation, she felt a surge of annoyance at being played for a fool. Gripping her long sword, she swung it towards Luo Fan's arm, grateful for the scabbard. Otherwise, her strike could have cleaved through him effortlessly. Awakened by the sudden blow, Luo Fan exclaimed, Are you mad? Why are you hitting me? The young woman replied, Who told you to be so dishonest? You deserve to be punished. Let me remind you, in this desolate place, if I were to kill you, no one would ever know. Luo Fan shrugged and chuckled lightly, then scrutinized the young woman before him. To his surprise, she possessed the strength of an 8th-tier spiritual apprentice. A remarkable feat indeed, akin to the strongest in the spiritual palace's outer court. However, when his gaze fell upon a small round emblem hanging from her chest, he paused in astonishment. The emblem bore the character for wind, a symbol he recognized all too well. In Nanka City, he had joined forces with Mo Air to eliminate Fei Zhong'an and Xinhuan of the Wind God sect, both of whom displayed a similar emblem. Could this young woman be a disciple of the Wind God sect? Feeling the weight of his gaze, the young woman blushed and turned her face aside, stammering, You rogue. Realizing that he had been staring at a sensitive area, Luo Fan swiftly averted his eyes, muttering, Humph. So what if you are an 8th-tier spiritual apprentice? You are not one of us from the spiritual palace. Why have you come to our first mountain? My friend, this is called taking the initiative. The tables have turned. Now it is my turn to question you, she declared. Unyielding, the young woman countered, Why can't I come? I possess a letter of introduction from Elder Shun. Luo Fan scoffed, You claim to have one. Let me see it. The young woman pouted defiantly, Fine. I will show you, but why should I? Just because you say so? Who are you to command me? Luo Fan thought to himself that this young woman appeared refined, but had a fierce disposition when speaking. He replied, Even if you possess such a letter, what of it? You are not one of us from the spiritual palace. She retorted, Humph. Is entry restricted solely to members of the spiritual palace? I am not the only one from the Wind God sect who can enter. Several of my senior brothers frequently come here to cultivate. It seemed he was correct. This girl was indeed from the Wind God sect. It would be wise to avoid provoking her further. Luo Fan began to contemplate a retreat, especially since he held a life from the Wind God sect in his hands, making escape imperative. All right, I concede to you. Even if you have a letter, you may enter. Now, please, do not disturb my rest, he said, just as the young woman was about to turn and leave. The memory of being toyed with by Luo Fan reignited her anger. You want me to leave? I see you are merely a 5th-tier spiritual apprentice. What gives you the right to command my exit? Luo Fan remarked, Very well. If you do not choose to leave, I shall take my leave instead. Is that agreeable? With that, he rose to depart. After all, in the realm of Lingwu, strength dictated all. It was prudent to avoid being bested by a mere girl. The young maiden chuckled at his words, then boldly settled herself by the fire to warm up, saying, You may intend to leave, but not just yet. Since you have offended me, you must perform a favor for me. Luo Fan retorted, You insolent girl, do not push your luck. My concession is not born from fear. Though he was not one to easily lose his temper, the girl's words ignited his ire. To his astonishment, without uttering another word, the maiden drew her longsword. Before Luo Fan could fully comprehend the situation, she swung the blade with great force, embedding it into the tree trunk. With a thunderous crack, the trunk splintered, sending wooden shards flying in all directions, accompanied by a shower of bright sparks dancing in the air. Luo Fan swallowed hard, realizing that not only was the girl formidable, but her sword possessed considerable might as well. It seemed he was destined to suffer a loss today. Let us discuss this civilly. I merely rose to stretch my legs, he said with an awkward smile, though inwardly he lamented. He suddenly reminisced about Lanza, pondering why he always found himself at the mercy of women in the wilderness. The maiden giggled, returning to her previous spot, and declared, You are perceptive. Now assist me with the task. What? You do not mean for me to help you slay a beast, do you? He inquired. How did you know? She replied, astonished. Luo Fan mused internally, wondering why all female warriors seemed to share the same flaw. seeking assistance to vanquish a beast. The maiden continued, "Fortune smiled upon me, for I encountered another in this desolate mountain. Master Shin would never anticipate that I would have an ally." The Master Shin she referred to as Shin Yin, an elder of the Fengshan sect, a figure Luo Fan remembered vividly from the time he and Mo Air were separated during a pursuit in the Sunset Forest. "You have come to fulfill a mission?" he asked. She nodded, explaining, "Indeed, as a lineage girl of the Fengshan sect, I must locate my corresponding in-beast soul. Today, I am here on my master's orders to seek this beast soul. Once I consume it, I shall be recognized as a true lineage girl." Lineage girl? Luo Fan felt a tremor within him at the term. His master had once spoken of it, a vital component of a sect's existence. The lineage girl represented the sect's continuity. And should any misfortune befall her, the future of the sect would be cast into uncertainty. "Yes, and what is your name?" she inquired. "Luo Fan. And you?" "I am Xie Xiao Xiao. You may call me Sister Xiao Xiao from now on. My sect has numerous connections with the spiritual palace, so I shall undoubtedly offer you protection in the future." Observing the girl's innocent expression, Luo Fan could not help but chuckle. Her demeanor shifted so rapidly from the girl next door to a formidable adversary, and now to a naive maiden. Women were truly perplexing. "Protection? Huh, I appreciate it. What assistance do you require from me?" Xie Xiao Xiao pouted. "I possess the attribute of critical strike energy. My master mentioned that the only critical strike attribute can be found within the color-changing water python residing in the Union Peak of the First Mountain. So I hope you will help me slay it." "What level of beast are we talking about?" Luo Fan inquired. "A third-tier spirit beast," Xie Xiaoxiao replied. "Madman." "Absolutely a madman, and your master is a madman too." Upon uttering these words, Luo Fan turned to leave. It was utterly futile for two spiritual disciples to confront a spiritual practitioner. It was tantamount to courting death. Xie Xiaoxiao rose, drawing her sword once more, and declared, "Dare you insult my master? Do you not believe I will take your life?" Luo Fan's patience was wearing thin. He swore to himself that he would never engage with women again. "Madman, you are but a little madman. Do you truly believe we could vanquish a third-tier spiritual practitioner?" Xie Xiaoxiao's demeanor shifted again as she retrieved a small elixir bottle from her waist, sticking out her tongue in a mischievous grin. "Hee. Do you think I would rely solely on you? This is merely a precaution. I possess this." Luo Fan chose to ignore her. Having grown weary of conversing with Xie Xiaoxiao, she continued, "This is a swift strike elixir, which can temporarily elevate me to a first-tier spiritual practitioner." Luo Fan paused, intrigued as a potion master, and replied, "Is it truly so miraculous? Let me see." He snatched the elixir bottle, uncapping it to inhale its fragrant aroma. It was indeed no ordinary potion. In comparison, the elixirs he had concocted, even the strengthening elixir, seemed inferior. "A third-tier elixir?" Luo Fan inquired. Xie Xiaoxiao, taken aback, asked, "You are a potion master? How did you know?" "A guess," he replied nonchalantly. She pouted, reclaiming the elixir bottle. "This was crafted by Master Shin for me." Luo Fan glanced around, questioning, "Are you certain the beast you seek resides in this mountain? If not, we could search again tomorrow morning. Visibility is poor at night." Xie Xiaoxiao responded, "The color-changing water python hunts only at night, preying upon weaker beasts, and during the day, it remains hidden in the water, so we must search now." Luo Fan pondered, how had this become a collective endeavor? Xie Xiaoxiao smiled, taking Luo Fan's hand. "Come on, Luo Fan." With that, she made a playful face at him. Luo Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Women, after all, are often unreasonable. The desolate mountains at midnight were terrifying. Even the calls of nightingales could send shivers down one's spine, and the distant howl of wolves was enough to instill dread. Luo Fan wondered what kind of upbringing had endowed Xie Xiaoxiao with such audacity to traverse the mountains in the dead of night. She possessed the heart of a warrior cloaked in a woman's guise. After approximately half an hour of walking, they rounded a cliff and arrived at a small mountain pass. It resembled more of a narrow crevice, barely wide enough for a single person to pass sideways, requiring a slight crouch. "Are you certain this is the place?" Luo Fan asked. Xie Xiaoxiao produced a leather map, studying it intently while murmuring, "It cannot be wrong. This is the map Master Shen provided me, and it clearly marks this location. How could there be no path?" Luo Fan pointed to the narrow crevice, saying, "This hardly qualifies as a path, does it?" Xie Xiaoxiao examined the crevice, nodding confidently. "Yes, it must be here. The python's body can contort easily, and this is undoubtedly its lair." Luo Fan flicked his eyelids and thought that while Xie Xiaoxiao could squeeze through the crevice in the mountain, his own masculine physique would likely find it quite challenging. However, This was not a matter of despair. If that water python were too formidable, escape would be impossible. After much exertion, he finally managed to wedge himself into the narrow chasm, even tearing the spiritual attire he wore in the process, before he could finally catch his breath. This mountain crevice seemed specially designed for women and pythons alike. Inside and outside the crevice appeared to be two distinct realms. The cold wind howled outside, causing branches to sway, while within, an eerie stillness prevailed, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold that felt as though it could freeze one's very blood. Luo Fan remarked, "It seems you were right. For the water python, extreme cold or heat is suitable, something other demonic beasts cannot endure." Xia Xiaoxiao gazed into the surrounding darkness, a hint of fear evident in her voice. "I'm not so sure about this place." Luo Fan chuckled. "Are you afraid? And yet you claim to be the bloodline maiden of the Wind God sect." Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoxiao puffed up her chest defiantly. "Who says I am afraid? I am merely analyzing the situation. I am the esteemed bloodline maiden of the Wind God sect." Before she could finish her sentence, an unusual sound echoed within the confined space. "Ah!" Xia Xiaoxiao exclaimed, clutching Luo Fan's arm tightly. Luo Fan wore an expression of mild exasperation as he explained, "Sister, that was merely the sound of a stone falling into water." "A stone falling into water?" Luo Fan continued. "When the wind is strong in the mountains, it easily dislodges stones, and those at the edge of cliffs will inevitably tumble down. This merely indicates the presence of a pond." Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she scrutinized the dimly lit space, where the only spot touched by moonlight revealed a pool of water. "A pond? Is this the ice-cold spring?" "Ice-cold spring?" "Indeed. It is the lair of the color-changing water python, a creature that resides within this very pond." Luo Fan nodded, stepping toward the moonlit water. He crouched down, dipping his hand into it, and indeed, it lived up to its name. The water was colder than ice. Had it not been for the abundant spiritual energy in the first layer of the mountain, it would have long since frozen solid. "What ice? This water python is truly remarkable to thrive here." Xia Xiaoxiao approached, gazing into the water's reflection, her heart gripped by an indescribable fear, as evidenced by the pallor of her complexion. Luo Fan smiled reassuringly. "Relax. Did you not say this creature ventures out for food at night? It might not even be here now, perhaps returning only by morning." No sooner had Luo Fan spoken than a noticeable ripple appeared in the water, followed by several more ripples manifesting seemingly out of thin air, spreading outward. Xia Xiaoxiao was nearly paralyzed with fear, retreating behind Luo Fan, her hands still gripping his sleeve tightly. These ripples swiftly merged into a larger one, which then began to change direction, transforming from a circular spread into a clockwise whirl. This rotation persisted for several cycles, ultimately forming a massive vortex upon the surface of the ice-cold spring. Rovan instinctively rose and stepped back a few paces, murmuring, "Alas, I was mistaken. This creature has not ventured out today." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by a colossal splash, as a serpent emerged from the depths of the water. Its elongated body soon came into view, adorned with an array of colors that shimmered together, exuding an air of both nobility and terror. Rovan declared, "Indeed, it is the chameleon water python. Xia Xiaoxiao, do not delay in swallowing the elixir." At that moment, Xia Xiaoxiao was devoid of courage, her gaze fixated on the giant python, her eyes wide in astonishment. Rovan seized her arm and shouted, "Are you trying to get us both killed? Consume the elixir." Xia Xiaoxiao, regaining her senses, trembled as she retrieved the vial, her hand shaking uncontrollably. Fortunately, Rovan's grip on her arm steadied her enough for her to swallow the elixir whole. The immense python reared itself above the water, its tail thrashing below the surface, while the upper half of its body coiled menacingly. Its relatively small yet fierce eyes locked onto the pair, its forked tongue flicking out with a hissing sound. Rovan raised his hand in front of Xia Xiaoxiao, and they began to retreat slowly. "It appears we cannot confront this beast head-on. Its murderous aura surpasses our own. We must wait for the opportune moment to strike decisively." Tears nearly brimmed in Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes as she lamented, "How can we possibly fight it? Knowing it is this enormous, it could easily kill me. Perhaps I should abandon my aspirations of becoming a pulse girl." Rovan replied, "Surely you do not believe that the chameleon water python is akin to a mere snake. Fear not, remember. The key to defeating a serpent lies in striking its vital point, which holds true for this creature as well. Once it lowers its guard, aim for its throat with a swift stroke." Rovan's reassuring words alleviated some of Xia Xiaoxiao's anxiety. The presence of a boy provided her with a sense of security. Just then, the python began to change color, transforming from its original pattern to a vivid crimson, each scale appearing as if it had been soaked in blood, while its eyes glowed with a fierce red light, emanating its fury towards the intruders. After scrutinizing the two for a moment, the massive serpent surged forward, its colossal body scraping against the ground, producing a terrifying sound, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon them. The python opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow both of them, and launched its forked tongue towards them, simultaneously ejecting a viscous liquid that surged forth with tremendous force. Quick, dodge. It must be highly venomous. Rovan yanked Xie Xiaoxiao aside, only to realize that the toxic fluid was barreling towards him. In a flash, just as Rovan executed his evasive maneuver, a loud crack echoed as the python lashed its long tail, sending him crashing several meters away against a rock wall. Rovan was momentarily stunned, scarcely able to comprehend that even his swift maneuver had failed to evade the creature's ferocious attack. Rofan felt a searing pain on the side of his face as the beast struck him, leaving a vivid red mark. He covered his face, his eyes betraying a profound intent to kill. Witnessing Rofan's plight, Xie Xiaoxiao, too, began to seethe with anger, a fury not solely stemming from the python's assault but also from an inner terror. In a life-and-death struggle, retreat was not an option, even in fear. One must summon the fury that arises from desperation. Xie Xiaoxiao drew her long sword and fiercely lunged at the python's tail. But it was as if she had struck hardened armor, the sound resonating like metal clashing against metal, and the giant serpent remained unscathed. This sound was reminiscent of two weapons colliding, and Xie Xiaoxiao could scarcely believe it, as a lineage woman of her sect. She had seldom had the opportunity for real combat, and now she faced her true trial. The python turned to face Xie Xiaoxiao, its gaze ablaze with fury, and suddenly lifted its tail to strike at her, its head extending as it unleashed another spray of venom. Xie Xiaoxiao leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the corrosive attack, and she watched in horror as the venom splashed against the mountainside, eroding the solid rock and releasing a nauseating white vapor. At that moment, the instant surge pill she had consumed began to take effect. She felt her meridians within her body grow resilient and full, while spiritual energy surged into her expanded meridian space. Indeed, she had temporarily become a spiritual practitioner. Rofan shouted, "Xiaoxiao, aim for its 7 inches. Right beneath its head where it is the softest and lacks scales. I can't reach it. Its movements are too swift." Xie Xiaoxiao replied. Rofan gritted his teeth. "Even as a spiritual practitioner, you're still so weak. Watch me. Web of earth spiders." He crossed his dual daggers before him and then forcefully thrust them apart, raising his arms in a sudden tremor. Instantly, streams of spiritual energy surged forth, plunging into the ground at a specific point, where a bulge rapidly emerged, racing toward the giant python. Swish, swish. As the 4 streams of energy erupted from the earth, they were mere inches away from the python. Xie Xiaoxiao could hardly believe her eyes. Rofan was a practitioner of control-type spiritual energy, a seemingly weak attribute that proved unexpectedly formidable. The python, however, displayed a disdainful indifference, its massive body thrashing violently in the air. The energies of the web of earth spiders were utterly dispelled by the force of its movement. Rofan stared, dumbfounded, as he realized his ploy had failed, the web dismantled, and now it seemed he was truly doomed. The color-changing water python, evidently incensed by Rofan's actions, increased the intensity and speed of its thrashing, now resembling a brutal demon, its eyes flashing red as they scanned the surroundings. In that moment, the creature's body transformed into a pitch-black hue, exuding a sinister power. Rofan lay on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the beast's form, scrutinizing it closely. This creature was indeed of a spiritual practitioner level, possessing formidable strength. Yet, one peculiar detail caught his attention, regardless of the color of its body. Its eyes glowed with an ominous red light. Moreover, this crimson light does not emit continuously, rather, it is intermittent. However, whenever it shines, it unleashes a formidable attack. In its dormant state, it remains stationary, perhaps presenting an opportunity. Xie Xiaoxiao has been struck once more by the gigantic python, and both are now in a state of utter disarray, their garments tattered and their faces smeared with blood. Luo Fan declared, "Xiaoxiao, pay attention to its eyes. I will distract it while you aim for its vital point when its eyes are dim." Understood. With that, Luo Fan brandished his dual blades and leaped into action. Although, as a spirit disciple, he could not rival the python, his agility allowed him to swiftly reach its side. He discerned the python's characteristics. Its massive size impeded its ability to turn quickly. He exerted control over his spiritual energy to maintain his position on the python's flank. While this did not present an immediate opportunity for offense, it would create a chance for Xie Xiaoxiao to strike. Each time his blades connected with the python's back, they met the hardness of its scales. Luo Fan mused that were it not for the mystical black iron forged by Master Gu Qin, an ordinary weapon would have shattered by now. Xie Xiaoxiao, too, sought an opportunity to thrust at the python's vital point. Yet the creature's might was far beyond their expectations. It almost disregarded its entanglement with Luo Fan, redirecting its full attention towards Xie Xiaoxiao. As that terrifying red glow ignited in its eyes once more, the python opened its maw, emitting a low growl. Instantly, its massive form thrashed in the water, stirring the once tranquil surface into a new vortex. The vortex surged upwards, coalescing into a colossal curtain of water. The python violently convulsed, causing the water curtain to shatter, with droplets shooting out like razor-sharp projectiles. Ouch! Both cried out in pain as they were hurled against the surrounding cliffs. Luo Fan coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and exclaimed, "Xiao Xiao, again." Upon seeing Luo Fan's resolute expression, Xie Xiaoxiao's earlier fear dissipated entirely. She nodded vigorously in response. Having identified the python's attack patterns, Luo Fan recognized its weakness. When its eyes were not aglow, it possessed no true offensive capability aside from its steel-like scales. He fixed his gaze upon those blood-red eyes, retrieving a recovery pill from his spatial ring and placing it in his mouth. A wicked smile crept across his bloodied visage as he muttered, "Beast, perish. Your true vulnerable spot is right here." Xie Xiaoxiao's long sword was poised for action. Luo Fan instructed her, "Xiao Xiao, wait until I bind this beast. Then, pierce its throat with a single strike." Without hesitation, she nodded. "Understood." Earth spider web. Just as the python's crimson glow faded, Luo Fan raised his arm and shouted, sending 4 streams of spiritual energy racing towards the beast. This time, the water python lacked its previous ferocity. Indeed, as Luo Fan had surmised, it was only when the beast's eyes glimmered with light that it signified the culmination of its spiritual energy. At that moment, it could unleash close combat spiritual techniques against its adversary. However, now, its spiritual energy had yet to fully coalesce, rendering it not only half as powerful as before, but also incapable of delivering a lethal strike. Witnessing the colossal python ensnared by Luo Fan's 4 streams of spiritual energy, Xie Xiaoxiao could hardly believe her eyes. She gazed at the young man before her, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling, even towards the senior brother of the Wind God sect. She had never felt such admiration. "Quick, slay it." Xie Xiaoxiao soared into the air, her body resembling an arrow released from its bow, with her sword as its arrowhead. The sword tip sliced through the darkness, hurtling towards the giant python. With precision, she thrust her sword towards the python's vulnerable throat, and blood erupted, staining the night sky. Summoning nearly all her strength, she plunged downward, her sword synchronizing with her descent, leaving a gaping wound a yard long across the python's chest. After the 3 seconds of the ground spider web's effect ended, Luo Fan lay sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Thud! The massive body of the color-changing water python crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and the pond's waters quaked as if ready to overflow. The stirred dust settled into the water, clouding its once pristine clarity. Luo Fan observed a beast spirit manifesting above the python's head, and with a smile, he nodded towards Xie Xiaoxiao, signaling her to retrieve it. It seemed that in that moment, Xie Xiaoxiao regained her senses. She felt as though her legs were no longer her own, and as she approached the fallen python, her limbs felt numb. After collecting the beast's spirit, she sank to the ground, panting heavily, her gaze fixed ahead. Though her expression had lost some of its luster, it could not obscure the innate beauty of her eyes. The two remained silent for a considerable time, the exhaustion from their fierce battle weighing heavily upon their bodies and minds. The valley was enveloped in tranquility, only the occasional sound of the wind stirring the pond's surface breaking the stillness. Xie Xiaoxiao looked at Luo Fan, who lay on the ground, her eyes filled with a complexity that was hard to articulate. This seemingly ordinary boy possessed an astonishingly resilient spirit. Had it been an average spiritual apprentice, they would likely have fled at the sight of such a formidable beast. After an indeterminate period of silence, Xie Xiaoxiao inquired, "Are you hungry?" Luo Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered that question until now, but as soon as she asked, his stomach growled audibly. He nodded in response. Xie Xiaoxiao flashed a charming smile and declared, "Let's go hunt a wild roe deer. I want you to taste my culinary skills." "You?" As they exited the valley, Luo Fan remarked, "At this late hour, where would we find a wild roe deer? Even if there were one, it would likely have been devoured by wolves." Xie Xiaoxiao replied, "You might not know this, But the beasts in the first mountain are not as straightforward as you think. While wolves are indeed fierce, they cannot possibly eliminate all the wild animals. Just follow my lead. Luo Fan could discern Xia Xiaoxiao's familiarity with the area. She was certainly not a novice like himself. Thus, he chose to remain silent and simply followed her. The stream in the small valley is connected to the outside world. Though obstructed by the mountains, it flows uninterrupted, emerging from a small opening at the foot of the hill, thus forming a lengthy creek, with that very opening serving as the source of the external stream. As they ventured downstream, Luo Fan heard the stirring of beasts, prompting him to shake his head in astonishment. Indeed, there was hunting afoot. Xia Xiaoxiao smiled at him, her grin akin to a beacon of light on this night, its gentle warmth evoking memories of Mo air in Luo Fan's mind. Shoo. It seems the roe deer has appeared, but the wild rabbits have, Xia Xiaoxiao remarked. Luo Fan chuckled and asked, "Can you cook?" For a lad of 15 or 16, it was indeed a rarity for girls of his age to possess such culinary skills. Xia Xiaoxiao nodded, saying, "Before I was chosen as the Pulse Maiden, I used to prepare our meals. My father worked hard hunting and my mother was busy with sewing. So it was only right for me, as their daughter, to share in the burdens." Luo Fan nodded, realizing that Xia Xiaoxiao hailed from a humble background and was quite sensible. Yet, becoming the Pulse Maiden would certainly bring honor to her family. Haha, in that case, I shall leave the culinary task to you while I gather the ingredients. With that, Luo Fan dashed towards the stream. The two wild rabbits in the grass perked up their ears, but it was too late. He had already seized them in one swift motion. He raised his hand to Xia Xiaoxiao, showcasing his catch. Xia Xiaoxiao shrugged and smiled, stepping forward to take the rabbits. "It's quite breezy here. Let us head back to the valley. With the color-changing water python gone, we should be safe now." Luo Fan nodded with a smile. "All right. Then I shall await your culinary delights." As they made their way back to the valley, they encountered several nocturnal beasts foraging for food. However, upon sensing the duo's prowess, the creatures instinctively retreated. A few unfortunate ones, oblivious to the danger, were swiftly dealt with by Luo Fan, yielding 2 beast souls as spoils. Upon returning to the small valley, Luo Fan kindled a fire and set up a cooking stove, while Xia Xiaoxiao expertly began preparing the rabbit meat. Luo Fan was left astounded by her deftness. It was clear that her culinary skills were exceptional. Soon, the rabbit meat was sizzling over the fire. "Just a little longer. It will be ready shortly. By the way, what brings you to this mountain?" Xia Xiaoxiao inquired. Luo Fan casually replied, "To cultivate." "Cultivate here? Isn't there a place for that in the spirit palace?" she asked as she sprinkled some seasonings on the rabbit meat. Luo Fan explained, "Cultivating in the spirit palace requires funds. Here, it is free." Watching Xia Xiaoxiao's movements, he couldn't help but smile. The girl before him was delightful. A stark contrast to the fierce demeanor she had exhibited moments earlier. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed qualities rarely found in most girls. "Requires funds? That's quite different from our Wind God sect, where disciples don't pay for cultivation," she replied, offering him a piece of rabbit meat. "Come on. Taste it while it's hot." Luo Fan placed the meat in his mouth, closing his eyes as he savored it. The exterior was crispy, while the inside remained tender and juicy, perfectly seasoned. Such delectable flavors would likely rival even the finest establishments in Pengcheng. "How is it?" Xia Xiaoxiao's large, expressive eyes blinked eagerly as she awaited Luo Fan's appraisal. With a thumbs up, Luo Fan chewed thoughtfully and nodded, exclaiming, "A true delicacy of the world." Xia Xiaoxiao lowered her head slightly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, her heart swelling with joy. Had she met him for the first time? She would never have offered this merely handsome youth a taste of her grilled meat. However, during their battle against the color-changing water python, her impression of Luo Fan transformed entirely. Faced with a formidable adversary, she, a temporary spirit practitioner, was filled with trepidation, yet Luo Fan exhibited the resilience of a warrior. Such fortitude embodied in a young man could not help but evoke the gentlest side of a woman. Luo Fan took another generous bite of meat and urged, "You should eat too." Xia Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "No rush. You finish first." It was her first time cooking for someone outside her family, and the fact that it was for a boy made her feel a subtle embarrassment rising within her. Luo Fan playfully shoved a piece of meat into her mouth, grinning. "Let us enjoy it together." Xia Xiaoxiao gazed at Luo Fan, seemingly unaware of the tenderness in her eyes. She looked at the corpse of the water python nearby and asked, "When will you leave the mountains?" Luo Fan calculated, noting that he already possessed 12 spirit beast souls. After setting aside 3 that were over 70 years old for direct sale, he had 9 left for alchemical purposes, certainly sufficient. However, given the rarity of the opportunity to enter the mountains, it would be prudent to acquire more. In a couple of days, how about you? Xia Shishao replied. Let us leave together. My tasks are complete. Consider it a reward for the delicious meals I prepared for you. Luo Fan responded, I couldn't ask for more. I haven't had my fill of this roasted meat yet. Xia Shishao chuckled. You glutton. Hurry and cultivate. I'm contemplating what to cook tomorrow. Luo Fan nodded. Then moved to sit cross-legged at the base of the mountain wall to cultivate, while Xia Xiaoxiao approached the python's carcass, contemplating the sturdy scales with a nod. As dawn broke the next day, Luo Fan chose not to meditate further but ventured out of the valley to seek spirit-level beasts. As his purpose for entering the mountains was to gather beast souls, and he could not afford to squander this opportunity on mere meditation. Xia Xiaoxiao felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Luo Fan. Though she could not say she admired him, her initial disdain had significantly diminished. She resolved to prepare a sumptuous dinner to reward him. While humming a melodious tune, Xia Xiaoxiao busied herself in the kitchen. Upon completion, she retrieved the python scale she had harvested the night before, declaring, such a large hide is enough to create 2 sets of python armor. One for my master, and one for that foolish boy. She chuckled at her own words, and then took out her needle and thread from her storage ring. Specifically designed for stitching tough armor, a strong thread she often used to repair her master's armor within the sect. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Luo Fan returned to the small valley, his spirits high. Not only had he amassed considerable beast souls, but he had also advanced to the 6th tier of spirit practitioners through battle. To solidify his newfound strength, he chose to cease slaying beasts and focus instead on cultivating his spiritual energy. As soon as Luo Fan stepped into the mountain crevice, he was greeted by an enticing aroma that whetted his appetite. How delightful! He exclaimed. Xia Xiaoxiao, noticing Luo Fan's return, smiled warmly and said, You're back. Hee. Since I didn't see you at noon, I didn't cook. Come and eat while it's hot. A sense of warmth enveloped Luo Fan. It felt reminiscent of a fatherly affection, although in his memories he had no mother. Gazing at the 2 dishes laid out on the ground, along with a bowl of soup, he chuckled. Did you even bring pots and bowls? He could hardly believe that the girl before him, a noble pulse maiden, appeared more like a devoted housewife. Xia Xiaoxiao ladled him a bowl of soup, then turned towards the mountain wall to retrieve a garment from a crevice. It was the exquisite python scale armor. Luo Fan paused in astonishment and inquired, What is that? Xia Xiaoxiao replied, After you finish eating, you can try it on. It's the python scale armor. My master says even swords cannot pierce it. Luo Fan nearly choked on his food, asking, How did you get that? Did you bring along materials for making clothes? With a gentle smile, Xia Xiaoxiao affirmed, Indeed. I carry both cooking and sewing supplies with me. Luo Fan gazed up at the sky, sighing, In this world, it seems only you, Xia Xiaoxiao, would carry such things as a martial artist. How impoverished. Let us eat. After their meal, Luo Fan donned the python scale armor, and to his surprise, it fit him perfectly, neither too large nor too small. It was just right to wear beneath his outer robe. Xia Xiaoxiao adjusted the collar for him, explaining, My master said this armor can be worn closely to the body. It's lightweight and excellent for self-defense. Standing quite close, the natural fragrance emanating from Xia Xiaoxiao made Luo Fan swallow hard, leaving him at a loss for words. Suddenly, he noticed her expression darken, her lips pouting to one side. Concerned, he asked, What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? Xia Xiaoxiao merely shook her head, silent, yet internally lamenting her own status as a pulse maiden, a position envied by many, ensuring a life of comfort and luxury, yet devoid of freedom. The sensitivity and fragility of a girl's emotions surfaced. Witnessing Luo Fan's carefree nature brought a tinge of bitterness to her heart. She recognized this rare opportunity to escape her sect, aware that all her future actions would require reporting back to her clan. Luo Fan counted the beast souls within his spatial ring, pleasantly surprised by the day's bountiful harvest, over 20 in total. Xiaoxiao, you truly are my lucky star. I've collected so many beast souls today. Xia Xiaoxiao managed a faint smile, but the sight of Luo Fan's radiant grin only deepened the bittersweet ache within her. Observing her expression, Luo Fan sensed her hidden troubles. Those from her sect must harbor unspoken secrets. He refrained from probing further, instead gently ruffling Xia Xiaoxiao's hair, his gaze softening with warmth. Though they had only known each other for 2 days, she felt like a sister to him, igniting an instinct to protect her. Xiaoxiao, my dear Xiaoxiao. At that moment, a group of voices echoed through the mountains, belonging to the disciples of the Wind God sect who had come in search of Xie Xiaoxiao. Although the Pulse Maiden was required to slay the demon beasts and undergo the baptism of attributes on her own, her safety remained a concern for all, given the significance of her role within the sect. "It's Master Uncle," Xie Xiaoxiao murmured, her tone tinged with melancholy, for she understood that her departure was imminent. Meanwhile, Luo Fan felt a surge of anxiety. The voice unmistakably belonged to Xin Yan. If he were to discover Luo Fan's presence here, it would spell disaster. "Xiaoxiao, I must hide. You should leave with them at once," he urged. Xie Xiaoxiao paused, bewildered. "Why? Don't ask so many questions. Just consider it as saving my life." With that, Luo Fan dashed towards the mountainside, concealing himself in a minuscule crevice. Shortly after, Shun Yan and several disciples entered, while Xie Xiaoxiao feigned indifference, continuing her meal. "Xiaoxiao, why are you still here? We've been searching for you for ages. How can you be so calm as to cook?" Xin Yan's reproach was laced with concern, for she was indeed the Pulse Maiden of the sect. Xie Xiaoxiao stood up, saying, "Master Uncle, I was simply famished. Once I finish eating, we shall depart." Suddenly, Xin Yan raised his hand, commanding, "Wait." He glanced at the two sets of bowls and chopsticks on the ground, seemingly sensing something amiss. He slowly approached the food, his gaze darting left and right. "Xiaoxiao, tell me the truth. Who were you dining with?" His tone was firm, demanding an answer rather than an explanation. "Nobody, Master Uncle," Xie Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes instinctively darting towards the mountainside. "I was eating alone. Haha, let us just go." Shun Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, following her gaze. Upon seeing the narrow opening of the crevice, a sinister smile crept across his face. His pace was deliberate, heightening Xie Xiaoxiao's unease, though she could not pinpoint why. She sensed that the Wind God sect instilled fear in Luo Fan. In a hasty move, Xie Xiaoxiao rushed to stand in front of Shun Yan, raising her arms to block his path. "Master Uncle, there truly is nothing. Let us leave." However, Shun Yan remained unmoved by her pleading tone. "Xiaoxiao, you are the Pulse Maiden of our sect. As an elder, I cannot allow you to transgress. Stand aside." With that, he forcefully pushed Xie Xiaoxiao aside and strode toward the crevice. Luo Fan, eyes glued to the advancing Shun Yan, felt his hands instinctively reach for the Fulong blade within his spatial ring. Should Shun Yan enter, it would come to a fight to the death. A bead of sweat trickled down Luo Fan's forehead as Shun Yan approached the entrance. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the mountains, causing violent tremors. The valley quaked violently, clouds of dust swirling, rocks splintering, and even the icy pond appeared to tilt, spilling water over its edge. "Master! Master!" Several disciples of the Wind God sect cried out in alarm, startled by the abrupt tremors. Meanwhile, Xie Xiaoxiao, recognizing the peril, hurriedly sought refuge beneath a tree against the mountainside. "Quick, hide! It's dangerous!" Ignoring his earlier doubts, Shun Yan shouted loudly to several disciples before hastily running to protect Xie Xiaoxiao. After all, the pulse of the sect lay with her, and she must not be harmed. Luo Fan felt fortunate for the recent upheaval. Though the cause eluded him, it at least diverted Shun Yan's attention. "Master Uncle, what is that commotion?" Xie Xiaoxiao inquired. "Damn it, it's the mountain guardian beast, the Huangyan Liamo," Shun Yan replied. "Huangyan Liamo? A beast?" Xie Xiaoxiao asked. Shun Yan nodded. "It is no mere beast. It is a demon king. In the first heavy mountain, all beasts are at the level of spiritual apprentices, while this creature is at the level of a spiritual warrior. Even I cannot contend with it." Xie Xiaoxiao glanced furtively toward the cave and continued, "So formidable? Even Master Uncle cannot defeat it?" Xin Yan remarked. "Among the second-generation disciples in the sect, only your master can subdue this creature, though it is an 8th-tier spiritual warrior. Its ability to unleash yellow flames is sufficient to slay a spiritual master. Master seems to be fine now," a disciple from the Wind God sect stated. Soon, the tremors subsided, yet some unruly pebbles continued to dance upon the ground. Observing this, Xin Yan urged, "It is temporary. Do not linger. We must leave immediately." Xie Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly. "Master Uncle, let us hurry." As they were about to depart the valley, Xie Xiaoxiao glanced back at the cave. Luo Fan also looked outward, their eyes meeting, as if they were silently communicating something. Yet, at that moment, neither dared to utter a word. A hint of melancholy and reluctance flickered in Xie Xiaoxiao's gaze, yet satisfaction lingered as well. With a bittersweet smile, she turned and exited the valley. Once the group had left, Luo Fan stepped out of the cave, exclaiming, "Damn it, what a narrow path for enemies. Once I grow stronger, I will ensure you stay out of my way. As Luo Fan made his way outside, he was suddenly struck by a wave of heat. A stark contrast to the previous chill, it felt as if he had entered a realm of fire and ice. The earlier cold had abruptly transformed into sweltering heat, and he could feel his clothes soaked through with sweat. What kind of power was this? Why was it so hot? Cautiously, he approached the valley's mouth and peered through the crevice in the rocks, seeing waves of hot air rolling forward like ocean swells. Luo Fan swallowed hard, instinctively reaching for his Fulong blade, but recalling Shun Yan's warning, he chuckled wryly to himself. Engaging a beast of spiritual warrior level? Was he out of his mind? Before long, a colossal beast came into view, its form humanoid but with the head of a deer, engulfed in a swirling mass of yellow flames. It appeared frenzied, rampaging wildly up the mountain. Is this the Huangyan Liamo? Luo Fan murmured to himself. Just as he uttered those words, the beast seemed to sense his presence and charged toward the crevice with alarming speed. Luo Fan swiftly dodged to the side, eyes wide, not daring to make a sound. Boom, boom. With each step the Huangyan Liamo took, there were explosive sounds, followed by the shattering of trees in its path, splintered wood flying in all directions. Fan covered his mouth with one hand, nearly slowing his breathing to a crawl, fearful that any sound might attract the attention of the monstrous beast. The disparity in strength was stark. If discovered, his fate would be sealed. Suddenly, the creature let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of flames from its gaping maw, which struck a distant rock, shattering it into fragments. In that instant, the air was thick with dust and debris, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred earth. After what felt like an eternity of chaos, the fiery beast seemed to regain its composure, turning to venture deeper into the mountain. Each step it took reverberated through the ground, sending tremors that Fan could feel acutely. As the silhouette of the yellow flame demon vanished from sight, only a plume of black smoke lingered in the distance, likely the result of the beast igniting yet another target, for it was cloaked in flames, leaving a trail of ashes in its wake. Exiting the mountain crevice, Fan was enveloped by the scent of scorched earth. The once golden grasses were now a darkened expanse. Feeling as though he had been reborn, he sprinted towards the spirit hall. He did not pause until he reached the entrance of the first level of the spirit hall, where he halted, gasping for breath, having not stopped for even a moment. A guard from the stone pavilion approached him, exclaiming, Fan, you are truly remarkable. You managed to cultivate inside for 3 days. That is something only inner courtyard disciples can achieve. At that moment, Fan could hardly muster a smile. He waved his hand dismissively while catching his breath, then made his way towards the outer courtyard. The guard chuckled, scratching his head as he watched Fan retreat, remarking, training to the point of exhaustion, you really are giving it your all. With no strength left for further endeavors, Fan chose to return to his dormitory and indulge in a much-needed slumber. His body was utterly drained. Since entering the mountains, he had not enjoyed a single night's rest, spending his days hunting beasts and his nights in rigorous training. Awakening at dawn after a deep sleep, Fan felt a sense of long-forgotten comfort. He approached the window, inhaling the fresh morning air, tilting his head back to relish the moment. After a few knocks, Duanmusu entered, asking, Awake? Where have you been these past few days? Fan turned with a smile, replying, The first level of the mountain. I was running low on spirit pearls and sought a more economical place to train. Duanmusu inquired. The first level? Is that the location of the treasure competition for the other group? You actually went there? Indeed, Fan confirmed. Near the entrance of the spirit hall. Though monsters do appear, finding a quiet spot is quite favorable. Training in the wild. Duanmusu remarked, sizing Fan up, her eyes widening in astonishment. You've reached the 6th tier? That is incredibly fast. Fan chuckled. I hardly paused during this time. I hope to enter the inner courtyard by the time of the assessment. Duanmusu teased, You're truly going to great lengths for Miss Zhong. Fan smiled faintly, saying nothing further as he gazed out the window, his mind drifting to the lovely visage of Mo. Be sure to rest well. By the way, don't leave these next few days. Master Ningwei mentioned there will be a competition with new disciples from other sections. Competition? Fan inquired. Duanmsto remarked. Indeed, Master Ningwei and Master Chunhao's disciples will each send 5 participants for a competition, and it seems the Spirit Palace places great importance on this event. Their opponent is the Wind God sect from the LX Empire, I believe. The Wind God sect? Luo paused, taken aback by the mention of the Wind God sect once again. Duanmsto continued. I heard Shibi mention that you have some grievances with the Wind God sect? Luo nodded, saying, That was a long time ago. but I suspect those individuals have not forgotten. Du Nms patted his shoulder, reassuring him, you need not worry about this. When the time comes, we shall fight with all our strength. Since we are disciples of the Spirit Palace, what can the Wind God sect possibly do to you? Lu Fn contemplated this, thinking that indeed, now that he was part of the Spirit Palace, he had nothing to fear from the Wind God sect. If they dared to act against him, it would be tantamount to opposing the Spirit Palace itself, which was quite advantageous for him. By the way, what about Shibai and the others? Lu Fn inquired. Du Nms chuckled. Yesterday, during the Spirit Warrior ranking, this rascal challenged a 5th-tier Spirit Apprentice. He won, but sustained injuries to his meridians and is currently at the trading district, borrowing a Spirit Pearl from Yink to purchase some medicinal pills. Lu Fn smiled. Borrowing Spirit Pearls? Has he exhausted all 300 of his? Du Nms replied, not just 300, combined with the Spirit Pearls earned from the Spirit Warrior ranking. He spent 150 on purchasing spiritual techniques, and with his usual training, he simply cannot afford the medicinal pills. Lu Fn nodded, thankfully. The month is ending. Otherwise, this fellow would even have to borrow money for meals. Du Nms laughed, no? He has already started mooching off others for food. Shall we head to the trading district together? I have some matters to attend to as well. Lu Fn suggested. Du Nms agreed. Sure, I also have a chance to challenge the Spirit Warrior ranking again. So I should prepare a medicinal pill in advance to avoid any trouble. With a grin, Lu Fn retrieved a nourishing spirit pill from his storage ring, saying, you can have this. Du Nms, astonished, asked, when did you buy this? It seems we are growing poorer, yet you are thriving. As the two made their way to the trading district, they soon found themselves enveloped in a cacophony of sounds, filled with the bargaining and shouts of disciples. Du Nms pointed to a commotion not far away. They're at it again. It was a familiar scene in the Spirit Palace trading district, where disputes and even fights among disciples were quite commonplace. Lu Fn looked over and recognized the source of the disturbance. It was indeed Lin Y arguing, but surprisingly, his opponent was Shibai. What the hell, why won't you sell? I offer you spirit pearls, and yet you refuse. Are you bullying a new disciple? Shibai exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves, ready for confrontation. Lin Y, on the other hand, displayed utter disdain for the situation. As an alchemist, he regarded both new and old disciples with indifference. In his eyes, only senior alchemists deserved his respect. When he declared he would not sell, he meant it. If you want it, go buy it from the stall over there. Shibai, agitated, shouted back. The nourishing spirit pill over there costs 50 spirit pearls. I refuse to go there. You better sell me one quickly, or I will smash your stall. Lingwu grew anxious and exclaimed, what sort of wild dog are you? Have you not inquired who I am? If you dare to disrupt my stall today, I assure you that your cultivation will falter for an entire year. Lingwu spoke the truth. Although he was not a master in the inner courtyard, he had numerous friends of the spiritualist rank. Most of these individuals had received his elixirs, and should Lingwu find himself in peril, they would certainly come to his aid. Dealing with a newcomer like Mu Xiaobai would be a trivial matter for them. This exemplifies the prowess of an alchemist. Their strength lies not within themselves but in their connections. Duamusu said, Luo Fan, let us assist him. Luo Fan stopped him, replying, not so fast. I will first inquire. Luo Fan approached Lin Yu's stall and asked, what is the matter, Lin Yu? This is my friend. Why are you not selling elixirs? Lin Yu retorted, I never expected you, Luo Fan, to associate with such unsavory company. Mu Xiaobai interjected, what are you babbling about? Today, you shall learn why the flowers bloom so red. With that, he drew his black gold sword and charged toward the stall. Luo Fan hurriedly intercepted Mu Xiaobai, aware that given his temperament, he would undoubtedly resort to violence. Although Lin Yu's strength was lacking, he was not someone easily intimidated. If he did not intervene, a significant incident was likely to occur. Xiaobai, allow me to purchase the elixirs for you, he declared, stepping into the stall. Why are you not selling? Did he offend you? Lin Yu shook his head and pointed toward the Spirit Elixir Hall stall, stating, they approached me, demanding that I sell all my first-tier elixirs for 25 spirit pearls each, or I would be in considerable trouble. Are you truly afraid of the Spirit Elixir Hall? Luo Fan inquired, casting a glance at the stall. Lin Yu replied, I am not necessarily afraid, I simply wish to avoid complications. These disciples are among the most formidable forces within the Spirit Hall, and they wield considerable influence over the alchemists. You do not comprehend the intricacies of this circle. Luo Fan remarked, I only know that the kind are often taken advantage of. If you tolerate this now, there will surely be further issues. Not only will your business suffer, but these disciples will also purchase elixirs at inflated prices. They are clearly engaged in buying elixirs in bulk and selling them at a profit to the Mijia Chamber of Commerce. Lingwu sighed. I am aware of this. My prices have always been low, as I can concoct the elixirs and wish to assist my fellow brothers. Yet, this group possesses too much power, and I find myself powerless. This is simply the way of the alchemist world. Luo Fan chuckled. Some rules are meant to be changed. Since it has come to this, I shall teach them a lesson. Lingwu cautioned. Luo Fan, I know you are quite capable, but do not act recklessly. Li Bubai from the outer courtyard has significant ties with them. Do not invite trouble upon yourself. Luo Fan thought to himself, invite trouble? Since I am an alchemist, I will inevitably need to navigate this market. To avoid trouble would be to invite my own misfortune. You wait and see, Luo Fan declared. Proceeding toward the spirit elixir hall stall, Mu Shoubai approached Lingwu and asked, what did you say to him? Why is he going over there? Lingwu shot him a glance and replied, what business is it of yours? If his friends go to assist him now, it will spare him from being bullied. Upon hearing this, Mu Shoubai disregarded any further argument with Lingwu and turned to Duanmu Su, saying, Duanmu, let us go over. Duanms nodded and followed suit, while Lny swiftly packed up his stall and made his way toward Lu Fn. Lu Fn observed the stall of the Spirit Pill Hall, which indeed appeared quite opulent, unlike the other stalls hastily erected with worn wooden planks. Instead, it was constructed from slate, adorned with luxurious silk, upon which neatly arranged bottles of elixirs exuded an air of sophistication. One of the martial artists within noticed Lu Fn's interest and remarked, Junior, the spiritual martial ranking can be perilous. Are you here to purchase spirit-nourishing pills or chi recovery pills? Lu Fn shook his head with a smile, replying, Senior, I am not here to buy but to sell. Ah, a pill maker among the new disciples? How astute of you to understand the rules. Come, sell your elixirs to me. The disciple, delighted to hear that Lu Fn was a seller, was aware that the Spirit Pill Hall intended to acquire them at a low price and then sell them in bulk to the Merchant Association for profit. Lu Fn shrugged with a grin. Senior, why accept without inquiring about the price? The disciple responded, currently, the entire Spirit Hall is acquiring at 25 Spirit Pearls. There's little to question. Lu Fn frowned. 25 Spirit Pearls? I believe I shall sell to the Mijia Merchant Association instead. Upon hearing Lu Fn mention the Mijia Merchant Association, the disciple's expression turned serious. Kid, are you here to sell pills or to stir up trouble? Lu Fn chuckled lightly. What do you mean, Senior? Is your price so low that I must acquiesce? At that moment, another disciple emerged from behind the stall, a burly figure clad in black martial attire. Although he bore the Spirit Hall disciple badge, he did not wear the typical disciple garb. Upon seeing this individual, Lny narrowed his eyes and whispered, This fellow is Zhang Wang from the Spirit Pill Hall, a second-tier alchemist at the 5th level of spiritual cultivation. This could spell trouble. Duanms asked, What is the Spirit Pill Hall? Lny explained. It is the place with the greatest number of alchemists in the Spirit Hall. If you offend them, not only will business become challenging, but you will find no refuge in the alchemist community. Mshibi laughed. What does that concern us? We are not alchemists. Lny replied. It has little to do with you, but Lu Fn is indeed an alchemist. Upon hearing this, both Duanms and Mshibi were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gazes toward Lu Fn. Zhang Wang approached Lu Fn and said, Junior, I see you are new and unfamiliar with the rules. Allow me to enlighten you. Before Zhang Wang could finish, Lu Fn raised his hand and interjected, Stop. I am not one to adhere to conventions. The price of elixirs is determined by what each individual is willing to sell them for. Do you have any authority over this? I am merely setting up my stall here. Let us see what you can do. Zhang Wang was utterly astonished. He had never encountered such a bold newcomer. He barked, Are you feeling restless? Do you dare to believe I want to seize your elixirs and leave you incapacitated? Lu Fn laughed heartily. Haha. If you wish to spar, I am at your service any time. However, I must warn you. It would be wise not to force others to sell their elixirs to you, or I assure you, the Mijia Merchant Association will no longer accept any of your elixirs. Test me if you dare. Zhang Wang cast a disdainful glance at Luo Fan, his eyes brimming with contempt. Young man, do you not fear your tongue slipping when you boast so? You remain oblivious to the relationship between the Mijia Merchant Association and our esteemed leader, do you not? Luo Fan retorted, What does that concern me? I am here to sell my elixirs, and should you dare to provoke me, I shall ensure that not a single one of your precious pills finds a buyer. They will all rot in your bellies. With that, Luo Fan strode towards Lingyu's stall. In a swift motion, Zhang Wang leapt from his position and seized Luo Fan by the shoulder. Sensing the grip, Luo Fan abruptly shook him off and pivoted, delivering a resounding slap to Zheng Wang's face. Taken aback by the unexpected strength of the new disciple, Zheng Wang was momentarily dazed, his vision clouded with stars as he staggered unsteadily. Luo Fan showed no signs of relenting. He stepped forward, raising his arm to strike Zheng Wang's neck, while simultaneously planting a foot upon his foot. With a thud, Zheng Wang was sent reeling into darkness, collapsing at Luo Fan's feet. Luo Fan looked down at him with derision. Remember this. Rules are not established at your whim. Next time, you would do well to consult me. Zheng Wang's vision blurred, and he struggled to rise. The greatest weakness of alchemists lay in their lack of combat prowess. Coupled with Luo Fan's sudden assault, he had no opportunity to retaliate. Meanwhile, the once arrogant disciples of the Lingdan Hall were left trembling at the sight, for this marked the first instance of an alchemist being struck since the establishment of the hall. Lingwu swallowed hard, privately acknowledging such audacity from a fledgling, truly impressive. As Luo Fan approached Lingwu, the atmosphere around them erupted in applause. The actions of the Lingdan Hall had long aggrieved many disciples, as the relentless high prices had become unbearable. Now, this new disciple had given them a moment of vindication. Lingwu, Luo Fan called out. Would you sell me a pill for my brother? Lingwu smiled, retrieving a nourishing spirit pill and tossing it to Mu Xiaobai. This is for you. Mu Xiaobai hesitated, glancing at Luo Fan, who nodded encouragingly before he graciously accepted, saying, my apologies for earlier. Forget it, we are brothers. Lingwu replied with a grin. Luo Fan, you have taken your first step today. If I hesitate any further, I would appear cowardly. From now on, I shall not make things difficult for those in the Lingdan Hall. Luo Fan chuckled. That is precisely the spirit. The market belongs to all of us. Who are they to boast? By the way, I have another matter for you. Lingwu waved his hand dismissively. Do not be so formal. Your affairs are my own. Luo Fan produced 5 beast souls, stating, you have a stall. I wish to entrust you with selling these. They are beast souls from spirit apprentices aged over 70 years. Some disciples may be interested. Lingwu's eyes widened in astonishment. 5 pieces? You truly are formidable. Did you not just mention this, and you ventured to the first mountain? Luo Fan nodded with a smile. Count on me, Lingwu replied. Beast souls of 70 years are valued at approximately 50 spirit pearls. Those over 80 can fetch 60 each. Once sold, I will ensure you receive your spirit pearls. Luo Fan chuckled, expressing no urgency. The primary concern stemmed from the fact that the Nemega Chamber of Commerce only purchased based on the value of beast souls, which would be quite disadvantageous. He requested assistance, offering a compensation of 10 spirit pearls for each item. Lingwu smirked. You and I share a gentlemanly bond. Do you think I lack these 10 spirit pearls? I shall forego them entirely, regarding this as a partnership in business. In Lingwu's mind, forming a connection with an alchemist like Luo Fan certainly constituted a gentlemanly friendship. Although Luo Fan may not be a high-ranking alchemist, he commanded respect. Mu Xiaobai chuckled as he approached. Since we are all brothers now, does this mean I can procure elixirs for free in the future? Lingwu shot him a glance. Dream on. Today, I am doing this for Luo Fan's sake. Henceforth, you shall pay an additional 10 spirit pearls. How shameless. Duanmusu laughed. This fellow is already mooching meals. He has truly reached the pinnacle of audacity. The group erupted into laughter. In the ensuing days, Luo Fan wasted no time and dedicated himself to the training hall. Gradually, his energy as a 6th-tier spirit disciple solidified, and he began to ascend towards the 7th tier. Although the progression was increasingly sluggish, the solitary training room provided significant assistance, leading to evident improvements. During his training, Luo Fan was frequently interrupted by the black stone on his wrist, as the indistinct symbols and patterns in his perception became more recurrent. Despite his efforts to concentrate on deciphering them, the mysteries remained elusive. Meanwhile, the trading area fell into a tranquil state. Zheng Wang and his peers ceased provoking other alchemists and instead sold their wares with integrity. Due to inflated prices, business was rather lackluster. A month later, it was time for the assessment of new disciples. The Spirit Palace organized a competition between the new disciples of the outer courtyard and those from the Fengshan sect to evaluate their cultivation achievements. Naturally, only the more promising disciples would be tested, while those with inadequate qualifications would likely remain in the outer courtyard, rendering their participation unnecessary. Early in the morning, Ningwei arrived at the dormitory to gather all the disciples. The 5 who would compete were determined: Luo Fan, a 6th-tier spirit disciple; Ing Kai, a 5th-tier spirit disciple; Mu Xiaobai and Duanmusu, both fourth-tier spirit disciples, and Meng Xiaodao, the most diligent of the second-tier spirit disciples. Once the disciples assembled at the dormitory entrance, Ningwei announced the list of competitors, bringing joy to Luo Fan and the others. This quintet mirrored the lineup from the earlier treasure competition, ensuring a greater synergy compared to other makeshift teams. Ningwei stated, "The competition will take place in the outer courtyard square. You must give it your all. Do not tarnish my reputation." Duanmu Su chuckled. "If Master Ningwei is as beautiful as she is, I would certainly rush to reclaim her lost face." Spending considerable time within the Spirit Palace had fostered a camaraderie among the disciples, allowing for playful banter. Fortunately, Ningwei appreciated their familiarity, as many masters recognized that mischievous disciples often possess the greatest talent for cultivation. Ningwei furrowed her brow, addressing the group. "You few jesters. Let me clarify. This competition is a decisive match between the four groups, where you will face off against Master Chenhao's disciples. The goal is to identify the 5 strongest contenders, and the 2 victors will then compete further." Mu Xiaobai responded, "Master, if there are no rewards, we certainly won't exert ourselves. After one match, we would barely have enough to cover the cost of medicinal pills." Ningwei could not help but chuckle. She had heard of Mu Xiaobai's monthly struggles. While others might have some surplus, he would undoubtedly have already begun to mooch off others. She reassured him, "Rest assured. The rewards this time are quite generous. Should the disciples of the Spirit Hall emerge victorious, each of the 5 will receive 200 spirit pearls and gain early qualification for the semi-annual inner court assessment." Qualification for the assessment? The crowd murmured in excitement. This indeed was a tremendous incentive. Yet, even if one obtained this qualification, how many could actually pass? Within the Spirit Hall, everyone knew that the most challenging assessment was the transition test from the outer court to the inner court. The Spirit Hall held rigorous standards, marking a true step in disciple selection, while the outer court disciples were merely candidates for cultivation. 100 spirit pearls? That is sufficient. I shall compete with them. Only Mu Xiaobai focused entirely on the allure of the 100 spirit pearls. For someone accustomed to mooching, such pearls were of immense importance. Hearing this, Luo Fan and the others could not suppress their laughter. Luo Fan remarked, "Xiaobai, could you refrain from embarrassing us all?" Mu Xiaobai glanced over and retorted, "A bunch of affluent individuals, how could you comprehend my plight?" Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Ningwei interjected, "You lot are the treasures among this new batch of disciples. Enough of the banter, let us proceed to the plaza." The largest plaza of the outer court was centrally located within the academy. It was seldom utilized, only coming to life during the annual sparring sessions between the Spirit Hall and the new disciples of the outer sect. The plaza was not overly crowded. Merely the new disciples awaited the 5 representatives to step forth and engage in combat. The senior disciples had long grown accustomed to such events, finding little spectacle in matches of this caliber, often deeming them less interesting than the contests of the Spirit Martial Society, and thus rarely attending. However, this year was an exception. Not only were there senior disciples present, but formidable ones at that. Jiang Luan was there, evidently to observe Luo Fan. Having heard of his significant progress in strength and eager to witness the extent of his improvement, standing alongside Jiang Luan was Lingwu from the inner court, sharing the same intent to cheer for Luo Fan, whose recent successes had greatly boosted his business at the Spirit Pill Pavilion, amassing spirit pearls in quantities that negated the need for concern about their usage. The plaza was arranged spaciously, leaving ample room in the center, where Elder Xinjiao stood, observing the gathered crowd. Once everyone had arrived, he announced, "Very well, I trust your masters have briefed you on the competition format, a 5-on-5 battle. I will encircle the area with spiritual energy. It may be released but cannot be entered. This means that if any of you are expelled from the energy circle, you shall be deemed eliminated and cannot re-enter." After speaking, Shen Zhao raised his hand, pointing 2 fingers towards the ground. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his fingertips, rapidly extending until it enveloped half of the square. He then repeated the action, enclosing the other half as well. Shen Zhao addressed a side of the square, "Elder Zhan, your disciples may commence." On the other side of the square stood neatly attired disciples of the Fengshen sect, with a middle-aged warrior at the forefront. His complexion was ruddy, his eyebrows sharp and fierce, exuding an imposing presence. This man was Zhan Haoling, the second elder of the Fengshen sect, a powerful 7th-tier spiritualist, a rank that placed him among the higher echelons of the Spiritual Hall's administration. Zhan Haoling smiled slightly, nodding, "Thank you, Elder Shen. 10 participants may enter the circle." Those who defeat their opponents shall have the opportunity to compete against the brothers of the spiritual hall. 10 disciples stepped forward, entering the circle of spiritual energy. As the last one crossed the threshold, the energy on the ground surged to a height exceeding 2 men. From this moment, the space within the energy barrier was sealed off, allowing exit but prohibiting re-entry. Leaving the circle would result in elimination. Simultaneously, Ningwei and Chenhao's disciples also entered the energy circle. Chenhao chuckled. Ningwei, today we can assess the capabilities of our disciples. Ningwei replied, Your words are too flattering, Chen. They are merely new disciples facing one another. Otherwise, your seasoned disciples would undoubtedly be stronger. Chenhao remarked, Li Bubi's talent is unparalleled. Yet today I am more interested in witnessing Luo Fan's performance. He might become an asset for you. Ningwei coldly responded, I would never regard my disciples as mere bargaining chips. They represent the future hope of the spiritual hall. Chenhao shook his head with a light laugh. Unable to believe that a practitioner of control attributes could achieve great heights, considering it mere luck. Moreover, he felt fully confident about the upcoming contest. As Luo Fan and his 4 companions positioned themselves side by side within the energy circle, their opponents were equally familiar faces, particularly Niu Sanmu, who had previously transferred to Chenhao's disciples' dormitory after the treasure competition. Although they were aware of Luo Fan's victories over Duan Yunxiong and Mu Xiubai, as well as Duan Mu Su and Ing Kai, who had all secured places among the top 30 of the Lingwu gang, their expressions reflected no fear. Instead, they were filled with eager anticipation for battle. Luo Fan chuckled, It seems our reputation in the outer court is still lacking. I expected these disciples to concede without a fight. Duan Mu Su added, I too was mistaken. I thought they would refrain from stepping forward. Mu Xiubai exclaimed, All the better. Let's warm up. I can't wait for the match to begin. At that moment, the 5 disciples opposite exchanged glances and charged towards Luo Fan and his companions. In an instant, 5 weapons were drawn, gleaming under the sun's reflection, causing Luo Fan and the others to instinctively close their eyes. What? Aren't we supposed to be starting? Mu Xiubai exclaimed. Ing Kai scoffed. What are you talking about? Let the battle commence. With that, Ing Kai wielded her fire blade, infused with formidable power, and struck forward. Boom. In an instant, the clash of swords resonated, causing Ing Kai to feel a numbing sensation in her arm. Simultaneously, Luo Fan and the others sensed something amiss. Their opponents appeared to be far more formidable than anticipated. Damn it, something's not right. Duan Mu Su exclaimed. Niu Sanmu slightly curled his lips into a smirk and declared, Arrogant fools. Today I shall make you acquainted with the bitter taste of defeat. Ro Fan raised his twin blades to valiantly fend off Niu Sanmu's assault. Yet at the moment the steel blade struck his dual weapons, he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. Despite his utmost resistance, he found it difficult to bridge the vast chasm of disparity. Ro Fan was acutely aware that raw strength was not his forte, and his spiritual energy could not compare to that of ordinary warriors. However, this particular strike felt unusually disproportionate, as if he were being utterly overwhelmed by a practitioner of a higher tier. Niu Sanmu merely possessed critical strike attributes. Could it be that fortune favored him in delivering strikes of such extraordinary intensity consistently? Even a fatal blow would hardly reach this magnitude of force. Duan Mu Su was undoubtedly correct. There was something amiss. Meanwhile, Mu Xiubai was entirely at a disadvantage, despite his vigorous attempts to pursue a fatal strike through sheer volume of attacks. Even significant hits proved futile against his opponent. Duan Mu Su's predicament mirrored his own. What was once an impenetrable defense now appeared fragile in the face of the adversary's onslaught. Barely managing to maintain a semblance of equilibrium, utterly suppressed by the opponent's speed attributes, Ing Kai was the sole individual capable of holding his ground against the opposition. Yet even he struggled to mount effective counterattacks, predominantly engaging in a war of attrition rather than genuine offense, merely exhausting his stamina in a futile exchange. The most unfortunate among them was Ming Xiaodao, who had not anticipated the sheer strength of his opponent. By the first strike, he had already revealed signs of defeat. And after several exchanges of offense and defense, he found himself fell to the ground. Had it not been for the rules of moderation, he would likely have become a casualty beneath the blade. Ro Fan exclaimed, This is utterly bizarre. It cannot be possible. Mu Xiubai, with bloodshot eyes, glared at his opponent, filled with indignation, yet powerless to alter the situation. He cursed, You all must have some underhanded trickery. Your strength should not allow you to withstand even 3 of my strikes. The opposing warrior chuckled, Open your eyes. Today we shall prove to Master Chen how that we are the strongest of the new disciples. Beside them, Ningwei discerned the underlying scheme. However, from her extensive experience, she could surmise the reasons behind such conduct. She turned her cold gaze toward Qinhao and remarked, "Elder Qin, do you not think this approach is rather despicable?" Qinhao smiled faintly. "Junior sister, what are you implying? I do not comprehend." Ningwei gritted her teeth. "To employ such sordid tactics against your own disciples, do you not feel any shame?" Qinhao replied, "Junior sister, whether inside or outside the spirit hall, no one has ever prohibited the use of elixirs, especially not low-grade ones." Observing the dire situation unfolding within the arena, Ningwei felt a surge of anxiety and muttered, "Shameless." Before long, the tide of battle had decisively turned, with even Duan Musu beginning to falter. The relentless barrage from his opponent left him struggling to defend himself, his iron rod barely capable of withstanding the blows, and on several occasions, he nearly found himself sent flying. Rofan exclaimed, "Damn it, I understand now. These fellows have consumed strength-enhancing elixirs." Upon hearing Rofan's words, Nyo Sanmu's expression shifted, yet he retorted, "What strength-enhancing elixirs? If you lack skill, do not spout nonsense." Mu Shoubai cursed, "I told you these bastards lacked such strength. How could they suddenly become formidable? Damn it. Let them consume it and suffer the consequences." As he spoke, Mu Shoubai frantically brandished the ebony sword in his hand, thrusting it towards his opponent. Yet, such an assault was deemed trivial in the eyes of his adversary. Luo Fan declared, "Let us disperse and employ spiritual techniques. The strengthening pills can amplify their attack power, though they will not enhance our defenses." "Understood." The others responded in unison. Now, the dilemma faced by Nyo Sanmu and his companions emerged, whether to attack or defend. Should they choose to assault, they risked being scattered by the opponent, creating an open space for the adversary to unleash their spiritual techniques. Conversely, if they refrained from attacking, they would become sitting ducks, vulnerable to the onslaught of spiritual attacks, resulting in even greater losses. Observing Nyo Sanmu's hesitation, Luo Fan could not suppress a chuckle. "What is the matter, coward? Afraid to show yourself?" At that moment, Mu Shoubai unleashed his spiritual technique. Spiritual Wheel. A circular wave of spiritual energy surged rapidly toward one opponent, prompting Nyo Sanmu to instinctively leap from the center, narrowly escaping the technique's wrath. Thunderstrike. A fiery orb erupted from Ing Kai's splitting fire blade, swirling with ferocious winds in the air, gradually forming an enormous fire disk. As the disk spun, it continuously emitted sparks. Each spark that touched the ground morphed into a grim black spot, releasing wisps of smoke. In an instant, the temperature in the air soared, and the expressions of those standing in the midst could only be described as sheer terror. It was evident that Ing Kai had held nothing back. This strike was a lethal one, capable of inflicting fatal harm. The fury in Ing Kai's eyes blazed like fire, his gaze reflecting the intensity of a thunderstorm, leaving no room for mercy. Suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated through the air. Fortunately, the disciples managed to leap away, averting a disastrous fate. However, even with this evasion, defeat loomed ominously. Almost simultaneously, Luo Fan darted forward, kicking two disciples out of the spiritual energy circle. At that moment, the only opponent remaining within the circle was Nyo Sanmu, who looked up at Luo Fan and proposed, "Let the three of us attack Luo Fan together. If we can defeat him, they stand no chance in the final contest." "Very well." But Luo Fan merely smiled, unfazed, as he retrieved a pill from his storage ring and tossed it into his mouth, saying, "Hey, come on. Today, you'll learn that I am a master of pills. If it's a pill contest, then let us go all in." The pill he consumed was a strengthening pill. He had not sold all of them to the Mijiat Trading Company, but had reserved a few for personal use. Little did he expect that today would demand their use. As the pill dissolved upon entry, Luo Fan felt a surge of robust energy permeating his body, not directly coursing through his meridians like other pills, but rather merging into his bones and muscles. Controlling the spiritual energy within, Luo Fan maximized the speed of the wind profound technique. His eyes sparkled with determination as he leaped into the air, resembling a specter within the realm, his speed leaving onlookers awestruck. "Goodness! I can't tell if this fellow is running or flying," Mu Shoubai exclaimed, nearly speechless. Duan Yusu wore a look of bewilderment. "Is it a flash?" Nyo Sanmu and the others charged towards Luo Fan, but Luofan's speed was astonishing, causing the three to strike nothing but air. In an instant, Luo Fan pivoted, striking down hard with the Fulong blade against the disciple's longsword. A resounding clang echoed as the sword was sent soaring into the air, landing several meters away. Without hesitation, Luo Fan lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the disciple's cheek. The strength of the strengthening pill combined with the swiftness of the wind profound technique propelling the disciple out of the spiritual energy layer as if he were flying. Just then, a sharp pain coursed through Luo Fan's meridians, as if some force were erratically tugging at them, and simultaneously, even the flowing spiritual energy ceased momentarily. Recognizing the opportunity, Nyo Sanmu seized his long sword and swung it fiercely towards Luo Fan's face. It was evident to all that Nyo Sanmu was not holding back. This strike was meant to take Luo Fan's life. In that critical moment, Duan Yusu, Inkai, and Mu Shoubai reacted in unison, rushing toward Nyo Sanmu, their weapons intertwining to block the incoming blade. The longsword nearly made contact with Luo Fan, who, in his agony, lacked the strength to raise his head. Supporting himself on the ground with one hand while blood dripped from his lips. "Beast, you dare to strike to kill? I will end you," Duan Yusu shouted, brandishing the iron rod in his hand towards Nyo Sanmu. Beside them, Ningwu anxiously twisted her hair, her heart racing with tension. Luo Fan could not be harmed. To her, he was the hope for the future, a warrior with the potential to alter the balance of control over attributes. Even if he were to lose this contest, she wished for no misfortune to befall him. Chunhao shared a similar sentiment. He had not anticipated that the opposing disciples would so easily see through his strengthening pill. Nor had he expected Luo Fan to carry second-tier pills with him. His original plan was unraveling, but it seemed a turning point had arisen. He shouted into the arena, "Samu, quickly eliminate them at once." The spectators, Lingwu and Jiang Wan, felt the tension of the fierce competition. Jiang Wan remarked, "Brother, Luo Fan is injured." Lingwu replied, "Even if he makes it to the next round, it will be challenging. Among these 5, Luo Fan is the backbone. If he is truly injured, then..." Jiang Wan interjected, "The strength of these individuals surpasses even that of senior disciples. Regardless of the outcome, I feel we have witnessed something remarkable." Lingwu nodded. "It seems I will soon see them in the inner court." The competition within the arena had reached a standstill. The 3-on-1 situation granted an advantage to Mu Shoubai and his companions, yet it did not compensate for the strength that Nyo Sanmu gained from the strengthening pill. Thus, their only advantage lay in enduring until the effects of the pill wore off. Nyo Sanmu recognized this as well. Once the effects of his strengthening pill faded, he would undoubtedly be defeated by the trio. It was clear that a swift resolution was necessary, and the only way to achieve this was to focus his attack on a single target. At this moment, the most formidable target was undoubtedly Mu Shoubai. Regardless of Inkai's aggressive assault or Duan Musu's steadfast defense, resolving the situation swiftly proved challenging. Nyo Sanmu's gaze was fixated on Mu Shoubai as he suddenly pivoted his long blade, propelling his entire body into the air and landing behind the trio. In a swift turn, he launched a direct attack towards Mu Shoubai, momentarily disregarding the other two, channeling his full force into his strike against Mu Shoubai. This was his sole chance for victory. Only in this manner could he temporarily shift the odds to a 1-on-2 scenario. Mu Shoubai sensed the blade's approach from behind, his expression contorting into a grimace. He crouched sharply, evading Nyo Sanmu's horizontal slash while simultaneously lying on the ground, sweeping his black gold sword with all his might, aiming precisely at Nyo Sanmu's legs. The speed and strength of Mu Shoubai's reaction caught Nyo Sanmu off guard, leaving his legs feeling numb. As he knelt, attempting to muster his last ounce of strength to rise, Inkai's fire-splitting knife rested upon his shoulder. "You have lost," Inkai stated coldly. Nyo Sanmu appeared remarkably composed. Despite having consumed a strength-enhancing elixir, the disparity in their abilities was glaringly evident. Quietly, he rose and stepped towards the boundary of the spirit energy circle, remarking as he departed, "Do not assume that your victory grants you the final reward. With Luo Fan down, you are left with merely 3. You stand no chance." Just as he was about to cross the threshold of the spirit energy circle, a voice echoed from behind, "Thank you for your kind words. So, as long as I remain standing, I can claim the final reward?" Nyo Sanmu turned to regard Luo Fan, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yet it bore no significance to him now. He sighed and exited the competition area. Lingwu finally felt a sense of relief and turned to Chenhao beside her, saying, "Elder Chen, your actions have been rather unscrupulous. Take heed of your conduct." Chenhao, with a grim countenance, chose not to reply further. After all, he had lost this contest, and under the premise of deceit, there was little justification to offer. Luo Fan stood undisturbed, seemingly unscathed, his breath steady, adorned with a mischievous grin. "Luo Fan, are you unharmed?" Duan Musu inquired. Mu Shoubai and Inkai hurried over, with Inkai exclaiming, "What happened just now?" "I was utterly on edge." Luo Fan smiled. "I'm fine. It was merely a miscalculation in my spirit energy manipulation that caused some meridian damage." but I am well now. My goodness, you nearly frightened me to death. I thought you were on the brink of collapse. Mu Xiaobai jested, relieved at Luo Fan's well-being. Luo Fan refrained from disclosing the true reason. The reality was that the intricate control of the Wind Xianju, combined with the stimulation from the strength-enhancing elixir, had propelled the Wind Xianju to the second-level technique under multiple stimuli. He chose silence regarding this truth, as the competition was not yet concluded. All focus should be directed towards the impending battle against the Fengshan sect. Xinzhao announced the cessation of all spirit energy, declaring, "All right. The competitions on both sides have concluded. We shall take a 30-minute respite before commencing the final contest." This competition would not afford the disciples a full day of rest. Rather, it tested the utmost endurance of the warriors, thus the final contest would commence swiftly. Luo Fan and his companions approached Ningwu, who was so anxious that she seemed on the verge of tears. "Luo Fan," she exclaimed, "you nearly frightened me to death just now." Luo Fan chuckled softly. "Oh, Master Ningwu, do not cry. You are the most beautiful in this entire square. If your tears mar your lovely visage, it would render our enjoyment futile, as there would be no one to admire." Ningwu playfully delivered a light punch to Luo Fan's shoulder, retorting, "Your jesting knows no bounds, even in serious moments." At that moment, Lingwu stepped forward, producing 4 qi recovery pills. "Luo Fan, here," he said. Accepting the pills, Luo Fan smiled. "Consider it a debt owed to you." Lingwu scoffed in response, "How many times must I remind you? Let us not keep score. Our friendship is that of gentlemen." Luo Fan nodded. Aware that for Lingwu, the pills were of little consequence, they were merely tokens of support and encouragement. The 4 consumed the pills, allowing their strength to recover more swiftly, enabling them to engage fully in the next competition. Just then, Xinzhao and Zhan Haolang from the Fengshan sect, accompanied by their disciples, approached. Xinzhao addressed his students, "Disciple, pay your respects to Elder Zhan and the brothers from the Fengshan sect." After a fierce battle, only 4 opponents remained, yet upon seeing them, Luo Fan froze, recognizing them as old acquaintances. The first he noticed was Fei Bokong, the young master of the Fei family whom he had eliminated in the treasure contest. To his surprise, he had joined the Fengshan sect, indicating the Fei family's growing influence in Nanshu City. Among the opposing quartet, one individual astonished Luo Fan the most, shaking his head in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that, after more than a month, he would encounter Xie Xiaoxiao once again. Luo Fan smiled softly and nodded, while Xie Xiaoxiao also smiled at him, her expression brimming with uncontainable joy. Though neither spoke, their eyes exchanged countless words. Mu Xiaobai noticed the unspoken connection between Luo Fan and Xie Xiaoxiao, and quietly remarked, "Luo Fan, do you know that girl? She's quite impressive. Far better than the tomboy." Just as he finished speaking, Mu Xiaobai felt a sharp pinch on his arm from Ing Kai. "Hey, what was that for?" he exclaimed. Ing Kai, gazing ahead as if innocent, replied, "Who told you to babble nonsense?" Luo Fan shrugged and chuckled. "I met her in the first mountain. She's an 8th-tier spiritual apprentice, not someone to be trifled with." 8th-tier spiritual apprentice? Duan Musu and Mu Xiaobai chorused, then turned their eyes to the enchanting lady across from them. Indeed, this seemingly delicate beauty possessed the strength of the top student from the outer court. While Li Bai had only just broken through to the 8th tier, Mu Xiaobai shook his head and sighed. "Ing Kai, how can you be so unfortunate? This girl appears to be around your age, yet she's far more beautiful and stronger than you. I genuinely worry for you." Ing Kai pouted, jabbing her elbow into Mu Xiaobai's back, but this time he was prepared and dodged swiftly. "See? Your temper isn't great. It's time for some self-reflection," Ing Kai retorted. "Humph, I simply don't like dressing up. Otherwise, she wouldn't necessarily outshine me." At this, Luo Fan and the others couldn't help but laugh, acknowledging that Ing Kai was indeed a stunning beauty with both grace and a slender figure, yet her fierce demeanor lent her an air of masculinity. After the disciples from both sides exchanged greetings, the final moments before the competition arrived. Luo Fan approached Xie Xiaoxiao and said, "Hee hee. Will the Pulse Girl also be participating in the new disciples contest?" Xie Xiaoxiao chuckled. "What? Do you not wish to see me again?" Luo Fan replied, "Not at all. It's just a pity that I shan't enjoy your cooking this time." Xie Xiaoxiao remarked, "Hee hee, stop being so cheeky. This time, it was Master Zhan who urged me to participate. After consuming the beast's soul, I've become the Pulse Girl of the sect. Though I must remain within the sect, I still need to gain experience." Luo Fan laughed. "So it seems that the Pulse Girl intends to use me as a means of training? You must go easy on me." Xie Xiaoxiao, with her hands clasped behind her back, gazed up at the sky. "Fortunately, I'm not competing this time. Otherwise, You would have to be cautious. Luo Fan responded. So that's how it is. I can compete with peace of mind now. If my opponent were a beauty like you, how could I bear to strike? Xie Xiao Xiao beamed, finding Luo Fan's playful banter endearing and charming. As the two shared light-hearted exchanges, Fei Bokong approached. His eyes fixed on Luo Fan. Luo Fan, today we settle the score. Luo Fan glanced at Fei Bokong, a cold smile playing on his lips. A defeated foe. Humph. Today I shall show you the changes I've undergone in the Wind God sect these past few months. Fei Bokong slightly raised his chin. The murderous intent in his gaze unmistakable. Xie Xiao Xiao turned to him. Which junior brother are you? Can't you see I'm chatting here? Within the Wind God sect. Xie Xiao Xiao, as the Pulse Maiden and the foremost disciple of the Grand Elder, held a distinguished position as the leader among the third-generation disciples. While Fei Bokong and his fellow new disciples merely belonged to the fourth generation, establishing a stark hierarchy between them. Xie Xiao Xiao could easily address him with an imperious tone. Fei Bokong glanced at Xie Xiao Xiao and then at Luo Fan, sneering, Heh, you haven't changed a bit since Nanka City, still a pathetic wretch sheltered by a woman. Luo Fan gritted his teeth, retorting, Fei Bokong, I have no interest in verbal sparring. The competition will commence shortly. What does your barking signify? With a cold huff, Fei Bokong turned to leave, casting a menacing glare at Luo Fan. Luo Fan inquired, Has this fellow joined your Wind God sect? Xie Xiao Xiao replied, Indeed. He is the young master of the Fei family from Nanka City. How do you know him? Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Are you from the Luo family? The two prominent families of Nanka City were well known, and at that moment, Xie Xiao Xiao connected Luo Fan with the Luo family. Luo Fan chuckled. What do you think? Xie Xiao Xiao's eyes widened as she exclaimed. So that's the case. However, you must be cautious of Fei Bokong. He has already reached the 7th rank as a spirit apprentice. And his companion, Tang Hu, is also a 7th rank spirit apprentice. Luo Fan remarked. 2 7th rank spirit apprentices? Such formidable new disciples. Xie Xiao Xiao continued. Tang Hu not only possesses significant strength but also extensive combat experience. His brother, Tang Long, is a 3rd-generation disciple within the sect and has reached the level of a spirit master. He has benefited from his brother's guidance since childhood. Luo Fan nodded. It appears I must indeed exercise caution. Even Fei Bokong alone is worthy of respect, not to mention the presence of an even stronger ally. Fei Bokong approached Tang Hu, stating, Brother Hu, that kid over there is Luo Fan. Tang Hu narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. Is that so? A mere 6th rank spirit apprentice. I hear he specializes in control attributes. Heh, I shall ensure he pays dearly today. Fei Bokong nodded in agreement. Indeed, even without Eldershan's words, I would act thus. For my younger brother perished at his hands. As he spoke, Fei Bokong's expression grew somber, and the visage of the deceased Fei Zhonghan flickered in his eyes, filled with murderous intent. Tang Hu shook his head, letting out a cold laugh. At that moment, Luo Fan also glanced over, prompting Tang Hu to give a thumbs up. Then twisting his wrist to point downwards, muttering to himself, Kid, prepare for a grim fate shortly. After a brief intermission, Shen Zhao announced, All right, disciples from both sides. Enter the spirit energy circle. The competition begins. As Shen Zhao declared the commencement of the match, several disciples stepped forward. Xie Xiao encouraged, Go for it, Luo Fan. Her eyes brimmed with sincerity. If not for the sect's power dynamics, she would wish for Luo Fan's victory, yet her heart was conflicted. Luo Fan smiled. Heh. Shouldn't you be cheering for the disciples of the Wind God sect? With that, he strode into the spirit energy circle. Meanwhile, the number of onlookers steadily increased. As the earlier commotion from the competition had drawn many disciples who had not initially intended to spectate, Duamusu glanced outward and remarked, There are quite a few people now. It seems I can only win, not lose. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace in the outer courtyard. Mu Xiaobai let out a light chuckle. Then win, Luo Fan. After your victory, will you also claim that girl? Duamusu replied, Haha, great. I will strive to help Luo Fan win that girl. Luo Fan shot him a glance. Quit joking. There are 2 7th-tier spiritual practitioners on the opposing side. This match may prove far more challenging than we anticipate. As he spoke, the 4 adversaries charged forward. Inkai declared, I will handle that 7th-tier one. Luo Fan nodded in agreement. The sound of clashing weapons resonated as he leaped forward, joined by the other 3 who simultaneously drew their weapons. Undoubtedly, Luo Fan's primary opponent was Fei Bokong, for only he and Ing Kai could contend with the 7th-tier practitioner. Meanwhile, Duanmusu and Mu Xiaobai were tasked with swiftly neutralizing the other opponents to support them. However, to Luo Fan's surprise, Tang Hu, in a frenzy, charged directly at him. Stunned, Luo Fan wondered if the adversary intended to eliminate him first. At that moment, Fei Bokong interjected, "Brother Hu, allow me to take this one. I seek vengeance. You can take care of the position." Tang Hu's eyes darted. "Fine, remember your promise." With that, he turned and dashed towards Kai. In the heat of the moment, Fei Bokong closed the distance, and their weapons clashed violently for the first time. The Vulcan blade firmly locked Fei Bokong's broadsword in place, and Luo Fan chuckled. Seventh-tier practitioner, intriguing. Yet, suddenly, Fei Bokong's arms trembled slightly, and Luo Fan felt a chilling force coursing through the weapon into his body. Observing the subtle air currents around the weapon, Luo Fan sensed imminent danger. This dark energy, though seemingly delicate, possessed formidable strength. With a swift motion, Fei Bokong withdrew his broadsword and spun, summoning a gust of cold wind. Luo Fan detected a potent force infused within the fragrance of the air, realizing that this adversary was indeed formidable, far exceeding the capabilities of a mere seventh-tier practitioner. As he braced against Fei Bokong's assault with his dual blades, he felt another wave of icy energy flowing through the weapon, its intensity rivaling that of a fierce strike. Simultaneously, Fei Bokong unleashed another surge, this time not through brute force, but by amplifying the dark energy, which mingled with the previous chilling current, rendering his attack even more pronounced and powerful. Luo Fan recognized the peril. This assault was clearly ill-suited for a direct confrontation, as he might unwittingly suffer grave injuries. However, when he attempted to evade, he found his dual blades ensnared by the broadsword, completely immobilizing their tips. Fei Bokong regarded Luo Fan with cold eyes and remarked, "The feud between the Fei and Luo families is settled. Now it is our turn." Confused, Luo Fan inquired, "What do you mean? What has happened with the Luo family?" He discerned an underlying implication in Fei Bokong's words. With a sinister smile, Fei Bokong replied, "Once I kill you, you can seek them out." As he shook the broadsword in his hand, the combined force and chilling aura surged into Luo Fan's body, causing his meridians to feel as though they had been frozen. The intertwining sensations of cold and pain left him with scarcely any chance to retaliate. Luo Fan attempted to utilize a flash of movement, yet found himself entirely ensnared by Fei Bokong, making it utterly impossible for him to escape and employ his spiritual techniques. Despite several desperate struggles, he was unable to break free. For Fei Bokong was a formidable warrior of the offensive type. A nearly sinister smile crept across Fei Bokong's face as he said, "Luo Fan, today I shall make you." Before he could finish, Luo Fan's body quivered, and the chilling aura emanating from his weapon's reversed direction now aimed directly at Fei Bokong. How could this be? Fei Bokong could scarcely fathom why the spiritual energy he had controlled would turn against him. Luo Fan glared at Fei Bokong defiantly. "Oh, so you think you are the only one capable of this?" As the icy flow entered his body, Luo Fan quickly grasped the nature of this dark force. When it came to manipulating spiritual energy, Fei Bokong was leagues behind Luo Fan. The latter possessed an extraordinary comprehension of such controllable techniques. At that moment, the heart control acupoint within Luo Fan was also activated by the spiritual energy, allowing him to almost entirely return Fei Bokong's original energy, consuming none of his own while delivering a significant blow to his adversary. "Ha!" Luo Fan shouted, channeling every ounce of strength into his dual blades. And the chilling spiritual energy surged violently towards Fei Bokong. Just as Fei Bokong intended to release his broadsword, he realized it was too late. The very cold current he had unleashed now surged back at him like a tidal wave. The impact of the energy sent Fei Bokong hurtling back several meters. And just as he was about to exit the energy circle, he strained to stabilize himself with his broadsword. However, in that instant, Luo Fan showed no signs of relenting. He advanced swiftly to Fei Bokong's front and delivered a powerful kick, sending both Fei Bokong and his sword flying out of the energy circle. Luo Fan coughed lightly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The reversal of the chilling spiritual energy had initially damaged his meridians, and he had been enduring the pain. But now it struck him with profound intensity. Luo Fan realized that Fei Bokong's utilization of dark energy stemmed from his hatred, a tactic that ultimately harmed his own meridians. Explaining the excruciating pain he now felt, it seemed wise to refrain from employing such treacherous techniques in the future, as they were detrimental both to others and oneself. At that moment, Mu Xiaobai had already dealt with the disciple from the Wind God sect and was now engaged in combat alongside Kai against Tang Hu. Although they faced him 2 against 1, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Tang Hu's attributes were evidently focused on offense, and both his external strength and spiritual energy surpassed Kai's. The fire-splitting blade in Ing Kai's hands was nearly wrested from her grip by Tang Hu, and Mu Xiaobai, having just entered the fray, was already fatigued from prior exertions, rendering him seemingly insignificant before Tang Hu. Tang Hu, at this juncture, did not need to exert himself fully. A 7th-tier spiritual apprentice faced with a 5th-tier apprentice like Ing Kai posed little challenge. Even with the weakened Mu Xiaobai added to the mix, the situation remained far from perilous. "Come on, I shall join in," Rofan declared, tossing a recovery pill into his mouth before charging into the battlefield. Tang Hu, noticing Rofan's approach, swiftly leaped into the air, gripping the sword hilt tightly, and swung down with great force. Break the boundary technique. A faint crimson aura shimmered in the air, rapidly condensing in space until it nearly lost its last vestige of transparency before plunging downwards with tremendous force. At this moment, Luo Fan stood alongside his companions, exclaiming, "This is not good. He is merely waiting for this moment. Quickly, disperse." With a thunderous roar, Luo Fan moved with a ghostly agility, flickering through the space. Although he could not entirely evade the range of the boundary-breaking technique, he managed to mitigate approximately 70% of the damage. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaobai and Ing Kai were unable to dodge in time and were struck directly by the spiritual technique. Mu Xiaobai collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he clutched his chest and glared at Tang Hu, muttering, "Damn it, I refuse to accept this." In this cross-dia battle, Mu Xiaobai had nearly exhausted all his strength, but the previous depletion of spiritual energy had already taken a considerable toll. Ing Kai faced a similar fate. The disparity in their levels had remained unbridged, leading them to defeat at the hands of Tang Hu. Through gritted teeth, Luo Fan urged, "You two, get out of here. Stop fighting. This guy is using lethal moves." He quickly restrained Ing Kai and Mu Xiaobai, aware that Tang Hu grew stronger with each skirmish. While his companions were utterly fatigued, continuing would only result in further punishment. With that, Luo Fan bore the pain and dashed towards Duanmu Su, understanding that his own spiritual energy would not replenish instantly, and engaging Tang Hu would surely lead to his downfall. Thus, he chose to stand shoulder to shoulder with Duanmu Su. Opposite Duanmu Su was a 5th-tier spiritual disciple of the speed attribute, whose attack intensity was not particularly strong. Yet he unleashed wave after wave of rapid assaults. Initially, Duanmu Su's defensive prowess was clearly advantageous, but now he appeared increasingly drained, having narrowly avoided several attacks from his opponent. Fortunately, his iron staff was formidable, forcing his adversary to encounter significant resistance during their assaults, resulting in a stalemate. The iron staff in Duanmu Su's grasp was crafted from Chilean cold iron, a treasure acquired by his father at the staggering cost of 40 million gold coins, a transaction that had astonished the entire Qinyang Empire. The hardness of this cold iron was comparable to that of profound iron, making it ideal for polearm crafting. Legend has it that this cold iron staff was forged over 15 years by a formidable spiritual master in the Songlong mountain range, not only rendering it exceptionally robust but also allowing it to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth while possessing reflective properties, making it perfect for defensive applications. Taking a deep breath, Duanmu Su observed as his opponent's attacks accelerated, realizing that if this continued, he would deplete his energy without finding an opportunity to counterattack. It appeared that he could only rely on his remaining energy for defense. He concentrated all his mental focus within his dantian, wielding the cold iron staff not only for defense, but also to gather energy. "Luo, together!" Luo Fan called out to Duanmu Su, quickly closing the distance between them. "Had you come sooner, I wouldn't have to exert myself so fiercely." Tang Hu, witnessing this, recognized Luo Fan's intention to create a 2-on-1 scenario. Frowning slightly, he resolved not to grant Luo Fan such an opportunity and hastily pursued them. Luo Fan swiftly rushed to Duanmu Su's side, saying, "Hold off that Tang Hu. Leave this to me." Duanmu Su nodded, crumbled defense. A thin layer of brown spiritual energy pervaded the air, warm and even. Yet this seemingly gentle energy was formidable enough to rival stone. Crumble defense was a 3rd-tier spiritual technique designed for strong defenders in group battles, capable of withstanding opponent attacks for 10 seconds, allowing allies to seize the moment to strike. However, in a 1-on-1 scenario, it would be ineffective, as the opponent could simply wait for the defense to conclude before launching their attack. Previously, in the struggle against a swift warrior, Duanmu Su had been at a stalemate without gaining any advantage. Thus, Luo Fan's entry into the fray provided him with the opportunity to output damage while using crumble defense to support Luo Fan. As Tang Hu was about to step into this layer of spiritual energy, he felt as if he had collided with a wall, being forcefully rebounded. He rubbed his chest, revealing a hint of excitement, a thrill akin to a perverse enjoyment of the impending battle. Heh, steadfast defense, good, bring it on. Tang Hu tossed a pill into his mouth, and instantly his body shook violently, seeming to be infused with newfound power. He raised his long knife. Slowly drawing it from below, the latent force within the blade was palpable, creating waves in the air as if it were slicing through the very atmosphere. Luo Fan. Hold on, we need time. Duanmu Su nodded, yet it was evident that he was expending his final reserves of spiritual energy. Even consuming a recovery pill would not guarantee a swift restoration. Luo Fan charged forward, his hands wielding the Fulong blades aimed at the speed-oriented warrior. At that moment, his speed was comparable to that of a speed-type practitioner, a result of his advancement in the Wind Profound technique, which had elevated him to the prowess of a spiritual apprentice-level speed warrior. The opposing warrior was enveloped by Duanmu Su's crumbled defense, making any offensive action exceedingly challenging. He would first need to retreat from the protective barrier to formulate a strategy. Just as he was about to escape the spiritual energy layer, Luo Fan closed the distance, thrusting his dual blades forward. The warrior, raising his long sword to counter, suddenly saw Luo Fan firmly land on the ground, shaking his arms with force. Earth Spider Web. The Earth Spider Web moved almost parallel to the ground, vanishing for a brief moment before erupting upwards before the warrior, binding him tightly. All of this transpired within the protective layer of crumbled defense, where Luo Fan utilized every advantageous factor to secure his opponent firmly. At that moment, Luo Fan wasted no time. He understood that the Earth Spider Web had only 3 seconds of efficacy, and within that fleeting window, he needed to sever the spiritual energy and deliver a fatal blow. Luo Fan cut off the spiritual energy he controlled and rushed to his opponent's front. As the disciple of the Wind God sect instinctively prepared to defend, he soon realized he was utterly immobilized. With a thrust, the Fulong blades pierced the opponent's arms, and Luo Fan's gaze locked onto his adversary. At that moment, the effect of the Earth Spider Web concluded, yet the opponent was gravely injured. Devoid of any chance to retaliate, Luo Fan stepped forward and kicked the martial artist out of the aura circle. At that moment, it seemed that Duanmu Su could no longer hold on. The prolonged defense had exhausted the last remnants of his spiritual energy. Coupled with the relentless hacking of the aura layer by Tang Hu, who had consumed a powerful body-enhancing pill, the intensity of the aura had significantly diminished. The aura layer was gradually thinning, and its defensive efficacy was on the verge of collapse. Observing the situation, Mu Xiaobai couldn't help but break into a sweat, exclaiming, "This is bad. Duanmu is about to give in. If it comes down to a one-on-one in the final phase, Luo Fan will undoubtedly suffer." Inkai was equally anxious, saying, "Indeed, Duanmu must hold on. Luo Fan is already at a disadvantage in attributes. If he faces Tang Hu alone, he might get injured." Ningwei remarked, "It seems defeat is imminent. I wonder if Luo Fan will persevere until the end." Inkai nodded resolutely. "He certainly will. Just like in the treasure competition. Jiang Wan was 2 levels stronger than him, yet his perseverance led to our victory." Mu Xiaobai added, "Exactly, although this kid often talks back. He is incredibly serious when it comes to matters and has never given up." A trace of concern flickered across Ning Wei's face as she said, "I actually hope he gives up. There's no need to risk injury for such a competition. What if it affects?" Sighing, she trailed off. Inkai nodded in agreement. In her heart, she wished for Luo Fan to remain unscathed. Even if he missed this opportunity in the inner court assessment, he was still a strong candidate among the outer court disciples for entering the inner court. In the arena, Duanmu Su had completely exhausted his strength, the last of his spiritual energy dissipating in the crumbling aura layer. He slumped to the ground, shaking his head helplessly. Meanwhile, Tang Hu, who was engaged in close combat with Luo Fan, cast a glance towards Duanmu Su. Luo Fan followed the direction of his gaze and thought, "This is not good. He surely intends to eliminate Duanmu and then face me alone. But Duanmu has no capacity to retaliate now. There is no need for him to do this." Just as Luo Fan was contemplating, Tang Hu swiftly withdrew and charged towards Duanmu Su. Luo Fan shouted, "Duanmu, retreat." Duanmu Su looked at the approaching Tang Hu, realizing he was too late to rise. Tang Hu swiftly closed the distance, raising his long knife to strike downwards, aiming directly at Duanmu Su's head. Duanmu Su's eyes widened as he beheld the descending blade, which loomed larger in his vision, a flicker of primal fear evident in his gaze. Gasps echoed from the crowd. Inkai nearly covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight, while Ningwei shouted, "Elder Shun, he is about to take a life." Elder Shun was momentarily stunned, Quickly recognizing the gravity of the situation, he prepared to leap into the aura layer, but only Zhang Haolang remained composed. The competition had escalated beyond his expectations. The strongest 5 disciples cultivated by the Fengshan sect were now reduced to just 1 in the arena, provoking his anger. And Tang Hu's lethal move only served to bolster his resolve. Clang! A metallic clash rang out as the long knife struck fiercely against the dual blades. Luo Fan had expended nearly all his strength to rush over at the fastest speed, now lying protectively in front of Duan Musu, his hands poised to confront Tang Hu. Duanim, hurry outside. Duanim rose and declared, "Let us exit together. This contest is futile." Lu Fin shot him a fierce glare. "Enough of your nonsense. Get out now." With that, he swept his leg in an attempt to trip TNGH, yet the latter had already anticipated this move. Lifting his feet off the ground, his body almost suspended in midair, maintaining his balance solely with his long knife resting on the dual blades. Seeing this, Duanim hastily exited the aura circle, leaving the contest transformed into a one-on-one duel, with only Lu Fin and TNGH remaining in the arena. Lu Fin gritted his teeth and questioned, Why resort to lethal maneuvers? TNGH's expression was somewhat relaxed as he replied with a smirk. "Because I intend to kill you, and thus all obstacles must perish." "Kill me? Is it because I killed CHN Huin?" Lu Fin pondered, recalling that fateful day in NNQ City, where he and Mr. had joined forces to slay FIZHNN and CHN Huin of the FNGSHN sect, possibly the very reason TNGH sought his demise. "Ah, you remain unaware, I see." Elder SHNYN stated that if I claim your life in this competition, I shall ascend to the position of steward within the sect. Upon finishing his words, TNGH lunged forward, swiftly transitioning his long knife to deliver a horizontal strike aimed at Lu Fin's arms. The mere mention of Elder SHN ignited a surge of fury within Lu Fin, resolute in his thought, "Then let it come. The contest has only just begun. Since you have declared your intent to kill, I shall not hold back." With Duanim having vacated the aura circle, the onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even SHNZHO, who had been poised to intervene, regained his composure, though TNGH's aggressive approach hinted at deeper intentions. SHNZHO glanced at ZHNHOLing and immediately recognized the ominous undertones. The latter maintained a steady gaze upon the arena, exuding confidence. For TNGH was a standout among the new disciples, possessing the formidable strength of a 7th-tier spiritual apprentice, a rarity among the annual recruits. Although Duanim had safely exited, the situation within the arena left NNWI and the other disciples deeply concerned. The disparity in strength between Lu Fin and TNGH was glaringly apparent, not only due to their differing levels but also the variance in their spiritual energies. The aggressive attributes undoubtedly represented the most formidable aspect among warriors, while TNGH's advantages in close combat against the comparatively weaker control attributes became increasingly evident. Despite Lu Fin being rejuvenated by a recovery elixir, in the heat of battle, his strikes posed little threat to TNGH. Each clash of their weapons left Lu Fin reeling from pain rather than gaining any upper hand. In this moment, Lu Fin truly comprehended the ferocity of the aggressive attributes. As he faced TNGH, now at the 7th tier, the difference in power was stark, resembling an insurmountable barrier. The relentless collisions of their weapons had already rendered Lu Fin in agony, his grip on the FLing blade becoming numb. In stark contrast, TNGH thrived amidst the confrontation, showcasing the inherent strengths of his aggressive attributes. At present, TNGH was dictating the rhythm of the duel, executing his strategy flawlessly. Soon, Lu Fin felt the tide of battle slipping from his grasp. If the fight continued in this manner, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. In a contest of strength and endurance, aggressive attributes would prevail over control, especially considering that TNGH had previously consumed a body-strengthening elixir, a state that was evidently still in effect. Rovan attempted to exert control over his opponent, yet found it nearly impossible to achieve. In close combat, the ground spider web offered no advantage, and Tang Hu's combat experience ensured that he would not recklessly launch further attacks during a fleeting moment. Rovan contemplated creating distance through speed, which might allow him to utilize the ground spider web. However, his opponent's spiritual techniques would also come into play, diminishing his chances of victory. Faced with a 7th-tier spiritual practitioner, Rovan strained his mind for a solution, but his physical strength and spiritual energy gradually waned with time. His advantages, aside from speed, had become completely ineffective, This advantage was not inherent to him, but rather a result of his techniques, serving only as support. Defeating a formidable opponent with aggressive attributes seemed almost impossible. With a swift swing of his long blade, accompanied by a whispering wind, Tanghu struck at Rovan once more. Rovan's evasive maneuvers had become predictable, and in that very moment, Tanghu revealed a sinister smile, declaring, "Boy, today I must kill you." Although Rovan recognized his impending defeat, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Then come at me. If you cannot, do not blame me for showing no mercy." How audacious. Tanghu scoffed as he delivered another powerful blow. In the instant Rovan attempted to evade, Tanghu suddenly plunged his long knife downward, causing it to penetrate the ground upon contact. Crack! Several fissures spread across the earth as Tanghu glared menacingly at Rovan, exclaiming, "Die!" with fierce determination. He lifted his long knife, sending shattered stone fragments soaring into the air like a barrage of hidden weapons, all aimed directly at Rovan. In shock, Rovan felt a surge of energy within him as his spiritual force rapidly circulated, rushing towards his dantian. Under his control, the dantian seemed to contract, concentrating its power for a maximum explosive release. In a flash, Rovan no longer lamented the disadvantages of control attributes at that moment. He consistently opted for the flash maneuver rather than a more forceful attack. Perhaps this was the destiny of a controlling warrior. Yet, he couldn't help but recall the dark stab technique. If he could survive this contest, he vowed to swiftly cultivate himself into a spiritual practitioner. Mastery of the dark stab might allow him to overturn the conventional combat methods of spiritual practitioners. Tanghu noticed the peculiar nature of Rovan's flash state, as he held his long knife without initiating an assault. This was a testament to a warrior's experience. Rovan's flash state not only rendered his figure ghostly but also altered the surrounding spatial textures, clearly exhibiting a backlash effect. In this confined space, Rovan flickered rapidly in his flash state, yet he could not entirely evade the relentless assault of countless stones. A few struck him, causing blood to erupt forth, creating the illusion of a shadow continuously expelling crimson. Tears glistened in Ningwei's eyes as her breath quickened. Her hands, outstretched in desperation, found no place to rest, leaving her to clutch at her sleeves and the edges of her garments. "Hold on," Duan Musu silently urged, clenching her fists in frustration. Regretting that she had not persevered just a moment longer, preventing Rovan from facing such a formidable adversary alone. Ingai had already begun to sob, exclaiming, "No more, no more. What kind of contest is this? It's utterly unfair." This statement held some truth. Clearly, the disciples of the Wind God sect had a slight advantage. In terms of strength and skill, they outclassed the disciples of the Spirit Temple. This disparity highlighted the comparison between the two sections. If one were to measure the strength of the core disciples, the inner court members would undoubtedly surpass those of the Wind God sect by several folds. However, the new disciples had never emerged victorious in previous contests, which made this particular competition of utmost importance to the Spirit Temple. At that moment, Luo Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the moment of his brief invincibility ended, he was struck by several stone slabs, sending him reeling backward, perilously close to the edge of the spiritual energy circle. Tanghu let out a cold laugh, then quickly advanced, raising his long knife to deliver a horizontal slash aimed directly at Luo Fan's neck. Seeing Tanghu strike again with lethal intent, Luo Fan summoned every ounce of his strength to leap upwards, his dual blades desperately clashing against the attack. Yet again, their weapons met with a violent collision. And this time, Tanghu exerted all his might. Upon contact, Luo Fan spat out another mouthful of blood. Tanghu declared, "Luo Fan, you must perish, and I shall ascend as the steward of the Wind God sect." Luo Fan's eyes, once filled with vitality, now appeared vacant and lifeless, his face, streaked with blood, transformed into a grotesque mask, resembling a devil on the brink of death. Ningwei and her disciples felt as though their hearts were lodged in their throats, gripped by fear at the prospect of Tanghu's fatal blow. This was a sight they dreaded the most. Elder Shinjiao was also poised to intervene. If Tanghu intended to claim Luo Fan's life, he would act immediately to stop it, even if it meant conceding defeat. Such a scenario must not unfold. In a critical moment, Tanghu decisively thrust his foot into Luo Fan's abdomen, causing him to lose his balance and collapse before him. With a swift motion, Tanghu raised his knife to stab Luo Fan's back. "Ah!" Luo Fan shouted with all his might, rolling swiftly on the ground, narrowly avoiding the blade as it plunged into the earth. He then executed a somersault, exclaiming, "Earth spider web." The sudden rise of Luo Fan astonished everyone. It was nothing short of miraculous. A warrior on the brink of defeat unleashed an astonishing burst of strength at that moment, evading a fatal blow and countering his opponent. Ningwu exhaled loudly, releasing pent-up emotions that left her at a loss between laughter and tears, finally exhaling the breath she had held for so long. Xinjiao was equally taken aback. It was simply unbelievable. What kind of power did Luo Fan possess? The warrior, often deemed the weakest among the control attribute practitioners, must have hidden strengths unknown to others. Mu Xiaobai and Duanmu Su leaped up in unison. For these young individuals, barely past their teenage years, this was perhaps the best way to celebrate. Although Luo Fan did not achieve victory, he had escaped the direst of predicaments. Lingwu chuckled, shaking his head. Just how much undiscovered strength does this lad possess? Whether it be attributes, determination, or alchemy, he remains an enigma. Jiang Wan smirked. Senior brother, I have a feeling that the title of the first in the outer court might need to change after 4 years. Lingwu paused, glancing at Jiang Wan before smiling softly and nodding. I seem to concur with your sentiment. The one most shocked by Luo Fan was not Tang Hu, but rather Zhang Haolang. Tang Hu's mind had become utterly numb. With less than 3 meters separating him from Luo Fan, he lacked the chance to contemplate. Zhang Haolang, however, was not in the same predicament. His expression had shifted from confidence mere moments ago to seriousness, and now to unease. What he perceived was not merely Luo Fan rising but Tang Hu, who seemed on the verge of collapse. Tang Hu gazed at Luo Fan. His eyes, now more dazed than Luo Fan's had been earlier, tinged with a hint of fear, for in their exchanged glances, Luo Fan's gaze bore an intensity even greater than the murderous intent Tang Hu had previously displayed. Senior brother, I shall send you to another world to serve as an attendant. With that, Luo Fan turned his face away from Tang Hu, and the dual dragon blades surged forward, aimed unexpectedly at the throat. Those who seek to kill me must perish, otherwise they will surely return to do so, Luo Fan reminded himself. Thus, he did not hold back, knowing that had he not recently broken through to the 7th level of spiritual apprentice through his fierce battle with Tang Hu, he would have long since become a ghost beneath the blade. The blades pierced Tang Hu's neck simultaneously, blood gushing forth like a fountain, painting the entire arena in crimson. The metallic scent wafting through the air. Luo Fan withdrew the dragon blades, glancing at the motionless Tang Hu on the ground before turning to the eliminated Fei Boken. His eyes still ablaze with killing intent. Fei Boken remained silent, frozen in place, realizing that had he been the one to face Luo Fan, he would likely have met the same fate. This fellow was far too tenacious. Zhang Haolang turned to Xinjiao, questioning, Elder Shin, what does this mean? Was it not agreed that we would refrain from lethal attacks? Your disciple has actually resorted to murder. Xinjiao coldly regarded him, thinking to himself that it was your disciple from Fengshen sect who first engaged in lethal strikes, yet here you were, playing the victim. However, these words remained unspoken. As the elder of the Spirit Temple, it is my duty to provide an explanation to the Wind God sect. Under the influence of Zhang Haolang, the other disciples of the Wind God sect began to shout, Luo Fan has slain our disciple. We demand justice. Ningwu rushed over and retorted, Humph, Elder Zhang. Your words are misguided. In this competition, whether it was Tang Hu or Fei Bakong, both have resorted to lethal moves multiple times. Luo Fan merely acted out of desperation. Had Tang Hu not nearly killed him first, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Zhang Haolang responded, Humph, in terms of seniority, it is not for a mere steward like you to speak to me. Elder Shin, you must handle this matter. Xinjiao nodded and dispelled the spiritual barrier surrounding the square. The area was now in chaos, having just witnessed a life and death battle, and the clamor for justice only intensified the disciples' discussions. Luo Fan approached slowly, his body smeared with blood, both his own and Tang Hu's. Despite his disheveled appearance, the victory he had just secured rendered him chillingly composed. Xinjiao inquired, Luo Fan, did Master Ningwu not inform you that lethal strikes are forbidden in the contest between the Spirit Temple and the Wind God sect? Luo Fan nodded. My master did mention that. Xinjiao pressed. Then why did you resort to killing your opponent? Are you not deliberately defying your master's orders? Luo Fan cast a cold glance at Zhang Haolang, his eyes emanating a terrifying chill, and replied, It was Tang Hu sought to kill me first. If he could kill me, why should I refrain from killing him? Impudent. At such a young age, you harbor such murderous intent. Allowing you to remain would surely be a calamity for the Lucy Empire. Elder Shun, I implore you to deliver a verdict. If there is no resolution today, I, Zhang, shall not depart. Zhang Haolang's words were resolute. If you, Xinjiao, do not execute Luo Fan, I assure you that I will not leave today. And the relationship between the Wind God sect and your faction will undoubtedly deteriorate. Luo Fan appeared unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the threats around him. He glanced at Xie Xiaoxiao, who was filled with conflict and confusion, unsure of her stance. Though her heart weighed the situation, she knew Luo Fan acted defensively. Yet, the life lost was that of her own sex disciple. Their gazes met, as if conveying unspoken sentiments, but neither dared to voice their thoughts in such a setting. Luo Fan offered her a subtle smile, but Xie Xiaoxiao did not reciprocate. As the lineage female of a sect, she should seek justice for her faction. How could she smile at one who had slain a disciple from her own clan? Noticing her lack of response, Luo Fan could only manage a bitter smile. Xin Zhao cleared his throat, a hint of difficulty etched upon his face. The sequence of events was clear, even if the opponent instigated with lethal intent. Such actions could not be permitted. However, Luo Fan had indeed killed his adversary, which warranted punishment. Xin Zhao declared, Luo Fan, you have defied your master's orders, which is prohibited by the Spirit Temple. Therefore, from this day forth, you shall no longer be a disciple of the Spirit Temple. Xin Zhao also pondered this approach deeply. Executing Luo Fan would undoubtedly incite notions of injustice among many. However, expelling Luo Fan from the sect would absolve the Ling Palace of responsibility once he stepped beyond its gates, leaving him to the mercy of the Fengshan sect. Zhang Haolang discerned the underlying message, and though his expression remained devoid of mirth, he nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Elder Shin's method is indeed befitting someone from the Ling Palace. I shall escort my disciples away. Let today's events conclude here. That cannot be. Elder, does this not amount to sending Luo Fan to his demise? Ningwei interjected promptly. Silence. Xin Zhao's body trembled, for arriving at this decision required considerable fortitude. Luo Fan let out a cold laugh and declared, Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned on his heel towards the Ling Palace's entrance, only to be intercepted by Mu Xiubai, who insisted, If you leave, we shall leave together. Indeed, I shall accompany you. Duan Musu and Ing Kai echoed almost in unison. Xin Zhao cast a frosty glare at the trio. Then go ahead, but know this is the Ling Palace, not a venue for your recklessness. With that, he swept away. The matter settled beyond alteration. No one is permitted to leave. At that moment, a voice resonated from the horizon. Though distant, it penetrated deeply into their ears. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, and in the distance, a figure soared towards them. Flight was a feat achievable only by martial artists of the Spirit King level and above. At this stage, one's spiritual energy derives from the very heavens and earth, allowing for an ethereal lightness that enables flight. The figure approached swiftly, clad in a gray long robe with black silk trim, his silver hair billowing behind him as his piercing eyes sparkled with intensity. It is Mr. Fifth, a voice exclaimed. Within the Ling Palace, no one referred to Fifth Tianqian as the Vice Master. He was simply known as Mr. Fifth. Not only was he the Vice Master of the Ling Palace, but he also held immense prestige across the Lingwu continent. It was said that when Fifth spoke, it was as if the fate of the continent was being decreed, underscoring his elevated status. As Fifth Tianqian descended, he stood firmly in front of Xin Xiao, blocking his path. Elder Xin, this decision lacks the necessary prudence. Xin Xiao was taken aback, uncertain why Fifth Tianqian would intervene over a few new disciples. Sir, what brings you here? He inquired. Fifth Tianqian replied with a chuckle. Had I not come, these children would likely have met their untimely end. Xin Zhao explained, but sir, Luo Fan killed a disciple of the Fengshan sect during the trial, according to the rules. Fifth Tianqian raised his hand to halt Xin Zhao's words, asserting, one cannot rigidly adhere to rules in every circumstance. This incident stemmed from the Fengshan sect's disciple disregarding the rules and striking first. It was only in the heat of a life and death battle that Luo Fan acted. If our disciples of the Ling Palace lack such spirit, they are truly unworthy of remaining within its walls. Fifth Tianqian's tone was exceedingly stern, clearly directed at Xin Xiao, who, as an elder, should have defended his disciple rather than fixate on rules, revealing a stubbornness and folly that was unacceptable. Beside them, Zhang Haolang remarked, perhaps the words of the fifth deputy hall master carry a hint of favoritism. Fifth Tianqian cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Haolang. Given Zhang's strength and status, he deemed him unworthy of his full attention. He retorted, favoritism? Why did you not intervene when your inept disciple attempted to kill a member of the Spirit Hall? Zhang Haolang, being an elder of the Wind God sect, the foremost sect in the Lucy Empire, was not one to back down easily. He huffed, your assertion is utterly misguided. I know my disciples well. They possess the audacity to strike but lack the intent to truly kill their opponents. Yet, Luo Fan has already slain Tang Hu. Fifth Tianqian shook his head, recognizing Zhang Haoling's arguments as mere obfuscation. A strike made is a strike made. There was no merit in discussing the nuances of intent. Elder Zhang, it would be wise to maintain your composure. Your words do little justice to your status, he said. Zhang Haoling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. As if being accused of losing his composure, he declared, Deputy Hall Master, this incident transpired in the Spirit Hall, and I demand an explanation. Fifth Tianqian replied with a cold smirk, Indeed, you must understand who holds authority here. This is not your Wind God sect. This is the Spirit Hall. Each word from Fifth Tianqian was laden with significance, especially the emphasis on the Spirit Hall, as if to declare his unwavering protection of his disciple. Leaving Zhang to contemplate his next move, Zhang Haoling countered, Deputy Hall Master, addressing this matter in front of so many Spirit Hall disciples may undermine your sense of fairness. To which Fifth Tianqian responded, I intend to make it clear to all Spirit Hall disciples that this is not a place that discards its members over trivial matters. The fundamental assurance for a Spirit Hall disciple is that they will never be abandoned by the Hall. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. A silence born from respect. When a leader of such stature speaks, who among the disciples does not feel their blood surge with pride? Zhang Haoling narrowed his eyes at him, wishing to voice his thoughts, yet finding it futile. He stated, Very well, today you have opened my eyes, Deputy Hall Master. I trust you will take responsibility for this incident. The Wind God sect shall no longer engage with the Spirit Hall as we have in the past. Fifth Tianqian turned away, waving his sleeve dismissively, No need to see you out. Zhang Haoling felt akin to a foolish jester. Eager to vacate the Spirit Hall without a moment's delay, leading his disciples toward the exit. As the members of the Wind God sect departed, all the disciples erupted in fervor. While not all may have supported Luo Fan, Fifth Tianqian's words genuinely instilled a sense of pride in being a disciple of the Spirit Hall. Even the outer disciples were treated equally and with sincerity. Fifth Tianqian approached Luo Fan, inquiring, Young man, how do you fare? Just as Luo Fan began to respond, his vision blurred, and he collapsed. After a day that stretched from dawn to dusk, the combination of fatigue, injuries to his meridians, and external wounds led him to succumb completely, falling unconscious. Beside him, Mu Xiaobai and Duanmu Su rushed to support him, while Ling Kai hurried over, her voice trembling as she pleaded with Ning Wei, Master, will Luo Fan be all right? Ning Wei, equally anxious, turned her gaze toward Fifth Tianqian and Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao urged, Sir, we must first take Luo Fan for medical treatment. On the fifth day? Xin nodded slightly and said to Duanmu Su and the others, You young fellows, hurry and take him to the medical hall. Although his injuries are not severe, he still requires rest and recuperation. Once the group departed, the disciples in the square gradually dispersed. In a nearby corner stood a few individuals, one of whom was Li Bubi, the foremost figure of the outer courtyard. Beside him, Duan Yunsong no longer exuded his former grandeur, yet standing next to Li Bubi, he still borrowed a touch of pride. He remarked, Senior brother, it seems that Luo Fan's strength has progressed quite rapidly. Li Bubi shrugged and chuckled, indeed. But his opponent was rather foolish. Duan Yunsong continued, that Tang, who is the younger brother of Tang Long from the Wind God sect. Luo Fan is certainly in for trouble this time. Li Bubi replied, That is of no concern to me. I only wish to cultivate within the outer courtyard until I am confident enough to enter the inner courtyard. As for Luo Fan, I harbor no interest. Deep down, Duan Yunsong harbored resentment towards Luo Fan and, upon seeing Li Bubi's demeanor, added, Senior brother, it is wise to exercise caution. I have heard that Luo Fan has even offended the Spirit Pill Hall by fighting with senior brother Zheng Wang. Li Bubi furrowed his brow. He truly is an oblivious character. He is the first to provoke the Spirit Pill Hall within the Spirit Temple. Senior brother, should we not? Li Bubi shook his head. He had already placed Luo Fan on his list of individuals to watch closely. Believing that Luo Fan's greatest strength lay in his comprehension of control attributes, allowing him to utilize the originally weak spiritual energy with remarkable finesse. However, even such an ability was not worthy of fear. In Li Bubi's eyes, Jin Hu's strength was hardly formidable, and Luo Fan's victory had a considerable element of luck. If they were to engage in combat, he would have no reservations, especially since he had once defeated a 9th-tier expert while he himself was merely a 7th-tier spiritual apprentice. And now his strength was not far from the 9th tier. Li Bubi turned his back and declared, This matter does not concern me. As long as he does not provoke me, even if he stirs chaos in the outer courtyard, I, Li Bubi, will remain indifferent. With that, he headed towards the training hall, closely followed by several disciples. Duan Yunsong gritted his teeth, muttering inwardly, Luo Fan, just wait. One day, I will ensure that Senior Brotherly personally deals with you. With this thought, a barely perceptible sinister smile flickered across his otherwise expressionless face. The group escorted Luo Fan to the medical hall, with Chen and Xin Zhao accompanying them. They felt reassured only after watching Luo Fan being led into a room. The medical expertise of the Spirit Temple ranked among the best on the Spirit Martial continent, as long as a disciple was brought here with a breath of life. There was no need for concern, especially since Luo Fan mainly suffered from spiritual exhaustion and some external injuries. Chen called Xin Zhao into the courtyard of the medical hall and asked, what exactly happened during this competition that led to such a significant incident? At this moment, Chen began to discuss matters with Xin Zhao. His principle was to wholeheartedly support the disciples of the Spirit Temple in public, reserving any inquiries for later. Xin Zhao replied, I'm not certain. Could it be that Luo Fan has some past grievances with the Wind God sect? That shouldn't be the case. How could a teenager provoke such a powerful sect? On the 5th day, Tiandao spoke. This matter is likely just beginning. You should allow Luo Fan to recuperate here and devise a means to quell the situation, enabling him to undertake the Inner Academy assessment sooner. Xin Zhao inquired, Quell? Tiandao took a deep breath, and a glimmer of wisdom illuminated his gaze. Is this challenging for you, the impartial elder? After a moment of reflection, Xin Zhao replied, Are you suggesting confinement? Tiandao chuckled. This is precisely your forte. Who does not know that Fanny from the Inner Academy and Xin Zhao from the Outer Academy excel in confining disciples? Xin Zhao countered, but just a moment ago you mentioned. Tiandao continued, that was for the benefit of the Fengshan sect's Zhan Haolang, who displayed such arrogance in my spirit hall, treating it as though it were their own. However, we both understand that there are indeed members of the Fengshan sect within the spirit hall, so Luo Fan must be temporarily confined, with a month until the holidays. I wish to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Understood, sir. In the spirit martial continent, numerous sects abound, especially the illustrious ones that often place spies within rival factions. This is the concern that weighs on Tiandao. Although the nature of the conflict between the Fengshan sect and Luo Fan remains unclear, it is prudent to avoid any escalation. The medical hall, being a crucial department of the spirit hall, does not permit unrelated individuals to linger. Thus Luo Fan was settled in, and the others departed, leaving only Lingwu to attend to him. Although Lingwu practiced alchemy, he was not a disciple of the alchemy hall, but rather one of the medical hall. Initially, there was only one physician in the medical hall, but Lingwu's arrival doubled their number. As the sole disciple of the medical hall, Lingwu had a penchant for concocting elixirs, focusing on restorative and healing potions. He was deeply engrossed in the crafting and study of such remedies, even having developed a unique formula known as the Tianong pill, which could replenish spiritual energy and heal wounds. Though it bore some resemblance to the spirit-nourishing pill, it was far more economical and required no beast soul refinement. Yet its efficacy remained unmatched. Following his master's instructions, Lingwu diligently cared for Luo Fan, dissolving a Tianong pill in hot water before administering it to him. After approximately half a day's time, Luo Fan indeed awakened. Though his body felt somewhat frail, he could sense a revival of spiritual energy within. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld Lingwu busily attending to various vials and jars. Lingwu, what are you doing here? Where's this? He inquired. Lingwu responded, This is the medical hall. How is your injury? Is it improving? Luo Fan nodded. It's better, though there's still some pain. By the way, how did you end up here? What about the others? While arranging the items on the table, Lingwu explained, no one else can remain in the medical hall, so they have all left. As for me, I am a disciple of the medical hall, so I suppose I'm taking care of you for free. Luo Fan smiled. Ah, I see. What are you working on? Lingwu replied, the Tianyang pill. I gave you one last night to ensure your spiritual energy wouldn't be too depleted. Tiandong. Pill? Is it a medicine from the medical hall? Luo Fan asked. Lingwu remarked, what medicinal concoction? This is my original elixir, capable of restoring vitality and healing wounds. Its production cost is quite low. It requires no beast souls, only some common ingredients and a unique refining technique. Luo Fan, lifting the quilt, sat up and said, Lingwu, you truly are a genius alchemist. I must take my leave. Lingwu inquired, do you feel able to rise? If so, take a stroll in the courtyard. Elder Shin stated that until his arrival, you are not permitted to leave the medical hall. Not allowed to leave. Why? I could return to rest. And isn't that an obstacle to my cultivation? Luo Fan had always maintained a serious approach towards his training, fearing the squandering of even a moment. Lingwu urged, just bear with it. It is Elder Shin's directive. What can you do? I will assist you to the courtyard. Luo Fan responded, "No need. You carry on with your work. I shall wander about on my own." Upon entering the courtyard, he discovered a tranquil haven, the likes of which were rare outside the medical hall. The ground was meticulously swept, devoid of any fallen leaves, while the flower beds along the walls brimmed with exotic blooms, filling the air with delightful fragrances. Seated on a stone bench, Luo Fan felt a refreshing breeze and fell into silence for a moment, his mind conjuring a vivid image. During his unconsciousness, he had perceived those indistinct luminous forms once more, yet this time, some characters seemed to have coherently assembled, albeit still hazy. He could ascertain that it resembled a beast's silhouette. Could it be a demon beast? This recurring luminescence had indeed taken on the shape of a demon beast. Luo Fan glanced at the black stone on his wrist. What was this stone, and what secrets did it harbor? His thoughts became chaotic, even causing him discomfort, prompting him to cradle his head between his legs. At that moment, he sensed a faint rustling sound, and abruptly raised his head to see an elderly man in white, his back turned, striding towards the exit of the medical hall. Although he could not see the man's face, the figure seemed familiar, reminiscent of the elderly scholar he had seen reading in the small wooden house in the southwest of the outer courtyard. This time, however, the man appeared more upright, moving with remarkable swiftness and grace. Is that the old gentleman? How could he be here? Just as Luo Fan prepared to rise and inquire, he realized the elder had already exited the Lingdan hall. Lingwu emerged from the room and approached him, asking, "What troubles you, Luo Fan?" Luo Fan shook his head. "I believe I saw an old man, but I cannot be certain. He was so swift." Lingwu glanced towards the door and replied, "Swift? But there is no one there. Perhaps your eyes are playing tricks on you?" Luo Fan squinted and said, "Perhaps. By the way, this courtyard is impeccably clean. Did you tidy it up?" Lingwu nodded. "Indeed. My master is quite particular about cleanliness. Even a slight mess prompts him to call me out to clean. However, I have grown accustomed to it. A tidy space is rather pleasant." Luo Fan smiled, bending down to pluck a blooming red flower. But before his fingers could touch the stem, he felt a sharp sting. Lingwu chuckled. "Ah, that is a Mother Earth flower. It is not to be touched." Mother Earth flower? Luo Fan was taken aback and then scrutinized the flower closely. Indeed, its growth was quite peculiar. From a distance, it appeared resplendently red and beautiful. Yet upon closer examination, one could sense an innate dominance emanating from the blossom. Lingwu remarked, "I collected this from the Double Mountain, where entry requires a 5th-tier spiritual practitioner. I sneaked in once and nearly perished inside, all for the sake of transplanting this Earth Mother flower." Luo Fan inhaled sharply and asked, "Is this a medicinal herb?" Lingwu nodded. "Indeed. The materials primarily consist of 3 categories: plant leaves, animal organs, and natural substances, with flowers being the most esteemed among plants. The most precious petal material is none other than the Heavenly Father and Earth Mother flower, which is essential for concocting the Earth Master Pill, a material of unimaginable worth." "Earth Master Pill? A highly valuable elixir?" Luo Fan inquired. Lingwu replied, "Not merely valuable. Know this. In any merchant association, the mere availability of the rare Earth Master Pill for sale would attract countless alchemists." Luo Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. "So remarkable. What tier of elixir is it?" Lingwu chuckled at Luo Fan's bewildered expression. "It is a 4th-tier elixir, suitable for 8th-tier spiritual practitioners. When advancing to a spiritual master, one must endure the backlash of spiritual energy, however. Consuming the Heavenly Master Pill not only allows one to leap past the 9th tier, but also ensures protection from the backlash effects, with a 50% chance of directly ascending to the rank of spiritual master." Luo Fan exclaimed, "Goodness, isn't that akin to a guaranteed success pill?" Lingwu noted, "That depends on luck. There is also a 10% chance of losing a tier of spiritual energy." Luo Fan nodded. "I have heard that 4th-tier elixirs present a significant bottleneck. Those below the 3rd tier range from hundreds to tens of thousands of gold coins, but for 4th-tier elixirs, the price often reaches millions." Lingwu affirmed, "Precisely, thus the value of the Earth Mother flower warranted my perilous endeavor, and fortunately, I succeeded." "And what of the Heavenly Father flower?" Luo Fan asked. Lingwu hesitated. "I have not heard of it. But it is said that very few have encountered the Heavenly Father flower across the Spirit Martial continent. Perhaps it serves as a material for even higher-tier elixirs." Contemplating this, Luo Fan mused that the Heavenly Father flower must be worth a fortune, and the elixir derived from it would be remarkably effective. In this Spirit Martial continent, countless profound mysteries and esteemed masters commanded admiration. As they conversed, a middle-aged man emerged from the hall of a similar age to Ling Feng. He bore a scholarly demeanor with a chubby face adorned by a mustache, dressed in the garb of an attendant from the spirit hall. Yet his aura was not as dignified as that of other senior attendants, exhibiting a somewhat nonchalant attitude. He held a birdcage in one hand while seemingly toying with an unusual stone in the other. Lingwu greeted him with a smile. "Master, you are awake?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Lingwu, don't just chat. The courtyard requires diligent cleaning. Cleanliness is paramount in our medical hall." Lingwu replied, "Yes, master." The man then glanced at Luo Fan before swaying left and right as he exited the medical hall. Luo Fan asked, "Lingwu, is this the attendant of the medical hall?" Lingwu confirmed, "Indeed, my master, Lu Jia, is a legendary figure." Luo Fan chuckled, "Legendary? He seems more enamored with stones and birds, but I suppose that qualifies as a legendary attendant." Lingwu shook his head and smiled, anticipating Luo Fan's thoughts. He said, "Indeed, my master may not appear particularly formidable, yet many adept practitioners tend to favor worldly pursuits. If you were to witness him refining elixirs, your perception would surely change." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Luo Fan found some merit in his reasoning. After all, wasn't Lingfeng similar? When he first encountered Lingfeng, he mistook him for a beggar reading in a tent, only to discover he was an elder of the spirit temple. Lin Yu continued, "Much of my alchemical skill has been gleaned from my master. He specializes only in healing and supportive elixirs, as do I. No wonder you created that Tianong pill. But why resort to stealthy learning? He is your master. It is only natural for him to teach you alchemy. Why would you need to steal knowledge?" Lin Yu replied, "Ah, you are unaware. My master possesses a rather eccentric disposition and never instructs others in alchemy, often claiming that it can lead to disastrous consequences. Consequently, he seldom practices alchemy nowadays, focusing mostly on treating disciples. I have only had the rare opportunity to witness him at work. Perhaps he has simply been too long without indulging his hands." Luo Fan chuckled. It seemed this Ru Jia was indeed an intriguing individual, somewhat reminiscent of Lingfeng. Was it a common trait among potential martial artists of that era? As they conversed, the door swung open, and Xin Zhao entered, observing Luo Fan's considerable recovery. "Luo Fan, how is your health?" he inquired. "Elder Xin, I am much improved. With a few more days of rest, I should be fine," Luo Fan replied. Xin Zhao nodded. "Good. Then let us depart." Lin Yu was taken aback. "Depart? Elder, Luo Fan's injuries are not yet healed. He should remain in the medical hall for a few more days. Progress in cultivation is not determined by a mere day or two." Xin Zhao countered, "It appears the internal injuries are negligible. The external wounds can be treated elsewhere." "Luo Fan, are you not coming with me?" Xin Zhao's words were authoritative, a fact well known among the outer disciples. However, Luo Fan could not restrain himself from asking, "Elder, where are we going?" "To the confinement hall." "Confinement?" Both Luo Fan and Lin Yu echoed, uncertain of what this entailed. Luo Fan was unfamiliar with the place.